that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
To...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
ESPN 97.5 KFNC Mont Bellevue, Houston, and ESPN 92.5 KFNC HD2 Gao Media Stations. Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and I'm not sure, and Dell, right here with you on ESPN 97.5 and 9. There he is. There's my guy. He's here. He's moving in, and we're all set to go. For the next 3 hours here, what about that game last night? How about, first of all, this Fred VanVleet hate has got to stop, okay, on this show. It has got to stop because that dude saved the day. And Dell might have been right about Jalen. I don't know. It was a 6-game stretch, though. He did have a 6-game stretch. And then 4 for 16 last night.
Well, you were ready to give him a 6-year extension, max dollar.
He's already signed, so I never said anything of the sort.
No, you wanted to give him a Daryl Morey Supermax.
Yeah, that's what I wanted.
Remember, Daryl Morey found ways to sign guys.
I'm the one that said he's got to prove it for the next 4 or 5 years that he's got this deal. I said we got to give Fred VanVleet another 2 or 5 years.
Oh my God! Listen,
okay,
we're big up in Fred VanVleet for. The fact is, he helped put the Rockets in that spot. Atrocious turnovers in the fourth quarter, and then knocked down 2 splashy threes, and
they were awesome.
Hey,
he shot well
Fred.
all night. If it wasn't for his shooting, they would have lost by 20. But how about Darius Garland? Holy crap!
Okay, so you guys set some of this up because a lot of people may not have. I was at the game yesterday, and a lot of people may not have seen this. The mood in the building. So the Rockets had an 11-point lead in the fourth quarter. Everything was 94-83. It was no big deal. It was, even though there had been some, game flow that had gone back and forth between the two teams. It felt like if Cleveland got it to 5, the Rockets would push it back up. It didn't feel very dangerous. And then a strange thing happened. There was a technical foul, and I didn't see what it was for, but Ime Udoka chewed out Tari Eason. What was that technical for?
I don't know.
I don't know what happened. They were comfortably ahead. Tari did something. He got a tech. Ime immediately called timeout and started chewing on Tari Eason. And Steven Adams kept putting his hand, like patting him on the back, like trying to console Tari Eason. Tari was despondent. And I don't know what happened. And after that,
if they lost that game, it was because of Tari.
Well, it was the Tari,
and then the 3-point foul on Garland. Holy crap!
So
and a foul plus the ball.
A foul.
Holy
so
crap.
If you miss it, so the Rockets were cruising, then it got tight. Then all of a sudden, the Cavs took the lead. I mean, the Rockets literally were turning it over left and right.
Well, they went on a 19-0 run.
Was that? It was 19-0?
19-0.
Good Lord. Rockets couldn't make a basket. Cleveland couldn't miss. They were getting easy baskets. I mean, Cleveland was getting easy baskets. The interior defense was falling apart. They were hitting threes. the Rockets lost all momentum. The building was dead. Like, we were shell-shocked. And then they took the lead, and then it was extended, and then it got to 6, and Fred hit 2 threes, but Tari Eason played lousy down the stretch, but it's like, okay, that's okay. Fred's here to save us. The Rockets, Şengün had a couple free throws to put it up to 107-105. It looks okay. Now you got to defend. There's 4.5 seconds. The Cavs bring the ball in. They've got a foul to give. Fred VanVleet fouls right away. There's down to 4.1 seconds. Now you just have to defend one shot attempt, and you're going to win. And they get it to Garland. Darius Garland, a 90% free throw shooter, shoots a 3, and Tari Eason closes hard, but closes so far under him that his whole body comes under the shooter, and it's a foul on a 3-point play. I'm like, oh no, what the hell? And then when we see the referees gather, like, what? I mean, it's definitely a foul. All right, ruling on the court is being reviewed, and I'm like, that's definitely a foul. What are they reviewing for? To see if it's a flagrant. Like, a flagrant? Well, what happens is once Tari Eason, it was determined he had an aggressive, like, he had a reckless closeout. So that's the definition. It was a reckless closeout, and he got so far under that Darius Garland, when he landed, they kept looking at that left foot, and the left foot hits Tari Eason's foot. It's the Bruce Bowen rule, basically, where Bruce Bowen used to intentionally try to hurt people by coming up under them on 3-point shots to see if they could twist their ankle and break their ankle for good and be out for life, because that's the kind of dirty ball player Bruce Bowen was. But Tari Eason's not that dirty. Tari Eason is a nice person, and unfortunately, he got upgraded to a flagrant. I'm like, oh my God, a 90% free throw shooter is going to shoot 3 free throws, and they're going to get the ball. This game's over. This is the Tari Eason game. Go back to being injured, Tari. And then a crazy thing happened. Darius Garland missed in and out on 1, in and out on 2. Everyone gets free Whataburgers, and so the crowd's going wild. And you realize, wow, he's got one more free throw. They get the ball. Rockets could win. He makes that free throw. They're down 1. And then they get the last second shot, and it's and you know it's going to be Spida Donovan Mitchell. And Mitchell gets a look against Amen Thompson, who literally was the savior of the game. When the Rockets were playing terrible, he was snatching offensive rebounds, getting to loose balls, giving them second chances, getting steals and making layups. Like, Amen was doing everything. He was incredible. And he gets up in Mitchell's face. Mitchell misses. And then Mitchell went over and talked to, like, there's a tremendous amount of respect for Donovan Mitchell with Amen Thompson. I mean, you could tell after the game when they hugged it out and were talking a little bit, and that was it. And the game was won, frankly, because Darius Garland, a 90% free throw shooter, missed 2 out of 3.
3 of 8.
3 of 8 for the game.
Yeah, 3 of 8. He had it was incredible.
He hates the snow
earlier. He's a 90% shooter, 3-point shooter. Tari Eason got bailed out. Yeah, Fred VanVleet had some bad plays, but he also bailed him out with those 2 threes and the 26 points on great shooting all night long. He's got to take care of the ball better. He just has to.
Yeah.
But that was a great win. Great win last night.
Fantastic win.
Hey, this stretch that they have coming up, I mean, they are playing. They've got Cleveland again on Saturday. They got a couple days off, which is nice. But they got Cleveland coming back up on Saturday. Then at Cleveland, then they go to Boston, and then they go to Atlanta, and then to Memphis. This is a really tough stretch here. So to start it with that win after the loss against Detroit, they had lost 2 out of 3. They lost to Sacramento, beat Portland, and then lost to Detroit. So that's a big win. You didn't want to be losing 3 out of 4 with those 4 games coming up here. So that's a nice win last night. 29-14. You're trying to hold off Memphis. You want to be in that 2 spot. I mean, there's still a lot of basketball to be played. You're just past the halfway point, but you still want to show everybody. And after the game, Fred VanVleet was cool. I mean, he was like, Vanessa asked him, said, how do you guys, this is the best team in the league. They're the best shooting team by far in the league, and the Rockets hold them to 108. And how do you guys beat this team? We can beat anybody. And you know what? That's the attitude that they have. I'm not sure about Boston, that they can beat Boston.
That's the one team. I think they can beat anybody, but I'm not sure that anybody includes Boston right now.
No, I don't think it.
I don't know what I mean. It's just, they have two really good number one type players. It's just you got to have your A game going to beat Boston.
That was so much fun last night. What a great game! Great game. So you went last night. Where'd you sit?
Sat with Chris Fisher. Had a great time with he and his me and my wife and he and his girl, and we had a really good time. Talking about the Rockets, watching, and then it was a great atmosphere in the building. It is crazy to look at that team. You look at the Rockets and you see a bunch of. My wife hadn't watched hardly any Rockets this year. She goes, "What's the deal on number 5?" I said, "Well, number 5 came from Toronto, and he was a free agent." And I told her, "He makes over $40 million a year." That guy. She goes, "What? That guy who's kind of husky, like or stocky husky, that guy?" I said, "Yeah, that stocky husky guy makes $40 million a year." And then, about 4 minutes after that, he's hitting a couple threes, but about 4 game minutes. But she was like really into it, loved it. I told her early on, I said, "That's my favorite player right there, number 1." I said, "Watch what he does tonight. He is going to be all over the court." And I mean, what he ended up with 16 rebounds. It was crazy how Amen Thompson was all like, that guy is such a difference maker. He might be one of the great force players, force multipliers in the entire league. The things he does to help you win games, you don't stay alive yesterday. You go into a toilet and you're done unless he rescues you with some second possessions. It was unbelievable what Amen Thompson offered. And what was crazy, John, is Alperen Sengun, and I'm not looking at a box score right now. Alperen Sengun, how many minutes did Alperen and Jalen Green have? Because it didn't feel like much. There was way too much Jayshawn Tate in the game for my taste.
Well, there's always
then
there's too much. There's
too
much.
It really is. I remember when Jayshawn Tate was one of the positives like 3 years ago. Like, Jayshawn's pretty good. That's how bad we were.
Yeah. No. Jayshawn is not what he only played 10 minutes.
That's the longest 10 minutes. Yeah, Alpy was on the bench 33. A lot.
Yeah.
How many? And Steven Adams had a phenomenal game, and that was Steven Adams got a lot of playing time, and I think it was just Ime just wasn't happy with Alpy.
There was something about that Alpy was doing that
he is just having a real. Alperen gets so deep into the paint and into shot blockers, and he doesn't elevate, so he has a really hard time getting shots off when he gets too deep. I just think there's some things. I mean, Jared out. That's the kind of matchup that really gives him a lot of problems.
Wow, Amen. Okay, Alpy's got 11 boards in 29 minutes. Steven Adams got 11 boards in 19 minutes. Amen, 36 minutes, 16 boards.
Mm-hmm.
Holy crap. That dude is a point guard.
How many offensive? Well, no, he's not, because Fred VanVleet is. He was
supposed to be a point guard.
Well, he's a
here.
4, so you can't even call him a point guard because he's a big.
The minutes that Cam came in and gave you,
Cam was awesome.
I mean,
I had to school her on Cam too. I said, okay, that guy is crazy talented. Because me and Chris Fisher were talking about him, and she goes, "What's the deal on him?" I said, "Okay, because Chris said, okay, you see that guy? He's about to shoot every time he touches the ball." And I said, he's not really wrong. He's pretty much right, but he started making threes. And I said, this is the thing. He shoots a lot, but he's got a chance to make a lot. I said, he's really, really talented. He should have been a top 3 pick. Was drafted like much later in the first round because he's got a really bad attitude. And I said, he pouts a lot on the bench when he's not playing enough. He's not happy when the Rockets are winning. And I said, and he complains after games and press conferences. And she said, why do they keep him? I said, because he's really, really good.
Did you see
and
him
he does things like this. Like he was incredible when he came in.
Yep. All right, 713-780-3776. Great win by the Houston Rockets last night, beating the best team in the NBA. Just 7 losses now for Cleveland. They don't know what losing's about.
And you look at that team and you're like, well, they don't feel like a number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. They
didn't have Evan Mobley, and that's
that's a good point.
Yeah, that's something too. So that next time you see him, well, maybe we'll see. Maybe next time you see him, but if you see him in the NBA,
Mobley is a big heckler. That's a huge difference.
Yes, that's a big loss for them. But who cares? Rockets win, Rockets win, Rockets win. And you can win, too, if you go with my man. I'm telling you, Kent Jones, he's incredible. I mean, 30-plus years in the mortgage business. You don't know what you're doing. How about these listeners? Richie, Mallory, Zach, Brett. I can't say what the numbers are. I can't tell you how much you're going to save. I can tell you this. I saw their numbers. It's incredible what they're saying. Thousands and thousands of dollars. Kent Jones saves thousands and thousands of dollars for people all the time. It's what he does, okay? And it's just silly for you to try to do this on your own. You don't know the mortgage game. He knows the mortgage game. Say, well, I don't want to pay somebody, an agent, to do. Pay him. You can't afford not to have him. You can't afford to do this by yourself. Or not. 75% of the people are doing it wrong. You're just doing it wrong by not having a broker, not having Kent Jones as your broker. I'm telling you here and now, Kent Jones is incredible. And I love, and the testimonies that I've seen from these people, they're all like, holy cow, we didn't know this, we didn't know that, and he just saved us. So if you need a loan, 975loans.com, 975loans.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Did you? Well, you were at the game, so you didn't see it. Holy crap! The Cougs. I watched most of that game, and it was like I had to turn it off because I felt so bad for Utah. Those poor white kids.
Yeah,
they got destroyed. I mean, they couldn't.
That's how I felt about Cleveland yesterday for a little bit. Those poor white kids. I mean, at times.
Well, at times they had some white.
Well, they had four of them.
Somebody. Yeah,
as a matter of fact, Chris Fisher goes, look at this, look out on the court. It's four white guys and what Dell calls a light-skinned guy.
Oh,
I said Dell would hate this team so much.
Why does Dell hate that team?
Dell hates Cleveland.
Well, because they got.
You don't like Darius Garland.
I don't think Dell would want to, root for Utah either. To tell you the
Dell
truth.
wouldn't.
36 points. They average 80 points, and they scored 36 against the Cougs. It was it was hard to watch because every possession they had a turnover. Mm-hmm. Every other possession there was a time they had that they had a turnover every other possession. That was how bad it was watching that game, watching that team play. And they did it without Emmanuel Sharp, and they kicked their ass. That team is really, really good. If they could it would be nice if they don't lose a Sasser or a Tugler every year at the end of the year they lose their best players. Please stay healthy. Maybe I should talk to Kelvin about easing up on him a little bit.
You need to.
You know what?
Talk to him a little bit.
I'll talk to him a little bit about that. It's funny. There was a story. I guess I could tell it. I mean, I think I could tell it. Carlos Correa was with his boy, and he was with Martin over there watching, and they stepped into the practice. It was right after they had lost. And
wait. Carlos Correa is at a U of H basketball practice?
He wanted to go see somebody over. I don't know. He wanted to go see somebody over there. Anyway, and they were in the facility and they were practicing, and Martin Daniela wanted to talk to find the bathroom. So Martin took her out to find the bathroom at the facility, and Kelvin came over and he didn't know it was Carlos Correa, and he just ripped him, saying, "What are you doing in my bleeping practice? Get out of here."
No! No! Carlos Correa got ripped by Kelvin Sampson. That's my scariest nightmare is for him to yell at me because my room's
I know. If your coach lights you up. But Carlos loved it. He came out and he said, "I just got kicked out." And Martin goes, "What the heck?" He goes, "Oh yeah, it's fine. I love it. That guy's got so much passion." He said, "I'm fine with that." He said, I wish we had coaches like that were, as passionate."
That is kind of Carlos's mode, yeah.
And then and Kelvin apologized. He found out it was him and why he was there.
And Kelvin probably like that for him not to recognize. Well, when you don't expect to see someone in a location where sometimes that happens where even though you know who someone is, if you see them in an airport or you see them somewhere where you're not used to seeing them on TV, you have a hard time placing them. I bet that happened with Kelvin.
Well, Kelvin didn't. Then he found out. He was like, "Oh, crap."
Does he not know who Carlos Correa is? That he never watched Rockets?
I don't know if he knew
Astros?
I think he probably does. But
yeah,
whatever. He said, Carlos was fine with it. He's like, I'm cool. Man, that guy, I was in his practice. I shouldn't have been in his practice. So if Martin was standing there, it would have been all right. He would have said, Coach, it's okay."
Man.
That's funny.
I feel bad for Carlos.
Yeah.
I don't feel bad for –
No, Carlos was fine.
I feel bad for Kelvin. He didn't know that was
No, again, Carlos felt he was fine with it too. Kelvin's the one that felt bad.
Yeah, Kelvin Sampson, he's not like Bob Huggins or Bobby Knight or anything like that, but he's a disciplinarian. He's one of these guys that you would worry about getting yelled at for, asking the wrong question or even in the media. Like you just don't, I don't want to. I'm glad Carlos liked it. I don't want to get yelled at by Kelvin Sampson. I have I have no desire to no, I'm fine with it. No, I'm not okay with it. And I'm going to do whatever it takes not to get yelled at.
Yeah, right. No. Well, but anyway, Kelvin, what a coach. What a coach. I mean, that guy, you want to talk about every single guy. And I'll tell you what, Milos is playing better now. Uzan is playing better, and LJ is filling it up, and Sharp is filling it up when he's playing. He was hurt, so he didn't play in that one. This team's got a chance. This team has got a chance the way that they're playing right now. That was a pretty good basketball. That was a good offensive basketball team that they played yesterday. A lot of white guys. I'll admit that.
That's in college. No. In college, that's okay. I mean, how do you think? How do you think Gonzaga had their glow up? It started with whiteys. So you're okay in college doing that. You don't want to make a living in the pros unless you're the Celtics from the 50s and 60s, and even then you had to go Bill Russell to have a shot.
Well, even the 70s and 80s,
Well, yeah, but you had Dennis
Johnson, very light skin. He had freckles.
He had freckles. That's true. But Robert Parrish.
Yeah, but
you also on the bench. You came off the bench with Jerry Seastein and Danny Ainge and Bill Walton. Yeah, I mean they were, and they're one of the great teams, the '86 Celtics. Yeah, they were a nightmare for the Rockets, like a living nightmare.
Well, okay, which is a worse nightmare? The 2025 Rockets and Celtics, or the 86 Rockets?
No, 86.
The 86 Rockets and Celtics. The Rockets won 2 games.
86. You had no answer for their lineup. Dennis Johnson could lock up Lewis Lloyd, and then you just had it was a nightmare. They were really, really hard to beat. They didn't make many mistakes. They just didn't beat themselves. I figured out that's really the key in all of sports. And I heard this, and where did we hear this, John? Who did we hear? Somebody said, it was Teddy Bruschi said that when we were listening to his clip. He said one of the keys of the Patriots of Patriots dynasty is they didn't beat themselves. And it was simple, but I thought, that's really right. If you don't if the Texans hadn't beaten themselves, they might have beaten the Chiefs. They outplayed the Chiefs.
Well, listen, you don't beat yourself because you got – and, again, we cannot – I know it's Brady gets all the credit. Did you hear Bill Belichick the other day? He said it was hard. It was difficult coaching Tom Brady because he'd go into a film session with him and he'd be like, man, I had to be ready because Brady would go – this team could do this, and Belichick would be like, well, I've never seen him do that. And Brady would go, well, yeah, 2-3 years ago, the Seattle did this, brought a blitz up the middle with this guy, and Brady and Belichick would be, sure enough, I go back and look, and sure enough,
I mean, that's just when he tells stories like that.
Yeah,
that's just like no matter what. How does a guy who has limited athletic ability, limited physical talent, how is he the greatest that's ever played the game at that position? Because he has a weird level of football intelligence and excellence in that way. Like that's something you can't. Could Bill Belichick or anyone have found that out pre-draft? It's something that lived in him that he just hadn't opened up yet. That's something you can't scout that. I guess you can. I mean, because the Chiefs found that Mahomes had some of that when Andy Reid put him on the board, gave him a play, and then he asked him about the play the next day at the combine. He asked him one day, and before Patrick was going to go out the combine and perform, the very next day, Andy Reid asked him, hey, remember that play, blah, 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 Bandili Bushki. And then he probably did some of that too, because, as Andy Reid runs around and does Bandilushki. But Pat just reset. He goes, yeah, X-Drag, and you come out there with Z, and then you get in Y, and you got the combo on the backside. And Andy Reid's like, okay, this guy's different.
Have you who else has got what Brady's got? Have you ever heard Sean McVay? He sits down in an interview.
Sounds like he drinks a lot of coffee. He goes, yeah, you're right. Like that guy is intense. He's little guy intense. He is like
this guy. This guy would
John Gruden.
Ask him. This guy would ask him, okay, third quarter, fourth play of the drive, of the fourth game of the year, and he would tell you the play.
I've seen that. Yeah, I saw that on. I saw that on a. Was it no? It wasn't a Barstool thing, but I've seen that before. He's like a golfer who remembers all his shots.
Every shot. It's incredible. Those guys. That's what. Well, that's why we're Hall of Famers.
Well, we're Hall of Famers, but they're going to be Hall of Famers in a different. Yeah, McVay's built different. We don't talk about McVay probably nearly enough because we're just used to the Rams just being right there all the time. Sean McVay is way different, and he is like I said, he's a more sensibly dress John Gruden because he has that same Gruden intensity, the same Gruden vibes. He's in more of a dressed up package. Same little man fire and anger.
Yep.
I like to spit in his mouth while he sleeps.
What?
That's the guy you wanted to spit in his
that's
mouth.
because he had
because of his girlfriend.
That's
his wife.
Are you
now,
sure it wasn't Goff's girlfriend? Yeah, it probably was. Yeah, it was.
No,
McVay.
it was McVay. It was McVay. You wanted to spit in his mouth.
Yeah, that was several years ago, but that's because he had just won a title, I think, and
he had a Russian girlfriend.
Well, we're going to look into. Oh, you mean his spouse is Veronica Kilman?
Yeah,
they're married in 2022. Yeah, that checks out, John.
Yep. But at the time, you were
Sean McVay's wife. Look how easy this Google is. Oh well.
All right. 713-780-3776.
It's good to be the champ. There's a reason this guy keeps lifting and keeps fit because he's married to a Russian model.
He better. Listen, you guys are back at work. You're in your cars again. You can call as opposed to laying around drinking Coors Lights all day. Now you got to get back to work. So let's give a call into the show. What do you think? If you haven't called in since the Texans game, because you've been able to listen because it's been so cold, 713-780-3776. There's a possibility that really is true. How about residential roof replacement, residential roof repair, residential solar shingle installation? It's different. Shingles now, solar shingles, not those panels, the glass panels, solar shingles. It looks like a regular roof. I mean, a lot of people don't want the solar because it looks weird. That's not the case anymore. You can get solar shingles. They pay for themselves. You know who does this? Jason Brinkman over at Brinkman Quality Roofing. BrinkmanQuality.com. Brinkman, BrinkMann, Quality. BrinkmanQuality.com. I'm telling you, you go talk to this guy about roofs. He knows everything there is to know about the business. The family's been in business for 50 years. I'm big on that. Do you know what you're doing? Guys that are walking up and knocking on your door telling you that they can fix your roof, there's a reason they're walking around knocking on doors, okay? Because they don't have a company that has been around and it's got the quality of a Brinkman Quality Roofing. You get a free consultation. Check it out. If you haven't touched your roof in a while, if you haven't, the insurance company is going to tell you, well, I'm sorry, we're not paying for that. You haven't done anything to your roof. Well, get documentation that you did with Brinkman. 844-215-2841, 844-215-2841, or BrinkmanQuality.com. Tell them you heard it here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. Let's get Vin in here. We said if you want to call, we're not going to make you wait. It's the shortest wait times in the business right here with John and Lance. Has been forever. So that's why you call in. Vin, what's going on?
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Shortest wait time. I've been on here for less than 12 minutes. So, but no, I called about the game last night. I turned over to that game just in time to see the theatrics at the end. And I was looking at the Rockets and everything was all good. And I was like, okay, they're going to win this game. And then when Easton, the one thing I have is, why is it that the NBA players cannot get it through their head? Do not slide on that, especially at that last shot of the game situation. Do not slide under the player when he goes. Why they just can't jump straight up? But anyway, when Easton did that, I just dropped my head. I mean, I just looked down like, I can't believe he just did this. Then the refs, when they go to the monitor, I was like, please don't call a flagrant. They did. And I was like, okay, well, I said, there's no way that Houston's going to win this game. And when Garland went to the free throw line, of course, the commentators got to throw out there that he's a 90% free throw shooter, so I was like, oh, this game is over. And when he missed that first shot, I looked at Easton, and I promise you that dude was so green at first, and then he was like, you could see life coming back to him with every shot. And then when he missed that second shot, I was like, oh, my God. I said, they might actually win this game. And then when he made that shot and Mitchell threw up that haymaker in the end, I said, I just sat there looking at the screen like I was Garland, like, what the crap just happened, And I don't know if I told my wife this morning, I said, I have never seen that before. I don't think I've ever seen that before in the history of the NBA, where a guy has 3 free throws to go up and he can win and plus guaranteed to get the ball back. And I don't want to say he choked. I'm just saying he had a bad section in his life.
I'll give you an example.
He did choke.
Nick Anderson had 4 free throws, at 4 that he missed, and he could have, and the Orlando could have won Game 1 against the Rockets.
He wasn't that.
In the NBA
well, that's
Finals.
obviously much bigger stakes, but I mean, Nick was not a 90% shooter, and that almost ruined Nick's confidence for life. But a 90% free throw shooter with 3 opportunities,
unbelievable,
and he misses 2 of them. It's
great win.
It was one of the most astonishing final 2 minutes that I've ever seen in a basketball game. Like it's the swings, the swings that took place in that small a time frame. You just like, when have you, and all I could think of was, okay, they're going to get one shot. When there's 4.6, I thought they're getting one shot. They're probably going to shoot a 3 because they want to tie it and keep playing. They want to win it and go home. Please don't foul a 3-point shooter, because these guys all know how to move their legs and create contact and get 3 free throws. They all know how to do it.
He didn't even have to do that.
He didn't have to do that. Tari basically just wiped him out.
Tari just lunged at him.
Tari, what are we doing, man? You know this is – Tari really had a rough game.
He had a tough game. He had a really tough game. I want to talk a minute about this Joe Mixon thing. Joe Mixon apparently has been fined by the league. Not apparently. He's been fined by the league. He was fined because allegedly he said this: why play the game if every 50-50 call goes with the Chiefs? These officials are trash and biased. That's the quote that he got fined for. And Joe Mixon tweeted out, said, I never said that. Y'all are fining me for something that somebody else said. How fair is that? So you know what the league did? They fined him again.
Wait a minute. So I did not see – I saw him do his thing where we're playing against the refs, and we already knew that was going to happen. And I saw that stuff, which I actually figured he'd get fined for that. I figured actually all 3, him, Will Anderson, and D'Amico. But D'Amico was coy enough about it, he probably won't get fined. But I never saw Mixon say that. I didn't ever hear him say the words that you were saying.
Yeah, no, that's allegedly somebody said that in the locker room, and they fined Joe Mixon for it.
It's a TJ Houshmandzadeh tweet, but they, for whatever reason, they put that in their statement. But Houshmandzadeh said it years ago, I believe.
They're finding Joe Mixon for Houshmandzadeh.
Both Bengals, close enough. So that's what they did. And then when they found out that, wait a minute, we put the wrong thing in there, then they said, no, we're finding you for the thing you actually said. So they have justified it by saying, yeah, what we put in our statement is wrong, but you did say something that deserves a fine.
So they didn't fine him twice.
No.
They fined him once.
He says they fined him twice.
Well, they haven't.
Because he put out a statement because of his tweet. He says they fined him twice.
They haven't rescinded the fine officially, but
What did
don't
he
know.
say in his tweet? He didn't say this
He
whole ass
responded.
league.
In the tweet, he responded to. He was upset about being fined for something he never said.
Did he say something like "hoe ass league" or something to get?
No. He was
fined?
just. He didn't get fined for anything he said this tweet. He got fined, and which for something he didn't say. He responded to it on Twitter, and then was upset because the league actually did fine him for what he said.
His response must have been over the top.
No, he didn't get fined for anything. He didn't get fined for anything.
No, for the tweet you said.
No. Houshmandzadeh, the original thing he got fined for in the statement was not something he ever said.
Right.
It was a tweet or something by Houshmandzadeh from years ago.
Oh, yeah. Well, you did say that. Then
Yeah.
they fined him. And then John's saying he got fined again.
No.
Yeah.
He said he got fined twice because they've never officially rescinded the initial fine.
That
was inaccurate. So until that happens, I guess he has been fined twice. But he didn't get fined for anything he wrote in a tweet. He got fined for something he said in the locker room.
He said it was a quote after the game.
I'm trying to explain.
Right. He's explaining to me he didn't get fined twice.
So let me get. This is what Primetime said. So let me get this straight. NFL fines me $25,000 for something I didn't even say. Called him out for it, and their response was fine me again for something that's not even a violation.
They'll rescind the first one
without even rescinding the first one.
They'll rescind.
Where's the accountability? Just respect the players.
Shut up and
he got fined twice by the league.
He's not going to get fined twice if it's for the same.
Well, you don't know that.
If it's for the same offense.
No, it's not for the same offense. It's for the tweet.
Okay, so
Here's what he said.
You guys need to have this argument because Dell, you're saying it's not for the tweet, and John's saying it is for the tweet.
The league went back and said, no, we're fining you for what you actually said. They just haven't officially.
Dell, listen. They fined him for what he actually said, and then he said this. I'm getting fined by the NFL for what someone else said. What's next? I get fined by them for Connor McDavid cross-checking an opponent on an NHL game? So he got fined for what he said after the game, and then he got fined for for the Connor McDavid.
No.
And now he's saying they fined me twice.
Okay, Dell's saying he didn't.
He did. He got fined twice.
I'm not saying he didn't get fined twice. I'm saying he didn't get fined for what he ever wrote on social media.
No one said he said.
I'm explaining it to him.
Hold on,
Oh.
John. You did just say he got fined for the McDavid comment.
Well, Will
that is
Kunkel,
social media.
Well, Will Kunkel, they're right. They're changing what they said. They're saying they fined him for what he said after the game. They misquoted what it was. Okay,
right.
But they fined him twice. They fined him twice. One for what he said, and one for the second quote about Connor
care.
McDavid.
Not my money. Game season's over. I don't care.
Well, your Russian league, your communist league.
Keep your mouth shut.
Where you can't even talk, okay, and speak the truth.
Keep your mouth shut.
Okay. How is it that you are in this league where people are strangled and free speech is no longer available?
Do I need to remind you when you tried to say that Carlos Correa didn't get a phone call from Jim Carrey and the Astros? So I need to remind you what happened there, comrade.
What? Nothing happened there.
Did you get a phone call?
I wasn't fined.
Did you get a phone call about your free speech, comrade?
I got a call. Yeah, I got a call. Please, but I got a call from the general manager, and he was like, "I don't know why. I'm calling you. I don't even care about this.
I'm dead man walking anyway because of Reggie and Jeff."
Yeah, probably.
It was Click, right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
James Click. Like, I know I don't have much time here. I know I'm helping to build a World Series bullpen, but Jeff and Reggie said I'm not a baseball guy, so I have to leave. Oh, man, it's just so comical.
Yeah.
But I'm happy for Billy Wagner, at least.
Billy Wagner. Hall of Famer.
They
For
had
those of you, I mean,
they had a
I
piece
almost
on
feel-
him on Channel 2, John, on National, like Lester Holt, you know, the guy with the big forehead. Lester Holt did a piece at the end of Channel 2 National News or whatever, or NBC National News, and it was on Billy Wagner. And they showed Billy Wagner last year. They did a piece on him not getting in, and you know they were showing him hitting fungo at his little baseball team in West Virginia or whatever. And then they basically followed up with a year later, his last opportunity. He gets in, and they get Billy, you know, kind of breaking up and starting to cry when he was on MLB Network. And so they followed up. I was like, wow, this is cool. They had, you know, here's Ichiro, and here's who's the other big, who else got in from this year?
CeCe.
Oh, and Sabathia, yeah. I mean, a Yankee. You would figure he'd be the most important person in history. And Ichiro, and then here's little Billy Wagner, who was the lead of the whole story. I thought, wow, this is pretty cool.
Well, Billy's a better story in that, I mean, he's a Division III pitcher.
Yeah, he is, and that was their whole thing. You know, he was the underdog.
Hall of Fame.
A little guy, Division III, through gas.
5'9", you know, I don't know how much he weighed, two bills with his butt and his legs. But he was 5'9", a Division III pitcher, and now he's going into the Baseball Hall of Fame. That's a great story.
5'9" fastball pitcher as a closer from Division III, and he was a first-round pick. There was no, it's not like, but that really is one of the great underdog stories. A 5'9" fastballer from Division III, and he ends up in the Hall of Fame. That really is a cool story.
That is a great story. And Lester Holt, thank you for your service. All right. 713-780-3776 is the number. If you'd like to get in here, 713-780-3776. Yeah, he was a 12th overall pick for the Houston Astros back in 93. And look what he did, going to the Hall of Fame. Nice job. Nice job, Billy. Time to talk about windows. Time to talk about your windows. Time to talk about how did they hold up? How cold was it in your house because your window is letting all that cold in, and now you got to heat it up and you're wasting gas because you know you got to heat up your house because you can't keep it warm because there's cold air. Or how about the hot air, which is usually the case in the city of Houston? That sun is beating down and that hot air is coming in. If it's hotter around your windows than it is in the rest of the house, then you got bad windows. You need replacement windows. You need double pane, double strength. You need Jim Fiume at Gulf Coast Windows. If you got to replace those windows, okay, let's say you break them or whatever, or you break the frame or whatever happens. If something, it's got to be something bad that really happens for that. But guess what? If you're going to replace them with something that is going to last, something that's going to beautify, something that's going to secure, something that's going to save you money, because the Gulf Coast Windows do all of that. They're the best windows in the market. Jim Fiume's been doing this for over 30, going on 40 years now. Best. He's always the best when it comes to the Better Business Bureau. Well, that tells you something about the service. GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454, or GulfCoastWindows.com.
Did you have higher on Amen Thompson's rebounds yesterday? Then you were a winner. You were a winner. Did you have lower on Jalen Green's points? Well, you have to have a second team. When you play the pick'em on Underdog, you can't just play players from one team. You have to have at least one second team, but you can stay in the same game. And that's one of the things that I find most helpful is, there's all these players, all these statistics, all these games that they offer in Underdog Fantasy where you go higher or lower on a particular statistic that you point out. But I think it's best to focus in on individual games, because if you can understand, if you have an ability to analyze game flow and how a game might go, it makes it easier to make the predictions on higher or lower. Use your basketball or your football skills. Use your sports knowledge to actually win real money. You can win 1,000 times your original play. And did you know that when you use promo code Lance and you make your first deposit, they will have bonus cash of up to $1,000 waiting for you. Do not miss out on a chance to play along with your favorite sports as you watch and make real money with their Pick'em Challenge. It's all available at Underdog Fantasy. Download the app today and use promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ntpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Is Ryan Clark in a fight with everybody? Did you see his latest tweet? I'm done, Marcellus Wiley. I just called you again. You answered and hung up like the coward you are. I had time, but you don't have heart. Anyone on this app missing the point about that was already lost to me anyway.
What is this about now? What is this about?
I don't know.
And Marcellus Wiley gets in fights with everybody. I mean, what is the – these are former NFL players, and they're on social media like high schoolers who are mad at each other in a lunchroom. Like, what? Y'all are grown-ass men, and you're leaking this stuff out on social media? Come on. Yeah. What are we doing? Grown-ass people. Grown-ass men.
I think Ryan Clark is really good. I think he's brilliant. He tweeted this out just 9 hours ago. Al Golden is an amazing coach.
That's a good point.
The defense this year in South Bend is another example of his resume, of its excellence, and I can't think of a more worthy successor than Mike Mickens.
Did Ryan Clark play? Oh, no, his son played at Notre Dame. Yeah. So his son transferred from Arizona. He was a portal baby who transferred from Arizona State to Notre Dame and had some success there. And so he knows about Al Gold. I mean, A, Ryan Clark knows a thing or two when it comes to defense. And B, and despite the fact that he wasn't a very good coach for Dell's Miami Hurricane, he does appear to be a pretty good defensive coordinator, because they were a pretty good defensive team there. I was surprised to see his name tied to an NFL opening. Shout out to our boy Aaron Glenn, the former Houston Texan, one of the guys who was one of the first. I think he was the second pick of their expansion draft. The first one was famously Tony Baselli, and I think number 2, if I remember correctly, was Aaron Glenn. But did they make it? Yeah, it was pick by pick, right? Even though they had a pool, like, it's not like they were picking against anybody else. They could just decide who they were taking. But I think in terms of the unveiling of the picks, Baselli was the first pick in franchise history. But I want to say Aaron Glenn was number 2.
It could, yeah. He wasn't with the Jags.
No, he was with the Colts. And Marcus Coleman came over.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, it was he and Marcus Coleman. So I remember all of it like it was yesterday. It was he and Marcus Coleman came over from there.
Right.
You had Gary Walker and Seth Payne coming over from there. You had who was the linebacker?
And Baselli came over from the Jags.
Walker, Baselli, and Payne.
Right.
And all 3 of them. And then you had the linebacker. You had Jamie Sharper come over.
Yep.
From I mean, you had actual legit defensive dudes.
He was with the Ravens, I think.
He was with the Ravens, yeah. This is back when people screwed up their salary cap real bad. They couldn't figure out salary cap, and they got capped out. And they're like, damn it. The Jets had to let Aaron Glenn go. And Aaron still had football left in him. So I get a chance to talk to Aaron Glenn around draft time. I'll reach out to him, and we'll talk about some players. I am so happy for AG. I sent him a message in the middle of the year, just what a incredible job I thought he was doing with injuries. And that was before he sustained 3 more season-ending injuries. I think he did a wonderful job. I think that he's got a great mindset. You know him a little bit, John. You were a sideline reporter, and you had dealings with him. He called me up one time in 2000. I think it was 13. It was either 13 or 14, and he said, "Hey, can you meet me at like Starbucks? I'm getting into football as a scout and want to just talk about offensive line stuff because I really don't know anything about when I'm looking at offensive line." So we met at a Starbucks on Richmond and Chimney Rock, in the building it used to be in. And we just sat and talked about offensive line stuff. And he's like, I know cornerback, I know safety. I just don't know all these other positions. Well, fast forward 3 years later, he got into coaching, and it's just been a steady climb ever since then. And I don't know if you heard Tom Brady talking about Aaron Glenn on the broadcast the other day. Brady competed against Aaron Glenn, obviously. Man, he's like, this guy was an unbelievably competitive player. I mean, we're talking about a 5'9" outside cornerback. That's unheard. He's the Billy Wagner of outside cornerbacks.
Yep.
And he's a good Aggie. He's also known as a
fabulous.
good Aggie.
He had one of the best games in Texans history in Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
They
did not get to 100 yards. It was like 57 yards.
They didn't get to 100 yards, and they won the game because of Aaron Glenn.
2 pick sixes for him, right?
Yep. One was a fumble recovery, if I'm not mistaken. But Aaron Glenn, what I had to do with him, he owned Frenchies after his career.
Yeah,
he bought Frenchies.
Well, that's what he said. He got into football as a scout because he just wasn't satisfied with being a quote unquote investor or an entrepreneur. And I'm like, oh, that's right, entrepreneur. He had Frenchies, I guess. Maybe he still owns it.
I don't know.
Frenchies is damn good chicken. I will tell you that.
That's great chicken.
If Frenchies wants to bring some fried chicken.
Well, Frenchies is great fried chicken.
Mm-hmm.
No, they're going to do it at Super Bowl week when I'm there. That's what they're going to do. They're not going to bring it now. They don't think that it's worth it. It's worth it now. So yeah, Aaron Glenn. I got a text from my buddy, said, "Man, why did he take that job? It's a dead end job. It's a bad job.
You got to take it.
They didn't.
You got to take it. It's your AG.
They were supposed to hire, who was going to come along with him from Detroit? The assistant GM. Anyway, he's really good, and I forget his name, but they were supposed to hire him at the same time, and then the Jets said, we're just going to keep on searching. And if you're going to hire the guy you know what I'm saying, do it all. Do it in one fell swoop. We got 2 Detroit guys. Look how Detroit is going. Look at how well they played. We want to, you know what? We're going to bring a couple of Detroit guys over. And instead, the Jets do what the Jets do. I don't know. I don't know. If you hire somebody else other than the Detroit guy, his name is slipping. If you hire somebody else, then there's a possible friction there in that I didn't hire you as our coach. So you know what? I don't know that we're going to be able to work together.
Well, at least they're coming in at the same time now.
Well, yeah. Well, right.
And Aaron got there first, which is always really important because now they might. Well, I think it's important because now they might ask Aaron. Like Aaron might get a nod. He might be part of the process now, which would be a big deal for Aaron to be part of the process.
If they hired the guy that was in Detroit with him, then it would be collaborative. But if they hire a guy that's got an ego and doesn't give about the coach, hey, this is my job. I'll buy the groceries. You just cook. You know what? That's a problem.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, that's a team they've been underperforming despite talent. But if you're Aaron Glenn, you're in your 50s. I think that's one. Ben Johnson's a guy who's in his 30s. He doesn't have to be in a rush. Aaron's in his 50s, and Aaron, you saw the last game of the year was a stinker for the defense, a bad one. There's no reason to take chances if you're Aaron Glenn. If you can get that, I thought he'd be with the Saints. I thought he'd be the head coach of the Saints. But he played with the Jets. I don't know. It's a tough job. It's going to be a tough job, but I think AG has to take that. And I'm really happy for him. We got to break it. We come back. We'll get to more of the Rockets. We'll talk about the Rockets' heroic win yesterday, an improbable win over the last 4 seconds of the game, an improbable victory. But then there are also some other hirings and non-hirings that are shaking up the NFL football. I spoke to somebody from Jacksonville yesterday, and the mess that is Jacksonville is unbelievable.
Yep. Time to talk about, you know what? If you got a mess in your toilet and it won't go down, Aqueduct Plumbing. Listen, I would imagine right now has to be one of the busiest times with the freeze and the pipes bursting, and you didn't take care of your business, you didn't run the water or whatever, and your pipes burst. Man, you got to call this number, 281-488-6238. And if you got damage in your home, because that happened, we had a spring leak and we needed to stop it, and we had to tear out the some of the wall. It was fine, the house wasn't bad, but we had to get somebody to do it. They recommended Resto Pros, and Resto Pros came to our house, and Daniel and his people fixed everything, and it was wonderful. It couldn't have been better. Well, that's the kind of service that you get at Aqueduct Plumbing. You've had issues. You had to repipe Lance. People are in trouble right now with their pipes. You got to put this number in your phone, 281-488-6238, 281-488-6238. All right, so how old are you? If you're losing your hair, you're too young. I don't care what age you are, you're losing your hair. One of my buddies is like going on 70, and he's like, hey, I want to talk to Doc Linville. Well, all right. You know what? You can't be too young, too old to not want to lose your hair. I'm telling you, if you're somebody that is losing their hair, especially in your 20s, 30s, 40s, stop. You don't have to. You got Doc Linville. He's going to either teach you one of two things. He's going to give you the PRP, which will stimulate the growth of your own hair, or he takes the hair from the side and the back and he puts it on top. That's like, resodding. But you know what? Either you fertilize or you resod. But you got to get hair. Stop already. Every morning you're looking up, you're going, oh, man, look at my hairline is receding. Oh, man. No, it doesn't have to. What you need right now is you need Doc Linville. So, and he can also help you with your abs. He can help you with your eyes. He helps guys, okay? He's been helping women for years. He's helping guys, too. 975hair.com. Tell him you heard it right here, 975hair.com. All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, hour number 2. Let's go. Get in. I mean, you guys haven't been working. You've been lazy.
You know, I still have snow in my yard.
You what?
I still have the snowman up in my yard.
Really?
It's diminished. Yeah, in my backyard where the sun doesn't hit an area, there's still snow. It's like full-on snow, no problem.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy times.
Other people have seen that too, but it got up into the 40s, so I'm not sure how. I guess 40s is one thing, but 40s in the shade doesn't feel like 40s.
There's still some ice on those highways. I saw someone completely upended on the way in, like car flipped over on its roof. I don't know how long ago before I got there it happened, but you had the lane blocked off. They had another accident probably 2 miles down the road. So ice, at least on 45,
it froze again yesterday.
Was still a thing for people.
Yeah, I mean it froze again last night. So, but that's it. We're done. We had 3 days of freezing temperature where the water froze, turned into ice. And now we're 68, 69 degrees on Sunday. I believe. So this weekend is going to be a fantastic weekend.
Well, many people are saying that, in less than a week he solved global warming. So
who?
There's look at the cold in Florida. Did you see the snow in Florida?
Well, it's called climate change. They haven't called it global warming for a while.
Global warming. Well,
yeah, I saw
said that.
That doesn't
many
seem.
People are saying
that's not suspicious at all for Destin to get about 5 inches of snow. Louisiana shut down How about the Pontchartrain? They had to shut down the Pontchartrain bridge.
Yeah, you can't.
And the other
you can't
bridges.
Go back and forth then.
You basically were shut. Basically, New Orleans was an island that you couldn't leave for a little bit. With those mega bridges. Yeah, I don't know that Welver. I mean, that's pretty unusual. We had more snow than I ever saw here. Louisiana some parts got 11 inches of snow, and Destin, Florida. I didn't even know that. You know who told me that? Our good Colombian friend Melissa told me that in Destin, Florida, they had a bunch of snow.
Yeah,
I said that's not possible. That was cocaine.
Listen,
that's what snow is in Florida. It's cocaine. That's just a nickname. They just call it snow. I've seen
Frankie's
Scarface.
boyfriend's people are in New Orleans. The snow in their front yard was up to past their knees.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I know they had 11 inches of snow there.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's New Orleans.
Loco en la cabeza.
Well, many people are saying that he solved global warming.
Who is he? Who is he? You keep saying
in less than a week.
What's the name?
The guy who's opening the burger places.
Yes, the burger
guy, the guy with the watches and the crypto.
Yeah.
With the high tops.
Bun B?
No,
not Bun B.
Oh, okay.
The burger place guy.
Okay, it's not. All right, you would think it's Bun. It's not Bun.
Oh,
Keep going.
Oh.
Burgers, rappers love him. Well, then they didn't like him, but they're back on his side. Okay, it still sounds like Bun.
Yeah, who are you talking about?
He's an entrepreneur.
He's been shot at.
Yeah.
I don't know that Bun's ever been shot at, actually.
There was an armed robbery, but it wasn't shot at.
Oh,
at
that's
least
right.
in that case. I don't remember if there's anything else.
There are some similarities
So
there.
I still don't hear the name. He keeps saying
he's really into shoes, like he sells really expensive shoes. That's still Sneaker Summit. That's Bun.
Sorry,
what about watches?
Oh, I don't know
Sells
about Bun and watches.
Yeah.
Okay.
And by the way, he also signed a bill outlawing slow swing speed. So if you don't pick up your swing
so
it could be.
Here's the problem I'm having. This feels like a joke, but it also feels like there's a chance there is an executive order. I feel like there is a chance there's an executive order somewhere. That's not a law or anything. That's just you can just sign executive orders. They don't really mean anything.
Remember
but I feel like there is a chance that he did that. Like I know you're probably joking, but I also feel like 15% that he did do something
during
about
the debate. Didn't he say
this guy
Biden's swing is?
His economy is one of the worst economies. Very slow swing speed, the worst slow swing speed I've ever seen. I would beat him in golf. You won't beat me in golf. I will beat you mercilessly in golf. I'll beat you in golf. Well, I would love to go out and play. Would love it. I'll play you and beat you, you dirty bum. Well, let's do it. And I was like, we're screwed. I mean, we're completely cooked. As I'm listening to these two old men argue about golf and swings, I'm like, we're cooked. This is
the best.
Oh,
that was the best. Did you ever have more fun in a debate ever? No. I mean, you couldn't wait for the next thing.
I don't watch it.
Best.
I will say I was on. I had no idea what was coming next from either one of those guys. So I will say during that debate, I was like, it's not like the vice presidential debate. This is a little different here. It's a little different, these debates. It was not as exciting when it was Kamala. It wasn't. Like he wasn't going to say anything about swing speed or anything like that. But when I heard your swing speed's terrible, I thought, well, bet you I never hear that again in a debate between presidents.
Nope. That'll never happen ever again. No.
How does that rank for you as a golfer? Like, is that attacking your manhood when somebody says your swing speed's bad? Is that
you got slow swing speed?
Is that kind of like
Yeah.
Like, what if they said you got an impotent swing speed? Is that kind of what it is?
Oh, my God. You're attacking my man. You just could drop.
That's
the
what it is,
P-word
right?
on
If
me.
you say something about swing speed, means you can't hit long. You're yeah. I mean, that is kind of that is kind of a dig,
it's
right?
disrespectful.
Your swing speed needs grape juice.
Yeah, grape
we found
juice
out
will
the
help.
grape juice helps.
Yeah.
For
Impotency.
those of you that weren't in with News of the Weird, apparently you don't need Viagra anymore. Grape juice makes you bang. So that's something. That's good news. That's good news.
By the
It's
way,
a
to
lot cheaper.
clean something up. So you know when John Gruden started dating, John Gruden was at Washington with, at that point, the Redskins, and his wife, who was a former, maybe current Ukrainian model, former. He met her probably about 10 years ago, I would think, 9 or 10 years ago. She was at George Mason. So he's been going out with her he went out with her for a long time. And they had a housemate. I went down a Wikipedia rabbit hole on his Ukrainian model wife, who Chris Shula, who became his defensive coordinator, was their housemate in 2019. When they were housemate in 2019, then he got engaged in 19, and then 22 he got married and he has a kid in 23. But
that's all kind of weird.
Yeah, a Ukrainian model wife. That's
who's doing better, Belichick, Mike Zimmer, McVay?
No, McVay
or Gruden.
McVay
or Gruden.
Gruden.
Well, you just said Gruden had a.
No, McVay. Did I say that? I get McVay and Gruden mixed up. No, I meant McVay.
Gruden.
I'm sorry.
He
coached for. I mean, McVay's just a baby Gruden. No, McVay.
Okay.
McVay with his.
No, you said Gruden. That's why you lost me.
Okay.
Okay. So, yeah, Moses Zimmer's doing all right.
Yeah, I mean that's fine.
Belichick's doing okay.
Yeah, but McVay is still in his prime.
And they got models. The other two got garden variety. Random American girls, whatever.
McVay does have a
McVay's
model.
got a
that's
model.
Yeah.
Come on, what are we doing here?
This is not.
That's his wife now, though.
This is not the same class.
No,
so it doesn't make it worse when she's your wife. You say it's a down, like, yeah, but now she's his wife.
Well,
I'm looking at Belichick's
they're
girl.
They're a lot more enthusiastic when they're not wives.
Maybe Ukrainian balances that out. Who knows?
Fair point.
I'm looking at Belichick's girl, professional cheerleader at one point. That's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. I mean,
it's fine.
But that's like catching her when she was the cheerleader. It's different.
Yeah,
it's just different. Like he was dating her when she was a Ukrainian model.
Yeah,
is she still in that model prime right now?
Yeah,
what's this conversation we're having? This is very. You were.
This is you.
No,
this is
yeah,
you.
I kind of started it a little bit, but then
You
Dell
did
made
kinda
it
start
worse.
this.
How did I make it worse?
Yeah, you just kind of expanded on
I'm just confirming that McVay's winning. That's all.
So the text, by the way, the Texans.
He's ahead in life. There's no question. We got a break.
Doing well. He's doing well.
We got a break. 8:14 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to talk about HR&P. Last night was with the guys over at HR&P. When I was in town last week, I went to the game with Chris Fisher. Lance went to the game with Chris Fisher. He brought his wife.
Oh, I got him business yesterday. We
you did?
We met. Yeah, I saw somebody who I know really well, and you know really well, with a business that is big and is about to get substantially bigger. And I said, hey, I happen to be here with a guy who handles payroll stuff. And he's like, we have major problems with our payroll. Bang, bang, boom. So now we may have made a marriage there, which is great because that's what they do.
Major, you know what happens when you grow your business and you don't know anything about payroll? You have major payroll problems. That's what happens. So you are somebody that needs HR&P. If you're the CEO or CFO of a business and you guys are like, you're spending money on your payroll that you're like, wow, this is starting to, the payroll department is starting to grow. The HR department is starting to grow. What are we doing? We don't even know about this stuff. Well, you need HR&P. They do know about this stuff. It's what they do every single day. So you're somebody like that business that Lance was just talking about. If it's a mess, well, if you're doing it, it's probably a mess. What you need is HR&P. HRP.net, 281-880-6525. Let them come, give you a free evaluation of what they can do for you and a consultation on how your business can be better. HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, Julian, we'll get you in here in a second. I'm looking at over the cap. You know who has the Patriots have over $120 million to spend.
Look how trashy their roster is.
Well, well, the Raiders 92. The Commanders 89 million.
Yucky.
Chargers 73 million.
Ugh, gross.
Cardinals 71. Vikings have 70. Vikings have 70.
Vikings have 70 because Sam's off the payroll.
Bears 66, Lions 57. Yeah, but they got JJ McCarthy.
No. Actually, no, I take it back. Sam is not taking up that big a chunk.
He's not taking that much up. And they got JJ McCarthy back.
Right. But he's still a rookie next year.
You know how much the Texans, they say the Texans have?
How much?
It ain't 14, it's 6.
That doesn't seem like a high number.
No, but it's better than the Bills, Falcons, Dolphins, Seahawks, and Browns and Saints who are all over the cap.
Low key, bad moves, extending Dalton Schultz and Jimmy Ward.
Yeah.
I think they'll cut Shaq Mason, but that Jimmy Ward extension, he's been hurt both years he's been with the Texans. Dalton Schultz, he's fine as a pass catcher. You can find those guys. It's not hard to find those guys. He doesn't offer anything as a blocker, and he's not a dynamic athlete. I mean, that extension, I'll admit, I was for it when it happened. So I'm wrong on it too. But it turns out that those moves but you can't fire me. Only my wife can fire me. So nobody can, I guess Mr. Gow can fire me. But I don't get fired for saying I wanted Dalton Schultz to get a contract extension. That's Nick gets fired, not me.
Yeah.
But I think that one was not a great one. And the Jimmy Ward extension, I didn't like it when it happened. So now we'll see if this team gives additional extensions, another extension to Stephon Diggs coming off an ACL. That will be interesting. And, that's the only one that would be potentially egregious if he were to, turn into a pain or not come back effectively from an ACL injury or if it's a bad contract. You're thinking it's a 1-year deal, right? If he gets – or no, you read somewhere that it would be like a 1-year deal on Stephon Diggs.
Oh, yeah. They figure it's going to be a lot like Odell's, a 1 year, 16, somewhere around there. That's I don't know, maybe. How bad is the Saints? The Saints might be the worst job in football. They are $57 million over the effective cap space and $48 million in dead cap money. 48 in dead cap space, and they're 57 over the cap. I mean, what can you do? You go in there, and what do they expect you to do? People are going to expect you to go in and, he sucks as a coach. What? I mean, look at this roster and look at this and look at what we can do in the offseason. Nothing. We got to cut. Look at all the players they're going to have to cut just to get under the cap. What a mess they are.
Mm-hmm.
What a mess.
I can't, that's just so poorly run over there. They were for years and years, they just gave away Marcus Davenport. They just gave away draft picks. They would trade away. But I think the Saints have been one of the poorest run organizations. It's not talked about a lot, but I don't like the way that they've operated over the years. They've given away draft picks. They've done bad. They've had some bad hires. They've had some bad contracts they put together. They thought, and I get it. Once you get in that thing where the Colts got into it, the Saints get into it, you feel like you have a window and you got to keep it open. So you start getting these retread quarterbacks. It's just never going to work. It's never going to work. Name the time it works. The only time it's worked, and it worked by accident with Sam Darnold because he was not a target. He was a target to be a backup and got thrust in. He wasn't a target to be the guy. Derek Carr was a target to be the guy. He was never going to be the guy. He'll give you some weeks. He'll fool you for a little bit. But I think the Saints are not run well, and having a cap situation like that shows you, man, I would much rather have $6 million. Because the Texans made moves last year. They brought in Joe Mixon. They made moves to eat up cap space. And that's what you do. You have cap space, and then you sign free agents, and then you don't have cap space. That's right. Okay. That's okay. But Shaq Mason, I think that will free up a couple million if my math is correct. That could be someone you get rid of.
So So the Bears have $66 million. That was a pretty good job. Ben Johnson goes in there and he's got some, room to work. The Jets have about $20 million. That's all, but they got to figure out the quarterback position, right? But they got some good football players there. The worst jobs are the Saints. They're $57 million over.
Who's their head coach, John?
Over the cap.
Who's
right?
the Saints head coach? Don't have one. You know why? Because nobody wants that crap
looking
job.
at all the jobs that are open. The Jaguars, they have $35 million.
So they tried to go after Liam Cohen, the play caller from Tampa, who's he's been with the Rams. He was with Kentucky, did a great job at Kentucky, went to the Rams, went back to Kentucky, went to Tampa Bay, widely regarded as one of the top young play callers in football. They want him, but they have Trent Baalke as GM. And over time, he's like, you know what? He was going to take the job. He had taken the job, and then he backed out. And he's like,
it wasn't only him. Somebody else refused the job too. Yeah.
Did they refuse it, or because he
or
literally
they backed out of it?
He had it, then he backed out, and shortly thereafter, Trent Baalke gets fired, and everyone was like, "Oh, Baalke was a stumbling block." Why would you? So I was talking to a friend of mine who's with Jacksonville, who said he's like, I don't know why we wouldn't have just gotten rid of the GM in the first place and gave a head coach a chance to be part of the process of finding GM and coach together. Like, why even leave Trent? Trent was in limbo anyway. He was kind of a lame duck. Why would you even have him in that position where he could be a deterrent for coaches? It's a bad spot. The fan base is just kind of over the team right now. You play half your games in London, it feels like. You got Shad. You have players. I mean, you spent a bunch of money on free agents a couple of years ago. It didn't work out. You got an expensive quarterback that you don't know if he'll ever reach anywhere near his potential. It's just a bad job in Jacksonville.
Well, we had the quote. Shad Khan is on a conference call with Trent Baalke, sitting there, and he says, "Yeah, if the head coach doesn't want, if he can convince me to get rid of Baalke, then I'll get rid of Baalke." What? I mean, that's a well. I get. You know what? If the head coach doesn't like him, we'll just get rid of him. I mean. This is the general manager that you're putting your team in charge of? What? I mean, it's ridiculous. But to finish this and get to Julian, the Raiders have $85 million effective cap space to spend. $85 million.
And
Tommy Brady. You don't think that they're going to be doing things smart now? They're going to be the smart kids.
Tom's there. Tom's finally there with a guy with a Buster Brown haircut.
Let's get Julian in here. Hey, Julian.
Good morning. Good morning, gentlemen. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Liar.
No, this is not true.
Question. So, there's some offensive linemen I was looking at, and then some edge rushers. Edge rushers, Keon Walker or James Pierce. And then for the offensive lineman, Amand Membu. He's a tackle from Missouri. But from what I look at, I don't think he's going to be a tackle. He might be a guard. Not looked at before what I'm read is what I should say. And then I believe it's Campbell for LSU, and then the guy from UT. What do you think about those guys?
They won't be around. Those two.
Where do you draft?
Those two won't be around at 25.
No, probably not.
No, Will Campbell. No,
Campbell will go probably
Banks,
in the top 10.
No.
Banks will go in the top 12.
Yeah.
14.
They're not going to be around at 25.
So the one you're talking about would be a great fit for the 49ers. Frankly, he's the most technically sound offensive lineman I've watched this year. I was shocked.
He's talking about for the 49ers.
Yeah.
I thought he was talking about for the Texans.
No. Yeah. Well, that's Julian. So, where do the 49ers draft? Yeah, so he actually might. Yeah, because threw me off there.
Yeah, they'll be around.
They might be around for the 49ers.
Why do we care? Why is he calling us about a 49ers draft?
Because I'm the preeminent draft expert.
No, but who cares about them?
I haven't watched the defensive end yet, but those offensive linemen.
Answer it on your NFL time, not on our time.
I think this is a football. This is a sports question on a sports talk station, John.
No,
Will Campbell,
Houston.
Will Campbell's going to be a huge.
We're all systems go
he's
here.
Risky. Kelvin Banks may end up being a guard. The kid from Missouri, it's too early to draft him, but he's probably the most technically sound and has the best tape of any of those guys. He has way better tape than Campbell and Banks. Way better from Missouri. But he's about 6'3" and will have to move inside the guard. You know what? the offensive line coach, and I think Dana got rid of the offensive line coach here. His name is Brandon Jones at Missouri. That dude is good. Oh, my God. His offensive line does a phenomenal job technique-wise, passing off twists. Like, he does a really, really great job. My dad alerted it. Last year he calls and goes, hey, who's a Missouri offensive line coach? I'm like, I have no idea. He goes, well, whoever it is really good. I'm watching this game, and they're doing this. And I look it up, and I see Brandon Jones. Oh, he had been at University of Texas. I run into him at the Senior Bowl. I tell him what my dad said. This year I'm watching Missouri tape for the Joe Moore Awards, and I'm like, holy crap, these guys are exceptionally well coached.
Well, what about him for the Texans?
And talk to your good friend Bobby.
Yeah,
I
Bobby
know.
Slow.
Well,
hey, Bobby.
Dana may crap on him and get him out of there. Dana may try to throw dirt on him and say, we couldn't win with him at Houston.
What are you talking about?
I think Dana got rid of him.
No, I know, but I think Dana really liked him. When he brought him on, he really liked him.
Yeah, he should have kept liking him because that dude can coach.
Maybe he couldn't coach those guys. I don't know.
Maybe
did he get fired or did he leave from Missouri?
Yeah. How do you know?
Voluntarily. Do you remember how that went down?
I thought you told us, John, that he had to move on from.
I didn't even know who he is. What are you talking about?
I'll have to check and see, but I know he's really good, and he would be a guy that I'd love. And he runs outside zone. They run a lot of outside zone stuff. I mean,
so
I'm
talk
just
to your
you,
buddy Bobby.
I don't have his number. He wouldn't give me his number.
What a jerk. I mean, he doesn't want to get great. He don't want to be great.
Hey, we still have an offensive line coach last I saw.
No. Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah, you do.
I guess. Yeah, he said next week.
Will Chris Strausser be the – will he be the – okay, so no. I bet you they get rid of him this weekend or he retires, one or the other, because I leave for the Senior Bowl on Monday after the show, and Senior Bowl is a great time where there's some coaches who will come in and do interviews at the Senior Bowl. So I'll bet you whatever positions they're going to clean up, they clean up by this weekend so that they're wide open during Senior Bowl.
Well, and if you're a good coach because you want those guys to be out there so they can get another job, but Strausser is retiring, so that one really doesn't matter.
Well, we don't know that.
No, he said he wanted to retire before this year.
But maybe this year has reinvigorated him and he wants to keep going.
Well, yeah. Everything about this year reinvigorated him.
Yeah, no,
him,
I'm
sure.
definitely retiring after this.
Yeah.
He's not that old, is he?
I don't know. He said he was going to retire.
I know he said he's going to retire. He's 61. It's not – you can retire, but it's not that old by coaching standards. But, yeah, I guess – I mean, I guess he could.
Oh,
I guess
might
he
have
could.
some money. Maybe he made some investments. Well, you don't know. Maybe
he's in Bitcoin. Maybe he's got some Bitcoins.
Maybe he does. Maybe he bought Bitcoin and he's like, wow, I'm selling this now. I'm going
I put some money in something. It wasn't even it was just some random one of those dumb Bitcoins. I had money that came back from somewhere. I'm like, let me just throw it in here. And I forgot about it. I did it in November and it's up 150%. I'm like, sell. Because I owe Maddie $4,000 because her babysitting money, she gets Venmo'd to my wife's account, and then my wife spends it on bills or whatever. And so now it's like, hey, we need to pay Maddie her money. I said, how much we owe? $4,000? I don't have 4,000 laying around. How does Maddie have 4,000? She saves all of her babysitting money.
And
my
how
sons
does Maddie have 4,000
if my sons get $40, they will immediately run to Cane's or McDonald's or Whataburger and see how fast they can spend everything, or go thrift shopping and get. My stupid ass son, Sebastian, he thought it would be a good idea to have a hoodie from a thrift store that was Ohio State. So my wife, A, won't wash it, and B, she said it's now disappearing. So he'll never see it again. One kid has Sebastian also has Michigan State stuff. They have Cal. I try to buy them real clothes that are new. And you know what they do? They want new clothes from stores in Houston or wherever. And you know what they do? No, they would rather go to thrift stores, buy other people's clothes, and order clothes from these sweatshops from China that cost like $2 for slides, but then it costs you $60 to get them shipped up. Or no, I had to spend like 80 snacks had already ordered it. He goes, Dad, I ordered my Christmas stuff, but I need to pay. Its shipping is going to be $96. Like, what? Yeah, it's in China. I said, but it's cheaper. I said, it's not cheaper anymore, is it?
No.
And then
no,
they
it
get
ain't cheaper.
their dirty
No,
ass.
just go to Richmond. Go to Martin's. His
How
store.
about
His
buy
thrift store.
clothes? How about buy clothes that are first run clothes? How about when I tell you can
No,
get
they don't want
something?
that.
They
They
don't
don't
want
want that.
that. They want my son. I told you he has
Pre-garbage.
jorts. He has jorts, and he's like this. He goes, "What about this fit?" I said, "You're wearing long ass, huge, baggy jorts. That's not a good fit."
But they're pre-owned, Lance.
Mason.
It makes it better.
I know they think it's better if a man who is scratching his ass and you know if he's got the guy who's was out working in the mowing yards in his Cal University shirt, that's way better than getting something new. I can't do it with these kids. Gen Z is the worst generation.
They're
the worst.
They're product of your upbringing.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. But I didn't start this fire. I didn't do any of this. I'm not for any of this crap.
Oh, you lit the fire.
I didn't get
Oh,
I don't
you
get
You
any
lit
of
the
it.
fire.
None
and
of it.
Got out of control, and you don't want any
They're the
responsibility.
generation that started
You're
watching other people
basically
play video
Gavin
games.
Newsom.
Man,
You're basically Gavin
he's
Newsom.
walking around with a blowtorch saying, "Why are you arresting me? You're that guy."
No,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
you.
that guy who got zip tied in the neighborhood.
More fires yesterday, and where we were, we could see. I mean, you
better be careful.
It's awful. It's awful.
All it takes is it to get windy again, and you're cooked.
Time to talk about GimmeTheVin.com. Where are you with your car? You trying to sell it? Because if you want to sell it, there's one place that you have to go, and that's GimmeTheVin.com. That's my man, John Clay Wolf. You'll hear him in a couple of days right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Crazy show where he buys cars on the radio. It's ridiculous. It's so good. It's so fun. He is all over the country now. He started in Dallas and Houston, and he built this thing up to where now he's like one of the biggest car buyers in the country. That's a lot, okay? He's doing $2 billion in buying and selling of the vehicles. The reason is because he just gives more. And you'll negotiate with him. Oh, no, I need this. Okay, well, go see if you can get that over at CarMax. Can you get that? Okay, see if you can get. Oh, you can? Well, guess what? Let me see what they're going to give you. All right, either John Clay Wolf will match it or exceed it, or he'll give you $100. Okay, so there's one place. Nobody else is guaranteeing that they're going to beat that deal at CarMax other than John Clay Wolf. So that means you have to go to John Clay Wolf to find out what your car is worth. That's at GiveMeTheVin.com, GiveMeTheVin.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Yeah, the Rockets withstood. I don't know how often they're going to be able to do it, though. Last night, they withstood a 19-0 run in the fourth quarter. They couldn't make a basket. They were turnover machines. It was awful. And then Spark with Amen playing some defense and stealing the ball, and Fred VanVleet hitting a couple of threes. And then they got a gift from Darius Garland missing 2 free throws at the end where they could have won it at the line after Tari Eason with a huge blunder of a foul. And the Rockets survived by 109-108 last night against the best team in the league. Listen, they're number one in every offensive category, including 3-point shooting, 2-point efficiency, everything. They're number one, and the Rockets held them to 108. That's pretty good. They did have an off night. They didn't have Evan Mobley. That's fine. But the Rockets beat a really, really good basketball team. Now they got them again on Saturday in
We didn't
Cleveland.
have Jabari Smith, so fair's fair.
They had, that means Amen's in the starting lineup now and playing more minutes.
So you're not, technically not only you're shorthanded, but your starter's out. So you have to go with the backup. And Amen Thompson, so you downgrade there because you're with the backup.
Yeah,
he did pull down 16 rebounds and every clutch second opportunity you needed late in that game to keep the game alive. He did save several passes from going out of bounds. He did have a rip steal at the top of when a point guard crossed half midcourt. It might have been Mitchell that he ripped him and then took it down and got fouled and made 1 or 2 free throws. So, he played okay, not stuff that Jabari doesn't do on a regular basis.
Mm-hmm.
So, but hopefully Jabari, gets healthy quickly so we can get Thompson out of there and get Jabari back in there, kind of steady things.
Right.
I'm tired of these sometimes there's too many rebounds I'm like, another rebound, another block shot. Can we just get back to letting Alperen get some of these numbers? It's hurting my underdog fantasy when I'm going higher on Alperen and here we go, another 16 rebound performance by Amen Thompson. Great. There's 4 more blocks and 5 steals.
Why don't you go over on Amen then?
Basically, you just go higher on everything with Amen. Every category they have higher, except maybe 3-point makes. Which is actually going to be 0.5, and he made one yesterday.
He did. No. He's okay.
The shot's a little flat.
I don't mind him taking a shot.
What do you think? Were you did it it felt at the game? It felt like Jalen Green and Alperen Sengun played less minutes than they actually. Alperen played 29 minutes. It felt like he played about 25, and Jalen Green played 34. John, it felt like he played maybe 30. More Jae'Sean Tate than I've ever seen in my life under Ime Udoka. And a healthy amount of Cam Whitmore in the first half Cam had a huge impact on expanding that lead. He played great.
Cam was if not for Cam, they don't win that game. With his shooting, and he played defense too. And did you see the one-handed dunk on the
It was maybe the best dunk I've seen all year. The no-look pass, he catches it in a cocked back position and it was a phenomenal dunk, phenomenal alley-oop. God, he's so athletic. My goodness, can he get up?
So there's still ice on the ramps and bridges. I'm looking at 610 East and West off 59.
Yeah, we told you that.
A guy's going backwards down, up the ramp because he spun out.
I feel like sometimes you really didn't think we were getting that much snow while we were doing the show. You're kind of doubting Johnny. And then when we were talking about ice, you immediately started making fun yesterday. And I was like, no, we really have ice here. It was a real thing.
Oh, my gosh. Over the bridge, the dude is sliding backwards. He's not even driving. He's sliding backwards.
Are you sure this isn't old? This isn't today, I don't think.
No, this says Terry said there's still black ice on bridges, ramps, and flyovers. There'll be a few more hours before it's melted and not slippery.
Yeah.
Wow.
You think this city's ready for that? We don't know what we're doing. I didn't even see any.
Oh no, this was yesterday.
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. We didn't see any salt. That's why I told you I came in and my car slid sideways. And I'm like, no, it's real. There's ice. I'm a hero.
You were heroic coming in yesterday.
Officially came in.
How about all the people that were cowardly and didn't even go to work
Actually,
yesterday?
probably shouldn't have come in yesterday, I guess, technically, but I do care about the people I'm here. Plus, mostly I just had to get out of my house because I can't get any work done there. So I was going to come in. I don't care how much ice I had to drive through to get here. I couldn't stay at that house another day.
Del, you need kids.
You do.
I mean, that's
you really
just proof. I mean, can anyone
kids and dogs?
Can anyone attest to how wonderful kids are, like Lance?
They're great. How much work
they're
great. How much work do you get done when there's a bunch of kids arguing and yelling and playing music and screaming at a TV because they're playing UFC and somebody just knocked somebody playing online and somebody knocked you out in your and I'm like,
it's
can I
not
get
just the noise from what I can
anything done?
When you become an adult, there are some things are just dumb to have conversations about. Kids don't know that yet. So I
deal with a lot of that.
You are on the outskirts of a conversation and you'll hear something absolutely stupid being said.
Dad, is Wembanyama already the greatest defensive player in NBA history?
Not even the ones directed at you. It's the ones that you hear, you're doing whatever, and you hear a conversation. And you're like, I created these two, and they're having the dumbest conversation I've ever heard.
Yeah, there's some of that.
That's got to be a little bit
How do you deal
depressing.
with Dad? Mm-hmm. Isn't Wembanyama already the greatest defensive player? And he's not asking me a question. He's basically presenting it as a question, but he's telling me he is because he saw something on Instagram and or wherever, Reels or whatever, and he's ready to argue. He just wants to start an argument.
No.
I said, no, Mason, not yet. He hasn't played 2 years. He already has more blocks. Let me show you this chart. And he had some kind of chart on a website. And I'm like, I think it's Mutombo. It may end up being Wembanyama, but I said, what would happen if Shaq played Wembanyama?
No, I think it's the dream.
Oh, no, I brought up the dream. I said steals, blocks, and he goes, yeah, but Dad, look at the amount of blocks he has already. Wembanyama has that blocks. I said, Mason, Olajuwon had to guard Ewing and Shaq and David Robinson and all these guys. I said, Wembanyama doesn't have to guard anyone. I get he's a great shot blocker because he's 7'8" or whatever.
He's blocking guards.
I said, what would happen if he guarded Shaq? You've seen enough video.
Oh, my God.
Oh, it won't be good. I said, so the greatest defensive player in the history of basketball, he goes, well, then you just wouldn't have him. You'd have somebody else guard Shaq. Oh, so the greatest defensive player in the history of the game couldn't guard bigs?
His position?
Stop.
Yeah. All right, we got a break. We 713-780-3776. John Chill joining us at the top of the hour to give us some winners for this weekend. All right, we got championship games coming up, and we'll tell you what's going to happen, what the trends are at DraftKings Sportsbook. Right now, we're talking about Game Day Men's Health. I don't know how you're trending. Are you recovering well? Are you working out and you're not recovering anymore? Are you not seeing any benefits from your workouts? Are you maybe sluggish at work? Are you maybe sluggish in the bedroom? Are you sluggish? Is your mind sluggish because they've got peptides to help? All of that. They have peptides to help you think and stimulate sexually, not just the usual stuff that you take, but you can also take peptides to help that as well. So there's all kinds of different ways that Game Day Men's Health can help you. Here's the first way. You get a free consultation. Okay. The other places aren't doing that. Second, you got a lab right there. So you get your results right away and they can tell you what's going on. Third, they have professionals that are going to break down all of your numbers and see where you're high, where you're low, and they can help you to get to the place that you want to get. You want to lose weight, you want to gain muscle, whatever it is that you're looking to do, Game Day Men's Health will help you with that. Okay. So if you're looking for a great way to get, I just think it's better. It's just different. It's just better. Plus, if you're on the go a lot, they will give you the shots to take with you so that you can do it yourself. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. And did you see what Jason Kelce had to say about D'Amico?
No, I don't think I did.
Yeah.
They tried to trash talk him. Is it on with the Kelce brothers now?
It's actually the exact opposite. Scott Van Pelt asked Kelce about it. He said he's the guy in high school who would most likely become president. Everybody in Philadelphia anticipated him becoming a head coach one day. You could just tell in the way he carried himself as a player, the skill set, the intelligence, which he played the game, the leadership, consistency. The more you get older, the more you respect guys that are just consistently there working, being able to assist their teammates. Everybody loved D'Amico. Everybody respected him. He always held people accountable in the way that guys appreciated. I just think everybody fully anticipated this happening. So, I mean, yeah, you do. You see guys that are – and Aaron Glenn is one of those guys too. Just solid guy. It's just a shame he's in New York with the Jets because it's a mess. And I don't know that you can – well, I don't know how far can D'Amico go here? I mean, can he get this team that's never been able to get over the divisional hump? It's the same old Texans every time they seem to get, close, and we got some – we think they're going to, be a team that can do something, and then it's just same old Texans.
There are discipline issues that I think there's probably some guys who need to get out of that locker room more than likely. Just to get the culture exactly where he wants it, of accountability and performance, and everyone, he wants a bunch of Will Andersons and CJ Strouds in terms of guys who love ball. Will's on a different level. Will's one of those rare humans. I was talking to Alabama about it. When I was talking about Dallas Turner last year with somebody at Alabama, they were like, he's good. He's good. I says, how does he love ball? He goes, yeah. I mean, he's not Will Anderson, who's going to be doing push-ups at 10:30 at night and, trying to figure out ways that he can beat going through hand movements against a door frame somewhere. I said, oh, is that how Will is? He goes, oh, he's just unlike anything Coach Saban had ever seen, unlike anything he had ever seen from a football character standpoint. And so when the Texans draft him, he's a guy that can change everything. That's why he gets the HEB commercials. But you don't get HEB commercials unless you're a dude. Think about it. Jeremy Pena, ALCS MVP, World Series MVP. Or wait, he was MVP of both, right? I know he was World Series MVP. Was Jeremy Pena? Jeremy Pena was an ALCS MVP too, was he?
Yeah, he was. I think he won both.
Oh my God,
Pretty
HEB.
Sure.
Lance
and
McCullers.
You know what he was voted this year? One of the worst players in baseball.
Who said that?
His production.
Who said that?
This production by one of these graders. I'll show you.
One of the worst players in baseball. Who said that?
He was actually one of the worst production-wise. One of the worst players in baseball.
We're not listening to that. He won a World Series MVP.
Well,
you have Jose Altuve, HEB,
Huh?
Carlos Correa, 2 titles. Remember when he did the watch thing after the home run?
Yep.
HEB. Oh, Lance McCullers once threw 27 straight curveballs. HEB. Alex Bregman. Remember when he did this? At Boston. Remember that thing? HEB. And he also hit key critical home runs. CJ Stroud, Offensive Rookie of the Year, HEB. Will Anderson, Defensive Rookie of the Year, HEB commercial. It used to be I thought it was a curse, but now I know it's kind of a blessing. Now, Brock Osweiler had commercials on there. Who
How'd
else?
that work out?
Who else?
How'd that work out?
And that was probably the worst of all the HEB gets, I would think. But no, I think getting back to this, I think D'Amico can do it. I do. I think that you probably need to get a couple guys out of there, get the locker room the way you want it, and then it's just a matter of fine tuning the roster, getting things where it needs to be. It's a process. You're in year 2. It's not supposed to be. You're not supposed to be ready to win championships yet. I got a little ahead of myself. So did the national media. So did our fan base. We got a little excited ourselves. There was a speed bump, learning curves, and that's what happens.
Sounds like a man shucking off blame for his hype train that derailed. Aren't you?
I was playing off the. I was feeding off the energy of the
storm?
national media.
Aren't you supposed to be a port in the storm, knowing that you have the likes of Laramie and Titus in that building?
Aren't you an analyst? Are you supposed to be riding the wave, or are you supposed to be leading? And your opinion is supposed to actually change things.
Well, I don't like being called a hater every day. If you're an honest, subjective analyst, you get called a hater now, and anti-Houston.
Or
this guy hates Houston so much.
Or you'll be what you claimed you were, a hero. But instead, you just went with the flow. You didn't step into the breach and go, you know what, guys? Slow down. There's some real concerns.
I believed it. I made fun of every other team's quarterback, and then my guy couldn't complete a 7-yard out route for some reason. I'm like, what the hell? This isn't supposed to happen like this. By game 4, you and I are having, hey, so, like, does this feel like something's just a little off with CJ? Yeah, I can see. Yeah, every once in a while it does feel like that. And then it got worse and worse, and we're like, oh, no. And then it turned into, fire Bobby Slowik today so CJ can get good again. He's calling the incompletion plays. He just designed a really bad play where
he's
CJ
called the
throws
incompletion play?
Yeah, he kept calling incompletion plays or sack plays. Bobby's going to get gone too next year if he doesn't get it done. But I think I think D'Amico's good enough to win a championship with. Now, I thought his decision-making was poor in the Kansas City game, but, he's learning on the job too. It's his second year as a head coach. It's Slowik's second year as a coordinator. It's CJ's second year as a quarterback. Man, it doesn't happen overnight. I think all of those guys will be good. We'll see on Slowik, but I think CJ will be fine. I think D'Amico's fine. I'm not worried about it. I think D'Amico's a guy you can win a championship.
If only you had said these things before the season.
Yeah.
Well, we were coming off quite the. We had. I mean, I kept watching all these podcasts where CJ was getting me hyped up. He taught kids in China how to play football.
That's true.
He did something with that one kid with the glasses.
Can he teach Titus Howard?
Who's the kid with the glasses that was trying to guard Tank Dell or whatever? Remember the streamer?
Stitch? What's his name?
Yeah. Oh. He was doing stuff with streamers. He was celebrity softball. He hit a home run. Why would I not have gotten hyped up?
Too busy doing that. Not focused enough on teaching his line how to pick up a stunt. We got John Chill coming up next.
Yeah. John Chill's next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's go out. We'll go out to Lake Charles, see how they fared during the freeze and the snow. Right now, though, we're talking about your car. Okay, maybe you need a car. I don't know what happened with your car. I do know that they've got unbelievable leases right now at Chastang Ford, $299 a month with $995 down, or $334 a month with $0 down for the Bronco Sport Big Bend, a 36-month lease. No surprises, straightforward pricing, perfect for city driving, weekend adventures. Great starter car for a kid. But $300 a month? Are you kidding me? The F-150 STX lease for only $459 a month with $1,000 down. It's work ready and tough. It doesn't get any better than the F-150. And then the PHEV hybrid at $8,000 off MSRP. Drive for just $135 a week. Okay, drive up to 37 miles on electric power alone, 36-month lease, and you got great for commutes and long trips because you've also got the gas. Not just electric, but gas as well. So you got the hybrid, you got the STS, you got the Sport Big Bend, you got it all. No dealer add-ons, no markups, just great deals. Chastang Ford keeps it real. Love Chastang Ford. I bought 4 cars from them. I want you to buy yours there, too, because you're going to get a great deal. Family-owned, Houston-proud, Chastang Ford on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown, or you do it all at chastangford.com. All right, welcome back. Our final hour today, and it starts with John Chill every Thursday right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, brought to you by the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, and the DraftKings Sportsbook. We're looking at all of the different things that are the trends that are going on right now in the world of football or boxing or UFC or whatever. Where are the bets going? And John Chill is here for us. What's up, John Chill?
How you guys doing? How you doing, John? You guys survived
Good.
the snow?
So I saw a picture of Lake Charles. Maybe you put it out. I don't know. It was like, how many inches did you guys get?
We got my area, we probably got about 6 inches. So that was crazy. I've been here about 10 years, and the most I think we ever got was like a half inch. So, yeah, we were definitely, for me being from Pittsburgh, enjoying the snow and see it out again. So it was fun. My dog liked it for about 10 minutes and then realized that it was cold outside and decided to run in. But yeah, we got about 6 inches down here. So we're starting to melt today. We'll get back to normal and, get the strong weekend and get ready to go. But yeah.
So did everybody that was there just hunker down in the casino and just then have a nice couple of days inside warm and playing?
That's it. We were the only things open in Lake Charles. So everybody came down, played, and, we had some fun. Yeah, definitely. That was we were the only place open in town, so it was a good time.
What a great way to spend snow days where you
Yeah.
can't do anything else. Everything is closed. Oh, let's go to. You were able to get your workers there, your restaurants and casino and poker and everything else. That's great.
Yes, and I do want to thank my staff that came in here. So kudos to them. And but yeah, it was a good time. When the only thing you can do is gamble, it's not a bad thing for 2 days. So
that's not bad. That's a lot of fun. That's
a lot of fun.
I got to ask you, John.
Uh-huh.
That was a curious safety at the end of that Kansas City. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. There are people who, say the League of Vegas called and they had the
yeah.
But it was a safety. I know why they did it. I don't think they needed to do it. You could have punted. Like they weren't going to block, even if they blocked the punt and return for a touchdown. There's not enough time to do anything. But what did that safety mean to the DraftKings sports book in Lake Charles, Louisiana? Was that a happy moment in the sports book for the customers? Was it a happy moment behind the windows for you guys? Like, what was that like?
It definitely put a smile on her face.
I figured it did.
It definitely turned the frown upside down.
The Texans ended up covering. The Chiefs looked like they had a surefire cover, and it flipped to the Texans based on that safety, for those who don't know.
I am with you. I kind of understood it, but yeah, it was an interesting call. We'll just leave it at that. But yeah, definitely turned the frown upside down.
Well, so the number though was fluctuating. It ended up at 9, right? So and it was right on the number, which is a bit. That's a bit of a problem sometimes because of teasers and a lot of other stuff. It ends up right on it.
There were 9.5s though.
Yeah, we end up being 9.5 here, or 9. It depends. It ended up at 9.5, but we had a lot of 8s and 9s as well throughout the day. But it was definitely.
So you had a lot more Kansas City money at 9.5.
We had more. We basically at the end of the pool, we had more Kansas City money. Yeah,
you did. Okay.
Yeah.
At 9.5.
Yeah. Our big one was the Lions game. There was definitely a lot of money on the Lions.
Oh, yeah.
The Commanders helped us on that one. A lot of money line bets for the Lions. So that definitely was.
Wow.
What were they laying?
Oh, like 425, something like that.
Yeah.
It was like 425, John. That's what I think, if I remember correctly.
That was the one, and we've talked about, people playing a lot of the money lines. That was the one that killed a lot of parlays right there.
Yeah. Money line parlay. Yep.
Money line parlays. Yep. So that was definitely. So, but yeah, that week helped us. Ohio State game did not help us. I thought Notre Dame would have a chance to stop them at the end. So, but the Ohio State.
The favorites always the favorites this year. Yeah. Holy crap, it's been crazy. So what are we looking at this weekend with the numbers?
So we got right now we got the Commanders +6. It's kind of trending up. You're seeing some sharp money on the Eagles right now. So I would expect by the end of the day you might see it go up a half a point here today. So you're starting to see some more Eagles money. I believe that opened up at 4.5. So that's going to go up maybe about 2 points by the end of today. You're starting to see the trend. We're at 54% of Eagles money, but I think that'll go up here as the weekend continues. And then the Bills is 67% right now, +1.5. So
oh, that's bad.
Yeah,
that's bad.
yeah.
I want the Bills to win.
I do too. Yeah, I'd like to see a change. You know, we're seeing some, like, again, prop bets are becoming key in the parlay business, and you know, you're starting to see some props out there, people playing those more. But which is interesting, the over 70%, the over for the Commanders Eagles game, and basically 50-50 for Bills Chiefs. They're both 47.5.
You can't stop the Commanders. Why wouldn't it? I mean, look, you can't stop that team.
No,
holy crap! I mean, Jaden is unbelievable,
and their defense is getting better. You know, as far as the line, you're seeing them. They're not one of the worst defenses now. I mean, they're not the Bears of the '80s, but definitely have gotten better each week here in the last 4 or 5 weeks. So, but yeah, you can't stop Daniels in that offense right now. I mean, and there was a couple prop bets I was looking at, like Zach Ertz. I think, you know, the weather's not going to be a factor, I don't think, in either game. I was kind of looking at the weather this morning. It's cold, but it's not going to be wind and all that fun stuff they saw last week. But you saw Zach Ertz, I mean, 40 yards +150. That's become his security blanket a little bit. So I think if they stop, you know, McLaren a little bit or try to do that, he's going to have to check down and hit Ertz a little bit. So +150, definitely a good number there. What's interesting, we talked about Kelsey being plus, I think, at 40 yards. He's at -110 at 70 yards this week, which is interesting how the prop bets can change week over week. So, yeah, that was interesting.
I think the Bills, you know what? I don't know if he hits 70. The Bills might be smarter than the Texans were. The Texans just decided we don't have to cover him. You know what? That's fine.
Yeah.
I know he's our best guy.
That'll play itself out. That'll figure itself out.
Yeah, it'll take care of itself. No worries. We'll put Aziz on him. That'll
we should be good here.
Yeah. That's okay. He was an easy winner last week for going over. You had Dalton Schultz last week too, didn't you?
Yeah, Schultz in the prop line too. So yeah, and I kind of like him this week. I kind of like, you know, it's interesting, like DeAndre Hopkins, 40 yards +230. I just like the +230. I mean, you know, I think the Bills Chiefs going to be a shootout. I think that even though the Chiefs have struggled to score, I think it's just one of them games that, you know, Mahomes and Allen's going to go at it, and there's going to be some points on the board. And you know, I think as far as the lines, I like the +230 there. I kind of like the prop. I was going to put a parlay together, Mahomes and Allen over 250 yards. You put them together, you get 4-1 odds as a parlay. So if you're thinking that's a shootout and Allen and Mahomes, you know, go at it, that's definitely
they both have to throw for more than 250.
250, yep.
Well, that's not unreasonable, especially especially Mahomes and, you know, Allen is going to have to. I don't know. He doesn't have the receivers. Neither guy really has great receivers. So that's interesting.
And that was another one, you know, who's been silent in the playoffs is Amari Cooper. I don't know if he's
silent in the playoffs. It's like he doesn't play football anymore.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know what happened. I mean, he's +155 for only 25 yards.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He didn't get there last week.
Throw a flyer on that.
Yeah.
Throw a flyer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, a little something
Throw your
flyer
on it last week and see how you like it.
No, I didn't like it, but no, he's beat.
Guess what? It was 24.5 last week or 26.5. It stunk. This guy stinks. Here's his last. Let's see. We got. I guess he played. I don't know if he played. He had 0 catches, no targets, but they list him against the Lions.
I don't think he had a catch last week.
Yeah, that was against the Lions in the 15th. Let's see. 1 catch for 10 yards against New England. Against the Jets, he had 3 catches for 56 yards. Against Denver, let's see, 2 catches for 8 yards. Last week, no catches, but 1 target. He literally had, in the playoffs, he has 2 targets. He has 4 targets, 2 catches, and 8 yards. Terrible. I honestly don't know. And they traded for him, and we thought, this could be a pretty good pickup for Buffalo. It's
Sounds like
unbelievable.
somebody had him higher on
Well,
underdog.
fantasy football, I spent a bunch. Well, I don't even want to get into fantasy football. Amari Cooper is my worst selection. He's my worst idea ever in fantasy football. But honestly, since he's been a Buffalo Bill, he had this wild 95. He got targeted 14 times at 95 yards for the Rams. But it's just so compelling when you see Amari Cooper with 25.5 yards. It's just,
it's incredible.
It's just
plus money. Yeah. The plus money.
At plus money. Yeah. Cause if you look at the numbers this year, it's just simply not working out for him.
Yep. All right. What, you got any boxing or UFC coming up? What's going on? Anything?
Yeah, UFC's, I think they're taking a week off, and then they'll be, I think February 1st is the next UFC, and we have not big boxing matches this week, but there's some boxing out there, and then we'll start talking NBA. I know a big win for the Rockets last night. I saw this morning, so we'll start talking some NBA and futures there next week, and a lot of football's wrapping up here, so definitely starting to see more action in NBA than prior years, which is interesting. We're following. So So
them Rockets are paying off for you. Them
What's
Rockets
that?
are.
The Rockets. Yep. Yeah, definitely. Yep.
So, you guys, you can't. Do you guys carry the Rockets? You can't.
No, you can't.
You can't bet on them.
They can't.
No, mobile. You can do it on the mobile app. You just can't do it at the read. Yeah.
Oh wait, you can't. Oh well, because DraftKings is separate from yours.
Yeah. Right. I got you. All right, that's John Chill every week live. Oh, what a great way to have a snow day or snow 2 days or whatever. John, thanks as always. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. All right, we'll see you guys next week.
That's what I'm talking about. Just 2 hours down the road. If you're looking for the best way to enjoy, is it better than being stuck in a casino? Of all places that you're stuck. Oh, sorry, can't come, can't leave, can't go to work. Sorry, honey, can't come home. Sorry, kids, I'm not going to be able to play with you. I got to play poker for 2 days. Oh, it's terrible. Oh, it's wonderful. It's a great, great way to get stranded at the casino, all right? And especially the Golden Nugget Lake Charles Casino. I love it. It's a great casino. It's got everything you can possibly want with the 12 restaurants, with the Blue Martini nightclub, concert venue. I don't know if the people were able to get in to sing or whatever. Whatevs. I got my casino. I got my poker room. I got my restaurants. I got everything I can possibly. I got a beautiful hotel. I got, the pool and golf course. Maybe not so much this week, but when it's warmer, and it's going to get warmer right away, you got those as well. You're looking for a great way just 2 hours down the road to have a great time, and the best place to get stranded. GoldenNuggetLC.com. GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on Inside 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to get in here with us and hang out with us on the show. We got a couple of segments left before we hit News of the Weird, so get in a hurry. Cougs win last night. I don't want to not give them their props. That team is, I mean, you just hate playing that team. Just hate playing that team. They're 7-0, I think, now in the Big 12. They're on a run. They're kicking some ass. They are just dominating defensively. It is just, I feel bad for Utah. They couldn't even, every other time down the floor, they turned the ball over. And then the shots that they got up at the end of shot clocks were awful. I mean, that team plays for that guy like no other team I've ever seen.
And it doesn't change from year to year. Like, the names change, but it looks the same. Nothing looks different when you watch Cougar basketball. Like, oh, there's like three guys who are really pounding the boards, who have 6'9" bigs, who block shots, run, guard multiple positions, close out. They all get on the floor. They switch, and they can switch and guard, whoever is on. Like, every Kelvin Sampson team, the names change, and it's the same ball, which is a compliment.
Have you ever seen? I don't know that I've ever seen a team play as hard as teams play for Kelvin Sampson.
Oh yeah, it was John Thompson's Georgetown teams. John Thompson's Georgetown team played hard, But that's when you have overbearing. No, that's not the right word. You have, what's the word I'm looking for? Not overbearing coaches. I don't mean it in a negative way, but you have coaches who are almost bigger than the programs. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Nolan Richardson had the 40 minutes of hell.
Yeah.
That he was known for that. But there's just a lot of pressing and stuff like that. But I mean, John Thompson's Georgetown team played like that. And I mean, Kelvin's team, I'm not sure there's been other ones. There's been teams who play hard. Bobby Knight's teams played hard for him. You had to, or you'd get hurt.
Yeah. Well, but this,
you get messed
up.
It
just feels different. I guess when it's defensively like this, I know Georgetown played a lot of hard. They had some
dogs,
really rough dudes on that.
Yeah, they had some dogs. They played physical. Hoya Paranoia didn't start for no reason.
No,
they were some absolute dogs. But I've seen teams play. I thought that Scott Drew's team played pretty hard for him at Baylor, but not like this. Like, this is different. This is different. This is literally based on playing style over player.
Yeah, this is the 2000 Ravens.
Yes.
The 85 Bears.
That's who
this is. Just such a dominant, just ferocious.
The Arizona Diamondbacks with Kurt Schilling and Randy Johnson and no hitting.
Speaking of Kurt Schilling, I mean, Kurt Schilling's numbers versus CC Sabathia's, I mean, it's a joke. He dominates in every category. And Kurt Schilling's not there, I think, probably because of his politics, which sucks.
Well, even before politics, he was a guy that did the bloody sock thing. Like, this goes beyond politics. Kurt Schilling is somebody who Major League Baseball has not liked for a long time.
Right.
He's not a very likable guy.
No, but that should not keep you out of the whole thing.
I agree with you. I hate that it does. But there are voters who are humans. This isn't done by,
No, they're not. They're baseball writers.
Well, John, baseball writers are human too. Are you saying our old friend Richard Justice or Brian McTaggart aren't humans? Are you saying Allison Footer's not a human?
And Allison Footer's a human.
All right. She's a baseball writer.
Yeah. So I mean, it is just.
He apparently was the biggest jerk with the Astros. The stories to him, like, he was just a huge jerk. You know who told me that? I think it was Milo Hamilton.
He said Kurt Schilling was a jerk?
No, I did hear that. I don't remember who it was who worked with the Astros. They just said he was not the best version of himself when he was here. And he was not not great Kurt Schilling yet when he came over from the Orioles. He was not the version that he became. It's pretty wild to think the Astros had J.D. Martinez at one point, Kurt Schilling. Who else, John?
Joe Morgan.
Joe Morgan. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess that technically counts, but I was thinking more relatively recent history. Although Schilling's getting older and older. But, I mean, those two alone, J.D. Martinez and Kurt Schilling, like, that is insanely talented players, just those two. Yeah. But there's more than that. I can't. Oh, you had Hader previously before you got him back for more money.
Yeah. And you got, how about Teoscar?
Oh, Teoscar, yeah. He was just some guy.
Badass.
Who's this Teoscar guy?
Yeah.
Ugh, get him out. And it's like, man, this guy's good.
Yeah, I mean, there's every team I think has got that, but anyway, yeah, this is if you're not watching Cougs basketball, you really need to jump on. You really do. That to me, that is the most fun team in this city to watch, to me, because of their intensity. I mean, the care, it's like a care that you just can't have in the pros for the most part. I mean, it's just a ferocity and a just everything about it. They just want so bad to perform for that guy. That'll tell you something about Kelvin Sampson. And it doesn't matter who every year it changes. It just every year after year after year, it's the same. It's just different names for the most part. But guys stay here too. But yeah, you don't see. Look at these college programs that are one and done. You got 4 new starters. That ain't the case with the Cougs. That you see guys and these are Cougs for life.
No, because he doesn't go recruit 5-star. He doesn't go recruit portal babies. He doesn't recruit guys who are just looking for, like, if you're not about that life, don't even you won't even get a letter from Kelvin Sampson. He's not one of these guys that just sends out letters to AAU guys. He could give up less if you're an AAU baby who wants to, who can run and jump and dunk. He could not care less unless you are willing to defend also. Well, if you will defend and if you have some dog in you, then we can talk. But if you're not, forget
one of your top questions is how much am I going to get paid?
Now you think that's still okay. You say that, but I want to
paid.
I want to believe that, but do you think that's? I mean, they still had Jarris Walker, who was a 5-star and a lottery pick. Do you still think that's in today, like right now in 2025?
I absolutely know that because I'm going to tell you this. Calvin told me we played around the golf together, and he goes, one of the best kids I ever coached. You know why? I benched him, and I didn't play him, and his dad came up to me after the game and said, good job, coach. He said, great job. You get that kid right, because if he ain't playing right, then don't play him.
Oh, that's awesome.
He said, and I'm like, wow, what dad says that nowadays, especially with a star, right?
Almost none.
None. And so he was like, that kid is awesome. So, no, I know because the dad wouldn't let him say, how much are you going to pay me? There's zero chance that was the case.
Those are also few and far between. We have a 5-star who's.
But I'm telling you, they don't look for guys. He brings in 1 or 2 guys, portal guys a year. One.
And they got to bring in portal guys, but portal guys that are not the portal babies who all right, we're going to go try to recruit this guy off this other team and we'll pay the most. That's not what he's doing. He's finding guys that fit he uses a free agency.
Exactly. That's exactly what he does. If you don't fit into this program, you ain't coming.
And when you say fit into this program, you fit in this culture. Like there is a distinct culture. And what I think is really impressive is look how many guys who, like Kelvin doesn't miss much. How many guys do you see get out of there after a year? Do you see big name guys come in? Or you see guys who are high performing players 1 year leave the very next year because they don't like, because they get a portal offer or that, that's that may become more of a thing now, but you don't see guys who like, I just don't like Coach Sampson. It doesn't happen. When guys come here, they finish here. And it's just such a throwback. You and I are probably, there's some people thinking, why are these guys waxing?
Because it's not the case
but
anymore.
It's just, this doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah. And like a Malik Wilson. A Malik Wilson has been sitting for 2 years now. He's been in getting like 4, 5, 8 minutes a game, 10 minutes a game maybe. And he's still here. Those guys that are playing at the highest college level, if they're not, starting and getting minutes, they're out of here. You know what, Malik Wilson? He's still here.
That's a testament to the kid, number one, for being that patient. Because I don't know most players wouldn't be if they thought they were that good anymore. And it's so easy to leave. But it's also a testament to buying into, he must have had some buy-in from the very beginning. When's the last time you were at a game?
At a Cougs game?
Yeah.
Last year.
Okay, so you haven't been this year. I haven't been this year either. I'm curious what the attendance looks like how the fans are supporting, if they're still coming out there. Is it still pretty crowded? I have no idea.
I think so. I saw the crowd. Yesterday, notwithstanding because of the weather, but I don't know. But it's an intense. And by the way, if you haven't been, you need to go. I think it's the best facility we have in the city. Best.
Yeah, you've always said that.
Oh my God, it's awesome. I love that place.
It's
that is
73.
the best building.
The average attendance for Houston has been 7,300. The Fertitta Center, where the Cougars play, has an official capacity of 7,035. So it's it's quaint.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's more than it's about 40. It's about 40% of the size of Toyota Center.
Yeah.
So it's smaller. It's quaint. It's a great place to watch the game because there's not a bad seat in the house. And hopefully people are still getting out there at a good rate and supporting the team.
Absolutely. All right, we got a break.
I say that for the comfort of my own home.
Right. Well, you need to get out there.
And
when I come back, I need to get out there. Right now, though, I need to talk about Robin over at Houston Powder Coaters. I need to talk about their greatness. I need to talk about what they have done in the city. Listen, you want to talk about, doing stuff. Holy crap. They have, you can see, anywhere where you're listening right now, Galveston, Huntsville, Fulshire, Baytown, Mount Bellevue, they'll come pick up whatever metal you have, and they'll bring it back, and they'll pick it up and deliver it absolutely free. So there's that. If you've been to the Downtown Aquarium, if you've been to Marriott Marquis, West Side Tennis Club, Kemah Boardwalk, Discovery Green, Herman Park, you've seen their work. So these are big companies. These are city-owned places that say, choose the Powder Coaters, we need you. Okay, great communication, very hands-on. You'll probably meet Robin. You at some point text her. You could text her and say, here's a picture of my stuff. Can you fix it? She'll tell you yeah or no. You got to go buy something new. But don't buy something new. Patio furniture right now, the metal, not good. The metal, older metal, much better. And they could fix any of the slings and straps and hardware, whatever it is. They can fix it as well. So you're looking for the best place to fix that metal, make it look new again, HoustonPowderCoaters.com, 281-676-3888, or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, our final segment of the show before we hit News of the Weird. Del, what did we miss today?
You missed a screw job by the AP voters when it comes to Houston Texans rookies, defensive rookies. The AP finalists for Rookie Defensive Player of the Year are out, and not a Texan among them. You have Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean from the Eagles, Braden Fisk, Jared Verse from the Rams, and Chop Robinson from the Dolphins are your finalists. No Bullock, no Lassiter.
Did Lassiter – now, Bullock was on the first team. He was the first team safety, but they had the two Eagles, Mitchell and DeJean, as the corners. Did Lassiter get screwed? The numbers show he did.
I feel like he did. Yeah, the interception numbers. Yeah, I felt like he did.
The interception numbers,
Cooper DeJean, white cornerback. There it is. That's why he got in.
Wow. Because of the white voters?
I hate to say it, but it didn't hurt his cause. Did it hurt his cause?
That he's white?
I mean, he's one of our guys on our team, I guess. I don't really have racial teams, but I guess that he is
power.
He is kind of groundbreaking in that regard.
Who said that? White power.
The big white slot. I mean, the big white nickel corner. It's kind of it's an oddity.
As long as he didn't completely embarrass himself, he was going to get votes this year.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Riley Moss didn't get any votes. It's his second year too, though. But Riley had some embarrassing moments. I guess all corners do. I don't know. Lassiter felt like it to me. I watched a lot more Lassiter than Cooper DeJean, though, so I don't know. I'm surprised Kalen Bullock didn't make it. All that guy had is like 40 interceptions, but I guess that's not good enough.
Cooper DeJean, no picks, 6 passes defensed. He was fine, but he ain't one of our guys. He didn't play as well as our guys.
I mean,
did.
Lassiter had numbers. I mean, that's just stupid. I mean, because it's Philadelphia. I mean, it's out east, and you're just not going to – I mean, stop. That's just terrible.
I blame your people.
Towards white people and Eastern white people, it's awful.
I blame you and Lance. These are your people at it again.
What color shoes is Jimmy Butler going to wear? Are they going to be orange again, Del?
He won't be wearing any because he won't be playing.
Suspended.
Now, if you missed it, and why would you care that much? Jimmy Butler missed his flight, the team flight to Milwaukee. So the Heat said, because of this and other things involving insubordination, we're going to suspend him for 2 games. The thing is, there may not be a game tonight anyway because the Bucks are stuck in New Orleans. Their flight is supposed to leave at 4, or she's supposed to land in Milwaukee at 4 Central for like a 6:30 game. The likelihood of them playing that game 2.5 hours after they land is pretty much none.
Yeah.
So the suspension probably won't begin today unless Milwaukee gets out earlier. So yeah, he still wants to be a Sun. He wore the shoes, the colorway to say he wants to be a Sun.
I'm so tired of this dude's act.
But at this point, the only thing the Suns can trade to get salary to make way for Jimmy Butler is Bradley Beal, who no one wants, partly because he has a no-trade clause. So this may stretch out for a little bit.
I wonder if Beal would he waive his clause to get out of there?
Well, his agent, despite reports, because there are reports that say Bradley Beal would be willing to go to several teams and waive it. His agent came out, who is related to someone in the Suns front office. I think they might be father and son, has said that's not true. We have not even discussed this. We are worried about Bradley getting healthy because he has an ankle injury and helping the Suns win. Of course, the Suns don't want him, so that's those are 2 groups working in opposite directions. I don't know how that's going to play out, but I think if they find Bradley Beal a place that he finds suitable, he'll waive it. Because do you want to be a place that clearly doesn't want you?
USMNT beating Costa Rica 3-0 last night. Big deal or not a big deal?
Not really. It was a lot of the MLS players. None of the players who, at least maybe rightly or wrongly, we believe are our best. Like the European players are still playing for the European teams. So it's a big deal in the sense that Pochettino is they won. I mean, they won the 2 games in this little. thing that they had, this training camp that they had. So that's great. It's better to win than to lose, and they did it in dominant fashion. But how many of those guys are going to be called up in games that matter? Probably very few. Because we have like Nations League, which is some made up thing to get people to pay attention to soccer in downtimes for the U.S. So they've won that tournament year after every time it's been played. They'll bring all the big guys back for that. Maybe a couple guys who played in this will get a chance, but they're not the stars.
No. All right.
But it's better to win.
UConn coach Dan Hurley is going viral. He told a referee not to walk away from him during the Huskies' win on Tuesday. He said, "I'm the best coach in the effing sport." Is Dan Hurley the best coach in the effing sport, and he shouldn't walk away from him?
If Dan says so.
2 in a row, I guess you are.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, don't you walk away from me. Does Pat Mahomes say that to officials? When he doesn't,
officials never walk away from him. They always want to make out with him.
Is that okay? Like they have that look like, are we good here, Pat? Was that you like that, right? That was okay, right? How about Pat had the gall, the unmitigated gall to answer a question when someone said, "Do you feel like you get an inordinate amount of calls?"
I don't feel like we get that many calls. I feel like it's the same amount of calls, and these officials are just trying to do the best. They're just trying to do the best job they can.
What was he going to say?
I know exactly.
I feel like they're just trying to do the best job they can, and we don't get any more calls than anybody else. They do a really good job and do the best they can. It doesn't fall in our way at all. It pretty much goes against us sometimes.
What? No, you do. I mean, now, would it have been refreshing if he said, "Well, we don't not get calls"? This is what I would have loved. If Pat goes, "Well, I mean, we don't not get calls." You know, I mean, we've been fortunate on the field with, plays going our way, but also we've had some flags go our way. And honestly, I don't think we could do it without it. Yeah, I don't think we could do it without that help.
Keep up the good work.
I know that it'll turn on us from time to time, but yeah, I mean, it just feels like we get more than we have go against us. Yeah, for sure. If he had said that, I'd have been like, "That's so dumb." Now the officials are gonna, now they're obviously gonna be against them.
No, he said the right
thing. We didn't get any more calls. Other people get as many calls as we do. That's the unfair criticism. We just go out and play as hard as we can. The officials do the best job they can.
Sure, Pat.
Sure.
I used to think it was just a bunch of crying by people. And then after watching 2 Texans games and seeing things like, I remember when Tank Dell, all 136 pounds of him, was bullying that cornerback with his offensive pass interference or whatever he called that terrible, they called that terrible call where he was being pushed out of bounds and like almost collapsed into a puddle of his own skin. And
that happened later.
That was later. And somehow that's offensive pass interference. Number 3, falling too hard to the ground when somebody pushed him down. Unnecessary roughness on Tank for crashing into the grass too hard. 10-yard penalty, Houston, on pass interference. Tank has been ejected from the game, and Kansas City gets the ball also.
I wish he was ejected from the game.
Wait, what? What do you mean they get the
ball? He would have fared better than what happened later.
Mega Blast says it's funny. People posted the stats, and Mahomes is like 9th most calls per passing attempt, most roughing the passer per passing attempt. Mm-hmm. Josh Allen leads; he gets the most.
Oh, that's Chiefs fans.
But listen,
call out.
Yeah, but Josh also runs more. Let me guess: guys who run more get more 15-yard penalties, right?
Not Lamar Jackson. That's a giant complaint.
Because you don't hit him.
Yeah, you never.
Although that was late the other day,
and they didn't call it.
Oh, yeah. Jared Goff got his head taken off too.
He didn't call it,
yeah. But listen, it's also when they call him Mega Blast in the most critical situations for the Chiefs. It's
third down conversion.
Always.
It's nothing like a penalty third down conversion.
Yeah. No. Absolutely. And keep drives alive and late in games and just some ridiculous calls. And I think it's how flagrant it is. I mean, I have not seen anybody defending those calls against the Texans.
You have now.
No, I'm defending the Chiefs. I'm defending the
Mega Blast
referees.
defending them?
Huh?
Was Mega Blast just defending them?
Apparently, he just
we got him.
Well, I don't
Anderson.
know.
Walt Anderson
I don't know if he was defending them. All I know is that to me, it's when they happen, not just that Mahomes was 9th in the league in number. It's when they happen. All right, produnk.com is a kind of a big deal. All right, we're playing basketball now. We've been talking about the Cougs. We've been talking about the Rockets. And your kids are watching, okay? And they want to go outside and they want to play. And they want to dunk because they're watching, that dunk last night by Cam Whitmore. Your kids want to try it, okay? So one of them's going to throw it up and the other one's going to grab it from back here and slam it home. Well, they can't do it on a 10-foot goal. They're not Cam Whitmore, right? They can't. They got his hops. So what do you want to do? You lower the goal so the kids can actually enjoy it so that they can throw it down. When you go to the website, the produnk.com, the pictures that you're going to see is all the kids dunking. You know why? Because that's what they want to do. Little kids want to dunk. They want to have fun, Dad. They want to be able to reach the goal. So what do? You get the Pro Dunk goal that you can raise and lower with just a push of a button. It's the best goal. And there's nothing about it that isn't the best. It's the best, including the installation, and they'll even stencil your driveway and the stanchion with your kid's name on it. It is the best goal. You'll love it. The kids will love it. Everybody loves it. Everybody's always loved it. Produnk.com, produnk.com.
Hey, where are you going to go for your new vehicle? I suggest going to Angleton. You can drive out to Angleton if you like. Stop in and get some of Ronnie Killen's barbecue out in Pearland if you'd like to do that on the way out there. That's always good, part of the trip. But when you get out there, what you're going to experience is customer service like you've never experienced before. There's no hassle. There's no hustle. There's no salespeople getting in starter's blocks and racing out to see you when you pull up. That's the worst feeling in the world. To know that you're going to have somebody that's in your face the entire time. That's not the case. They'll simply, find out what it is you're looking for because you're there. So you're obviously looking for something. Is it the Chevy Silverado? Is it the Buick Equinox? Is it Buick Enclave? Is it the GMC Sierra pickup truck? Is it the Chevy Traverse? They're going to find you the vehicle that you're looking for. They want to find the colors you want, the interior, the exterior features. If you don't have them on, they can add them for you. But most importantly, they want to get the price to where it's something you can work with. And if that means the best trade-in value finding the right lease or the right purchase, the right APR rate, or even waiting until they have a better program available with more dealer incentives available to them, they'll do that as well. That's why their customer service is ranked number one year after year after year with a customer service index. They're out in Angleton. They're waiting for your phone call. You can start your car buying online. You can start your car buying experience online by going to Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com.
All right. Jackson, Mississippi, a state senator in Mississippi has filed a bill entitled The Contraception Begins at Erection Act. As written by Senator Bradford Blackman, the bill would make it unlawful for a person to discharge genetic material without the intent to fertilize an embryo. Do you think it should be illegal to discharge genetic material without the intent to fertilize an embryo?
No.
You don't think so? I know. This guy's trying to take all the fun out of everything.
So he's not against it without marriage. He's just against it if your intention is not to procreate.
Just for fun. Just for fun.
Huh.
This guy must be stopped. What's his name?
So, Dal, you are never moving to Mississippi.
Well, that was always in the plans.
What's this guy's name?
Never do that.
Senator Bradford something.
This is a senator?
Yeah.
Is he a state senator or a U.S.
Vote
senator?
him
no, he's a
out.
state senator.
He has got to go. He has got to go.
He's a state senator. He's trying to clean it up.
Clean what up? You're not going to be able to do anything anymore. You're finished.
So it's not all over the place. You gotta have an intent.
So if
Lance.
you got a wife, so if you got a wife and she's no longer fertile, you're done. Your days are over. Keep your hands away from there.
You might have a miracle. You can still have the intent.
don't have a miracles when there's no eggs left, John. That's like trying to make a basket when there's a lid over it. It's never going in.
But you're trying.
No.
You're trying.
So
I can't believe you're backing this.
So a man with a postmenopausal wife,
you're done.
Can't ever have sex with her again.
Don't hand me no lies.
There could be a
and keep
miracle.
your hands
I don't know
closed.
if you guys remember Sarah in the Bible. Okay, thank you.
That was nope. You got to start immediately going out and try to smash something else. So that man is for sex outside your marriage.
Adultery, because he's not telling a man to stop having sex.
He's promoting adultery.
He's telling her to stop.
Get rid of this guy. Vote him out.
What are we doing,
You're
Mississippi?
Disgrace.
Get that guy
You're
out of here.
Disgrace.
He's just trying to live a clean life.
No, he's not. He's trying to ruin everyone.
He's trying to.
You two are filth and
He's trying to eliminate sex.
Yeah, for what?
Or practice.
Don't worry, Gen Z's doing that already.
Batting practice.
Is it the elimination of sex or the elimination of completion of sex?
Yes, it's the eliminate. I mean, maybe it was okay with soaking. I don't know.
Well, it's the release of genetic.
No, he's not a.
You can still have sex.
Material.
You just can't finish the deal.
Why don't you just say it? It's the no bust rule. Well, I mean, we're gonna dance around it, and John's gonna keep pretending like he's trying to get things cleaned up. He's basically saying he wants it to be no nuts forever.
No bleep forever instead of a month.
Literally needs to be recalled.
Music events have been canceled in southwest Iran after the cleric has blamed concerts for their drought. Do you think concerts are causing a drought in southwest Iran?
I'm not going to go against the cleric. Whatever he says is fine.
I mean, I'm going to a concert on Saturday. We'll see if that begins a drought.
Is it going to rain? Well, if it rains, then...
Well, let me see. What happens on Saturday. And if it's going
to
rain...
It's not raining.
Oh, well, I guess.
It's actually going to be great weather.
Yeah, it's going to be much warmer than it is today.
Yeah. Well, then it's probably causing the drought.
It says rain on Sunday, so we'll see. The concert's on Saturday. The rain is coming on Sunday. We'll see. If the concert goes ahead and the rain stops, then maybe the cleric has a point.
Who are you going to see, Inye?
Who? Inya? Is that what you just asked me about? Inye?
I don't even think Inya is even a...
No,
I'm not even sure she even
I'm going to see
alive.
Fantagram.
You're going to see what?
Fantagram.
I'm going to see Kyle Kinane February 6th at the Punchline.
February 6th? That's trade deadline day. Is that how you're celebrating?
I'm celebrating trade deadline day. If we don't end up with Jimmy Butler, I'm going to celebrate by going to see
What
comedy.
if we do end up with him?
I'm canceling my tickets.
You might get Robert Williams instead.
Yeah, that's fine.
All
Although I
Colorado
like
High Court has ruled that 5 zoo elephants cannot pursue freedom because they are not human. Do you think elephants should be human?
That's not the question.
Yeah, what kind of question is that?
That's not the question. Do you think they should be allowed to seek their freedom? Not should they be human?
Well, he said they're not human.
I'm with the courts on this one. Like, sorry, elephants, we're just not gonna. We're gonna have to keep you in the zoo here. We don't want to just let you out to roam Hillcroft.
Well, maybe not Hillcroft, but maybe put them in a place where they normally are, where other elephants are in a wild atmosphere. If they can be adapted to that, maybe they're just tame elephants. You got to keep them in the zoo. There are questions to be asked, but the question you shouldn't ask is should they be human? That's the wrong question.
What if they think they're human? You don't know. They identify as human. You don't know.
Oh, yeah. You don't know that they do.
Is that
I don't know. You don't know.
Is that what we're doing? Suggesting that elephants identify as human beings?
Is this what you're doing?
The more likely thing is a human identifies as an elephant.
Yeah,
that's a much more likely. It is. And okay, so a coffee company in Korea told its employees, in case of a plane crash, call me before your family. Do you think that we should call Todd if we're in a plane crash first, or we should call our family
Well,
first?
if he's going to have to get our shifts covered.
And did he book the ticket? These are questions.
Yeah.
Because he booked the hotel room, so if something happened over there, I'd call Todd before I called my mom.
Yeah, I don't want to get. Yeah, there's usually a pretty.
Wouldn't you want to tell your mom you're okay?
No.
Yeah, but there's a strict cancellation penalty.
Yeah, I got to tell the guy it's going to cost. My mom didn't book the room.
Hey, just want to let you know we're going down. Cancel the room, and also see if there's any chance that you can also. I've got some automatic draft coming out for my car. If I'm going to be dead, see if you can get the automatic draft canceled. My username password's on my Chrome. Thanks.
Yeah, if someone lights a fire over there and the room's in danger of being lit up, I'm not going to call my mom. Hey, Todd, the deposit, tell him. I told you, it's not us. It was someone else.
The deposit, but you got to get a replacement for tomorrow morning.
Well, that too.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
That
Calling
takes
Todd
time.
makes the most sense.
Yeah, what's my mom going to do? She knows I love her.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to be sad.
Tell her. But you do have to tell Todd I might not be in tomorrow.
Exactly.
Sad, but there's advertisers we have to worry about.
Yeah, Monument Chevrolet's going to be pissed.
What is he going to do? What are we doing with that? Are we going to have to get recordeds?
Hey, did you record one before you got on the plane?
There's logistics.
These are things we have to think about.
These are logistics that have to be taken care of. What's Marsha going to do? Nothing. But Todd's got stuff to do.
Todd does it. He works. You don't know, no question. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN. The best roomies ever. The two roomies. They're the two.
We got to sleep in our own beds.
Guys,
no, that ended. Friends. That didn't happen last night. We got to sleep in our own beds separately.
Oh, you didn't sleep together last night?
Well, we didn't sleep together ever.
Not gonna be nearly as good.
We didn't sleep together ever.
It's going to be an awkward show. Okay.
No,
There's
not
some
really.
Awkwardness.
Please just tell me I don't have a spot.
No, we did We did 11 months of shows before we ever spent 2 nights in a hotel room. I think we'll be fine.
It's awkward. We'll see. We'll see how awkward the show is. I could tell you this. We'll make it less awkward. Some Coors Lights. Okay. Coors Lights fixes everything. If you're in an awkward situation, you want a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. You know who was just on the show this hour? John Chill. All right. He drinks Coors Light. He keeps John Chill. That's so funny. I made that one up. Here's the deal. If you're looking for the best way to enjoy, listen, even though it's cold outside, people were putting out their Coors Lights out in the snow to get them cold. That's in some cases frozen. How about that? When they warm up a little bit and they get back to liquid, I mean, is there a better beer in the world? No, there's not. If you're looking for the best beer, to my opinion, it's my opinion. I don't know what your opinion is, but my opinion is the best cold, clean, crisp, refreshing beer in the world is Coors Light. I want you to climb on, brother. Even in these cold temperatures, you can keep it chill with Coors Light.
Welcome to the show. It's nice to come to work after sleeping in your own bed. I mean, sure. The nice people over there with their continental breakfast at the hotel I was at on Monday night and Tuesday night. It's fine, but it's nice to be back. Nice to have your own TV again. Have all the apps you're ready to watch shows on that TV. It feels good to sleep in your own bed. If you don't know, Sean and I, because of weather situations that were a problem this morning for some people. I saw an overturned SUV on its roof, windows broken because of the ice. It's one of the reasons we stayed over at the hotel across the street, just to make sure we didn't have to deal with that. But we braved the treacherous conditions. Hopefully, all you guys, if you're out there, you're okay. And we're back to normal. Hopefully, you guys are as well. I know one thing though. I said it a little late, but anytime ESPN wants to come talk to me about programming their basketball stuff, just come talk to me. I told you should have picked Rockets and Cavs. Look, the Wolves and the Mavs, that's fine. It was a competitive game, but you had all the drama. It was like a play. It was like Shakespearean last night. Yet you had the 19-0 run by the Cavs in a game where the Rockets controlled it and kept getting separation. Eventually, we're up double digits in the fourth quarter. The Cavs go on a 19-0 run to go up by 6. Fred VanVleet had a really good shooting night, made a couple threes to get the Rockets back in it. You had the Rockets taking the lead on. It is very anticlimactic when the way you take the lead is a loose ball foul on the defensive end. And Alpern, because he's not a great free throw shooter, made 1 out of 2. Shuts his bag down the stretch. He doesn't do a great job knocking down both down the stretch. He makes 1. The Cavs have a possession where Tari Eason obviously fouls Darius Garland. Ruled a flagrant after review. And Darius Garland, as has been pointed out countless times since, and on the broadcast, 90% free throw shooter, misses the first 2, makes the last, and because of the flagrant foul, the Cavs get another opportunity. They don't make the shot. The Rockets win. I mean, the emotions. Tari Eason, and probably shell-shocked, but when you watch the play, there's no debate. It's a foul, and I can't even push back and say it wasn't a flagrant foul. It had all the qualities of what they tell you not to do and why they try to protect shooters. Thankfully, I guess for the Rockets' sake, Darius Garland was able to shoot those free throws because he missed them. I'm trying to think. In that about, I don't know, they did the review, maybe 5 or 6 minute span between the foul and the end of the game. Who felt worse? I know Garland felt worse after the game, but Tari Eason, knowing he committed a cardinal sin and having to wait for the review and then watch the legit, at least one of the best free throw shooters in the game today, go up there knowing he probably cost his team the game. That emotion, and then Darius Garland missing the first and going, okay, I'll make the second. And then when he misses the second, you're like, oh, okay. You see the guy's face, you know it's over. And I mentioned he made the first. I'm going to go level of the levels. Tari Eason is a 3, is number 3. Darius Garland, after he misses the first, is number 2. And then Darius Garland, after the game's over, is number 1. As far as who felt the worst, I mean, maybe throw Ime in there at some point. Kenny Atkinson probably felt pretty terrible about it too, but a great win for the Rockets. They went about it in not such great fashion, but you found a way to dig it out and win the game. Amen Thompson made a big play on Donovan Mitchell after the Cavs were tired of watching Darius Garland dribble into nowhere. Hell, Jalen Green locked him up late in that game, so they got the ball in Donovan Mitchell's hands, and Amen Thompson stripped him. Now, Donovan Mitchell made a great play to get back and block a shot. Originally called a foul, reviewed it, said it was a clean block. But a really good win for Rockets after losing 2 out of 3. They lost to Sacramento. They also lost to the Pistons at home in a game where Cade Cunningham did have a lot of turnovers, as Sean pointed out. He was like, why are we talking about how great a game he played when he turned the ball over that many times? And he backed it up in his next game. Double-digit turnovers again for Cade Cunningham. So as much as Mark Spears made an appearance on a podcast or something on a radio show and said, why aren't we talking about Cade Cunningham as an MVP? Perhaps because in the game that got you to talk about him, he turned the ball over 10 times.
And then he had another 10 times.
And then perhaps that's why. And the Pistons aren't great. They're better than they have been. But maybe that's why we're not talking about him for MVP.
I'm not even doing watch the games. I'm just look farther to the right on the box score.
Yeah, the 30 points is cool. The Pistons are a fun team, but keep scroll, or not even scroll. Just look. Just turn your eye to the right a little bit. Use that peripheral vision and see. The man turned the ball over 10 times in a basketball game. That is very hard to do.
How often do you think Jalen Green also said that exact same thing? Just, I don't know, to his friends, just alone in his house, watching all these segments, watching Cade Cunningham be on TV and Adam Lefkoe being like, man, you just have such an old school rivalry with Jalen Green. I love that. And Jalen Green's like, he had 10 turnovers. What are we talking about?
If Jalen Green is a person who's going to scroll on social media after the game and hearing all the people talking about how much of a better player Cade Cunningham is currently, and then wait a minute,
he just has the ball in his hand all the time.
He's the point guard, and you know what happens when he has the ball in his hands a lot? He turns it over. He had a triple-double against the Hawks last night. It was 29 points, 11 assists, and 10 turnovers. That's what Cade Cunningham did. He did get the win, though. A nice shooting night for him, 12 and 19. So the Pistons, now I think the 6th seed in the East after beating the Hawks last night. So the Pistons are playing much better. But from Jalen Green, I tell everyone to relax. I just won Western Conference Player of the Week. Now he's followed it up with 2 stinkers.
Hey, listen.
But he did get that award.
Yeah. Jalen Green's like, if I get 10 turnovers in a game, Ime Udoka slaps my wrist with the ruler. All right, like what? This guy has Shaq being like, I know how it feels, man, to be beefing. What are you talking about?
Winning cleans up all the stink. Like the 10 turnovers don't matter when you can dunk on 4 players and go on all y'all MFers. Winning cures a lot.
Got technical, hurt his team there.
Did he get a technical?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
That was only a 1-point dunk as far as I'm concerned.
But the ability to yell at 4 people and an entire bench, priceless for it. And it became a social media trending video. So credit to the Pistons social media team who used that clip to shout out their likely all-star. But back to the Rockets. They get the Cavs. The Cavs didn't have Evan Mobley. The Rockets didn't have Jabari Smith. I don't think those 2 absences are even, but hey, Jabari Smith is a starter for the Rockets. We'll see if he is when he comes back. So they were without one of their guys. I think the Cavs were missing a couple more rotation players, but they had enough to make that a good competitive game in the 4th quarter. The Rockets squeeze one out. They win. And they go back to, or at least they play the Cavs on Saturday. So we'll see what the Cavs have for them in the rematch on Saturday. But all in all, a really good night of basketball in this city. We had the Cougs beating up on the Utes last night as well. Not as competitive. In fact, not competitive at all. It's nearly doubled them up. 70 to 36 was that final. So,
yeah, I saw the score on one of the apps, and I was like, it just took me a second to be like, it wasn't 70 to 63. It was 70 to 36.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what the Cougs can do, and I won't even say they struggle, but they dropped a couple games and we're not used to them losing, and those happened early.
Everyone doubted them.
Yeah, I'm sure throughout the country. What's happened?
What's wrong?
What's wrong with Keldon Sampson's Cougs? They found a way to now be a top 10 team, number 7 in the country, I believe, undefeated in the Big 12. So they're just fine. Surprisingly enough, that program is on solid ground.
Yeah, when I saw that there were 17.5-point favorites, and they covered the spread by 17.5.
Yeah, an extra 17.5.
They doubled up the spread.
Yeah. It's all about the defense. They didn't have a great shooting night from 3, but that can be expected. But overall, they got everything they wanted out of that game. And Utah's not a awful team. They're a middling Big 12 team. Not going to make the tournament unless they go on some run in the Big 12 tournament. But hey, you dominate them, feel pretty good at home, and they're rolling. And of course, it's always going to come down to this. Beyond can they avoid a horrible shooting night in an important game, is can they stay healthy? Can they get through the year and finally get to the tournament and not have to worry about missing a key guy? If they can do that, they could be a Final Four team. I know we feel like they've been to a lot. They've been to one. And a lot of it has to do with guys missing at the most important time. So this is another year where the Cougars are going to be a factor. Let's see if they can avoid some of the things that have short circuited their seasons in previous years. So that was the night of basketball in the city. I got to talk about this. We'll get to it later. I got hit with the daily double from Netflix. I'll explain what that means. If you know, there's a price hike going on, and they had the nerve to send that email after they sent another one. So I'll get to that in a little bit. If anyone wants to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. We have the Joe Mixon fine to talk about. He went on Twitter to complain. His agent spoke to local news to complain. And it leads me to a question, because they both have the same quotes in defending Joe Mixon and defending himself, and his agent in defending his client, which makes me think either the agent told Joe Mixon what to write on Twitter, or the agent sometimes controls Joe Mixon's account. We'll get to that. It's got a very Vernon Maxwell, does he write his own stuff type of feel. So we'll get to it in a little bit, and we can ask a question. Maybe a funnier question about that tweet when we get to it. Also, we have some numbers regarding the Texans and their offensive line, which probably won't be surprising, but just confirms that they got real problems to fix. Eric, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back. Trent Baalke's out. We talked about what the hell is going on in Jacksonville. Well, the guy who feels like he's keeping Jacksonville from progressing is out the door. At least the guy who can be out the door. Maybe you think the owner is a bigger problem. And Aaron Glenn has a new job. So a lot to get to as we get going on the show. 713-780-3776 is the number you can call if you want to join Eric and talk to us. But first, let's get to Monument Chevrolet. That's the place you should go to. The roads are clearing up, thankfully. And if you're looking for a new car, that's a place you should visit. And by visit, I mean on site, which is off of Beltway 8 and 225 in Pasadena. Or you can go to monumentchevrolet.com and check out the selection of vehicles that they have, from new to pre-owned to fleet. They have it all. So if you need a new car, remember this. They're extending their 50-year anniversary savings up until January 31st. So 2024 was their 50-year anniversary in business. You got to January 31st to take advantage of all the all the savings across the inventory of vehicles. But maybe you're looking for something pre-owned. They have those too. And the best part about that is, beyond the fact that the vehicles are great, is that they have a 6,000-mile, 6-month warranty. Simply means no worries. If an issue pops up that you weren't expecting and they weren't expecting, they'll take care of it for you. It gets rid of some of those fears about how pre-owned cars operate. Once they're off the lot, they will take care of you if anything pops up. And that's what they're all about, serving the customer. They have great people on site, and they will walk you through the process of getting the car that you want. No hidden fees, no upcharges. It's all there for you up front, and they'll get you out of there as quickly as possible. Very friendly when you meet the people out at Monument Chevrolet. So remember the website one more time, monumentchevrolet.com. Check out all they have to offer. And, of course, go on out there, 225 and Beltway 8 in Pasadena. And just remember this, above all, Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Our two most dependable guys are here. Well, dependable is probably not the correct word. Consistent. And La Salsa is back. We'll get to him, and we'll get to Eric in a little bit here as well. So Danielle Hunter named a Pro Bowler today. He's going to replace Max Crosby as a representative for the Texans in those Pro Bowl games. I don't know what a defensive end actually does in the Pro Bowl games. Does he do
Dodgeball,
an obstacle course? Where they're tackling dummy? Maybe a tackling dummy. Maybe he bends the edge or something in some way that everyone thinks is fun. I don't know what you do at the Pro Bowl games anymore.
They should completely make it like just an absolute joke and have them do the little thing at the county fair or the carnival, whatever, where you can do the punch and they see how strong your punch is. Because I imagine Danielle Hunter would do well at that.
I don't mind it.
Just see that thing that Ivan Drago was hitting.
Yeah, team ski
was
ball
like over 9,000.
Whack-a-mole. I don't know. Whatever it takes. Whatever you think.
Driving simulator.
Oh,
the
that's
NASCAR driving simulator.
The Georgia guys would win. Or lose.
Yeah, they'd lose. They'd wipe each other out.
Or they probably
Kirk Cousins would win.
Yeah.
He wouldn't set any records, but it'd be at 10-2.
He would never crash. I don't know how fast he'd go. Michigan State quarterbacks, I don't know. They don't have a reputation for that. Him and Brian Hoyer don't have the reputation that the Georgia players have. Let's get to Eric, and then we'll get to La Salle. So what's up, Eric?
Hey, Joe, with the Cowboys, Brian Schottenheimer, do you think he's really going to be the head coach of the Cowboys? And is this a testament to the Cowboys that nobody wants to hire Mike McCarthy? I mean, nobody's interviewing him except for the Bears, but nobody else. Also, if I have a MAGA cap in my car, but the cops let me go free, I'll hang up and listen.
I don't know if a MAGA cap lets you go free. I don't know what you're up to. So what are you up to, Eric, that you would have to deal with the cops? Since you asked a stupid question, I'm gonna answer it seriously. I'm gonna double reverse you here. You got to tell people what you're up to, and is it a new MAGA hat? Do you have?
You got to break it in a little.
Can you prove? Because if they know you aren't wearing it and you're using it as a diversionary tactic, maybe they don't let you. They'll notice it. They'll be very observant and go, "You don't wear that hat. There's not even a sweat ring in the hat. You don't get to go free."
Wasn't this a Curb Your Enthusiasm episode?
Possibly
with Larry David throwing on the MAGA hat.
It might have been.
I think
I haven't seen it. So, Eric, I can't say. Not every police officer may have that political leaning. Maybe you run into someone who was a giant Jill Stein fan. And then what? Maybe someone from the Green Party pulls you over. Got no idea. You thought I was going to go with Biden or Kamala. It's the thing. The comedy, since I got to explain it, I'm going to explain it. You do the switch up, Sean. You make people think you're going one way.
I got it.
Yeah, I know. You understand.
More of a libertarian.
Yeah, you never know. Someone pulls you over and loves themselves some Lena Hidalgo. Then you're in trouble when you break out the hat. You just never know. You never know, Eric. What else did he ask about? It's not a testament to the Cowboys that no one's hiring Mike McCarthy. In fact, it's more of an embarrassment that you're willing to keep him if no one wants him. It's not a testament. You guys were considering keeping him. And by the way, is this a testament? Just 21 minutes ago, or about 30 minutes ago now, Clarence Hill, covers the Cowboys, says, expect them to get over the line with Brian Schottenheimer tomorrow, possibly today. Is that a testament to the Cowboys that you're hiring a guy that no one wants to hire? So there again, I flipped it on you. Do you feel great about the fact that the Cowboys are going to hire someone who has no appeal to anyone else except for them? Now, it doesn't guarantee he'll be bad just because no one else was looking to hire him. But it's an indication.
Yeah, he brings Is Marty Schottenheimer still alive?
I don't know that, actually.
Oh, I was gonna, like Bill and Brian Callahan.
Nah,
you just bring your dad in to
Well,
be the OC.
it didn't help Lane Kiffin when he brought Monty in.
That is true.
So good luck to the Cowboys. It looks like Brian Schottenheimer will be your new head coach. Good bloodlines.
Yeah,
I mean,
he got the hereditary coaching gene.
Yeah, and Marty Schottenheimer died 5 years ago now.
May he rest in peace.
Yes, his son will now be likely the head coach of the Cowboys, and it's a history of the family, at least with Marty, of reaching a certain point, not getting past it, which is a Cowboys thing too. So maybe Brian
Culture fit.
So maybe Brian is a real fit for what the Cowboys are all about now. There it is.
If you want to see someone go 14-2 and lose the divisional round, well, I have his son.
Yes, I mean,
unfortunately, he died in 2020.
Yes, 2021. But yeah, you're right. I got it wrong. 4 years now. 2021 for Marty Schottenheimer, and coming up in February. But the Cowboys, Brian Schottenheimer, didn't think that particular name was a head coaching candidate anymore.
Did Kellen Moore say no, or
I don't know. He might have. He might. I don't know if they actually got around to interviewing him, because if they didn't do it in the first week,
they couldn't have. They couldn't have.
They still had McCarthy on the books, and after that, and the Eagles didn't have a bye week, so I'm not sure how they did it.
You know what? That is a testament to them that they bungled this search so much that they couldn't even talk to a different uninspiring offensive coordinator hire. But they got stuck with a more uninspiring offensive coordinator turned head coach. Really, hats off. No matter if it's a Cowboys hat, this ESPN 97.5 hat, a MAGA hat, whatever the hat is, hats off to the Cowboys for how they
Cowboys
handled this.
Did interview Kellen Moore virtually last week. So they did get that done, but they've decided that Brian Schottenheimer is their guy.
Do you think Jerry Jones is proficient in Zoom?
I would leave that up to Steven.
Or do you think
I think Steven sets it up and Jerry's on the call.
I think that they have
they
have someone walk in, set it, and you sit here, you sit here.
Yeah, no football person. Not that they can't do it, but no one. There's a person. That's someone's job. That's someone's job who isn't a football person to do that. They've got IT people. Everyone does. Why would you leave that up to Dan Quinn or anyone else?
Bobby Sloak probably knows as well.
I'm sure he does, but he's not setting it up. That's all set up, and they walk in and sit down. A lot of
he could set his background. That's probably what he did for the Jets job. He just did the one where it's like a big fancy house behind him.
Where do you think Bobby Sloak lives that he wouldn't just have his own house in the background? How do coordinators arrange where they live? Because particularly if you're
a house,
a condo, maybe. Like, I don't know.
Townhome.
Does he have a wife and kids? Maybe that means you buy a house. But if you're a coordinator who may have dreams of not being there for a long time and thinks you can go be a head coach someplace else, do you buy a house or do you rent?
And they also don't make so much. Like NFL players could just buy a house and doesn't really matter if they're out of there in 2 years. An offensive coordinator is like, oh, I don't know. I'm not that far away from making no money.
Yeah. So it seems like a poor investment.
Yeah.
Who knows? Well, it might not matter. Bobby Sloak.
Yeah. I hope he wrapped his pipes. Left the drip going.
Oh, that's the other thing.
Last couple days.
We don't ever ask what guys who make a lot of money are doing when these things happen. Does Bobby Sloak have a guy, or is he at a level where he doesn't make enough money to have a guy?
No, he doesn't make enough money. I mean, I'm sure
he does, but he's not doing it.
And he hasn't. I think my biggest thing is that he hasn't made it. He hasn't made that much money for long enough to where he
has a guy to do all that stuff, like a handyman.
Yeah, like Bobby Sloak's salary.
Is it public domain to know? Let's get to La Salsa before we go to break, and we'll get to the Joe Mixon thing when we come back. So, a bit of controversy. The man got fined. Did he get fined twice, or just once? And why and how? We'll get to that when we come back from break. Well, let's get to La Salsa here.
Hey, what's going on, Deli Belly?
It's not my name.
Hey, so I had the little Mito in the car earlier, and he wants to know what Mr. Lance meant by no but. Also, Sean A. Mapes, what it do, baby?
Gimmick infringement and a lie, all in one call. So let me give everyone who didn't hear context from News of the Weird. There was a story done where some Mississippi State senator wants to ban any type of sexual See, the question is, I don't know if it's sex or the completion of sex, and you can kind of guess what that means considering what call you just heard. But the ban is,
you know what I mean?
but he said me, yeah, his little mijo. The ban is he wants to ban sex to completion by a man if it isn't in the process of trying to create a child. So that doesn't mean no sex. It means, well, no bleep November, or in this case, no bleep ever.
Without
the
express written consent
of of trying to create a child. Yes, you cannot do that in the state of Mississippi if he has his way. I wish Rob Manfred was in control of that. Only in the state of Mississippi, though.
Have to write him a letter.
Yeah, Rob, look,
Mr. Manfred.
I know what the law is, but I don't really want to do this just to try to have a kid. I just think it's unhealthy. Yeah, no, I'm not explaining that to your little mijo, but that was the context of that call.
So
if people are confused.
It doesn't have to be. Man, this is hard to talk about.
It is.
Why'd they make this a law?
It's not. He wants it to be a law.
Oh, okay. So I guess what I'm asking, are they enforcing it where two people always have to be involved, or if it's a one-seater, are they also
a solo mission?
Yeah, a solo mission. Are the cops going to be knocking down my door? Are the Starkville police going to do a raid on every dorm room looking for nudie mags? I know they don't use that anymore.
Yeah. I would have gone with sock, but
I felt that was too graphic. Looking for stiff socks. Yeah,
I would say if it does become a law, and who knows what won't become a law. So I'm not going to just come out and say it won't get passed. I don't know how enforceable it will be, and I don't know if it's if it's a solo mission that falls under this particular law.
They have a German Shepherd coming in sniffing stuff.
Yeah, look, canine dogs have I would say maybe good jobs, rough jobs. I don't know, but this would probably be in the low end. Like you got to.
They would say it's rough.
Yeah, you would say a German Shepherd would say this. Like you got to be entry level, right? To be the German Shepherd who does this, you can't be a veteran on the force.
You can't teach an old dog a new trick. So
yeah, you got to
be a new dog.
Yeah, you got to be one of the.
I wasn't trained for this.
Yeah.
I do bombs.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, if you're a veteran canine dog, they're not gonna bust you down to this and make you do that. That's or maybe you get suspended and this is your way back.
Oh, like turn in your badge and gun. It's like you're not doing coke anymore. Now you're
doing this in dorm rooms across the state of Mississippi.
You're sweeping the Ole Miss dorms.
Yeah, because you bit someone when you weren't supposed to. So now this is what you have to do to make your way back up the ranks.
It's like the other guys with it's like Mark Wahlberg's character and the other guy.
Yeah. Sometimes you need negative reinforcement, and that's what it might be for those canines. All right, let's get away from this as quickly as we can. We'll hear from Joe Mixon when we come back. Well, we won't hear from him. I'll read some of his tweets and try to explain what's going on. He was fined for something he wasn't involved in because he didn't say it, and then he was refined for something he did say, and then his team and his agent, and by his team I mean like his people, not the actual Texans, they went on a campaign to tell the world how unfair it was, and it brings up a question for me. We'll dissect it and what it means for Joe Mixon, other than come out of that $25K that's coming out of your pocket. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So Sean informed me of a call from someone who took issue with not really our conversation, but we didn't
double standard.
A double standard that we had. I don't know what you called about, but you had an issue with us cutting you off because now we just did that segment. Drew, I was going to say your name. The issue is not really what you want to talk about. It's an issue of trust. We don't know you. You know, people in your life, you know, and you trust them. Other people you don't know, so you don't trust them. I couldn't trust that you wouldn't say things that would cross a line. And yes, despite some of the crudeness of the conversation, a line was not crossed by us. We're dancing around things. We've taken the classes. We can do the waltz. We can do the electric slide. We can do it all. I don't know what you're capable of. You might step on someone's toes, and then it becomes my problem. So that's why you got cut off last time. That's all it is. Nothing against you. I just can't trust you. Young Metro.
You know who else you can't trust? The NFL.
That's right. Let's get to that. The NFL fined Joe Mixon $25,000 for something he did not say. I guess all ex-Bengals look alike, because apparently the initial thing in their statement was a comment associated with TJ Houshmandzadeh. So Joe Mixon took issue with it. He's tweeted about it. This is the original thing put into the NFL statement that got Joe Mixon and his people upset. Why play the game if every 50-50 call goes with the Chiefs? These officials are trash cans and bias. That was what the NFL attributed to Joe Mixon and the reason they fined him. Now, they have since come back and said, no, that's not why we fined you. This is what Joe Mixon actually said. Everyone know how it is playing up here. You can never leave it into the ref's hands, but the whole world see what it is, bro. It is what it is. It's all good, though. Now, the Joe Mixon team is on the offensive. Joe Mixon's tweeted about why he thinks that's wrong, and here's what he said. So let me get this straight. NFL fines me $25K for saying something I didn't even say. Called them out for it, and their response was fine me again for something that's not even a violation without even rescinding the first one. Where's the accountability? Just respect the players. And he goes cold, and he does a planet emoji, cold world. I'm getting fined by the NFL. This is the next tweet. I'm getting fined by the NFL for what someone else said. What's next? I get fined by them for Connor McDavid cross-checking an opponent on an NHL game. Slap his face emoji. Now, we could question whether he knows anything about hockey. I don't know. Joe Mixon may love hockey. The problem is it feels like a coordinated thing because his own agent said the same thing to, Click to Houston, or that's the website, but KPRC. His agent said this. His name's Peter Schaefer. We will defend Joe and have appealed the fine, and we'll explore all other legal avenues to rectify the situation. This has to stop. What's next? The NFL fining Joe for Connor McDavid cross-checking in an NFL game? So.
That's pretty damning. I was going to say maybe Joe Mixon just likes puck.
And it might very well be that Joe Mixon loves himself some hockey and loves one of the best players in the world. But it feels pretty coordinated when your agent almost bar for bar says the same thing.
Apparently, and this is where working with Joe sometimes comes in handy. That's not a hypothetical that Connor McDavid.
No, I know it happened.
Okay, I was gonna say that's. Well, I didn't know.
I know it's a thing.
I thought he just said a hockey word that I knew and a hockey player's name that I know, and I was like, okay.
It was an incident within the last week where Connor McDavid, one of the stars in the NHL.
That helps Joe Mixon's case of, hey, I'm just a puck watcher.
It would if his agent hadn't said the same exact thing,
word for word, bar for bar.
Yeah. That's when you're starting to ask. I don't know why you're using hockey as the example anyway. Why, of all the sports to pick, why hockey of all things?
He should have said Draymond kicked someone in the nuts. I get fined.
Yeah, but I guess this is the most recent incident of a big name player. But why?
Amin Thompson throws.
Yeah, why not use someone in your own city? You should have used the Tyler Hero example.
Tyler Hero across.
I guess if the next time Amin Thompson throws a cold white boy across the floor, I guess I'm going to get fined by the NFL. So
they're Duncan Robinson.
Duncan Robinson may be next. We will see. They still got to go to Miami.
Is he cold enough? I don't know.
He ain't got the haircut for it to be called cold, according to Udonis Haslam. So there it is. $25K. Initially, he was fined for something he did not say. Now, in his initial tweet, he said it wasn't rescinded. I don't believe he's getting fined $50K. 25 for an incident where he wasn't really involved. That's a TJ Houshmandzadeh thing. And then $25K for the thing he actually said. I think whether they sent him an official letter or not to say he's not fined for the one, or they just say, hey, we're just flipping the wording here.
Got another one back. Let me check my pocket. Two more for you.
Two more for you. That's what it's funny you're doing that now, because that was floating around yesterday because of what the Heat did to Butler. Like,
oh yeah, that's another one.
I got two more for you.
Two more.
That's the LeBron
Inventing Deluxe albums.
Yeah,
if you 2019.
If you guys haven't seen it, maybe you're not on social media, but it's what it is. Sean and I are, so we know what it is. So yeah, $25K for Joe Mixon for what he said. He doesn't even believe what he actually said is finable. The NFL disagrees. So there it is. And we'll see if his agent and Joe come together and find a way to fight it, because I believe they are. They're going to fight the fine and say it's not proper. Peter Schaffer and Joe Mixon. There it is. Connor McDavid, huh? I would say, guys, switch up your examples. I think Amen Thompson, Tyler Hero is a perfect one. In the city, the people who follow you, for the most part, I mean, I'm sure there's some Oklahoma and NFL fans and Bengals fans still following you, but
Danny Studsman hit someone in the helmet. I get
maybe too obscure with that one. But the people who care the most are in this city. Mm-hmm. Peter Schaffer, know your audience.
Or Joe Mixon.
Yeah, and yeah, true. And honestly, no matter if you're speaking to Houston people or just sports fans in general, more people know about the Amen Thompson, Tyler Hero thing than know about the Connor McDavid thing, simply because hockey doesn't occupy the space that the NBA does. I'm just saying, if we're fighting the NFL, you gotta come with everything you got. And it would be funnier if he quote tweeted a video of Amen doing that to Tyler Hero as part of his defense. Oh, would this get me fined? Just go all in. We'll see what's next for Peter Schaffer and Joe Mixon. I know you get hit with $25K for your words, and it sucks. But you know the rules. You mention the refs and say they show any favoritism. You're in for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I guess I don't remember him specifically saying I thought he was more veiled with the what you get when you come up here, and I didn't know it was straight up. You can
never leave it into the refs'
hands. That's not exactly blaming. Like, that's just something people do say, and not explicitly calling into question the credibility of the refs. But I think it's also, hey, we already sent the fine. We got to save a little face here and fine them for something. We can't just completely go, you know what? Our bad. Hand up. That was TJ Houshmandzadeh who said that. Who tweeted that? Didn't even say it.
Yeah, he tweeted it.
He just tweeted it.
Yeah. And I would say if I was going to be really petty, you're a victim of guilt by association. That's a Bengal. You were a Bengal.
We can't do guilty by association with the Cincinnati Bengals of all franchises.
Hey, next time Vontaze Burfict says anything out of line, you'll catch it too, Joe Mixon.
Pac-Man.
Yeah. We've
Chad Johnson too.
He's more like, it's different for him. He's just he was great with the Bengals. All he did was do a little river dance, put on a Hall of Fame jacket.
Yeah,
but wasn't a problem.
He's still a pundit. I don't want to be held accountable for both Houshmandzadeh's and Ocho Cinco's takes.
Only one of Carson Palmer's pass catchers will get you fined. We're not gonna include him.
Rudy Johnson, no.
Pass catchers.
Okay.
Another running back, who can say? So there it is. We'll see if Joe Mixon wins that one. There are other Texans who haven't been fined, who pretty much said things very similar. Henry Tolito said something. Will Anderson said something. We know D'Amico in his post game said something very similar, but he found a way not to get fined so far.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Did Brooks Reed say something? Maybe he could get fined for that.
Brooks Reed. What's Jonathan Babin up to?
Yeah.
What's he saying about the game? JJ was on Pat McAfee, speaking of former Texans, and he credited Troy Aikman for saying it like it is about that incident. I think he also said pretty much, I think he said the entire world or entire football world would agree that those calls shouldn't have been made. And I would say to you, I guess you've never met Walt Anderson, because Walt Anderson said those calls were correct. Oddly enough, the former official agreed with the officials. So we will move on from that. We'll see what comes of it. I don't think Joe Mixon's going to find any joy there. I think that $25K is going to stand. We will let you know another way the Texans got screwed when we come back. The NFL DPOY finalists are out. You might think a Texan has to be part of that. I'll tell you who is and who isn't when we come back. We also have some numbers, as I mentioned earlier, about the pressure rates the Texans gave up when stunts were involved. We all saw it with our eyes. Now we have numbers to back it up. Before we do all that, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes. Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And right now, it's coming down to the wire. AFC, NFC championship games. Now's the time to put all that football knowledge to the test. You've been watching all season long. You know if Saquon Barkley is going to run all over this pretty porous Commanders run defense. You know, hey, Jalen Hurts is hobbled. He could barely walk. He barely string together sentences in the post-game press conference. Maybe you think he goes less than his rushing number. And for the NFC Championship game, they also have a free pick. If Jaden Daniels throws for more than 1/2 of a yard, you are on your way to making some money. So what you're going to do, download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks. Get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We don't really have enough time this hour to do the Texans' offensive line numbers against stunts justice. So we'll get to something quick here. I got hit with the Netflix Daily Double a couple days ago. I got hit with my bill, which I expected. And then a minute later, they hit me with, by the way, on February whatever, $2 price increase. And at some point, Netflix is going to go too far. I don't know if I'm at that point yet. Maybe I'm really excited about the second season of Night Agent. I don't know what it is, but because I recently got a new TV, I just say, Netflix, give me the 4K ad-free package. That's the one I'm going to get. Let's indulge. We got the TV. I don't want the non-4K package. Let's do it. I'm trying to figure out what price it'll be before I say no. I mean, they got one more season of Stranger Things that I will watch because I'm a completist. Is there anything else that would hold me after that's over? You can find anything everywhere.
Yeah.
There are ways to watch anything. Even Netflix shows are available in places. Maybe you can't watch them on your TV. Maybe you have to watch them on your laptop because of a certain site. But you can find them.
Especially because now, like, just everywhere has a streaming service.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, I might miss out on, what, like 5 things a year that I want to watch, maybe, without going through alternative methods of watching it. Like, how many Netflix original things or Netflix exclusive things are actually that compelling to you?
This is what I'm saying.
To pay that much a month.
I mentioned Night Agent in kind of a joke, but that's a series that they're promoting coming out, going into their second season. Usually Netflix only does 2 seasons of shows anyway. So do I really have to see this next season? Yeah. Probably not. If I'm already subscribed for the month, so I'm not going to cancel right now. But what else is out there? You got their tentpole production in Stranger Things in their final season. What else do they have that keep people coming back? Like they have
Extraction 3.
Maybe. I got a season of The Witcher without Henry Cavill.
Nice.
Do I care about the other Hemsworth? Well, there is an other Hemsworth. This is the Hemsworth from Hunger Games.
Not from Westworld.
Yeah, that's the other Hemsworth. This is the other Hemsworth who's going to be replacing Henry Cavill. I like The Witcher, but it's not even The Witcher without Henry Cavill. So how many things would keep me when we're talking about, like, I'll reveal something. After tax, the bill for me right now is $24.99 because of the HD, the 4K, whatever. Very expensive right now, considering what they offer. The new price is going to be $24.99 before tax. So whatever that turns out to be. Is it $27 a month worth of content? What's the number? Sean, do you have Netflix?
I do, but I'm just on my parents' Netflix.
Got it. Netflix, the new insurance.
Yeah.
It's because there's no rule about that one.
And it's like the perfect level of distance to where it's like, yeah, sure, I'll go hop in. Well, I actually watched this with my parents over the Christmas holiday, but like, oh, hey, Carry On. Yeah, sure, I'll give that a shot.
Yeah.
Extraction 2, Extraction 3. I'll give those a shot.
But is the promise of Extraction 3 enough to keep me if this thing's getting to $30 a month? We're going to get there.
Yeah, of course.
I would say by the summer, we're probably, when you include tax, it'll probably be $30 a month for their highest tier.
I was going to say I feel like we had a conversation about Netflix raising the price like 2 months ago.
Yep, that's true. But don't hit me with the bill of what I'm currently paying you, which is nonsense.
Space those out.
And then hit me minutes later with, oh, by the way, next time your billing cycle rolls around, it's going to cost you $2 extra.
This one's light, huh?
What are we doing? Hey, you don't feel so bad, right? It's going to cost you more.
Maybe that's what.
And Netflix doesn't even have that thing where, at least I assume I haven't tried to cancel in a while, where they go, oh, you're canceling? We're going to reduce your price by $4 or $5. Some sites do that. Some just normal membership services in a lot of places do that. They don't do that. They got us. They got me.
They got you.
Yeah, they don't got you. They got your parents. They got me full on.
They don't even know that they're still paying for it.
Ain't gonna remind you. Ain't gonna remind them. Man.
Yeah.
that 30. I think I'm done if they get to 30 per month, and I'm including tax. I'm not saying it's
when it's 30 out of your pocket.
Yeah, when it's 30, when the PayPal hits and it's $30, I'm out.
Oh, Back in Action.
These are the things I should be hanging on to Netflix for?
I'm just, that's when I opened up Netflix on my phone, new to Netflix, first one, Back in Action. Second one, Night Agent. Next one, XO Kitty. Huh?
That's a spinoff of From All the Boys I Loved Before. That's the younger sister, I think. They gave her a show.
Nice.
I just tuned in Netflix and some kid show popped up. That was the sound you heard.
American Primeval.
It wasn't enough. I watched it. It's not that. We talked about it on Friday. It's not that great. Not the ending, at least.
The Comeback, the 2004 Boston Red Sox.
Nah.
This is binge-worthy TV shows.
The
Receiver.
The Recruit with Noah Centineo is coming out. The second season of that. It's not hitting Netflix. You can't get up to 30 and think, well, who knows? At this point, people just let the thing flow. They don't even pay attention. Here's it's out of the bank account. Who cares?
Wags to Riches.
No. This is the problem. You can't name anything that's going to keep. Like, I'm talking about even a series that people get excited about. Like, even something that maybe people are like this. A lot of people like this. I have, and Netflix is a little more difficult for them to keep people this way because they generally just drop everything at once. Like, I am signing up for this because of this series, and then I'm out once I watch the series. So if it costs me, I'll watch the series in a month when it's out, then I'm out. I will cancel my subscription until the next season. Netflix doesn't even have a lot of those. Like, what's drawing people that they can get up to $30 and be like, yep, we got you. At least people with discerning taste like me.
Madam Web still on Netflix.
Yeah, I haven't watched.
Still in your watch list.
No, it's never been on my watch list. It's what they say I should watch because of my viewing habits.
Oh, I need to get to this. Bad Boys Ride or Die. Watched Bad Boys for Life the other day.
Despicable Me 2. It's the top 3 movie in the U.S. today.
Oh, The Monkey Show, The Umbrella Academy.
I didn't even finish that. I'm in the final season. I just tuned away. Back in Action is that Jamie Foxx, Cameron Diaz joint. That's #1 in movies today. Okay.
All the #1s are all Netflix. And it's all shows I've never heard anyone talk about.
Yeah. I'm not saying people don't watch. I'm just trying to figure out what's the breaking point for people.
No one seems to like them enough to tell me about them.
Exactly. That's part of the Netflix's thing. It's just background noise for the most part. Hey, we put it on. You might get through 6 episodes without even noticing because it's just on. That's what's happening to my mother. She got it. She's running through shows. She ran through The Crown in like a week. Now she's on Manifest. That NBC show where the people disappear and they come back the same age and everyone's aged like 5 years. She's the perfect person. She's retired. She's at home. Just don't turn on Netflix and watch episode after episode. Now me. Can't get me with Fear the Walking Dead.
Oh, what about The Ones Who Live? Walking Dead, The Ones Who Live.
What about it, Sean? What? Oh, You. Maybe You. I like You's going to come back. Maybe that's one of the shows that people sign up for.
I mean, Stranger Things. That not for. Well, I don't know about You because I don't know if there's been a Stranger Things episode or season since like we've worked together.
No, there has not been. No,
but I don't know if that's your jam.
I like I said earlier, I'm a completist, so I've watched all the other seasons, so I will watch it. It's just not been on for a long time.
Yeah,
we will see. And I think it's been off so long that Millie Bobby Brown has done 2 different Netflix movies had 2 Netflix movies come on their streaming service since the last season of the show that made her famous. I think it's at least 2. All right, Anthony, we'll get to you. You want to talk Netflix? We'll talk to you on the other side. Anyone else want to get in on anything really? You can when we get to the second hour. We'll be back. Welcome to hour 2 of the show. Anthony, we're going to get to you here. Time for me to air a grievance at some point today. I've let it go for a bit, and then another conversation between Joe and Sean. I had to. Sometimes you just got to let it be known what's bothering you. So we'll get to that in this hour too. But let's get to Anthony. Anthony wants to talk Netflix. What's up, Anthony?
Hey guys, this is why I love your show. You talk about real hard-hitting topics like when is enough from Netflix. For me, it was enough when I was trying to find a good show, and then I just couldn't find anything good. And like you said, I Googled when Stranger Things is going to come out, and they were like, oh, it's going to be another 25 years. And I was just like, well, that's the only show that really keeps you from, me watching it. So I canceled my subscription last month, and they sent me an email asking, like, hey, we can give you another month for free if you come back, because I've been there ever since the beginning. But there's literally nothing for me to watch on there. I don't really care about any show or any movie. I signed up for Paramount, and I've been watching The Lioness, which is amazing. And then after that, I'm gonna watch Landman. And those two shows is better than what Netflix has done in the past 10 years, besides Stranger Things. I don't think there is any show on Netflix that's amazing.
I can't fight you on this, man. As you heard, I'm not a giant Netflix offender anyway. Like, there's some things I like The Witcher's cool. It hits a certain part of my brain that I like, the sci-fi, witchy, sci-fi, fancy stuff I'm in on. But yeah, if we're talking about like as someone would say, kid or cartoon stuff that I watch, yeah, the stuff on Netflix, not great. Paramount's easily clears that with Lioness and Landman. Landman is objectively dumb, but it's a good type of dumb. It's entertaining, and you've got good actors in it, whatever you think of like Taylor Sheridan and the stories he wants to tell.
Yeah, but you got Billy Bob Thornton, Jerry Jones, John Hamm.
Jerry Jones put on a sterling performance. Hopefully he's up for an Emmy. Maybe not this round because that happened a little late in the process, but next time, maybe Jerry
missed the deadline.
What if there's a role for a former?
There has to be best celebrity
cameo or best scene and whatever it is to get Jerry nominated. I'm looking for it.
If there's not best celebrity cameo in at least the Emmys,
something.
That's why people don't watch.
Yeah, something. Jerry's got to at least be mentioned when they talk about these things. So, Anthony, enough. I'm glad you got to the point where you're out. It may simply be for me out until Stranger Things is back.
If they ever crack down on the household thing, like the number of households that can be connected or whatever, where I'm kicked off my parents' Netflix.
You're not adding. Yeah. There's nothing there that draws you. I don't.
Yeah, I'm good with Max. I'm good with Max. I'm good with Amazon Prime, which I also have through my parents. That's about it. Hulu.
Yeah, I have.
But Hulu, I jump on and off depending on
what's on.
What I want to watch.
I am been a consistent Hulu person. Amazon Prime, which gives me Paramount. I think I had to add that. I'm not sure how that actually works. I stopped paying attention. Disney Plus, I watch that stuff. Now that's combined with Hulu anyway. But for the most part, Netflix has been a giant disappointment, and we'll see how long they keep me. Speaking of giant disappointments, let's talk about Sean and Joe.
Oh, that's
it's a disappointment to me.
Unfriendly.
It's a disappointment to me. I'm sure generally you guys are great. But as far, who knows? I'm trying to shoot you some bail.
Some people call me a disappointment.
I mean, maybe the people who you still glom off when it comes to your subscriptions. Who knows?
We really thought that.
We had at some
by
point
28, Netflix.
We thought you would be paying for it. They're like, we know what you're doing, Sean. We just thought at some point you take the initiative. But this is my issue. The thing we talked about a lot during the summer, when the show was just starting, spring and summer, was the return of EA College Football 25. It was a giant topic of conversation. We talked about the trailers. We talked about it all. And the game came back. Sean and I, in fact, were so into the game, we paid extra to get the game early. Joe George was a late arrival. He's got other concerns, like a family he has to deal with.
Yeah,
but
Johnny come lately.
But eventually he hopped on, got a PS5, started playing. And you know what? I sat quietly during breaks while Sean and Joe talked about their online dynasty. And I think B-Mac is involved in that too.
He's not okay.
He's not.
He's an Xbox lifer.
And apparently that's the defense. Oh, and online you can't play. Okay,
can't do cross-platform.
You can't do cross-platform in online dynasty. And I just sat there and listened and thought to myself, you know what? Should I be insulted by this? That the person who talked about this game probably in an inordinate amount on an actual sports show.
Some would say too much.
Yeah, some people. Some people say too much, but it's my show, so too much is never enough. Talked about it quite a bit and was like, you know what? They keep talking about their online dynasty. And I'm just sitting here going, you know what? I'm just fine. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it didn't cross their mind. I'm not going to be bothered by it. But at some point, when I hear at least twice a week during a break about the progress, you got to take or lack thereof by you guys,
by me, yeah,
because you had things to worry about, like spending nights in a hotel. On that, and that's even more insulting. That we were bonding over basketball and Lady Bird, and it never crossed your mind that these two in particular, Sean Mapes and Joe George, have an online dynasty with PS5s. And guess who has a PS5? Guess who talked about getting a PS5 on this show quite a bit? And Joe's excuse was for not inviting me. I didn't know you had one. What? What are you talking about? The impetus for this entire thing, I feel like, is my bringing up the game and talking about how great it was to have it back. And yet, no invite. How many seasons of your online dynasty have you guys gone through?
Joe, how many?
Season 3. Season 3.
Just started season 3.
And not an invite.
Yeah. Tough start for the boy.
Wow.
We got sold a lemon in Lenore Cellars in the portal.
Well, you deserve it. You deserve all the bad things to happen to you. I'm going Silky Johnson on you. You deserve all the bad things in the world to happen to you and to you only.
Would you like an invite for season 4?
Yeah, I guess I would, Sean. I guess I would. What is this?
Can I
play it in my face for
blame
multiple seasons?
Can I blame Josh Beard because he's the commissioner?
Fine.
I'm blaming Josh Beard. Not my fault.
That's fine. But maybe
I have no sway in this league.
But maybe bring it up to Josh. Hey, I know the guy who was kind of your coworker for about, I don't know, 3 months or so.
6 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
It was longer than that.
Yeah,
not
much longer. I just don't remember the time. He likes playing the game. In fact, he might be an easy mark because he hadn't played it that much because things got in the way. But I still got it. Still got the game. Got it downloaded. Got everything. And yet, nothing.
We have a group chat with the 4 of us.
Of course you do have a group chat.
You're not in.
I'm aware.
Unnamed member of the group chat says, Sean and I are getting roasted for not inviting one of our coworkers into the league. So we have another person who wants to join us next season.
Unbelievable.
Just heads up.
Unbelievable.
Who are you thinking about taking over?
Who are the teams that are available?
All 130 something.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking, what do you mean take over? Am I pushing someone out of the league?
You want the ECU Pirates? I'll hand
it over.
So
are there rules? Like you can't take over a 4-star program, whatever?
It's Josh's Texas State. Joe, since he was new, we gave him a little bit of a boost with Boise. I'm ECU, in case you haven't heard. And then another member of the league is Coastal Carolina.
So it's in that realm. Now I got to find a team.
A lot of recruiting battles in the Tidewater area between us.
I got to think about it. I'm not going to jump out and go, this is a team I want. I got to do some research. Hopefully it's for season 4. Conveniently forgetting it. Oh, I'm still waiting. Season 5. We'll get you that invite. You're treating me like Houston, like the Big 12 treated Houston for all those years. Oh, yeah, we'll get to you.
Yeah. No, we need Josh to leave the league, and then you can join. And then there might be 1 year of overlap.
Yeah, sure. Okay, there it is. Airing of grievances.
You'll get your home game. Don't worry.
Sweet. But you'll have, but the replay official will be from your school. We'll get screwed. That's some very inside Texas, Houston stuff that happened. Not too distant past. Not too distant. Oh, okay. That was a first down. Whatever you say. Didn't matter, though. The big school got the win. And that's all we're looking for in college football. Screw over the little guy. All right. Grievances are over. Maybe you guys have some issues with the Texans offensive line. And you want to air some grievances too. You can call in about that because we're going to get to some numbers that just support what your eyes have told you all year long about how they've handled certain things. We'll get to that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So these numbers come from fantasy points data. CJ Stroud was pressured on 56.9% of his dropbacks on which the opposing team used the stunt. That's the second highest rate of 108 qualifying quarterbacks in fantasy points data history. I'm not sure that means anything. What does fantasy points data history mean to me?
I imagine since like 2000. I don't know.
No, I think that.
Or is that like a
website? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is that just fantasy points? Fantasy points data, I think, is the name of their website. It is. It's their Twitter handle. So I'm not sure why that means anything.
How long
have they been in existence?
I'll get on that.
For whatever you might think of that nugget, it just means whatever you saw last year, well, now last season, I guess, for the Texans, was exactly true. If you thought they couldn't handle teams playing games up front to a level where it was embarrassing to watch, you're right. Second highest rate of 108 qualifying quarterbacks. How does that get fixed? Well, firstly, you think it gets fixed because the O-line coach isn't back. Are they going to promote someone from within? That is Aaron Wilson's reporting that they like someone within the building, so he is going to be a real candidate for the job. And do they find help with personnel? I feel like Shaq Mason is the obvious one you say goodbye to. The others are all draft picks or guys you're paying a lot of money to. Like Shaq Mason, contract was sizable, but you can get off of that. And then you have to go find your answers from the rest. And if you can find an addition that fits. So is Kenyon Green going to go? There's no trade market for him. I don't think so. Do you keep him? Do you keep the former first rounder and give him one more go? Not to be the cemented starter, but to go try to win a spot or at least be a rotation guard, be active on game days. Is that where he lands? Questions for Nick Caserio. Got that blind spot for O-line. Has not hit on those guys. Needs to get fixed because that number is nuts. Particularly when the final scenes from CJ Stroud's year was him limping on that field. Now that limp came from a scramble early in the game, but those hits piled up. It was a rough one, and he played one of his better games in the back half of the season. Just wasn't enough, partly because that offensive line could not handle anything the Chiefs threw at him or threw at them late in that game. One thing you might figure out, whoever the new O-line coach is, Dare and Schultz should not be in any combination blocking a starting defensive end. Bad planning. And I don't know who that falls on. We will hopefully not have to deal with that next year. Some of other things involving the Texans that aren't so great. If you are into awards and like them just because you think it gives guys on your team a little respect, don't look at the DPOI or DROI, excuse me. The AP does not have a Texan on the list. There are 2 Eagles, 2 Rams, and 1 Dolphin. No Texans. The 2 Eagles DBs, Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell, make the list for the finalists. Braden Fisk and Jared Verse, the 2 Rams, make the list. Those guys are college teammates at Florida State. And then Chop Robinson, the pass rusher for the Dolphins, makes the list as well. So why Cooper DeJean over Kamari Lassiter in particular? Like, the Texans guys have stats. So clearly this isn't just a compilation of numbers that gets you this award, or at least even makes you a finalist, because you couldn't tell me that Quinyon Mitchell or Cooper DeJean put up the counting numbers that Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock did. So you think, particularly for an award like this, production would mean something? Specifically when the numbers are so skewed in the favor of the 2 guys not on the list. Not this time.
Yeah.
Give it to the Eagles.
Yeah, because the Eagles guys combined 0 interceptions. Am I correct? Did they get one? I don't think DeJean or Quinyon Mitchell have an interception. And you have just Lassiter, who has 3.
No.
4.
Mitchell and DeJean don't have an interception between them. And yet, finalist. Maybe there's some PFF grade that gives them the edge. But in the AP, I don't believe AP voters are looking at the minutia of PFF grades and go, what is this guy like when there's a receiver in his area? I don't think they're doing that. I'm not going to give them that much respect.
I don't know. Let's see what fantasy points data says.
Okay, let's see if it's out there.
I don't think history of fantasy.
I don't think they're looking at that either. I think Cooper DeJean was always going to have a shot because of the obvious.
Why?
It was very cool for everyone to talk about a white cornerback. That's why.
It was cool.
Everyone loved a lot of people who
inspiration to a lot of little white kids out there.
By the way,
got moved to safety.
By the way, he's a superior athlete. By the way, he's not just some guy, some plumber out there.
He's scrappy.
No, he's not.
Just doesn't have the best measurables.
He was an elite punt returner.
Doesn't have. No, he just gets through with grit.
And that was the thing. He does not get through with grit. He's actually an elite athlete. And yet everyone falling all over themselves because they see a white corner out there.
Coach's kid.
Is he?
I don't know. A lot of times they are.
A lot of time white corners are coaches' kids.
Or just white guys on defense.
Well, not everyone can play for be a Venables, I guess. Because that actually is the case. What he did at Clemson. Multiple sons played in it. I always laugh at that. I know Clemson has different recruiting standards. They don't go after everyone as part of it's a point of pride for them. They like to brag about it. But you mean to tell me that of all the players they actually would recruit, the two Venables kids beat those guys out, deserve scholarships. Forget about beating guys out. They deserve scholarships over other guys, and they got starting roles.
They know how to do it the Clemson way. They're raised in it. Molded by it.
Go find someone who can cover a deep third. How about that? How about you do that?
It's about more than coverage. It's about our faith and our family
Oh,
here at Clemson.
yeah. You know, in the deep
Clemson.
That's right. In the deep South, you can never find a talented kid who loves God. That never happens.
No.
That's never a thing. Yeah, the deep South isn't full of families who have really talented athletes who love God. Only the Venables kids could match the faith that Clemson wants from their athletes. Do people realize what the hell was going on there? It's Clemson. They're competing for national titles. And Venables was playing daddy ball. And Dauble's like, I'll allow it. Because at least Dauble kept his kids on special teams and in blowouts. Venables had his kids start in playoff games. And yet, that's by the way, that's the type of guy you're getting at Oklahoma. Just be aware, if there's another Venables kid in the pipeline, I don't know. I don't know if there's another Venables kid about to be a college football player. He'll be starting over whatever recruit you think should be in that spot. He's not even a DC anymore. He's a head coach. He has more power. But back to Cooper DeJean screwing over Kamari Lassiter. I don't get it. Doesn't feel like that should have happened. As I said, I don't think the AP voters are locked in on the ins and outs of what is happening in that Vic Fangio defense and understanding that Cooper DeJean should be a finalist. Those guys saw, you know what'd be fun? This story. Let's put him in. I don't think there's any chance he wins the award. That feels like it's going to go to Jared Verse.
I think that is why I'm not like that.
I think
it's shape about it.
I think it's a Jared Verse award no matter what. But,
I would be surprised if it wasn't.
But that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be recognition for what the Texans DBs did.
But what exactly does finalist like? What kind of recognition?
Yeah, do you even show up at NFL honors if you know you're not going to win?
Also, like you show up at NFL honors, but like 10 years from now, when we're talking about Kamari Lassiter, we're not going to be like, he finished 4th in Defensive Rookie of the Year.
You know what I know about you, Sean? You don't care about fairness.
I don't care about
You're tossing away fairness.
I don't care about personal accolades. That's what I don't.
Oh, you're
care
a team
about.
guy.
I am such a team guy.
That's right.
Thank you, James Harden, for disabusing me of ever caring about whether guys win MVPs or not.
How many years into Rockets Twitter were you deep into before you realized it doesn't matter anymore? When you're fighting Warriors fans about who's more valuable. How long?
After the Russell Westbrook MVP in 2017, and then James Harden goes out and shoots like 1 for 13 in a game 6 or game 7,
game 5
against the Spurs at Toyota Center to get eliminated,
where he quit.
That's where I'm like, I cannot believe that I said this guy should win MVP, even though he did have a better year than Russell Westbrook. It's just like, I don't care anymore. And then he wins it the next year.
Yeah. It really kind of brings you back to reality.
It's just like, who cares?
What am I doing here? This guy who I championed for MVP went out there and got abused by Jonathan Simmons.
Yeah.
That Kawhi didn't play in that game. I don't think
didn't
Tony Parker didn't play in that game. The best perimeter player on the floor was Jonathan Simmons. He played so well, Orlando gave him a big deal, relatively speaking, for Jonathan Simmons. Gave him a big deal. And we've never seen him again. We don't know what happened to Jonathan Simmons. He got life-changing money because of what he did in that series to the Rockets and how much he outplayed James Harden. That's what happened. So you credit James for something.
Yeah.
He changed Jonathan Simmons' life.
Oh, and my life, because now anytime someone has a good year, I'm not crying about they should be the MVP.
Yeah.
Same thing with the Rockets All-Stars this year. It's like, should one of them be an All-Star? Probably. Don't care. Don't really care.
Even this week, you've had an example of why getting into those arguments doesn't matter. Jalen Green, Western Conference Player of the Week. Rockets players were talking about how we got 2 All-Stars, Şengün and Jalen. And
let the apology be as loud as the disrespect.
That certainly were tweets from people. And it's almost as if they don't know who the player they're talking about is. Because 2 games later, he's back to the guy he's back to the December version.
Yeah.
He can bounce back, though. Let's see what he does in Cleveland on Saturday. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't care that much about individual awards.
It just doesn't do anything.
But I do think it's dumb that those 2 Eagles are there and one Texan isn't. As dumb as the award is, this is even dumber. There's no reasonable reason that's happening. Oh well.
Again, we're talking about 3rd place for the.
Give me my propers.
All right.
I want my accolades of finishing 3rd in AP Defensive Rookie of the Year voting.
2 FSU defensive linemen are going to finish ahead.
Yeah, it's 2. It's 2 pairs of teammates, and then even college teammates are involved in it too for the Rams. Kind of nuts. Okay, we got a couple more segments to go here. Sean's not offended. If you are, I would say learn from Sean. Doesn't matter that much. I'm just pointing it out. If you want to get in on anything, you're done with Netflix like Anthony is, we welcome the call. If you take issue with us cutting you off because we don't trust you, you can call in too. If you want to, that individual who we referenced earlier in the show, if you want to call in, we will give you a shot to get off whatever the hell you thought was okay. I don't know, maybe a month ago. But
I don't know if we should do that.
I do like him keeping receipts. I do respect him saying, "Oh, you cut me off, huh? And this is what you come up with?" I respect the man who has an agenda. You can call in, or anyone else, 713-780-3776. We will be back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Thanks, Michael Carroll. He's in the building, back like a lot of us. He will join us on Friday, tomorrow.
Can I be honest?
Sure.
And this is not specific to Michael Carroll. This is not specific to anybody.
Okay. Cover yourself before you say something egregious.
I really like just being the only person here.
You know what? Oh yeah,
because that's
from 12 to 6. Yeah, yesterday and the day before.
Yeah, I don't know. I like having the run of the place,
isn't it?
Although Lance was here yesterday,
which always ruins things. Understood.
Wouldn't say that.
I would say it clearly.
Yeah.
I would say it all the time.
Got to talk about fart years.
Yeah. Not a great nickname for Quinn. Hopefully that doesn't stick. But yeah, it's not bad. We've both been down the hall, which is a station that doesn't exist anymore, and we spent, in cases sometimes, all shift with no one walking in.
Yeah. Overnight was
interesting.
It was a movie.
Yeah.
By that I mean I would literally
you could watch movies better than the other alternative, which gets you fired. Not a lot did down there, but bringing a pillow and a comforter to go to sleep gets you fired. Like you could actually fall asleep
and be fine.
But if you planned on it, but planning on it gets you fired.
Yes,
exactly. And rightfully so.
Yeah, shout out to you.
Yeah, hey man, I respect it. You were full of no.
I guess I respect it.
You can come in and be that full of no care.
Yeah, I don't even know. Just a kid, man. Just
trying to make his way, and didn't do well making his way. No. So I'm with you. I get it. There have been times if you are working as a part-time producer, particularly here, you'll run a game. You'll come in at maybe you relieve the person who was there before you, but you'll run a game from, I don't know, let's say 7 or 6:30 for the pregame, and you could be there until 11:30 and later with no one in the building, which I'm completely fine with.
Yeah,
I would be fine.
Just
during COVID, that was a thing too.
Yeah,
like everyone would work from home, and we would be here, and I would sit here for, depending on the shift, maybe 6 hours, 8 hours. And
I said like I worked here during COVID.
Yeah. Yes. You understand, but you weren't one of those people. Maybe for people who do work from home, they're used to it too. It's not a bad thing for me.
It's not like working for, or at least for me. For everyone else, it is like working from home. But for me, it was more like just working at an empty office building. There's
something cool. There's something interesting about it. I don't know if I would like to do it every day, but just being a change and not having random voices, it was fine when I did it.
I also got home last night and 100% thought it was Friday.
Days have been confusing for me. I didn't think it was Friday. I was for the better part of this week. I haven't been sure what day it is.
Yeah,
I know I had to go in the work, but because we were staying over the hotel, just changes up your routine, and days felt longer for some reason as well. I don't know why that was. It was a same work shift. Probably
less driving.
Maybe that's what it is. I spent less time.
Yeah.
Going from place to place, the days just felt longer.
Yeah, like you just would walk over and whatever 12:30.
I mean, I did take a treacherous ride to Central Market for a couple sandwiches.
I
did do that.
Thank you again for that.
Oh, this wasn't about.
I won't then say why days felt longer for me. I won't say why. Why did days
felt longer for you?
I don't know why. Felt like all I did was wake up, come here, go watch one game, one movie, and come back.
And debate whether you could get food from a place, depending on how their app was working.
It was no debate. It was just, are they open?
And is their app something I can actually use and will work for me?
Or are they saying they're open on Google, but then I go to the app and they say they're closed?
Yeah. Yeah, we had a very Sean had a very difficult time trying to figure out what to eat.
Turns out someone can out Pizza the Hut.
It was Little Caesars did a couple nights ago. All right, so that was our experience. I'm sure everyone had a little bit different. A lot of you guys probably played in the snow. Not us. We grinded, making sure the station stayed on the air.
Literally did not get to play in the snow at all.
I didn't touch snow at all. Not once.
I mean, the snow touched me, but I didn't.
You didn't touch back?
No, I mean, it just landed on me as I was walking. There's nothing I could do to stop it.
I had more interaction with slush and ice, just walking from my car to like a gas station than I did touching snow. It is what it is. But we're back to normal. As you heard Michael introduce us. He's in the building, as I said. He'll join us to talk about what you should and shouldn't watch. Maybe he has a review of The Night Agent. I don't know. We will see. That is always a surprise for Michael Carroll, the host of Comicast. You can find that on any place you listen to a podcast, Apple, Spotify. It's all there for you. Okay, we got a couple things to get to before we go. I didn't know that Albert Şengün was a crash test dummy. He told this story yesterday or he told it to Sam Amick of The Athletic. He said, I had a lot of injuries from childhood, like everywhere. My arms, my knees, I have injuries and scars everywhere from climbing places. A car hit me twice. Hit him twice. And I don't think he means while he was in another car. I think it means a car contacted his body.
I read that as he got hit by a car twice.
Yeah, he says, I was almost dying, and now I play every game. That's the quote.
It's such a funny quote.
Is that just a product of not being a native English speaker? Because I was almost dying. Do you think that's what it was? That's why it sounds different and funny?
No, I think it's I got hurt all the time, scrapes, bruises. I got hurt climbing. I got hit by a car twice. And now I play every basketball game
that
I'm
part.
in.
Oh yeah.
It's just
I think he's
it's
pointing.
just another example of I got hurt climbing. Also hit by a car twice.
There are levels to this. As a kid,
now I made it.
Kid gets hurt climbing.
That everyone, or
Kids,
not everyone, but
kids
a lot
get
of people do that.
scars.
Yeah.
Kids have injuries. I don't know how many kids who got hit by a car twice.
Just clipped.
Yeah.
Actually, he almost died. So maybe
You said he was almost dying. I don't know the extent of, or maybe that's just him using some hyperbole, but hit by a car twice.
And this is where him not being a native speaker, I won't point out, or no, I will point out, but I won't hold it against him. Then it makes it seem like it was the same car that hit him twice.
So are you suggesting the car hit him, then came back and hit him?
Or a couple days later, what are the odds? The same car.
A car hit me twice. Yeah, who knows?
Gray Buick again.
It's dangerous in those streets. But we're glad that Alpi is a Rocket, and maybe he's your all-star. But
yeah, maybe.
And he did hit the game-winning free throw yesterday in their win against the Cavs. It was a very Rockets-like game condensed into a quarter.
Yes.
They were up big, gave up a 19-0 run. Fred VanVleet had a good shooting night, hit 2 threes on back-to-back possessions to tie it. Amin made a play, didn't result in points, but he made a great play defensively that almost led to points for him. And then, of course, Alpi gets fouled by Jared Allen, Texas legend, Jared Allen, on a loose ball under the Cavs hoop. Alpi makes 1 out of 2, and then Darius. No, he made both. I said 1 out of 2 before. Didn't he? He made both. I said 1 out of 2 earlier.
They were up 2.
I was wrong. He made both.
They were up 2 because Darius Garland only made 1 free throw.
Yeah, Alpi made 2 free throws. Correct myself on that. They go up by 2, and then Darius Garland fouled by Tari Eason on a 3-point attempt. Ruled a
flagrantly fouled
with about just under
2 seconds.
2 seconds to go.
Like 2.3.
Yeah, about 2 seconds to go. He misses the first 2. Tari Eason breathes a sigh of relief, and then Donovan Mitchell misses the shot that would have won the game, and the Rockets win. So big win for them. Very, very good atmosphere in Toyota Center, and they walk away not losing the 2 games at home against the Pistons and the Cavs, and they get to head to Cleveland with the chance to sweep this 2-game set with them. They play on Saturday, so they got a little time to recover and see if they can go up there. They have fared okay against the top teams. I mean, OKC, those games have been close. They're really helped by sweeping Memphis so far. They have 1 more game against them, but they've won the first 3. They
only have 1 loss to a Western Conference. Yeah. I think top 16.
And the Clippers, they lost a game to the Celtics last night, but the Clippers have been better than you would think, considering how the Rockets have treated them this year. And they lead the Pacific, if that means anything to you, but they have played better, and the Rockets have beat the hell out of them.
Yeah.
So
and they lead the Southwest.
If that matters. Once again, if that matters to you. And they
lead. It matters to me.
Are you going to buy a Southwest Division t-shirt? I don't think they make those.
Doesn't matter, Brian. But AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
I'm not saying it's not a good accomplishment to be in first place. When's the last time the Rockets have been in first place in their division at any point past January 1st? When's the last time? 4 years ago now, something? Maybe
2020, but they're the 4 seed.
So for how far this team has come, it's a big time improvement. I just don't know if they're going to be celebrating it. I don't think we celebrate division titles anymore in basketball.
I mean, just this is not Rockets specific, but yes, no one celebrates division titles anymore.
No,
they should have confetti fall down.
The Rockets this time, the Rockets should
streamers.
No confetti. Confetti is one of the worst things ever created. I always think about me and my buddy KJ. I was talking about this. We think about the people who have to clean it up. I'm not a big people person, if you can't tell, but I do think about the people who have to. Oh, they win, so I got to clean up all this garbage. Why?
Like in playoff series where they drop confetti after every win at home.
Why?
It's like
the Knicks were down. The Knicks were down 3-0 in a series against the Heatles and dropped confetti when they won Game 4. What? You're going to a gentleman sweep and you're celebrating? That confetti's dumb. Sorry.
Yeah. Now someone has to sweep it up.
Yeah. If you drop the confetti, if you make the plan to drop the confetti, you have to clean it up. Not the people who keep your building in tip-top shape for paying customers. Okay, we got one more segment to go before we get back. Art sent me a funny tweet about my mom's viewing habits. So I'll get to that when we come back. And Art, I will tell you now, no, she has not watched that show. But I'll talk about the show or reveal the show that he asked about when we come back. So if you want to get in before we go, you can. 713-780-3776. We'll be back.
You're listening to The Dale Show on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Dale. Dell, no, that's okay. That's on me. I went more country with it. My bad, Dell.
The punishments for making your producer think you're going to be late coming back. I get that. Rejoin. Every time he thinks I'm not going to be back in time.
It's just 3 seconds longer. So
3 seconds too much. If that's what I have to hear. So Art asked, because we were talking about Netflix and they don't provide anything. I mentioned my mom's really into Netflix right now. She's watching Manifest and other things, just plowing through episodes. She'll get through like 7 and not realize it. He asked if my mom has watched Euphoria. I will tell you no. Now, she is unlike Sean, where he's on his parents' Netflix. My mom's on my HBO. max. So she could if she wanted to. She has her own profile. I haven't really looked into it. But I don't think Euphoria is one of her things. You guys like Sydney Sweeney a lot more than she would, I think. I don't think Sydney Sweeney holds the same appeal.
I don't know. I've never met your mom.
I have. I'll tell you.
Okay.
She's never mentioned how much she loves attractive blonde women ever.
Not once?
Not
No,
once. Are you sure? What about in college?
Like 30-something years.
Not once. Not once. So sorry, Art. No. But if she does watch it, I hope she doesn't tell me. That's when I don't need anything. No information. Okay. Don't tell me. Please. You want to talk about the pit? We can talk about the pit, Mom. We can talk about that show. For some reason you like dragons. You want to talk about Game of Thrones? Cool. But, well, even that's aggressive.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's some stuff.
There's some stuff in there that I don't want to hear about, but certainly not Euphoria. There it is. Oh, Kalen Book has responded to his, let's just say, snub. Let's call it
disrespect.
Yeah.
That he's not 5th in Defensive Rookie of the Year. Yeah.
Someone tweeted out his numbers in a quote tweet of him not making the top 5 of the list. He says he says, I think this goes off big names. I don't know if the rookies being mentioned were big names. Like Cooper DeJean, yes, for reasons. But Quinyon Mitchell's from Toledo. Now, the 2 Florida State guys, sure, but there wasn't a lot of buzz. Neither one was was Verse a first-round pick? Maybe.
I think he was.
But it wasn't a lot of buzz. Chop Robinson was a first-round pick, but these are all low first-round picks or out of the first round. It wasn't a top 5 because most of those guys were offense, so if not all. So
yeah, the first defensive player was like 12th or something.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's big names, but it would be. Oh, I guess it would be a reason because I can't find a real one that would keep them off the list. But he's seen it, and he had 55 tackles, 5 picks, 11 PBUs.
That's good.
That's very good for a rookie. Now he will take gambles and he'll be out of position sometimes, but that leads to him making some big plays too. So he's got to find a balance there. But look, accolades or not, the Texans had 2 good picks for that secondary. And they're pretty much set. We'll see if Petrie comes back and where he'll be and how healthy he'll be. He'll be back. He'll be back. We'll just see if he will be solidified there, or do they need one more body to have a great one, like maybe a nickel corner if you want to keep Kamari Lassiter on the outside. But they've devoted a lot of resources there and hit on pretty much all those guys. So, but he's seen it. No word from Kamari Lassiter, Sean. So if he's offended by a lack of a finalist appearance.
No, my opinion on this is I'm okay if they're upset.
No one else should be.
I don't have to be upset.
No,
I don't care about no one. Hey, people need to fill radio segments. I get it. I don't have to be upset. No. I am not going to sit there and I don't have a ballot. I'm not going to sit here and parse who's the actual 4th place defensive rookie of the year, who should be a finalist. I don't care.
What you do care about is keeping me out of that dynasty league that
Scoreboard.
You guys have.
That's what I care about. Well, in the dynasty league, really what I care most about is recruiting.
Understood. Well, Jimmy's and Joe's, man.
Yeah.
Jimmy's and Joe's.
Yeah. Need them to get a little better, though.
I know you don't want this tactician coming into the league and just winning it early, but I get it. That's why I'm out.
I'm just stars. Give me stars.
I'm the Charlie Weiss of that. Of that online dynasty.
I'm the Mario Cristobal. I am without a doubt the Mario Cristobal.
I will come in and pretend like I have a dramatic schematic advantage.
I am roll the ball out there.
Let's go. My big fast people will beat your small, somewhat fast people.
That's all.
No matter what play you draw up.
That's what we do over here at ECU. All right.
That's right. Go get them wins, baby. And if you have to get in a fight with NC State, so be it. I wish they would allow that in the game. A brawl. That's what 26 should have.
Yeah,
at least a flag planting.
I was gonna say option to flag plant and having to be separated.
Yeah, I mean because they won't sanction a fight, but a flag planting, if it's in the game, EA, let's bring that because that was a big topic to end the rivalry weekend of college football before championship weekend. All right, we're done for the day. Gallant and George are up next. Joe George, the Texas of Online Dynasty, keeping out the little guy. Since we're done, Sean, what does that mean?
We did it!
That's right. We did do it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George. It is Thursday, January 23rd of 2025. We are back in studio. Sean Mapes was here. Joe George and I are here. And we've got you for the next 3 hours. Last night's Rockets-Cavaliers game was completely drunk.
Yes, it was a wild game. Specifically the ending, of course, but
yeah,
a weird game throughout still, but the ending, was something I don't know last time we've seen anything close to that. Bizarre ending to a basketball game.
A violent ending, I guess. So let's just set up what was going down in the last minute of the game. Alperen Şengün shoved Jared Allen and knocked his ass on the court. It probably should have been called something more than it was. Then a little bit later, Alperen Şengün gets away with an elbow underneath the hoop. Things were smiling on the Rockets because they did not play particularly well last night. And yet, as it seems they do very often this year, despite playing a game where offensively guys were struggling, Jalen Green specifically, they still figured out a way to win. But this time, the basketball gods, I think, helped them out. This is Craig Ackerman on the call, Space City Home Network, of a foul at the end of this game by Tari Eason that maybe shouldn't have been called a flagrant, but it definitely wasn't the smartest play.
But he's at 90% for the season. One more. Oh, are you kidding me? He missed them both. Complete change of events. Now, the Rockets are back from wow. Now, they still have the ball. Protect the rim, call out the switches, communicate. 2.8 to go. Into Mitchell, the world, a shot to miss, and the Rockets survive. I have no idea how they just survived that fourth quarter.
No one does. What happened there? Darius Garland's taken a three. Tari Eason is not close to being able to defend said three. He closes out. He steps in the landing zone, which James Harden turned into an effing weapon when he was with the Rockets. So they call a flagrant. And on top of that, Garland gets to shoot free throws. He's a 90% free throw shooter. And the ball did actually lie there. That was a foul. I don't know if it was a flagrant, Joe, but the Rockets get away with quite the win over the Cavaliers, who they're going to play again this weekend. And you take a look at the Rockets this year. This is a team that has now beaten the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Cleveland Cavaliers. They are the only team in basketball to have done that. Rockets to the moon.
I forgot what it was.
I waited till what he said, and then I tried to catch up.
We never actually agreed on
Okay,
that.
all right. That makes me feel, I thought I just missed part of a show for a second. Okay, I get it's a flagrant by the letter of the law. This is the Kawhi Leonard rule, right? When in the playoffs in 2000, what was 17.
Wasn't Klay Thompson?
No, it was Zaza Pachulia.
Yeah.
Stuck his foot under Kawhi shooting a jumper.
Gotcha. Okay. I thought it was Zaza did it to Klay Thompson. Same point.
Yeah, honestly, Zaza probably did, to be honest.
Game 7.
But so it's I get why they put the rule in place, because it is rolled ankles, sprained ankles, injuries happen. I do hate it because he was aggressively closing out, yes, but it's he didn't mean to put his feet under there, and that's really what the flagrant foul was. But to have a 90% free throw shooter clank 2 free throws on a night in which you have over 22 turnovers, I think it ended up being.
Green played like poo.
It would score 15 points in the fourth quarter. So you players played terrible basketball.
They were winning. I mean, honestly, they were up a good amount in the fourth quarter. I don't know what the hell happened. They completely fell asleep at the wheel, and they still pulled this one out of their ass.
Yeah, I mean, they scored 39 points in the first quarter. They scored 37 points combined in the second and fourth quarter and won this basketball.
Yeah, that's not good.
Like that is a strange way to win a game. And so the basketball gods were looking down.
Got to win your clunkers and get a little help from the basketball gods.
Yeah, I think they're looking at the Houston Rockets and they're saying, we punished you. We punished you for years of trash basketball with James Harden, and now we are going to reward you with playing basketball the way it's supposed to be played.
Yeah, I like that. Did Chris Paul tear his hamstring in the 2018 Western Conference Finals because the basketball gods thought that James Harden was an absolute disgrace? Maybe. I'd like to think that were why it happened. Saved me from having to shave my head. The Rockets lost that series, I was going to have to shave my head. And I'm not going to lie, I was low-key rooting for the Warriors there. I gotta admit, sometimes the bet that happens, you don't want it to happen. But they almost pulled it off. Anyway, to fast forward to today, this is the Cleveland Cavaliers call of the Tari Eason foul, and then you get an explanation from the referee after the fact.
Can't stay in front of Darius Garland. Garland for three, the lead, he got fouled! Unbelievable! Wow. He got fouled by Tari Eason! Some of the things that are looked at, how long was the closeout? That was a huge long stride by Eason. Does he get into Garland's landing space? I don't think there's any question that he did. He bumped him in the air.
After review, it has been determined that the distance covered by the defender on the closeout was reckless. He also gets underneath the shooter's landing where he rolls his left ankle. The ruling on the floor has been upgraded to a flagrant foul, penalty 1. 3 shots for Darius Garland.
And then they get the ball back. Aggressive. Like, are you supposed to leave guys open? You got to close out.
You have to close out. I really don't know the answer to this. I hate it when they make calls like this because I think flagrant means that there should be intent involved. It's definitely difficult to gauge intent. Eason was just slow closing out there and steps underneath. Was he trying to injure him? I don't get that feeling. I felt like he just fell asleep for a moment, and because of that split second of hesitation, the late closeout, and I think Garland being smart enough to make sure that his leg made impact with Eason there leads to what it ultimately ended up being called by the referee. I don't like it. I get it. And luckily, basketball God said, yeah, whatever. Yeah. You know what? We're going to let this one slide. Also, we're going to let all the many mistakes that you made over the course of this game slide. And hey, maybe there's something to this with the Rockets where they're winning games that they have no business winning. I mean, this is not the first time this has happened this year when they've played against a good team where they've won a game and they've played sloppily and they've still somehow figured it out. And they certainly were fortunate because I think Alperen Şengün could have been called for some gooning out there. No, not that gooning. Not the Gen Z kind of gooning. I mean, he was Bill Lambiering it up out there.
He was
shoving and elbowing people.
It's nice to see sometimes they let people get away with it though, because it's just how soft the NBA has come to see some gooning out there from Alpi.
Gooning, yeah,
it's well appreciated. It's just
I appreciate it when Alpi goons.
Yeah, give me more gooning. Goon all you want, Alpi.
Just be ready for the game. That's all I ask.
As long as
be available.
Yeah, he's out there. We had 2 bad games in a row for the Rockets. Obviously, the one on MLK Day was not good. You lose 107-96 to the Pistons. 2 games in a row where they've had so many turnovers.
Martin Luther King would have been pissed if he saw that.
The defensive effort in the first half.
Not great.
Come on, guys.
Jalen struggle busting again a little bit, and this is where the Jalen Green stuff. This is. I think we're all hoping we were past this, where he would have 10-point clunkers. Where he's shooting the ball terribly. After that stretch he had been on, the last
it was going to happen, right?
But
to this level, you don't want it to happen.
No, and that's what we were. I think we did a good job of staying level-headed about it, not going complete arms folded. This is BS. Just wait. But also not going, this guy's going to be one of the best players in the league. We were very okay, let's see it when he stopped shooting 60% from 3. What is it going to look like?
Yeah.
Can he still have, regular shooting games without it being a complete disaster? And how effective is he? And the last 2 games, at least, kind of back to same old Jalen that we saw for most of this year.
Can he shake it off to what he looks like over that stretch to a degree. Again, that was a ridiculous stretch.
Can we just get like a couple notches down from unsustainably good to
Yes,
just good?
Exactly. Because the next 2 games are playing the Cavs again on Saturday, then they play the Boston Celtics on Monday.
Gauntlet.
Right. That's tough.
Yeah.
That's
the Celtics. They killed the Rockets. Was it earlier this month?
Yes,
Might
they
have been
did.
last month.
Oh yeah, that was probably like the last really bad game that the
Yeah.
Rockets played. Outside of the loss to the Pistons. So the Pistons are scrappier this year than they were last season, but that was a low bar to clear. Right.
That's why I get winning this one, no matter how ugly it was, is like just looking ahead is so huge. Just to bank at the worst 1 and 2 in this stretch before having to go to Cleveland later this week.
Yeah, and I think too, it's like it's unforgotten, but the defensive effort there on the final shot from Amen Thompson too, like on
the turnaround, because when
Thompson balled,
so good. It was 16-16. When it was ruled a flagrant, and then Darius Garland missed the first free throw, I was like, "What's going to happen?" I thought he was going to make the next 2, and then they're just going to tie it. And then they're going to make the shot on the flagrant because they get the ball back because it's a flagrant. And I was like, oh, my God, this is how it's setting up. And then when we missed the second one, I was like, oh, my God, he just choked. Like, there's no great defense by Amen on the end. I'm with you guys. I don't love the flagrant foul on that. If you wanted to call it regular foul on it, that's fine.
It's definitely a regular foul.
Yeah, it's just the flagrant stuff.
Right. Couple of comments here about your Houston Rockets who, they work hard. Lead the league in rebounds per game. Best in the league in second chance points.
Leader of the Southwest Division.
Second in fast break points. That's right. Leader of the Southwest Division. They play the Grizzlies again, going for the season sweep to really ice that thing off. Doesn't matter, Brian. NBA Southwestern Division champions. Doesn't really roll off the tongue.
No,
Same
sure
way.
It doesn't.
AFC South. From the 832, someone says, I'm buying in. Go. Can't say that word. That's not how you spell rockets. You don't spell rockets with a C. Sir, stop being horny. Some others are asking, why don't we just call it Rockets Launch or Rockets Blast Off? Rockets Launch. Rockets
Blast Off.
What do you like better?
Is Launch what they're using?
Liftoff.
They're using,
I don't want to take the team hashtag.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess we didn't do that for the Texans.
I think I like Launch.
Texans. H-Town made.
I think I like Launch.
I think I like one word. Yeah. One word, one syllable.
Rockets Launch. All right.
So swarm, launch, bang.
Tentative agreement on that one.
Still open to suggestions for. I like swarm and bang. We could let's see what we got with the Rockets.
From the 614, admit when you hear flagrant, you think of what Şengün did to Jared Allen. Nice.
Yes. Also, I do agree. Like of the things that should be called flagrant fouls, I would say more on Şengün than on Tari Eason.
I gotta say though, I like that Dylan Brooks is rubbing off on him. I like that Alperen Şengün, instead of becoming like Karl Anthony Towns, who's having a good year this year, but
he's still a sophomore.
Yeah, exactly. I like that Şengün is throwing his weight around. Typically the Euros don't do that, and I get it. Like Turkey's barely in Europe and doesn't really share anything culturally with Europe, but hey, I like that the international player is playing with a mean streak.
Yeah. Especially going from the Rockets of old, not just the Silas Rockets, but to have this kind of team. It's just like stylistically, it's nice to kind of get the opposite of your ex in a certain way, where you go from being the very finessey, just launch threes, try to get to the free throw line, try to get to the rim, to like playing prison rules. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's just awesome.
Prison rules basketball.
I just love that we have 2 players that their combined nickname is the Terror Twins. Like that's just like, I'm in on that. Because you know what they weren't calling Ryan Anderson and Eric Gordon? The Terror Twins. They're just standing outside the 3-point line.
Asymmetric Risk asks, swarm for Texans, launch for Rockets, Astros. What was that? Bang!
Bang.
It's because of the thing that they did. That they should go back to doing.
They bang home runs.
Yeah,
that's true.
And if the Daikin air conditioning isn't working, you just get it back online.
Junior Broncos wants it to be Rockets Power. It does sound
Rockets Power. Only when we're talking about Şengün or Jock Landale.
Maybe.
Or Steven Adams.
Yeah, it's just the Australian players because I don't know why, but the characters in the Nickelodeon show Rocket Power did give off Australian vibes, even though they were Hawaiian. Hawaii, Australia, it's the same thing.
I'll be honest with you. When you started that, I was like, I also thought of the Rocket Power TV show. Did you watch that? You're too young for that, probably, right?
I
Sean?
watched a little bit.
Okay,
I don't remember.
We are riders on a mission.
I honestly, I didn't think Hawaii either. Like, I thought it was not in America.
I figured California.
That makes sense.
But I thought that, I don't know why, just Australia and the Rocket Power people, it clicks when Sean is saying those things. People are probably very confused right now. The main reason I don't want to go with talk. It was okay. The main reason the Goon Talk's fine. We're just talking about Alfred Şengün Goonin. Alfred Şengüner.
So what about Rocket's Goon?
No.
I mean, they are kind of goonish. They do goon it up on the court.
Like,
you guys are talking me into it now.
Rocket's Goon.
Yep, you got Evan Thompson who shoves people. You got Cam Whitmore who will fight people.
Yeah.
You got Dylan Brooks. You
Tari
got
Eason.
Şengün just throwing elbows around. Tari Eason is flagrant fouling people.
Even, like Steven Adams is pretty goonish. Just
that's true.
100%. I mean, people want them to trade for Draymond Green. Like, they really want the Goon thing to be
the
like
Goon Squad.
The brand.
I kind of like it.
Rocket's
Goon. All right, you know what? That's over Rocket's launch right now. All right, it's Gallant George. You got Sean behind the glass, Joe to my right. I am Paul. Chime in at 713-780-3776. It's how you call. It's how you text. Let's just roll right through it. The NFL has still fined Joe Mixon.
Yes, they did.
So yesterday we talked about how Joe Mixon was fined $25,000 for something that TJ Houshmandzadeh tweeted, which is one of the funniest things the NFL's ever done accidentally. And they screw up a lot. The league has shifted the goalposts, and they went back to what Joe Mixon did say. He said this, quote, "Everybody knows how it is playing up here in Kansas City. You can never leave it in the ref's hands. The whole world see, man." I'm kind of bummed out for Joe Mixon that he's still going to have to pay $25,000. But I told you, the NFL will never admit it's wrong. And they were going to find this quote, which is not that dissimilar to things that DeMeco Ryan said, not that dissimilar to things that CJ Stroud said, not that dissimilar from things that Will Anderson said. And Mixon, because he got fined already, is actually getting hit with the fine here. Saying you can never leave it in the ref's hands, in my opinion, is not criticizing the referees. It's just saying, hey, like, if you play better, this isn't a problem. Where missed calls, which happen, don't kill you.
Yeah, this is soft. This is definitely the NFL. They fined him intentionally for the TJ Houshmandzadeh quote, in my opinion. And they made a mistake. And instead of just admitting they were wrong, they just, like you said, they just moved the goalpost. And they're like, well, what else did he say about the refs? And we're just going to fine him for that. And like, we're not going to admit that our process is this flawed, in which we can take a written tweet by someone else and attribute to a player. Like, we're just going to fine this person no matter what, because we've already issued the fine and we're not going to give them the money back.
Well, did they have the substitutes in? You know, it was Martin Luther King Jr. Day on Monday. Is that why it happened? Did somebody see an article on the website formerly respected as Sports Illustrated, SI.com, and see the headline and just didn't go any further? I think it makes sense because I bet there were a lot of people who were not working on Monday.
Or you mentioned formerly respected SI.com. Why is it no longer respected? Because recently, last year or so, we found out that they have articles that are just like AI written articles, 100% not seen by human eyes.
So it might have been artificial intelligence and they kind of cheated.
Just like, whoops.
You know what? That's sound logic, because artificial intelligence, if you look at ChatGPT and you ask it about sports things, it'll screw up all the time. It'll just lie to you.
Yeah, and that's how the Bengals mix-up happens. That's how the Mixon Houshmandzadeh happens.
Yeah. I think that's probably it. You know, I because it is divisional playoff weekend, and even though I think the league wants to at least give off the impression that they're honoring Martin Luther King Jr., obviously they're going to have a bunch of people that are, you know, the grunts are going to be working.
Yeah,
on
we
holiday.
had to work on it.
Yeah, we did.
Raj is definitely making them work.
Yeah, I assumed it's like either they're using AI to get it wrong, or like their new batch of interns are like responsible.
The spring intern
class.
class.
The spring intern class, like First day on their own, not checking their work.
He's a Chiefs fan being
didn't go very well.
This guy.
Yeah, yes. Maybe he's related to a ref somewhere.
Oh, yeah, a Hockley cousin or something. Yeah.
Could be that. I mean, listen, the tallest referee in the NFL officiated my best friend's wedding earlier this year.
Wait.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not going to say his name. I'm going to keep him anonymous. But he's the tallest referee in the league. He was on the sidelines for Texans and Bears earlier this year.
Was that like a relationship, or were they like, we're going to hire this ref?
No, he is the bride's uncle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't know. Very small world.
Is he officially the tallest ref in the NFL?
Dude, he's taller than most players out there.
Okay.
It's no. I'm not trying to like stand up for him. It's just
trying to grease the pocket.
I didn't know if you were just saying he's just a tall guy. He's the biggest guy I've ever seen or if he's like has a business card where on it says tallest referee.
No, he's legitimately 6'7".
Wow.
I mean, he's bigger than the majority of NFL players.
How have I not noticed that there's a giant lurch
on the sideline?
Holding foul?
Well, it makes sense. Honestly, they should get bigger refs out there so they can see what the hell's going on.
It really would make like if you're gonna height shame, like I feel like that's actually one position to where like I would understand.
Have him under the goalpost, ducking.
Like just like he could see more of the field. You know, from way up from that vantage point.
They already have a sky judge. It's this guy.
If you have like a 5'6", if a ref is my height, 5'6" on a good day, then like seeing past the offensive line and into the backfield can be a challenge.
Asymmetric Risk asks, "Is the ref's name Barron?" No, but Bear. Good
He's
God,
tall.
Barron Trump. Holy crap, dude! Like just struck the lottery. My God.
Every time we see him on television,
do you think he's played basketball? He should be playing basketball.
I think it would make people believe in him as a leader for down the line, as part of the Trump dynasty. It's going to drive people
throwing
crazy.
it down to him in the low post.
I don't think he's gooning it like Alfred Şengün.
Yeah, I think he's probably got more James Harden in his bag.
Ooh, damn!
Wow, you're calling him Cat?
Classic liberal Joe.
Carl Anthony Trump? That's what you're calling him?
Good God. No, he's tall. I am curious if he's actually ever played a sport. But anyway, Joe Mixon, the fine stays. And the Rockets took down the Cleveland Cavaliers last night in a game they had no business winning. He is Joe. I am Paul. Sean is behind the glass. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. We are continuing a segment. I forgot to bring in my tinfoil hat, but do you have a conspiracy theory in the world of sports? Let us know. We've got a couple that we're going to address next. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay put.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Nice win for the Rockets last night that they did not deserve. Gladly accepted. Also, Joe Mixon still getting fined $25,000. Those are some of the many things that you can weigh in on today's edition of the show. Joe was out last Thursday. He was interviewing for the Chicago Bears job. It was very nice to see that the Bears instead hired someone who's, no offense, Joe, qualified.
Yeah, fortunately, I didn't get it.
They hired Ben Johnson. I think interviewing Joe did not help them check off any Rooney Rule boxes either. But it is kind of interesting that the Bears interviewing Eddie George in what was clearly a sham interview is not getting the same kind of energy that the Patriots interviewing multiple black men to be assistant coaches is getting. I just think it's interesting.
I think it's the double graphic for the Patriots that really kills them. The putting Pep and Byron on.
Because they interviewed two black coaches and
well, the Bears at least diversified their Rooney Rule interviews.
Whoa! What does that mean?
They interviewed a black man and a Mexican.
Oh,
Ron Rivera.
Okay.
So they diversified their diversity interviews.
Okay. Okay.
The Patriots are like, here's the black graphic, and here's the other coaches. All the white coaches get their own.
Okay. Well, I tried with that one. Anyway, he's Joe. I'm Paul. We got Sean behind the glass. You want to jump in? 713-780-3776. When Joe was out last Thursday, we did this segment called Tinfoil Hat Thursday. And I'm going to put I forgot to bring in the tinfoil hat, so I'm again using the giant aluminum tray. But basically, if you got a sports conspiracy, we want to hear you talk about it. So we got a couple, and guess what? They both involve the referees in the National Football League and the Kansas City Chiefs. Are those two cozy in bed? Interesting. Asymmetric Risk on the Twitch said, conspiracy. NFL owners agreed to rules that protect their major assets. They are okay with special rules for Patrick Mahomes and for Josh Allen. I'd definitely buy that.
I 100% believe this. If you gave Cal McNair Truth Serum and said they're going to protect CJ the way they protect Mahomes, you don't think he would sign off on that?
I don't know.
I think he would. He'd say, yeah, protect my quarterback. Like,
I'm going to have to pay him $60 million a year in a couple of years. Hell, I don't want to get him hurt.
Now, he might say, CJ,
slap his helmet, throw the flag.
Yeah, he might say, CJ, don't be a little bitch and flop like Patrick Mahomes. Yeah. But
I don't know.
They just showed it on the screen again.
That's why, they're showing it right now as we're talking about this. On Cow Turd.
I don't know if I don't know if Cal throws around the B word.
Colin Cowherd was the nice guy per the lawsuit against Fox Sports.
Honestly, I like Colin. I hate his co-host, Jason.
I can't stand Jason McIntyre either, but he can't help himself. He's a Jets fan. He's also the most tan McIntyre I've ever seen in my life. But I don't see color. I just wanted to point that out. He seems like he perhaps applies a spray tan. Here's another conspiracy theory. Roger Goodell is working with foreign leaders and agencies to create international teams and build stadiums for them that will serve as military bases for the NFL when they mobilize to take over the world. They are also using streaming services to spread their beliefs.
Yeah.
Sure, bro.
Sure.
It's a tinfoil hat Thursday. Speaking of the referees, how they might be favorable to Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes was on my friend Carrington Harrison's radio show in Kansas City, and Carrington, to his credit, very politely asked him this question, which is the closest that we've got to Patrick Mahomes acknowledging his egregious and unmanly flop Saturday against our Texans.
What do you make of that conversation about the way you play the game and potentially trying to draw roughing the passer calls?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that the only one I felt like I probably did too much was the one on the sideline where I didn't get a flag and the ref saw it and didn't throw a flag, and I understood it immediately and know that I probably shouldn't have done that. But at the same time, the one that everybody's talking about where I fell down, it's like I was just trying to get out of the way of getting smoked by the defensive lineman running. So I'll try to keep doing that and not take those hits because that's the smart way to stay in the football game.
That's the smart way to stay in the football game. Does anyone buy that Patrick Mahomes was doing that to evade getting hit, especially since he was going out of bounds and no one ever touches Mahomes when he goes out of bounds? I don't buy that for a second. And Mahomes, you heard it in his voice there. I shouldn't have done that. He should be fined by the National Football League.
Yep.
He confessed there. So my conspiracy is that, the NFL, they only want to punish someone like Joe Mixon.
I'm glad he admitted to it. I do appreciate that from Patrick Mahomes. Too little, too late, though. You've ruined the perception of yourself by being that soft and flopping like that. So I'm glad he acknowledged it. But also then just run out of bounds the first time, dude. He had a clear lane. He's lying. He had a clear lane to go out of bounds. He wasn't going to get hit going out of bounds.
He didn't want to get hit at the very end. Like when he went down, he didn't want to get hit. But if he didn't want to get hit, he would have gone down earlier.
Exactly. And this is the problem when it comes to quarterbacks running with the football. Travis Kelce on the New Heights podcast with his brother Jason Kelce also was asked about some of those controversial calls, not the flop on the sideline, which should have been asked by Jason. Poor journalism there. Whatever, it's fine. They're brothers. I get it. Here is, though, Jason Kelce asking Travis Kelce about the two roughing the passer calls.
What do you think about the two roughing the passer calls?
I'd like to plead the fifth.
I can comment on it though, right?
Of course.
I think the second one was completely just like absolutely ridiculous, right? I mean, he didn't even get touched. I don't know how they just missed it.
He definitely got touched.
I could see what they saw, but I don't think it was really that much forcible contact to his head. I think it was like, it looked like it was, but it didn't look like it was. In slow motion, it was that much. But I understand why they called it. Just thought it was a bad call.
He pled the fifth. I mean, they're both acknowledging that it was crap. Tinfoil Hat Thursday, that is just as good as a confession by Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce that what happened in those moments was wrong. Those moments did not decide the game. There was somebody on my Facebook, and of course, leave it to Facebook for the absolute worst kind of conspiracy theories here on this Tinfoil Hat Thursday. But I had one person who had this unbelievably long conspiracy. Daryl Strahan on a Tinfoil Hat Thursday comments, people that are not on the losing end of the flagrantly bad calls can't say that's not why they lost. The psychological effect it has knowing that you can't even try too hard to make a play or it will be called a personal foul, and that your team doesn't get those kind of calls severely limits your competitiveness. It takes away and even reverses the momentum you had going your way and gives it to the other team. So you analysts need to shut the F up about what effect it didn't have on the outcome of the game. Start the game over from the call that should have been a 4th and long for the Chiefs, taking away the personal foul, and let's see how the game would have progressed. This guy went full butterfly effect on me.
It's not the first time I've seen that. There's a couple people online that I've been seeing trying to push that of like, yeah, there was a 4th down after the second penalty and the Texans didn't stop him, but you don't know how it affected the players' mindsets after that. Shut up.
Yeah.
It's like
that's soft boys.
Just to be clear. What you're saying as a fan of this team when you make that conspiracy theory take is you're saying you root for the softest group of players in the NFL. Like that's what you're admitting. That you root for a bunch of losers. That's what they're saying. I'm not saying that. They're saying that. Like, if you think the Texans can't overcome this, then you think the players on the team you root for are losers.
Yeah, I talked about that with Seth on Sunday, Seth Payne, before we did KHOU Sports Extra. And he was like, what? All of a sudden they have crippling depression that just like made them catatonic in the middle of this game. And I was like, yeah, definitely didn't do that. It definitely affected the way the game was going. I can agree with that.
Yeah.
But are you being honest with yourself and saying, hey, had they played it again from that spot, that it would have gone the Texans' way? What if it becomes another, 51 unanswered points by the Chiefs? It could have been that too.
51 points all year.
Yeah, well.
Combined. They still haven't gotten to 30, right? They didn't get to 30 or past 30 against the Texans, right?
I forget if they've been past 30 this year.
No, I don't think they have.
They did not. I think you're right.
I do buy the fact that like it doesn't. So a missed call in the second quarter that let's just say like wipes away a touchdown or something. and a team loses by a touchdown, and you go, oh, they would have been tied if not for that call. It's like, no, the game afterwards would have played out differently, though. Like, the rest of the second quarter, the third quarter, the fourth quarter, people would have acted differently with a different scoreboard. If you want to make that case, I thought that's where they're going, but they went even deeper with something more stupid.
Yes.
Of they started crying, and that's why they didn't win.
Oh, we can't win. God hates us. From the 832 conspiracy theory, the NFL wants a Kelsey Super Bowl, Chiefs versus Eagles, and the mom wears the split jersey. I mean, they definitely want Chiefs Eagles.
They already did that.
Yeah.
Also, like,
what, we're getting reruns?
But it wouldn't be the split jersey this time. I think it would just be a Travis Kelce jersey because Jason no longer plays for the Eagles.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a bad mom. I think if she shows up in a split jersey, Jason's not on the team anymore.
Right.
Langdon Dickerson is like a son to her.
No.
Lane Johnson is like a son to her.
I can't say like Kelsey Ickerson or whatever. Like, it's got to be a one jersey kind of night.
Tinfoil Hat Thursday continues. You can text in your sports conspiracy theories. From the 832, the NFL wants Taylor Swift at the Super Bowl so she can perform with Kendrick Lamar at halftime.
I'd buy that. I mean, I don't know if she'll perform,
They're
but I'd buy that.
not like us. They're not like us. They're not like us.
They do
Drake's a pedophile.
They do have not that song.
Allegedly.
They do have a song like
Allegedly.
They do have a song together.
They do? I didn't know. Oh, Drake?
No.
Oh.
Kendrick and
Taylor Swift.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I mean, I get the Taylor Swift, like all these, teenage girls are watching the Super Bowl because she's on TV 30 times a game.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they're watching. So
that's why I watch.
I can buy that conspiracy theory.
Can I say that's a poor use of these teenage girls' time to watch a 3.5-hour broadcast for a combined 5 minutes of Taylor Swift
at most?
I would just say you can catch it on TikTok.
From the 713 on a Tinfoil Hat Thursday. Conspiracy theory. D'Amico Ryans is the sexiest coach in the NFL. No, sir, you're just horny. And or lady. Could be a lady.
Yeah, you never know.
Definitely not Steven Nelson texting in. Steven Nelson, you're always welcome on the Gallant George radio program.
We'll see if Marcus Freeman gets an NFL job.
That's the other one, right?
Coach of the year.
From the 713, there are no conspiracy theories. Now that
wrong
is a conspiracy.
Conspiracy that there's no conspiracy theories.
There's no such thing as a conspiracy theory.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa. Let me put the joint down. Whoa. None of it's a conspiracy.
Sounds like the CIA's texting us right now.
Yeah. The conspiracy. Is that all conspiracy?
Please disperse. Nothing to see here. So there you go, guys. A Tinfoil Hat Thursday. I'm taking this aluminum foil tray off my head.
I do
now.
think if you just took the hat off,
it won't fit. I tried it.
Sit there.
No, well, listen, watch.
Slide off. Yeah.
I mean, you can hear that.
If you take the hat off.
No, but it'll slide
I
off.
tried that. I did that too.
Hair, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I did that too. Yeah. Anyway, use Joe.
We went through the trial and error.
I'm Paul. The problem is I actually have a tinfoil hat and I just keep on forgetting to bring it in. He's Sean behind the glass. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It does seem like the Astros have a potential partner to improve themselves, but there is a problem. We will explain what that is next. Stay put, Gallant and George.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
All right, the Astros, we're hoping that they can continue to improve themselves this offseason. Alex Bregman is still a free agent, but I guess it's possible that he comes back. And I would say by 0.1%, it's possible he could come back. You no longer have Kyle Tucker, who the Astros, of course, traded for Isaac Paredes, as well as that minor league guy and the pitcher whose name I just
Cam Smith
cannot remember.
Hayden Wesneski.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate you for helping me out.
Cy-Fair High School Zone.
That's true. I got to remember.
Wesneski.
Maybe it's because I'm a Katy guy / a North Shore guy. I don't know. Those are two different schools, Paul, and totally different locations.
Totally.
Shut up.
Opposite sides.
Shut up. I just like the one that wins the most.
Got it.
Anyway, how do they get better? At this point, it looks like they're going to have to find a way to shed some salary. And it feels like they are close to doing that, but there is an obstacle, and that will be the focus of our Astros countdown, as we are now 20 days away from pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach. Give me that bone. Per Chandler Rome, the Chicago Cubs are interested in acquiring Ryan Presley, who is actively being shopped by the Astros. But per Ari Alexander, I'm not sure team and role matters based on what I've heard for the last month, which is Ryan Presley loves living in Houston and playing for the Astros. Can a guy be convinced? Yes, but at the moment, the sense I have is he isn't motivated to leave. Now, keep in mind, Ari Alexander also a couple of weeks ago said that things are heating up for Alex Bregman.
They did not.
They well, I mean, it might have been heating up. It doesn't seem to be heating up anymore.
No, they cooled quickly. Yeah, it seems like a lot of teams are interested in Presley. The Cubs are the ones that's being talked about the most right now. But he really seems just like set and staying here. I don't know if he's waiting for a promise to be a closer. Because I know Chandler was on a podcast, I think, and said that, where like he thinks if a team comes in and says, Ryan, you are a closer for this year, then he will waive his no trade clause. But he really might just be like, no, I signed this contract to stay in Houston for a reason. Like, we're not leaving. Like we're not moving. Like maybe when school's out for this, like when the semester's over, so his kids can move and not be disrupted. Like all-star break, but he seems to be like I think he's gonna be an Astro. I don't think he's getting traded.
I feel the same way as you. Now, I'm also surprised that there is interest in him, just given the way that last year ended. But to what you've been saying all offseason, Joe, there will be a team that is willing to bring him in. You've mentioned the Cubs a couple of times. There is something about Ryan Presley, and perhaps I might be projecting a little bit too much off of the last time I saw Ryan Presley in studio, because he joined the Boys of the Bench, John and Lance. I don't think a guy who wears camouflage hats is going to waive his no trade clause to go to Chicago, called by some that tend to wear camouflage caps, Chirac.
Yeah, I could see that being a detriment for him to not wanting to go there.
This is, again, I'm tinfoil hat Thursday.
Yeah.
This is me perhaps projecting that someone like Ryan Presley who wears a hat is maybe someone who leans right politically and maybe also looks at Chicago as a rat hole. But
I could definitely see it. I could see it.
Yeah. I don't know if he'd live on the South Side. I don't know if he'd be hanging out where Chief Keef grew up on O Block making $15 million a year.
Yeah.
Surely there is a nice neighborhood that like
quite a few, yes.
Ben Johnson will live in.
Yes.
Right. Like probably closer to the water.
Yeah, he could probably buy Michael Jordan's house that's been up for sale for like 10 years.
Lakeside property. You don't want to go to the south side because that's where it's sketch. That's where G Baby got shot in the movie Hardball.
You're right.
Yeah.
He was a child.
They need
being
Keanu
traded to
Reeves
the
to
Cubs,
clean
not
this
the White
place up.
Sox.
Yeah, there's no
He's going
Keanu.
to the Cubs, not the White Sox.
Yeah.
So, like,
Well,
he's
it's-
not in danger of walking to the ballpark.
Well, we don't know that, Joe. We are Chicago experts.
I
For
think
all we know,
Wrigleyville- I think
I'll tell
Wrigleyville's
you,
been-
I've never felt in danger walking to Wrigley. I have
that's
felt
because you're a cisgender
I
white
have
male,
felt
Joe.
threatened.
So is Brian Presley.
Yeah, I have felt in very much danger leaving the White Sox ballpark.
Also, I do think it's funny, and we're just guessing that he doesn't want to like move his family away from Houston, and that's why he won't waive his no trade clause. This is the last year of his contract, so chances are he's not going to play for Houston next year either.
Yeah,
I move 1 year early as opposed to next offseason when you're going to have to move.
Well,
But he's not going to get a new deal wherever he goes.
Okay.
So I would just stay if I was him.
but again, he doesn't have to move. He could have his
Yeah.
off-season house.
Carlos Correa still has a house here. We learned that over the last couple days.
Yeah, you think Daniela can't go shopping when it's like 20 feet of
No.
snow outside in Minneapolis?
I mean, there's like 4 inches of snow out here, and you couldn't go shopping.
Right.
Didn't do anything.
But now we can. We're back to doing things. Where would Ryan Presley accept the trade to? Say he actually would. I feel like there's a few places. I think that he would perhaps accept
Sacramento.
No.
Oh, what?
Well, I mean, he's not playing in that minor league stadium.
Yeah, but
Politically,
he'd feel safe. Yeah.
politically, it would definitely align with him. I feel like they're gonna have to figure out a way to get into Arizona.
I was just gonna send him off the road.
Arizona, Texas. Tampa Bay's not playing in Tampa Bay a lot of the year, so that's not going to be fun.
Oh no, they're playing in Tampa. They're not playing in St. Pete.
And I don't think he'd waive his no trade clause to go to Miami.
No.
Which also again,
Atlanta. He would love Atlanta.
Atlanta, but Atlanta only recently went red.
Yeah,
Atlanta's a little blue,
and where their stadium is. He live right next to Chipper Jones.
We got to convince him that the place to go is either one, Arizona. San Diego's low key, I think aligned with Ryan Presley.
Yeah. Well, if you think Ryan Presley stinks, then we need to convince him to go to Arlington. Because then you want to face him a couple times a year.
Yeah, but I wouldn't feel good about that. Presley did do good things here.
Yeah.
I feel bad that this is the conversation we're having, but he's not the same guy anymore, and he's one of many salaries on the books that do not help the Astros out because of what the Astros have done. This is not Presley's fault as much as it's the Astros gave out a lot of bad contracts over the last couple of years. And while they did reward Presley for his good play, when you give a long-term deal out to a bullpen arm, a lot of times it backfires on you.
Yeah, but if someone's going to fix him, like it would be the Astros. Like I would bet on the Astros to fix him. And going into the season, he's not going to be the 8th inning guy. He's not going to be the 7th inning guy. Like if he's going to stay in Houston, he's going to understand that he's going to have a much lesser role on this team. Like he's going to be, unless he can really improve, he's your 6th inning guy. Like he's your 7th inning guy on an off day, and maybe he closes if Abreu and Hader have gone back-to-back days. Like you desperately need him, but like he's not a important piece of the roster. So like if he's okay with that, I'd rather just pay him $14 million to be on the roster. It's that, or like, do you want Montero to make the roster out of spring training? I'd rather have Presley out there as the 6th inning guy. And would Jim Crane rather pay Ryan Presley to be on the team or pay him $8 million to not be here? Because that's what he's going to have to pay. Like the Cubs or anyone's not trading for Ryan Presley if he's making $14 million. He's going to have to be making another 10. So the Astros are going to have to eat almost half that contract. Just keep him here.
I know. So you're trading him, but eating salary, and then keeping. So it defeats the purpose. Woof, that sucks. Anyway,
I also don't think like they magically
20 days.
I don't think they magically sign like an outfielder as soon as they trade Presley either.
Well, not magically. It would be of this world. They would use a phone and a contract.
You're right.
It wouldn't be magic.
But to what Joe's saying,
No, it does
I
not
agree.
guarantee that they would.
They might not do anything at all. They might just cut salary and say, "Yeah,
We're good.
We're good. Tatum Brown gets all boasty.
What it is we can stay under the competitive threshold, and then, hey, listen, around the trade deadline, that's when we'll do some adding. Then that's when we add. Not only will we be adding pitchers to the rotation that are hurt right now, those are basically like trading for guys, but then we might actually trade for a guy. You'll just have to watch, Jake Myers, Chas McCormick, and Dubon be your starting outfield for 70 games.
Now I don't want it to be 20 days away from Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach.
Luckily, it's only 20 days till the pitchers and catchers report.
Oh, that's true.
It's another couple days before the
a little more time
happen.
before the outfielders. That's fair. That's totally fair. All right. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Where did it all go wrong for the Houston Texans, and what is next for the organization? Is there a chance that they move on from Bobby Slowick and Chris Strausser, offensive coordinator, offensive line coach? We'll figure out the latest with our favorite Texans insider next. Stay put. Well, the season's over. We've had now 5 days or so to reflect on what went wrong this past Saturday in Kansas City. Joining us right now in studio, ESPN's DJ Biename. DJ, they lost. I think the consensus is this is a game that, while there were some calls that were certainly frustrating, this is a game that when you get sacked 8 times, when, as you posted, CJ Stroud's getting pressured more than any quarterback outside of Tim Tebow since they started measuring pressures. And when your special teams have the worst day, I think, that we've ever seen them have under Frank Ross, that all adds up to losing on the road against the 2-time defending Super Bowl champions.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was probably most disappointing. I think, honesty, the special teams probably had the biggest culprit in them losing the game.
Yep.
Good thing about it. Block 2 missed field goals, a blocked field goal, missed field goal, missed extra point. That's literally 7 points. And you gave up 3 to start the game. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Because of the big kick return. So that's 10 points total from your screw ups on special teams.
Right. Like we can talk about, the O-line, letting CJ get, blistered. We could talk about, not stopping Travis Kelce. There's so many things we could talk about. D'Amico punting on 4th and 10. But the biggest takeaway, and it's, not a lot of people have really harped on it with special teams. Like that's, as you said, 10 points. And you lost by 9. Granted, was
the safety.
But in reality,
right.
So you lost by 11, whatever. That is how thin the margins can be. And I think that's been the underlying issue for the Texans throughout the year is against the better teams, the margin for victory is always going to be smaller. And they just struggled at executing against those teams when the margins were so thin.
And it's funny, too, because you take a look at the Chargers game where they block a punt and they block a field goal and, extra point, and they return it for 2 points. I mean, to go from that week and then 7 days later to do what they did there, it does make me wonder about something that I've kind of been feeling all year with this team. They did seem to get awful proud of themselves a lot, whether it was going into the year or some of the performances that they had that were good. And it felt like they didn't do a very good job of recentering and refocusing on a week-to-week basis, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I would say, in my opinion, their biggest issue I felt like was their inability to travel. Because at home they're really good. Even though offensively they had their clunkers, but defensively, the only game where they gave up, I believe, over. Let me see if my math is correct. Probably over 24 might be the Ravens game.
Right.
I lied. The Lions and Ravens game, but the Lions game they had 5 interceptions.
5 interceptions, right?
So really, that was more an offense. So I would say, to me, it's the inability to travel, right? Because on the road, the defense and the special team, all that, it just wasn't. It didn't feel as succinct. It didn't feel as crisp. You know what I mean? So I would say, not necessarily they were feeling themselves, but their inability to translate what they're doing at home and do it on the road.
What do you make of the inability to do things on the road, the special teams falling apart, the penalties that were a problem from week 1 through the end of the season? Like the overall discipline of the team seems off this year.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
That's a good question. I think just the lack of not enough attention. I feel like they do a decent job of being attentive to detail, but I think that their attention to detail to the maximum capabilities just wasn't as sharp as it needs to be. And I think that comes with a young head coach. Because, again, D'Amico's only been coaching this, I think, the 7th year coaching. So, I would kind of chalk it up to that in that aspect. So, that's kind of my viewpoint there is there's just a inexperienced coaching staff. Because, again, D'Amico's a 2nd year head coach. Bobby is a 2nd year offensive play caller ever. You know what I mean? Like, there is, I guess this year was a year where you saw a lot of, bumps and bruises, inconsistencies, because now they're also having to figure out how to adapt to how teams are now attacking them in year 2. And I feel like at times the smaller fine details could kind of slip away.
You mentioned Bobby Slowick a moment ago. DJ Biename of ESPN with us in studio right now here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5 on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. At the end of season press conferences, it was interesting to hear the difference in answers from first D'Amico Ryans, who gave a short answer when asked about where Bobby Slowick progressed this past season, and then CJ Stroud, who was asked in detail about Slowick and seemed to have his back. Bobby Slowick has had the one interview virtually with the New York Jets for their head coaching position. He also, and now Aaron Glenn has that job, he also is interviewing, I guess, with the Jacksonville Jaguars, who have just moved on from Trent Baalke. Do you feel like Bobby Slowick will be here next year? Because I felt in our conversations this year, we've been of, I think, the belief that he will be back for next season. But a lot of people were focusing on what D'Amico said when asked about him, and they thought that that short answer that he gave spoke volumes about his position here right
Well,
now.
to add context, to start off the presser, he said that he's going to take a week to evaluate the coaching staff.
That's true.
So I think that once he says that, because it's kind of similar like when he talks about injuries and things of that nature, like once he makes that declarative statement that this is how he views it, like I'm going to, take the week to evaluate the staff. No matter what anybody asked afterwards, he was going to give a pretty short answer, especially regarding Bobby in that regard. Now, I would say that it wasn't a ringing endorsement because he also said within the press conference that offensively we need to improve. So what does that look like? You know what I mean? So, I mean, the O-line coach probably won't be back anyway. I mean, how much more change do you do, do you fire Bobby? And then here's my only thing about firing Bobby. Like, does D'Amico have the coaching tree to dig into to grab a legitimate replacement?
Is Gerard Johnson not a legitimate replacement?
I wouldn't say he's not a legitimate replacement, but he might be gone. He might end up.
That's true too, right?
We might end up with the Jets,
right? That's the rumor.
Aaron Glenn, might bring him as OC. I think that for this situation, you can't go with a first-time play caller in year 3. I think that you got to kind of strike with irons hot. So I would say you're better off just trying to get, if you're going to fire Bobby, get somebody that's more experienced, or just keep him.
I think the name that people are most intrigued by right now, at least it seems like with like fans and even the people who just like talk about the Texans every day, it seems like because he's now shown he's willing to coach under one of his former players. Chip Kelly decided not to be a head coach in college anymore. He stepped down he moved down to an OC position. Like, do you think that's something that they would consider, is going to the Chip Kelly route, who D'Amico played for in Philadelphia? Or do you feel like his tree is more limited to what he's done in the NFL?
Yeah, it's more limited to what he's done in the NFL.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's more limited to that. So, I mean, he would probably have to poach off of, he could maybe poach off of Miami staff and try to get their OC who doesn't call plays, maybe try to get a Rams guy. Mike LaFleur, who he spent time with in San Fran, who was coaching under Saleh in New York. Actually had, I think in my opinion, Mike LaFleur probably has a higher ceiling. He's a little more creative than Bobby, mainly because what I saw him do in New York, his offense putting up 400 yards of offense with Joe Flacco. There was actually a stretch where in 2021 where Zach got hurt. Mike White had his first start. He threw for 400. Then Mike White gets hurt against the Indianapolis Colts on a Thursday night game. First quarter, after throwing the touchdown, Josh Johnson steps in. He throws for over 300. I think they all have over 400 yards of offense. But I think Josh Johnson, they don't run it back with him, and then they go with Joe Flacco, I believe. Eventually, I think Mike White comes back against the Bills. They get crushed, but then next week they go against Joe Flacco against the Dolphins. Joe Flacco throws for over 300 yards. So he's shown the capability, and Zach gets back out there and the offense stinks. So, but we all understand that, that was that. But he's shown an ability that he can do more or less. So I'm curious to see. And now he's been with Sean McVay too. So that also is going to opens his horizon of other ways how to attack defenses, because Bobby was so stuck on outside zone that they finally went duo inside zone against the Chargers and the Chiefs, and they had way more success, right? Just being able to have multiple tools in your bag. And again, that's what your O-line was better at blocking anyway. Things that are more gap scheme, things that were more inside zone, duo, things of that nature.
Not putting tight ends on good pass rushers.
Well, that's different. A lot of teams do that.
I'm
It's
just being an a-hole.
A lot of teams do that. It's
A lot of teams do it, but like also
It feels like the Texans, when they do it, it spectacularly backfires.
The issue is, Dalton played a crap game. Like we could call that straightforward. In terms of blocking, like his effort wasn't good enough. Like there was one play where he was supposed to. It was, I think, one of the plays. It might have been Karlaftis, but somebody, I think, beat Blake Fisher, and like Dalton was supposed to chip the guy, and he didn't even chip him. Like he just like kind of like silly Lanny taps him and then like ran off into his route. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, come on, dog.
I know what you're talking about. I've never heard that said before, but I get it.
I just made it up.
I like it.
I mean,
I like it.
But again, like he had a really bad game in that aspect. But again, like there were some times where Steve Spagnuolo was affecting what's it called? It was affecting their pass protection rules and was setting up the one-on-ones with Dalton and George Karlaftis. You know what I mean? And then the other sack that Dalton gave up, I mean, to be fair to him, they should have called timeout. They are rushing. Like, if you want to go for it on 4th and 10, even though they shouldn't have, they should have punted. Honestly, the defense was playing very, very well. They should have punted. Because the thing is, if you punt it and you get a 3 and out, which they actually literally got the very next drive, they got 3 and out. When they punt, it was cold out there. Like, it was legitimately cold. It was windy. You're probably going to get the ball back in midfield. Anyway, so, I think that was D'Amico, like, and that's again, when you play against the Chiefs, you feel like you got to square, you know what I mean?
And that situation was so rushed.
Yeah.
I'm glad they didn't call it timeout. They needed all their timeouts there. But yeah, I thought at that point they should have just taken the delay.
Yeah.
Try to draw them off sides or something like that. But okay, that decision, they ultimately don't make it. I want to go back to something, though. You were just talking about the offensive line a little bit ago.
Yeah.
Why did they decide to put Shaq Mason back in for Juice Scruggs?
Apparently, Juice was a little banged up.
Okay, because he was on the injury report leading up to the game. It did feel like the offensive line was better on Saturday against the Chargers than it was the week afterwards. Obviously, totally different defensive lines and personnel. But the Chargers have a lot of really good linebackers and Joey Bosa and the
Klimak.
He's part of like all that linebacker core and all that. But I would say for the Chiefs, definitely on the interior with Chris Jones, a little bit of a different story.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it's fair criticism. I think because Shaq hadn't played in like a whole month, actually, literally, because I think they played on the 19th and then they played the playoff game on the 17th or something like that.
Mhm.
So like it makes sense. They actually play on the 18th, but regardless, it's fair criticism to like say he should have still went with Juice at that point since Shaq wasn't good this past season. But I still don't think that's that's not necessarily what cost, like them putting Shaq in isn't necessarily what cost them. I think what really cost them was their simplistic pass protection game plans that they had to rely on throughout the entire year because they couldn't do anything intricate. Is what at the end of the day cost them, because Steve Spagnuolo heated up CJ in the fourth quarter. He just blitz. You know what I'm saying? And was able to get to him a decent amount of times. You know what I mean? And that was that. I think also like this is one of those games that losing Steph and Tank showed up big time because they were doubling Nico on a lot of routes, like doubling him, and leaving Metch and Xavier one-on-one to do whatever. You know what I'm saying? I think if you have Steph or even Tank, they can't double Nico like that.
And Hutchinson had a couple of mistakes early, and poor Jared Wayne getting out there, just two catastrophic plays. I feel bad for him.
Yeah.
He shouldn't have been thrown into that spot, and like you get thrown into that spot twice in Kansas City against defending Super Bowl champs.
Right.
So, okay, we talked about Bobby Slowick. The expectation is offensive line coach Chris Strausser is going to retire. It would be interesting if the Texans kind of go into this offseason and there's no at least on paper accountability for some of the shortcomings of the offense. Because if he retires, it's kind of convenient. You don't have to be
especially if they
mean.
promote within.
Right.
Yeah. They can promote within.
TJ's eyes wide.
You don't think Cole Popovich, Greg's kid?
He was right there. He was right there.
Son of a winner.
That's what I said. Like
he was right there. Yeah, that'd be a horrific. But if they did that, that would again speak. That would speak to D'Amico's coaching tree. Who can he actually pull? How much clout does he have to convince guys to come work for him? Right. That's what. Because Brian Flores ran into that in Miami. Right. By the end, like by actually, it's crazy. So obviously, after 2022, like the reason why they had to go with a co-offensive coordinator system is because nobody wanted to work for him. You know what I mean? Like people did not want to work on the offense.
Not surprising with given the stories we hear about him, especially with Tua's story and all that.
Exactly. So like, that's granted, Brian Flores, D'Amico, different situations, and obviously it'd be different reasonings. But again, like if you can't nail that side of the ball, it doesn't matter who you have at quarterback, right? Like you're going to struggle. You know what I'm saying? So they do have to, and then with the online, so they know they couldn't back to Miami since they couldn't, figure out the offensive coordinator. They also couldn't figure out the O-line situation because Brian Flores would fire guys left and right. I think he had like four off O-line coaches in like 2.5 seasons. They hired somebody that was like an assistant line coach, just like the guy we're discussing. And the Dolphins in 2021 had arguably one of the worst offensive lines in NFL history.
Whoa.
You know what I mean? So like, because so much of O-line play is about O-line coaching, right? Like it's a little different than a lot of other positions, where like talent reigns supreme. Because most of the guys on O-line are usually talented enough. You just got to coach it up. You know what I'm saying? That's why Mekhi Becton can look like a bust in New York and then go to Philly, obviously, albeit a new position at right guard, and get all pro votes. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So a lot of it is coaching.
Do you expect any other changes within the staff or just like the structure of the Houston Texans outside the players this year?
Yeah, nothing like jaw dropping. In all honesty, nothing jaw dropping. Like it's really like about Bobby because like some people up top, like some people like ownership and whatever, they've kind of put Bobby's feet to the fire. So it's really like
How involved are they? No, because they used to be very involved, obviously.
So like, that's a good question. They're not meddling owners, but they're not stupid owners. You know what I'm saying? Like you still have to like make sure the plan makes sense. They're not like Shad down in Jacksonville. Like obviously Shad, it took so many people saying we're not gonna work for Trent Baalke for him to be like, you know what? Maybe we should go separate ways. You know what I mean?
And they didn't even get rid of it. It's like mutual parting of ways, a respectful mutual parting of ways. They added that into that when they put the statement out there.
Yeah.
Some off-season decisions to make. Is Stephon Diggs back next season?
Man, that's tough because he's gonna be 32 next season, coming off a major knee injury. Obviously, he turns 32 in November, late November, so towards the back end of the season. He tore his ACL in October. So really, for a guy like him at his age, he probably will be back to normal-ish by, October. But the thing is, like, as a receiver, man, that position, and we don't talk about it as much because, like, running backs is a way more polarizing discussion. And, like, people can get their bars off. But receiver, once they cross 30, like, they fall off cliffs fast, too. You know what I'm saying? Like
Odell Beckham Jr.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I remember, like, the touchdown against the Jets that the Dolphins threw it through in overtime, like to Jonnu Smith. I remember Odell ran like a route, and like he's running like a whip route. It looked like he had a piano on his back. He was moving so slow. No, like for real, it looked like he was running with like size 26 cleats on. That's how slow he was moving. But like it happens fast at the receiver position, like.
And you can't know until he's on the field.
Like,
with
did anybody think Julio Jones, when he went to Tennessee, was going to look like, basically as washed as you could possibly be? You know what I'm saying? So, like, at the receiver spot, they age really fast once they cross 30, 31, and he'll be 32. So, I think I could see them, if they can get back on a team-friendly deal, but if it's too expensive, they're going to just be like,
Stroud did endorse him for what it's worth. So, will be interesting to see on that front. But, yeah, I mean, shoot, Andre Johnson, Bill O'Brien famously told him, yeah, we don't think you're going to be more than a 40-something catch guy after they eventually let him walk to, the Colts.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he was the next season. It is crazy how quickly it goes. We touched on Stephon Diggs. Derek Stingley says he wants to be here forever.
That's going to be interesting.
Is he going to get paid, given Nick Caserio's never done the 4-year deal with anyone yet? You would think that he would be looking for more than 3 years. You take a look at all those contracts. It is interesting. Like Caserio deals always they're 3 years. I'm wondering if this is where they make the exception, because this is, I guess, Caserio's first real guy.
Yeah.
outside of Nico Collins, but like
right,
with
even-
Stingley, that is a big time decision, a top 10 pick.
Yeah, I would say with Stingley, I know they're gonna for sure his camp is for sure gonna want to get a deal done. It's just really about can they get to the number that they want? You know what I mean? So I think it's kind of simple as that. And if they can come close to the number that they probably want, then they can probably get something done. But it's gonna be interesting offseason because they don't have to do anything. But I think the agent is David Mugetta, and he will most definitely convince him to hold out. Well, I no doubt about that. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see how that situation go. They got to figure out. So they're the three biggest contracts they got to figure out this offseason because they only have $10 million in cap space. With only $10 million, you can't really do that much. So they have Larry Tunsil a cap hit of $28 million. They got to figure that out. Danielle Hunter 23 and Titus Howard at 23. Right.
One of those, his three is not like the others.
So if they cut Titus, they will only save $2 million in debt. Because they restructured it last year. So when you kick the can down, when you restructure you're trying to win now. If it doesn't work out, you're gonna pay the piper, right? So I would say they gotta figure out his situation. Obviously they gotta figure out Laramie's situation. Obviously, Neil, you don't worry about that. Like, if anything, they could just extend the Neil.
I think they shouldn't do that.
Lower his cap number, and then that'll be that. Like, you could probably gain like $20 million in cap space or close to that if you just restructure his deal or extend it. Same with Laramie. Like, Laramie, it won't be like that hard. Because they did before. It's just that if you extend him, if you restructure, then his cap hit is gonna probably be damn near $40 million next year. And at that point, now you gotta make a decision: trade or extend. So we'll see about that. So, and Titus, him being at a cap hit of 23 is not feasible. So they gotta make a decision. Do they want to like restructure, extend, and lower his cap hit and convince him to play guard, or trade him? So he's prepared either way. Like, he's prepared either way, whether to be traded or to be here. So I think that it's really just gonna come down to what they decide in that respect, because they do have to rebuild the interior of the offensive line. If you want to move Titus to left guard, that's fine. But you still got to figure out your center and right guard spot and leave Blake at right tackle. But then again, like, I feel like, man, they should have open competition. Every single spot should be open for competition except left tackle, period. Like, Laramie was the only guy that played towards his contract, because even though he had the penalties, he was still top 10 in so many metrics, whether it's pressure rate allowed, whether it was sack percentage, whether it was pressure rate or sack percentage. Like, he was top 10 in like every single category, which is why he got all pro votes. So,
do you feel optimistic about the future of the Texans next year? Do you expect more of the same going into next season? 10 wins and a wild card 3:30 Saturday win, lost in the divisional round. Like,
that's all we know.
Like, that's all we
TJ.
know. Like, what do you like? What's your view right now, before free agency, before the draft, on what the Texans will look like next year?
So I'm somewhat optimistic because that defense is so great. I think in year 3 they'll be even better. I think that if they can just improve the safety spot, that defense is gonna be like insane next year. Because it's gonna be Kamara in year 2, Derek in year 4, coming off an All-Pro, Kalen Bullock in year 2, probably a better tackler, find some DTs. The defense is gonna be absolutely insane next year. So, like, yeah, I still have, Petrie if he stay healthy in the nickel. Like, I'm pretty, the defense is good enough to get you to the division title again. And then but offensively, that you got to figure out. They got to figure out,
a lot.
Who gonna be the OC? Is who you got to find 2 receivers. So the O line is funny. with the
offensive coordinator, offensive line, receivers.
Yeah,
it's like everything
tight
except
end.
for Stroud and Mixon. Yep, and Nico Collins.
I know everything they invested in last season. Tight end, receiver, O-line.
Because I think just the performance that Don put out was just like,
his contract sucks.
It's not the worst. You can get out of it. It's not that bad. It's just that last game was not to his standard.
You said Odell looked like he was running with the piano on his back. Dalton has looked like that since week 1.
Yeah,
he looks
that
like
he's
early.
walking out there.
Yeah,
which I expected him to drop because he dropped that third 9 pass in the first Texas Chief game.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I think, you got to figure out that spot because, like Brevins come off a torn ACL. Cade didn't really show you much. So, like, in tight ends, it's a slower build. So, I mean, you got to figure out that position. 4 out of 5 offensive linemen. You got to find a backup for Joe because, Joe's going to be older. So, I mean, so, and you got to find 2 new receivers. So,
Okay, only that.
yeah. So, to answer your question, optimistic. I'm half glass full, but I'm not necessarily like overly optimistic because like they don't have that many avenues to like make all those moves because you only got $10 million in cap space. If you only got $10 million, that ain't a lot, So I'm granted they can create a lot, but can they go and get some of the offensive guards that are going to be available, like a Mekhi Becton or a Tevin Jenkins? Those guys be really
You don't want
good.
him.
Who?
Tevin Jenkins, he stinks.
Nah, he's smooth out on the interior.
When he
Listen,
plays.
The Bears, y'all issue is y'all quarterback stinks.
Tevin Jenkins didn't play this year.
For sure. But Tevin Jenkins, like when he's on the field, like he's smooth. But like the Bears, y'all issue is like
We're not talking about that. We're talking about Tevin Jenkins.
yeah, I get that, but
I like what you're talking about.
Yeah, like the Bears, like
you don't have Drake May, not a problem there, but
yeah,
Caleb
like
Williams.
Caleb Williams was just anyway.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I've heard.
So yeah, so I think So anyway,
the sky's falling and everyone should just
if they could just improve the interior offensive line, get one receiver, then they'll be in a better spot. So I'm half glass full. I'm just not overly optimistic because the venue.
It's the most depressing half glass full I've ever heard.
Yeah, but it's not. They're not that bad of a spot because, like, in reality, like, if the special teams doesn't pee down their pants, maybe they win the game.
Maybe, and if the refs don't go against them too, maybe they win.
Well, that's hilarious. I enjoy that because, like, for me, when players say stuff like that, I'm like, thank God.
I guess there's something else to talk about.
It's gonna be easy. It's gonna be easy work day, easy writing day, like easy peasy. Just blame the refs.
Here, Mahomes said I shouldn't have flopped.
That's cool. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, hey, when players, I always love when players give good quotes because like you make our day easier. And D'Amico's probably the worst quote out of all. Like the only time D'Amico was good was like the
Aziz Al-Shaair.
Yeah, that's all right. There we go. Make my job easier. Everything else, oh my god, it's just like it's dreadful. It's like
Well, we hope that they make your job easier the next couple of weeks by doing things that actually make them better on offense.
They should do nothing for like the next couple of weeks, so I don't have to do anything. I would greatly appreciate.
But if they do something, DJ Bename will be able to fill you in at ESPN.com. Your Houston, Texas beat reporter. DJ, it was fun. We'll do this around free agency. We'll do it around the draft. What a year!
What a year! As you said before we got on, it wasn't a failure, but it was a disappointment.
Not a failure, but a disappointment. Mm-hmm. Like going to a sushi restaurant. It was expensive. I'm still hungry.
Sushi's good.
Sushi is good though. I agree. Yeah. We like that take. All right. I'm going to be playing flag football with him on Monday. Hopefully, I don't tear my ACL. It's Gallant George.
No, he won't. He'll flake out.
Gallant George, stay put. I'm getting such a kick out of this. I'm laughing so hard, much like I did yesterday, at the possibility of the Dallas Cowboys moving on from Mike McCarthy for Brian Schottenheimer. Cowboy fans can be insufferable. I don't think they've been that insufferable in the last few years. For them to get this thrust upon them, it is really, really funny. But I do, as somebody who roots for a team that, won 6 Super Bowls, but that's a little bit more back in the past. Like, I get it. Like, it sucks to go from being the best to being the worst. But also as someone who covers a 2-time defending division title team, I really feel for these poor people. And perhaps we need to set up a GoFundMe for Dallas Cowboys fans with Brian Schottenheimer likely the next head coach.
Yeah. Josina Anderson said that they're starting to tell people that there's no more, that they're not getting second interviews. They spent 5 hours with him yesterday. They're spending more time with him today. I don't think it's a possibility. I think it is happening. I mean, this just is. I can't believe they're going to do this. I don't know. I don't get the purpose of it. Like what? Like you think that like bringing in Schottenheimer, it's just continuity, like they talked about. Like you're the Dallas Cowboys, and like this is the move that you're going to try to make.
It's not like this is a year where the offense did particularly well either. Obviously, there were some injuries that affected that, and they were perhaps hamstrung by their running back situation on top of that. And their offensive line isn't the offensive line that it used to be that long ago. But to go from Brian Schottenheimer, the offensive coordinator, on a team run by Mike McCarthy, which makes you think that there's going to be a lot more Mike McCarthy input on the offensive side of things than, you'd get from, say, like D'Amico Ryans here.
Yeah.
And now this guy's running the whole thing. I would just say from an optics and vibes perspective, like that guy better be amazing behind the scenes because it is an absolute season killer to move into this year with this guy, at least as far as excitement, buzz, all the things that Jerry Jones cares about more than I would say the majority of NFL owners. But this is the kind of thing that a mediocre organization does. This is like the Titans hiring Mike Mularkey, Mike Munchak, Brian Callahan, the guys that they bring in. Like that's not what the Cowboys should ever do. And I get it. Like Jason Garrett wasn't the biggest name, but to settle for a retread coordinator in his first gig as a head coach, not Kellen Moore and not anyone else who's been around the organization for a while. It's a very strange move. And I almost wonder, like, are the Jones family, are they running out of money? Like what's going on here?
Especially when like you think about the way the players were so pro McCarthy. Like you have Michael Parsons and all these guys who are so, like that's a guy who could easily demand a trade. It's not done yet, but it feels like it's a done deal that Schottenheimer is going to be the coach of the Cowboys.
All reporting is pointing that way. Yeah, Cowboys beat Josina Anderson, and I think everyone's stunned collectively.
Yeah, because it just doesn't make any logical sense.
Yeah, I'm really struggling to find how you sell the son of Marty Schottenheimer.
People are saying McCarthy was the better hire. Just keeping McCarthy.
Yeah.
Like that's where you're at.
Because it is.
No, 100%.
He's done the job before. They had 3 12-win seasons with McCarthy. For all the playoff faults, they won games here. This is a first-time head coach, and it's a rather underwhelming coordinator. So, again, he better be great behind the scenes, but this does feel like best-case scenario, you have another Jason Garrett.
Yes.
Great.
Best case scenario, you have another Jason Garrett. I don't know. It's not like this guy's having prolific offenses. Like, it's not like they have Ben Johnson on their staff. I mean, this reminds me of Dirk Cutter in a way. Like when Dirk Cutter became the head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because, that he was the hot shot candidate. So they fired Lovie Smith and they promoted Dirk, and it was a disaster. Like, this seems like that times 10.
Yeah, this would be a bad move by the Cowboys, but it is fun to watch the the car crash and
It is.
the flames from afar. We found out the finalists for the 2024 NFL awards yesterday, and guys, there are no Texans anywhere. None. Coach of the year, no DeMeco Ryans. Dan Campbell, Kevin O'Connell, Sean Payton, Dan Quinn, Andy Reid. Assistant coach of the year, no Bobby Slowick. Bills OC, Joe Brady. Eagles defensive coordinator, Vic Fangio. Vikings defensive coordinator, Brian Flores. Lions defensive coordinator, Aaron Glenn. Lions offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson. No Texan in defensive player of the year. No Texan in offensive rookie of the year. And surprisingly, since they, I think, had at least two possibilities, no defensive rookie of the year. That group is Quinion Mitchell from the Eagles, Rams defensive lineman, Braden Fisk, Eagles cornerback, Quinion Mitchell, Dolphins linebacker, Chop Robinson, and Rams linebacker, Jared Verse. Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock, one of those two, I think should have been there. Obviously, I am biased and have not watched any of those other players. I think I listed Quinion Mitchell twice there.
They listed him twice. It's Cooper DeJean.
Cooper DeJean. Yeah. Oh, so both of their corners made it?
Yeah, both their corners, both Rams defensive linemen. I also think I thought Derek Stingley Jr. would make top 5 for defensive player of the year.
I would have thought that too, but they generally do not put corners in that conversation. But they did put Pat Surtain II in there.
This is one of those where I'm not going to pretend like I watch all these games and are keeping an eye on rookie corners and safeties. But I assumed Lassiter would be in there with the performance that he had.
He started from the beginning. I mean, he won the starting gig in the offseason. I'm with you there.
Every grade that got put out in terms of pass catch rate and PFF grade and the interception numbers were bigger than both those guys combined. It seemed like he was a lock to at least finish in the top 5. But you know what? Motivation for next year. The disrespect. Where's Frank Ross for assistant coach of the year? It's the regular season.
Well, I'm glad. You know what? With the way the last game went, I'm totally cool with that. Yeah, it's one of those things where the timing of the awards being given out, it almost feels like they were watching Eagles Rams.
Yeah, right.
But I know that that's not how it went down. I know that the voting actually takes place at the end of the year. But Lassiter, I mean, the guy's been starting since day one. Other news, these are some stories we didn't touch on the last couple of days, but the Colts hired ex-Bengals defensive coordinator Lou Anarumo as their defensive coordinator, and the Vikings gave Kevin O'Connell a long-term deal.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, the Tennessee Titans situation at general manager seems like an absolute mess. So they hired Mike Borgonzi, who was the assistant general manager with the Chiefs. He gets to pick the players, but supposedly he doesn't have the final say. That belongs to Titans president of football operations, Chad Brinker, who already was there. And Brinker's going out there flexing at press conferences and saying, we're not going to pass on generational talent. All right, cool, dog. Titan situation seems as messy as it was before.
Yeah, you hire a GM and you're not going to give him the final say. What'd you hire the guy for? Also,
to do the work for the guy who's going to have the final say.
Why would you take that job, dude? You are the assistant GM of the Kansas City Chiefs. There are going to be other jobs to take. But you're not going anywhere.
You get the title. Once you get the title once, you're generally a made man in this profession.
But where's Brian Gain at?
He is an assistant with
He's back with
a
Buffalo.
playoff team, right?
He's back with Buffalo.
Yeah, so
his career is back to where it was before.
But I mean, he has that in his back pocket and probably can ask for a little bit more as an ex-general manager.
And he did interview for the Jets job. So it was, but then again, the Jets interviewed a lot of people. Good luck to the Titans fans out there. Not really. They kind of piss me off. So
I hate Titans fans. They're annoying online, and they all should be. They should have this situation rubbed in their face.
I do like that. He's like, we're not going to pass on generational talent. Cool,
man.
I mean, that means to me like you're not.
Thanks. I'm sure that's your edge. All the other teams are going to pass on them.
Honestly, what you should do is not say anything, because what happens when you accidentally pass on generational talent? Having the number 1 overall pick is not the easiest place to be, especially if you're changing things in your front office going into the year.
It felt like to me like that's them saying we're not taking a quarterback just to take a quarterback. I feel like that's what he meant to say.
To take Travis Hunter and no matter what.
Take Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, like whoever
Travis
you think
Hunter,
it
no
is.
matter what. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know who else you want to use the word generational for. It's a stupid word.
Yeah, the word gets used a lot.
It does. I think Lance was going back and forth with someone last night where someone was like, "There's no generational talent in this draft," and Lance was like, "Yeah, there shouldn't be." He was like, "There's been like 3 ever if we're actually doing generational talent."
Yeah, it's a dumb word, and I know Paul, like you've ripped on Trevor Lawrence and Caleb Williams for being called generational, and
people bring that up with the quarterbacks all the time, and look, they can be that. I just think every year, and this is why every single year that I'm in this field and I see the people that are so excited about the draft, I just say a lot of the work that gets done before the draft becomes completely void once the season begins. And also, maybe I'm a pessimistic, cynical a-hole for looking at it like this, but when I look at young quarterbacks going into a draft class, I say about all of them, they're probably not the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And if you say that before you take these guys, you actually do give yourself the ability to potentially unplug if things do not work out so well. So I like going into the draft where they had the possibility of drafting Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, Will Levis, who was talked up like a top 10 prospect, and all the other quarterbacks in that year's draft class. Just go into it saying, yeah, it's probably not going to be the guy, because he's probably not going to be the guy. And if you put these guys on pedestals before they've even played a snap, you're only going to be disappointed.
Yeah, because I feel like I see like one like generational player for me in college football, and that's Jeremiah Smith, the freshman wide receiver at Ohio State. He seems like the only guy who like belongs in that
He's
category.
generational.
It's like Adrian Peterson, because I feel like you have to like have like that impact as a freshman to like eventually become generational. But yeah, it's a stupid word, and I can't believe the Titans are already talking about this, and I can't believe the Titans are saying that they have a GM who doesn't have the final say. This is the same organization that traded away A.J. Brown, then fired Mike Vrabel because he flirted with the Patriots. They fired the GM who traded A.J. Brown because Mike Vrabel was pissed. This is going to end up in a disaster for them, and somehow they're still not the most dysfunctional organization in the division.
Yeah,
it might be getting close.
I think it's pretty close between them and Jacksonville.
Yeah, I think they are racing to join Jacksonville.
And the Colts are run by Jim Irsay. I mean, they're staying with Chris Ballard. I mean, there's no reason to stay with Chris Ballard after this year. This year was a massive disappointment for the Colts, given where they were last year.
The Titans and Jags, it's 2 different flavors of dysfunction. Of, do you want your ownership firing everybody all the time, or your ownership really having to like have their arm twisted to fire obvious people that should be fired? Shout out to you, Trent Baalke. Hope you land on your feet.
I don't know if you will. I'm actually really curious. Like, will Trent Baalke land a job somewhere?
Yes.
Like as like an assistant GM, even though like he is the ultimate cockroach. Like,
Yeah.
do I want this guy on my staff, knowing that like there's probably a good chance he's going to replace me somehow?
Yeah. He's gonna the snake in the grass. He's gonna whisper in the owner's ear and get to hire 3 coaches.
Don't draft Aiden Hutchinson.
I'm so glad he didn't do that.
Yeah, I am too.
Fine, but like,
I mean, Walker actually had a pretty good year this
but
season.
Hutchinson is.
But Hutchinson is the new JJ Watt. Oh, Paul, you only said that because he's white. Yes, I did. That's why I said that. There you go. Also, Nick Saban said he'd coach in the NFL before taking another college job, and he brought up all the pitfalls of being a college coach these days.
I'd be. What a world we could live in where Bill Belichick is the head coach at North Carolina, and then like next year Nick Saban is the head coach in Tennessee. I don't know.
What if the Bears had hired Nick Saban?
I've been fine with that.
What if the Patriots had hired Nick Saban? I would have been fine with that.
Yeah, I think I thought the interview was interesting that he did, because he talked about the doctor in Alabama or in Louisiana that cleared Drew Brees.
Yeah.
And then the team didn't clear him.
Right.
And then that doctor said, don't sign Dante Culpepper. He can't move ever again. And then the team signed Dante Culpepper. Like,
yeah, the Dolphins are the Dolphins, right?
Yeah. Like, people give Nick Saban grief for that. And I'm like, you really don't think Nick Saban and Drew Brees would have worked in the NFL?
If Saban got a quarterback in the same way Sean Payton got a quarterback, I don't know. I think the proof is in the pudding that Saban's a damn good football coach.
Wait, you mean to tell me that Nick Saban's a better head coach than Sean Payton? That's what you're saying? I do think it would have been hard for Nick Saban being in the AFC East. I don't think it would have been like winning a Super Bowl all the time. It would be maybe winning a division once in a decade.
I feel like Dolphin organizational incompetence would have gotten in the way of it. And I
Yeah.
feel like they still would have had their issues a la those Dolphins teams. Because the Dolphins would have like a frisky year every now and then back in the AFC East.
They won in 08, and I was
Right.
like, yeah, they could probably still win in 08 when Tom Brady tears his ACL in week 1. Like,
And they had, like,
I'll give them that.
The Ronnie Brown Wildcat years where like they would beat the Patriots because they would use like all their ammo.
I think that was 08.
Oh,
too.
was that 08? Oh,
They did that to beat the Matt Castle Patriots.
Gotcha. Okay, I remember. But like I just always felt like the Dolphins like would like unleash their entire bag of trick plays every year they played the Patriots, get one win, and then miss the playoffs.
Or they would just wait for Rob Gronkowski to be playing safety for some reason. They're just, hey, run past that guy.
I wasn't gonna bring that one up.
I mean, it's one of the iconic Dolphin wins of the last 20 years.
Yeah, whatever. Things happen. Things happen.
It wasn't even like a Hail Mary situation.
Still think who won the Super Bowl that year?
I don't know. The Rams?
Yeah.
Was that a Rams year?
Every time I go on
Philly?
Every time I go on TikTok, I'm
forget.
getting these videos.
I honestly don't know.
I'm getting these videos, the Aaron Hernandez series, and I'm like contemplating watching it.
The Hulu one?
Yeah, they keep popping up on my TikTok. I'm like, it looks so bad. I might want to do it. I might hold off until like the summer. We'll see how the Astro season goes. We could do like weekly reports on the Aaron Hernandez series.
A year after it aired?
Yeah. Give us some time to breathe.
No spoil. I mean, we can spoil away.
That's true. We do know exactly how it ends.
Mm-hmm.
So
there you go. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Huge win for the Rockets last night. Can they keep it going forward? We'll discuss and a lot more. Stay put.
They still have the ball. Protect the rim, call out the switches, communicate. 2.8 to go. Into Mitchell, the world, a shot to miss, and the Rockets survive. I have no idea how they just survived that fourth quarter.
We had non-believers all along the way. I have one thing to say to those non-believers. Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
Rockets! Launch!
No, goon.
Oh, damn, my bad. Well, there wasn't a gooning moment there. Not that kind of gooning moment.
Okay.
Not that kind of gooning moment. Okay, we haven't agreed on what our Rockets catchphrase is going to be going forward. Somehow, some way, last night the Houston Rockets won a basketball game they had no business winning. Jalen Green stunk. They had a pretty convincing lead going into the fourth quarter. They got away with one, Alperen Sengun committing 2 acts of aggression that would have, I don't know, perhaps caused the war during the James Harden era of Bill Worrell and a bunch of other people to get mad at the referees, but no call made as Alperen Sengun shoving folks underneath the basketball, elbowing folks underneath the hoop. And then on top of that, at the very end of the game, Tari Eason closes out late on Garland for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Garland is a 90% free throw shooter, and he misses 2 free throws. The Rockets hang on to win. They had no business winning last night, and yet they did. So, yeah, I think it's appropriate to play Rudy Tomjanovich saying, never underestimate the heart of a champion.
They are going to be the champions of the Southwestern Division. Maybe more.
Maybe more.
I mean,
at what point is it too early to start being an insufferable Rockets honk to go full Red Rowdy and say, why not us?
I mean, they're the only team to beat the Cavs and the Thunder this year, so why not?
Why not us?
Why not?
The only team that can do it.
If they beat the Celtics on Monday,
Oh, we're doing it.
I think especially if they win the next Cavs game on
Saturday.
You go back-to-back Cavs wins.
I mean, because then they would have swept the Cavs and Celtics 3 games in a row.
Yeah.
After losing to the Pistons on Monday.
Hey, you know what?
The game's at 1 o'clock, Sean.
Decent Pistons team.
The game was at 1 o'clock. They were just probably a little tired.
I'm just saying we're setting high
They
expectations.
weren't worried about the snowstorm that was coming in.
They were. Sengun was like, oh, wait, did I leave my faucet dripping? I forgot.
Yeah, they're just distracted, you know? So,
okay.
Doesn't count.
But 2 wins away from being the favorites to win?
No.
Okay. From having a chance.
Rockets, goon. Did it.
Now I'm like so nervous what to say.
Why?
I just didn't know which one you were going.
I'm going with Goon the entire time.
I think I am too.
We're just dancing around.
Okay.
Having a little bit of fun.
Gooning it up.
Sengun is gooning folks underneath the hoop. He is. He's elbowing. He's shoving. I like it.
It's a different style of basketball than it felt like he was going to play as a player. Because when he started off with Silas, he did seem like he was kind of captain of the soft team.
Yeah, and I mean,
and
last year,
a lot.
Ime Udoka would bench him in crunch time a lot.
Yeah, he just is a much better defensive player this year. He's a much more aggressive player this year. And I think we all focus so much in the offseason and last year talking about Jalen Green's future and development. But Sengun plays pretty good defense now. He's not an all defensive team guy, but I like
He's passable. Jalen Green, passable. Isn't it crazy what effort will do? Isn't it crazy how much things change when you actually try to do something that's a little bit difficult and inconvenient? It is really funny. This is what separates the good teams from the bad teams in the NBA. And the really good teams, the ones that do play defense, are the ones that theoretically have a chance to win a playoff series more often than not. It's still, I think, too early to put the Rockets in that conversation because ultimately you do need to have someone who is special and you trust that can take over one of these playoff games. I would say with the Cavaliers, they have Donovan Mitchell. The Rockets do not have someone that is trustworthy on a Donovan Mitchell level to this point. And then there's a tier above Donovan Mitchell. But that effort side of things, the very obvious effect of Ime Udoka's presence here you see it night in, night out, especially from Amin Thompson, who was great, 16 and 16 last night. You see it from Cam Whitmore, who clearly is angry that he's not a starter, and maybe use that as some sort of motivational fuel, like your Bobby Boucher and Waterboy. You see that basketball and you're looking at it the same way that you look at every single player who was drafted ahead of you. And then you dunk the ball the way that he did.
Yeah, that's why he dunks it so hard.
Yeah. Just sending it into the absolute turf.
He does seem to like remember the whole body language thing we did?
Yeah, like 2 weeks ago? Yes, I remember
that
2 weeks
seems
ago.
so overblown now. Whatever that was, that day, because he seems to be very comfortable with the role that he has on this team.
Because he didn't give Jabari Smith a handshake walking off a court.
Yeah, I love that.
It's just very overblown now in retrospect of what it was for Cam Whitmore. But the dunk was awesome.
Dunk of the year?
Right now, probably.
The key to saying something that happened with your favorite team the night before is just to confidently say, yeah. Just to confidently say, yeah. You don't want to actually.
NBA dunk of the year?
Yeah.
That's what you're asking?
No, is it the dunk of the year?
Just, of all time of this year?
Of the entire NBA? Sure. Fine. I'm not going to do the research.
I was going to say.
Football season hasn't ended yet. So again, I'm not watching all the basketball games to compare dunk versus dunk versus dunk. So that was the dunk of the year, probably.
Cade Cunningham did have one on Monday, but that was during their show. So we didn't see it.
Yeah.
But he had a very nice one.
I mean, of the dunks I've seen this year, it's the dunk of the
I
year.
haven't seen that many dunks, but you're right, Joe. Of the dunks I've seen, same thing.
Yeah, I'm comfortable in
dunk
saying
of the year.
It's the dunk of the year.
Christopher Soriano saying Ja over Wemby was a little better. You know what?
Kobe White over Wemby was better.
No, yeah. Kobe White over Wemby, yes. Ja Morant over Wemby didn't even count. It was after the whistle.
That's true.
Yeah, that's like remember the dunk that went through the bottom of the hoop and came out and they didn't call it for James Harden?
Yes.
Against the Spurs?
Yes, because the referees were literally rigging it against the Rockets.
That's true. They always did that against James
Every
Harden.
time.
But they're not doing it now. Like last night, I mean, yeah, sure, that flagrant foul. Maybe it shouldn't have been a flagrant. But they didn't have calls against them when Alperen Sengun is throwing elbows around. He's getting superstar treatment finally. He's getting the Draymond Green moving screen treatment. I like this.
All-star Alpy on the way.
Perhaps. We'll see.
Just keep getting those calls.
If the very angry Turkish Rockets fan online, if they focus their energy on getting Sengun to the All-Star game instead of getting mad at what they perceive to be xenophobia when people are calling him Shinguini, maybe, just maybe he'll make it because the fan vote does have a big impact.
I'm on their side with Shinguini.
Shinguini, yeah. What is he, Italian? Yeah,
that's a pretty terrible nickname.
That's NBA TV.
Yeah, that's Dennis Scott. Take that up with 3D, all right?
Come on, man.
We don't need that one. That one can get thrown in the trash. But look, last night's game was fun. I am enjoying the Rockets so much this year. It has been so long.
I am too because they're gooning. Because they're shoving people around. They're just going full goon mode.
It is consistently a very pleasurable experience watching the Rockets every night.
I do feel like I don't remember what we said
when they goon.
I don't remember what we set the number at the fight number this year when we did that before the season. I think it was like
9.5.
I think we're way on the under. I think we're like 1.
Was there a moment last night where they got separated? I think there were moments where the Cavs were pissed off about things that the Rockets got away with. But no, I felt like this was more like the Thunder game where, there was some physicality, but it never really got chippy.
Yeah, it was a game where you obviously both sides are playing physical, or like
There's mutual respect.
Yeah, it's like a level of physicality that you just don't see
in a regular season game.
It was Wednesday night in January very often, so it stands out. But yeah, I don't think it wasn't like bad blood or anything.
No, it wasn't like Tyler Hero getting punked by Ahmed Thompson.
Oh, that counts. That counts.
I think that's like the fight of the year.
Those 2 hits.
Like, I don't know about dunk of the year for Cam Whitmore, but that is the fight of the year. I do not care what happens in the NBA unless a punch is like a
Chris
knockout
Childs
happens.
on Kobe,
unless I get like a knockout, like that's the fight of the year.
I was disappointed with this play-by-play call. Did you hear the Cavaliers call of Sengun shoving who was it? Jared Allen under the hoop?
No, I didn't hear that.
Okay. I was disappointed. I saw this and I was hoping that they were gonna get like super homer mode to go full old school Bill Worrell, like just incensed. Nah, didn't quite. Here it is.
3,
Works his way to the foul line across the lane. Lob for Şengün, and Allen on his back. And he floats it in. Oh, my goodness. He also just threw Allen to the floor, and now James Williams is going to review. Yeah, that's going to be a good review. He just threw Allen on the floor. We had just remarked that this battle between Allen and Şengün has raged all evening. Allen was on his back there. Nothing was called. Şengün went up and there. That's about as clear as it gets. Yeah.
I'm disappointed in that. It's the closing moments of a game between two frisky teams that probably aren't true title contenders this year. And your guys getting shoved in the last minute of this close game, and that's all you got? The Cavaliers do not have that killer instinct. I feel like Craig Ackerman would have handled that moment.
Yeah, he would have 100% met that moment. Ryan Hollins would have met that moment. This is the 1 seed in the East versus the 2 seed in the West. Come on,
big game.
Come on, guys.
It's a big game.
Kaylee Griffin left the Rockets for this.
Ooh. Damn.
I mean, thank God she did. Now
thank God, because now we got Vanessa
on TV. But come on,
I think like the best they gave there was like oh my.
Yeah. Oh my.
Like,
yeah.
That's all you got for a push like that?
Come on. Say something xenophobic about Şengün. Come on.
I guess that's what they do in Istanbul.
They probably saw the Turks coming after us.
Oh,
and we're
for
like,
sure.
And we're like, easy.
I think second Vanessa mentioned, I think I saw her tweet out that there is a family from Turkey that went to the game. Because I remember thinking, what a funny time to visit Houston for the first time in your life when there's snow all over the place.
Oh, I know.
But yeah, there's like a group of like 10 Turks that were Turkish people. I don't know if they don't like being called Turks.
I don't either.
We'll hear about it if they do.
We definitely will.
Yeah, so there's like a half a section of Turkish flags at the game. So maybe that's why the Cleveland broadcast was
They were scared.
Yeah,
I mean, also like
careful.
if they read the story from Sam Amick,
they're
probably scared of Alperen Şengün.
Nothing hurts this guy. He's the Wolverine.
This is one of the most incredible quotes I've ever read.
Please share it with me.
He said, "Quote: I've got a lot of injuries from his childhood, like everywhere." The 22-year-old Şengün said, "My arms, my knees. I have injuries and scars everywhere from climbing places. A car hit me twice.
What?
I was almost dying. I've had a lot of stuff." And this is written. He laughs at the irony of it all, and then quote, "And now I play every game." So he says, "I'm gonna hit by 2 cars."
I just like that it was lumped in with childhood injuries, scraped knees, bruises, climbing things. Got hit by a car twice, and now I play every game.
Is it possible? When did the second of these getting hit by cars happen? Is that punishment that Ime Udoka gave to Şengün for not being physical at the end of the game?
Yeah.
Just like
if you can dodge a car, you can dodge a ball.
If you could box out a Dodge Stratus, you could box out anybody.
Patches a Houlihan to
yeah, he's throwing a wrench at him. That would be pretty funny. So as far as the NBA goes, everyone's trying to make the Jimmy Butler trade happen. Everyone wants to see Butler get traded to the Rockets. I feel like every single day, whenever there's some clip of Bill Simmons saying something, it involves him trying to manifest a Rockets trade because it would be cool. But Jimmy Butler was again suspended by the Miami Heat, this time for missing a team flight. For 2 games, he has tripled down on wanting to be moved. It is interesting to monitor this because I do not expect Jimmy Butler to go to the Rockets. That should not happen either. Rafael Stone, if you listen. But I am curious as to how this situation plays out for Tom Ball's own.
I feel like it's set up for him to go. I think he's going to Phoenix.
Right, because Phoenix traded their 2031 unprotected first-round pick to Utah for 3 first-round picks. So now all of their first-round picks, which the Rockets have, now they have picks from the next couple of years to theoretically trade for Jimmy Butler.
But the problem is that Bradley Beal is like doubling, tripling down like Brian Presley is. He's saying, I'm not being traded. He will not waive his no-trade clause. He's one of 2 players in the NBA with a no-trade clause. It's him and LeBron.
Really?
That's it.
Bradley
the
Beal?
Yes. The 2 goats.
Yes. So he doesn't want to waive his no trade clause.
Not even Kevin Durant. What the
There's like a weird CBA reason for it. Like it's very hard to get a no trade clause.
Well, people like freaked out when Washington gave it to him.
Yes, yeah. You have to be with your team for I think at least 5 or 6 years. And then you have to reach free agency and then re-sign with that same team. So most guys just take extensions, and so they don't get no trade clauses.
So you can't negotiate this in through their CBA.
Well, you can, but you have to do like one very specific way of doing it.
Gotcha.
It's not just like it can't just be like Derek Stingley Jr. can just get one.
Yeah. Like when the Rockets signed Şengün and Jalen Green, they couldn't get even if they wanted to, they couldn't get.
Okay, that makes sense. I would assume LeBron just got it by default because he's LeBron.
I mean that he's had a implicit no trade clause his entire life.
Yeah,
but yes,
so like it seems like that Jimmy wants to be in Phoenix, and Phoenix wants to make the move. They now have the assets to make the move, but they're stuck with Bradley Beal, and they don't know how to get rid of him. I mean, there's people like there's been reported trades that actually involve Chicago, where like Bradley Beal would end up in Chicago and Zach LaVine would end up in Miami. I mean, it's like he doesn't want to do any of that stuff.
It's gonna have to be a 3-4 team trade to get this done because you're not only looking for teams that want Jimmy Butler that can meet the price. The one team so far that looks like they're most like, yes, one Jimmy Butler, please, is the team that it's actually the hardest to make a trade with because I don't think the Heat want Bradley Beal. I don't know if Bradley Beal wants the Heat. So then you have to find a team that Bradley Beal wants to go to that also would like to trade for Bradley Beal. So it's like there's so many people that have to sign off on this trade that it's going to be very complicated. I'm not sure how soon it gets done. It could get done tonight, but it also could be something that is too complicated to do in a regular season.
I also like, why do you need 3 first-round picks to trade for Jimmy Butler?
Probably to get rid. No, it's probably to get rid of Bradley Beal.
That would make sense because like I'm calling bluffs for Pat Riley. You've now suspended this guy for a total of 9 games.
You can't suspend him that much more before the deadline for the trade, which is February 6th.
Well, when he first got suspended for 7 games, I was like, is that just how many games they have until the trade deadline?
Yeah.
And then no, they have a couple more. Boom. There's 2 more suspensions.
So he had just returned Friday.
Yeah, he played 1 game.
Played 1 game, and then he missed the flight.
And like honestly, if I was Pat Riley, like I think I'm not suspending him. Like
his punishment is to play.
His punishment is to play.
Yeah, but you get paid. I mean,
that's
he is getting punished.
what it is. That's what I think Pat Riley is doing. I think he's like, you will not make money from the Miami Heat anymore.
Which makes sense. I get it. But yeah,
it's a big game check. Everyone that he misses is big, a lot of money.
Yeah, I don't know what Miami does, and I know, and
like, 21-21, they've lost 4 of 5.
It makes no sense to me to trade for Jimmy Butler. There's no reason to do it,
and because you have to trade for him and then extend him. That's the whole point. That's why he wants to get out of Miami because they won't give him the next deal.
But the thing is, I don't think anyone wants to give him that deal.
No.
But then he's going to opt in, and you're going to owe him $50 million next year. Hard pass.
Not for the Suns. The Suns are like, hell yeah. Can't wait.
I can't wait till they do that because then Devin Booker will be a Houston Rocket.
Exactly.
Well, the Rockets are looking at making a move, and it features someone who I consider to be maybe the greatest Aggie athlete of all time.
Mike Evans?
Well, Mike Evans and Von Miller. Those are good ones.
Well, let's go to basketball. I was going to assume the answer was Alex Caruso.
AC Law?
No, Robert Williams, dude. So the Rockets and Trailblazers are having exploratory trade talks around Robert Williams, who played for Ime Udoka at the Celtics.
Exploratory.
Houston is openly shopping Jock Landale's non-guaranteed multi-year contract in order to upgrade their front court. Portland has strong interest from contenders on Williams. I wonder where he'd fit and how much he'd actually play. Williams, when healthy, though, is an effing baller. Like, you talk about guys that you want on your team. I would love to have this guy on the Houston Rockets.
I just think it just becomes even more challenging to see more of where does Jabari fit, like once he's healthy, because I think this is a great deal. There was a lip reader out there the other day after they played where they claim Ime Udoka said, "Stay healthy, we're coming to get you." After they were talking, after they played Portland.
Wow.
So I don't
Call
read
it in.
lists,
Call
but,
it into
like,
the league office.
I think this would be a great move. This is the kind of move the Rockets should make. It makes you better defensively when he's out there. He's a good basketball player. You get rid of Jock Landale's salary.
There's some good memories with Jock Landale. I mean, I saw Jock Landale score 18 points in the first quarter once.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. I actually saw that live. I was
Spurs
like,
game?
Warriors? It was last year. I think it was the Warriors game. Yeah, it was whatever it was. It was one of the few games I went to last year. And I was like, what? Jock Landale has 18 points? It's the first quarter. What is happening?
He was good late last year. Yeah, I think Rob Williams would be backup center. It's funny because Steven Adams is also not exactly the most available guy. So just to split the rest of the season of backup center between two guys that need to be injury maintenance and load managed the entire time. If you're going to do that for a backup center, might as well, especially if it only takes Jock Landale maybe, I don't know, some bad first.
Like Aaron Holiday.
A few seconds. I actually don't want to get rid of Aaron Holiday without a backup point guard option.
Yeah,
it's true.
The ball handling on this team
Yeah,
is
I'm
rather
just not sure
sus.
just Reed Shepherd, like if it hasn't happened by now, I'm not penciling him in for a playoff rotation without a doubt. So I think that you just try to throw some picks at him, because the reason Portland wants to do the deal is that somehow they're either over the tax or very close to over the tax, despite being terrible for the last 3 years, and they just want to cut some money.
That makes sense. But yeah, I don't know. I think like Rob Williams is like the ballpark that Rockets are playing in.
Yeah. Pieces to the rotation that could play in a playoff game. That's kind of that's the aisle they should be shopping in.
So they can goon a little better.
Is he
Robert Williams would.
Is he a goon?
He's not a goon, but he has the tendencies to make other teams goon. You draw the gooning out.
Oh, okay.
Right? Like
he's
he pisses people off.
He
when
brings
he
the
plays.
goon out of you.
He's I wouldn't say irritant.
Stimulant?
He's not like Grant Williams. He's like where he's annoying. No, he just outworks everybody.
Got it.
This
Physical.
is
He raises the physicality.
Yeah, man. He's who your kids should look up to. Robert Williams.
The guy who was like late for the entire rookie year of his to every meeting his rookie year.
Yeah,
on the
well, he got
Celtics?
better.
Okay.
Do you know, is that still happening?
I honestly, at Portland, they'll be like, at least you're showing up, man.
That's probably true.
You're better than DeAndre Ayton, all right? Who missed a game one time. He was the only trailblazer to miss a game because they had some snowstorm and he couldn't get out of his his neighborhood. No, he couldn't drive out of his neighborhood, but everyone else on the team made it.
Oh.
Sounds like people that were coming after us yesterday because Lance made it to work.
He did. Wow, shout out to him.
Damn. 1.1 miles on Westheimer. That's
treacherous.
That's treacherous, man.
There's no
the icy
chance
roads.
Walking or driving.
I'll be honest. I basically just, in an attempt to keep my home as warm as possible, I just closed all the curtains and sort of forgot about the whole what's going on outside thing. And I just never looked at what the temperature was. Then after the show, I was like, oh, wait, it was like 46. My bad.
Yeah.
The news told me not to drive, so.
Damn, you do anything the media tells you, huh?
Wow. Puppet.
I'm a puppet.
Damn,
stayed home.
On a tinfoil hat Thursday.
Back today.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean Mapes behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call. To text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Justice for Joe Mixon. If you want to weigh in on the Rockets, you can. The latest with Ryan Presley. And it's Thursday. That means we play How Far is Too Far. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Happy tinfoil hat Thursday.
The real tinfoil hats in the break. Not sure how many of those we can share.
We could not share any of that.
Oh, the Bill Burr one.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of interesting rumors over the last couple of days. One of them involved a theoretical affair that I think was even asked about on Jimmy Kimmel. And the other one is whether or not Bill Burr and Billy Corrigan of the Smashing Pumpkins are actually half brothers. So lots of stuff out there. The internet the last couple of days, I'm not going to lie, like being at home and not moving because working from home when I probably didn't need to lends itself to me just being the absolute laziest piece of filth possible. Guys, I watched.
Thank you. I saw you mention this in the Twitch chat and I was like, I cannot believe that this man has not admitted to watching all of the Scream movies.
Not even the original one. Screen 2, Screen 3. I watched a YouTuber recap Screen 4 because I didn't want to pay money for it. So that was like a 30-minute video.
$3 on Amazon.
Yeah,
Prime.
I wasn't feeling it. And then I watched Screen 5 and I'm in the process of watching Scream 6.
Okay.
I have no idea why.
Any thoughts? Thoughts on
yes,
the franchise?
I do have a take on the franchise on a tinfoil hat.
Oh.
Thursday. The amount of times that the Ghostface killer falls down is comical. Like the Ghostface killer, watch all of these movies, an alarming lack of balance. How does this killer, and there's always two, pull off the amount of kills that they pull off when they're regularly falling down stairs, falling through glass, etc., etc. And then on top of that, when they fall, the people who are trying to not get killed by the Ghostface killer, instead of just like getting on top of the Ghostface killer, ripping the mask off and killing them, they run away every single time, except for one time, which backfires. Why are they doing that? And then I realized it's because I'm watching a horror movie franchise and they want the movie to last longer. Anyway.
I've been watching Squid Game.
You have?
I never watched the first season.
Okay.
So I finished the first season and I'm like 2 episodes into the second season.
2 episodes in. It's a very bloody show.
I'm really enjoying it.
I enjoyed season 2. It was good. It was much better than watching Scream 2 through 5.
Why'd you skip the first
part of 6? Because I've already seen it. I just realized I've never seen any of the sequels.
Oh, interesting.
So I was like, all right, screw it. Let's see what happens. And of all of them, the second one was actually pretty good. The third one, I was distracted by Courtney Cox's bangs the whole time. And the fifth one was, it was all right. It was all right. So we do have an interesting report, I guess. And this is what the baseball winter stove is. It's a lot of words that are buzzwords. So, it wasn't that long ago that Alex Bregman talks were heating up. And by it wasn't that long ago, I mean, it was a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's still heating up. Gas bill, the electric bill is going to be outrageous. But now we've got this. We've got this courtesy of Bob Nightingale. And for whatever reason, I don't know if Bob Nightingale's blocked me too. I think he has.
Can you not see this tweet?
I can't see this tweet.
You want me to read them?
Can you read the tweet for me, please? Did he block me?
All of baseball media has you blocked.
I think you can see people's blocks, so it's probably just our internet. The Houston Astros are keeping the door ajar for a free agent third baseman Alex Bregman to return, but are not optimistic. Bregman has serious offers from at least 2 teams. If the Astros pulled it off, Bregman could stay at third base, Isaac Paredes move to second base, and Jose Altuve move to left field.
That's right. Door ajar. Astros, bang! Bregman's coming back. Altuve's playing left field. Let's go.
Bob is, I think, the most connected person in terms of the Astros. Like, his phone doesn't work very often. He does get a lot of things wrong. But, like, he does seem to always have, like, some level of insight to
Yeah.
The very top of the Houston Astros. It has not changed with the GM or manager. Like, he very clearly, I think, has a direct line to Jim Crane. And so I find it interesting. I also don't know if I believe two serious offers.
Because
then they would be bidding against each other. Wouldn't they? And then they would get more serious and the deal would get done.
Yeah, I don't know who else is bidding. If this was from John Heyman, I would think it's from Bregman's camp coming up with a new suitor who no one thought was still a suitor because things aren't moving on the Tigers, Red Sox, whoever else front for Bregman. The fact this does come from Nightingale, who, like you said, as far as the national media go, is probably the most plugged in with the Astros. That lends some credence to it. And with what Joe Espada said a couple of days ago or earlier last week, where his arms are still open.
With arms wide open, we keep the door ajar.
That reminds me. Were you getting HOA'd yesterday with your Ring doorbell?
I did not know. No.
Oh, okay.
No, we're good. We're good on that front. I
But
think it was the wind.
I think there's a chance Bregman's just trying to take these offers higher.
What a report.
Trying to push the buttons a little bit.
Yeah.
Astros are keeping the door ajar for Bregman to return, but are not optimistic. If the Astros pulled it off. What?
If.
That's what I don't get, though. Like, the door is ajar. If they pull this off, what? Leaving your door open?
But see, that makes me feel like they're trying to do something.
That's if you have the explanation of here's the plan. Here's how they would do it. That to me adds some validity to it. That this isn't just lip service like we thought it was when Joe Espada was talking about it, or when Reggie Jackson tweeted about it after leaving the organization. We're just kind of like, wait, is this out of touch old man? Just does he think the Astros can still get Alex Bregman? Maybe they are still working to him because at least Bob Nightingale has some plan, has some idea on the plan of how this would all work and how you would fit these guys in the same lineup.
When you hear it like that, yeah, that makes sense. I'm really curious, though, what keeping the door ajar means.
Just doors open. Doors open.
So that means that same offers on the table is if the door's ajar, usually you have to put something there to keep it ajar because you don't want it to get too far open.
Yeah, that's the offer. The 5 for what was it? 160?
156.
156. That's just propping the door open.
Not wide open though.
No. Oh no. Because they would up it if it was wide open.
It's a couple of buttons down, but it's not 3 buttons down.
Yeah.
Oh, now we're talking about a shirt?
Yeah, we're talking about a shirt now.
Okay.
How far do you go?
If I'm at a work function, 1.
Okay.
If I am out and about, 2. After I've had several drinks, who knows?
Yeah. Like end of the wedding. At the end of a wedding, you're shirtless, basically.
No, I don't take my shirt off.
No.
I just
I didn't say it was off.
He's
It
not
might be all
disrespecting
the
the couple.
buttons.
Yeah.
Might be.
sometimes the buttons just pop because Daddy's got some bajongas.
Okay.
That's what I call boobs. What?
I just all I know is
go pecs, but okay.
Yeah, I know.
Call them boobs. They're moobs. Moobs are boobs and boobs are boobs.
And bajongas.
Yep.
I do like the word. It's a good word to describe them.
Mm-hmm.
Is it something that people go auga?
Yeah, for some people. From the 409, Altuve to left field is the dumbest thing I've heard. Altuve DH, Jordan left field. Jordan will tear his hamstring the first day.
It is more logical though.
What?
Isn't it?
How so?
Because Jordan's gonna get hurt.
Oh yes, more logic. I thought you meant the other thing was more logic.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they could just split time. I'd be fine with that. They just split it. I'm not sure if I'm quite ready for Jordan to be in David Ortiz. This man doesn't even need to bring a glove to the stadium anymore. Like I feel like he can still every once in a while play the outfield.
He's got a good arm. He's fine out there.
Yeah,
there's the moments where
it's
looks
also
like
left field. Like we're not asking you to be like.
Yeah, but he was like that one where he looked like he was on ice.
Yeah, that's not good. That's why you limit it. I'm saying you limit it, but it's not like DH is spoken for. It's Jordan all the time. It's like, gonna get out there every once in a while.
It's time for the game that's sweeping America. We'll see what happens with Alex Bregman and this ajar door for his return to the Houston Astros. But on the other side, the game that's sweeping America, how far is too far? Plus some garbage time before we get out of here. Stay put.
So about O Athletic, it is 2025, and it is time to get into shape. Work on those New Year's resolutions at O Athletic. You can check them out, oathletic.com, O Athletic on Instagram, and 767 North Shepherd in the Heights. They're back open like everyone else is back open after the little freeze that we just had over the last 2 days. They offer over 100 classes per week that you can check out on their website, starting in the morning, going all the way through the weekend. Very different things that you can do every single day. If you want to give them a try, you can do it at O Athletic. You can sign up for a personal trainer. They will work around your schedule to work what's best for you. Check them out at O Athletic and oathletic.com.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Last chance to dance. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Two big stories today. I guess this is a story. The Astros have left the door ajar for a potential return of Alex Bregman to the Astros, and the Dallas Cowboys appear to be on the verge of hiring Brian Schottenheimer as their next head coach.
The Texans have made a change.
Oh!
Not the one we've been talking about.
Oh.
But they have moved on from their team president, Greg Grissom. Aaron Wilson and Jonathan Alexander just broke the news.
Dang.
Which is interesting. He just got hired like last year, wasn't it? Like 2 years ago?
Well, Greg's been there a few years.
Oh, has it been? Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's a bummer for Greg. Greg's a good dude.
So changes are coming.
At least based off of my few interactions with him. And by few, I mean two. I also don't think he knows who I am. So
no, it's all right. Then I can say, good. He built that offensive line just like the rest of them. He almost got CJ Stroud killed, Greg. I don't know what he does. I don't know what his job description was.
This is a great team president. Don't know what that means either.
Was Jack Easterby ever team president?
No, he was just the general manager.
Okay. I know the late Jamie Roots was team president for a
Yes.
little bit. I think he was team president for a couple of decades.
Yeah, no, Jack was like the vice president of football operations, I think is what his title was.
Some of these titles.
They're crazy.
What is happening? What is going on? All right, it's time for the hit game that is sweeping over the United States of America. Normally, every single Thursday at 2:30. Now at 2:47. How far is too far? All right, Joe.
What'd you watch Scream on yesterday? What platforms?
I think it's on Max and on Paramount for free.
Mixed bag. Okay.
Yeah.
So Netflix has announced that their prices are going up again. They're moving to $7.99 a month for the ad one, which I didn't even know that was an option, to be honest with you. I don't know how many ads are on there.
It depends on the show.
Yeah.
Because I have Netflix for free as part of my T-Mobile subscription.
Gotcha.
But yeah, you have to deal with the commercials because you don't get much of a discount if it's the commercial free version.
Gotcha.
Which is a lot more expensive.
And that is going up. That has increased by $2. It's increased by $2. And it's going up to $24.99 a month before taxes.
For commercial free, it's $24.99.
Yeah.
Good God.
Is that too? I think that's too far.
Well, I mean, the fact that I'm paying for, like, I hate commercials, and I am not paying extra money, though, to get rid of commercials on Netflix or on Amazon Prime. And I do this so that I stop binge watching stuff all the time. Like, I don't know, watching Scream 2 through 6 on just a random week in the midst of football season.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, what does Netflix put out that's like worthy? I said Squid Game, but like, what's like? I heard Dell mention Night Agent earlier. I'm gonna watch that.
Night
This
Agent
is where
was
like I watch like
okay.
my wife's trash television.
I like The Diplomat.
Oh, I always watch that because
Black Dove was okay.
I feel like they have a lot of shows that are okay.
There's that new show that just came out featuring Taylor Kish. I think it's about the West.
Oh, American Primeval.
Yes.
Yeah, they have a bunch of shows that they seem like they're perfectly fine. There's really not that many that at least I feel like I'm like, oh my God, I have to have Netflix to watch this.
Yeah, I mean, I know, Sean, like you need to have the best version of Netflix because you're a massive WWE fan now.
That's the only thing keeping me signed in to my parents' Netflix account is Raw on Monday nights.
Yeah.
It's a Jerry Springer documentary that's top 10 right now.
I did watch it. It is interesting.
There was the WWE one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Vince McMahon doc.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you meant Raw last Monday.
No.
I thought the McMahon doc was
So there are shows, but I think the problem is you add up the many streaming services that you might be subscribed to, and you realize, oh, damn, I'm just paying for a slightly more expensive version of cable that features numerous recipients.
And I'm paying $25, $24 a month to watch something once a week.
Correct.
Maybe on Netflix.
That's the problem.
Like, just how many things are you watching on Netflix for how much you're paying?
Because at least with like Hulu, you can have live TV with shows that you might watch on Hulu.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can have both those things. I did read that one of the cable companies is looking at a new package of channels that's much cheaper for sports and news only.
Sure.
So you just get the news stations and the sports stations.
I mean, that's honestly, I would like that, but then eventually that will become the ridiculously surcharged thing. Yeah, I got to figure out what I'm doing, honestly. I've been doing a little budgeting, and I've looked at how much I'm paying, and I'm like, good God, this is insane what I'm paying for Fubo TV, and in addition for the very few apps that I pay for.
Yeah. Other one I got here, we all love celebrating wins and championships, and I don't know how much memorabilia you guys have from the championships of your favorite teams.
Too much.
Yeah, too much?
Yeah.
I have a good amount, I feel like. I have dirt from Wrigley.
You have dirt.
I do have dirt
from Wrigley.
From Wrigley.
How do you know?
Yes, great point. Great point.
I mean, hell, like the now, not to pee in anyone's dead family member's ashes, but
Yeah.
theoretically, a lot of the ashes are not actually your person.
100%.
It might be other people. It might just be some soot.
Yeah.
It might be a
You
little
don't
cat
know.
litter in there. Yeah, like you don't know.
I have my favorite is the confetti that I took from Minute Maid. Also.
I have a piece of confetti from that.
But apparently the Philadelphia Eagles have done something that has been done before. This is not the first time I've seen this. Because I have friends who I will be nice to today and not name them by names, who bought ice.
Greg?
From the Blackhawks when they won the Stanley Cup championships. But apparently the Philadelphia Eagles are selling snow from the game this weekend.
It's divisional round snow.
That's the first problem.
Saquon Barkley stepped on some of
It's
the
divisional round snow. It's not Super Bowl snow.
Does it melt?
Yeah,
It's
snow. It's just water now. People are literally buying water.
So is it
for
frozen
$50
when you buy it?
A great question.
I
didn't get clarification.
You put it in your where do you store it? Your freezer?
For how much we had to hear about how much people can't afford things and how bad inflation is, I also at the same time it feels like we're all seeing like 5 times a week people buying snow, people buying meme coins. People are just like throwing their money away on the stupidest things possible.
Yeah.
There's OnlyFans girls making $40 million a year. It's like I feel like we're all kind of we'd have a lot more money if we stopped spending on stupid stuff like snow and Bitcoin. I don't know. That's just me.
And just to be clear, specifically, it is snow collected from the end zone at Lincoln Financial Field.
Okay, if it's end zone snow.
Yeah, it's done.
Oh, it says
that's too far.
It says package in insulated containers with dry ice and detailed care instructions.
Too far.
Detailed care instructions. Keep it in your fridge. Is that the?
It might be freezer. It's like you're buying memorabilia that like has to stay in your freezer.
Yeah.
I mean, like you're gonna. It looks like a tub of ice cream.
100% there will be a mix-up.
There could be a day where you're out of ice in the freezer and you're trying to make yourself a cocktail and you're like, damn, I got to use the Eagles snow.
Do you use the Eagles snow for a cocktail when they win the Super Bowl?
No,
there we go.
Yeah, well, Philadelphians, they're built different, so they might not mind
dry
snow
ice.
that's been on a rubber grass field and perhaps stepped in by men who are sweating and bleeding.
Thank you, Jalen Hurts, for making this drink cold.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's too far.
All right. How far is too far, everybody? A really quick garbage time. We can just fade right into this one, Sean. Joe George, who does not respect strong, independent women sometimes. Well, listen, Joe.
What did I do now?
You confuse these two, and they're both going for the title of all titles among creators.
I think that this solidifies me as a non-womanizer here.
As a non-womanizer,
because Bonnie Blue and Lily Phillips are apparently the same person.
They're two different people.
They're two different, and honestly,
but they're claiming the same thing.
No, they're rivals.
So they're rivals. For those who don't know, these are two OnlyFans stars who have decided to try and sleep with a lot of people in the same day. And unfortunately, Lily Phillips is mad at Bonnie Blue because Bonnie Blue slept with 1,000 people in a day. And Lily Phillips had the idea first, but only slept with 100 men in a day. And now the two are in a beef over who came up with the idea first.
See, I think it's very clear why I got it wrong.
No, I don't.
You were thinking of,
I got
wait.
the two white blonde hoes wrong.
Whoa. What's their race have to do with it? Hoes, don't assume their stories.
I mean, I think we can assume that one. To be fair.
1,000 men.
They set records. They're athletes, and you don't respect
one set of records.
What?
One didn't have the dog in her to get it.
And
done.
on that note,
or the man in her, I guess.
Yeah.
Enough of them.
Stop.
Oh, you had the idea. Cool. I went out and did it. All of them.
That's what this country's all about, everybody. Get out and get done. You get busy living or get busy getting lived in.
Rockets.
And on that note, and on that note, bye. That's it. He's Sean. The Killer Bees are next. Bye. Hopefully we have a show tomorrow. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank on Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it's a Thursday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Beautiful day. Beautiful day.
It really is.
First day that Brian's working this week. He's a little scared of the snow, I guess. He's soft. Can't work through the snow.
I would call that good luck with when I scheduled my PTO, but sure, if you want to label it soft, that's
Don't let
fine.
the truth get in the way of a good story.
Look, if you want to label it soft, that's fine, but I got lucky.
Where are you at? So it's torn between Brian and I. I'm calling him soft. He said it was fortunate PTO timing. Where are you at on this, Blinkers?
I mean, if you're a dedicated employee, even if you had requested the time off, when you knew the trials and tribulations that the front office was going through, you might make a switch or volunteer your time.
No. I don't owe this station anything.
Oh, wow.
I am owed the money that I am paid or the allotted time I'm allowed to be or supposed to be here.
Slightly overpaid.
Have you seen my check? I doubt that.
I haven't.
I mean, you could have got in on you could have made it a threesome with Dell and Sean.
Is that something you'd want to see?
No, I don't want to see it. I just said you could be a part of it because they had the
I'll
adjoining
pass.
living room and the hotel set up.
Yeah. Lots of. I'm going to move on after that.
Yeah, my days of rooming with two other guys are over.
Evidently, theirs aren't over when it comes to roomies.
Although I don't know about your Xbox Live thing. I mean, you might be having something going on there.
What could I possibly have going on there?
You're in a virtual room with two of your closest friends.
It's not a room. You can chat, but there's not a room.
So
you can chat while you're playing a video game.
Greg Grissom got fired by the Texans.
We'll just moving right along.
We'll talk about that. Well, he used to play video games with Cal, and now they're not going to be playing video games anymore. But we'll get to that a little bit later. I mean, he's team president. How much do we care about the team president?
Never quit.
Probably why he fired Grissom. Maybe Grissom quit, or maybe he just didn't like what was going on as the president of the team.
I think Greg was a lifer.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. No, certainly not anymore.
Not anymore. Bob Nightingale reporting that the Astros still maybe interested in Alex Bregman, which Joe Espada had that quote last week that kind of got buried that, hey, we're still talking to Alex Bregman. Never say never. Kind of like Cal McNair. That's a mantra in Houston.
Never quit.
Yeah, that's what the Astros are doing with Bregman until he's signed by a new team. We'll get to all of that stuff later. How much of that's even real? We'll discuss that a little bit later. But the Rockets, how about the Rock? Good basketball in the city yesterday. Houston Cougar basketball holding Utah to 36 points, which ties the fewest points that have ever been scored in a Big 12 regular season game. Their fewest point total since 2011. And then I think it's like the second fewest points the Cougars have ever, third fewest points the Cougars have given up, like in the shot clock era or something like that. They go to Kansas on Saturday. So I'll be in Lawrence tomorrow doing the show, and then Allen Fieldhouse Saturday evening will be a fun game. And then right after that game, because Houston played at 5, the Rockets played the Cavs, the best record in the East. Now, the Cavs were a little shorthanded. They had 3 pieces that were hurt, 3 rotational pieces that were hurt. But the Rockets win that game, Blankers. Good win. Good bounce-back victory, especially.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, I had tweeted out before the game, this is going to be a good barometer for the Rockets team because you're playing the team with the best record in the NBA, one of the best teams in the East, and you just kind of wanted to see how in these kind of matchups how they stack up. And you're right. I was a little disappointed with the guys that were out for Cleveland, but it was a good game. It was a really fun game to watch. The Rockets were in control most of the game, and then what a debacle at the end of the game. This isn't the first time that we've seen Tari Eason do something not so smart, fouling a jump shooter late in a game. But I thought, oh, my God, all this work, all this goodwill, all this good showing against Cleveland, and they're going to blow the game on a fouling the jump shooter 3, up by 2, and then one of the best free throw shooters in the game just kind of did you a favor.
Yeah, that was yes, like that one specific possession was weird. Like I'll have a holistic take in just a moment, but that was a bad play by Tari Eason.
It was awful.
Like I love his game. You see how important he is. He was big time in that game yesterday. He was very, very good. The Rockets played well without him, and he's one of their key figures. But that closeout was not smart. That was low IQ basketball. Fortunately, Garland missed 2 of the 3 free throws. It's funny though too, because like the whole narrative there is, well, he's getting 3 shots and the Cavs are getting the ball. They're down by 2. So like whenever you have the foul and then it's upgraded to a flagrant, even like Craig and Ryan were talking about it, it's like, well, now the Rockets are gonna have to foul on the inbound. Like the whole thought was he's gonna make all 3.
He's a 90% free throw shooter.
There was zero thought of him missing just 1. Like there was the automatic assumption that he was going to make all 3 free throws. They were going to have the lead. You were going to have to foul, play the whole foul game. They didn't even put zero thought into him missing 1 free throw, much less 2. And then you get the stop at the final play, which kind of a good look for Donovan Mitchell. Yep. Kind of a good look. Didn't love that look there a little bit. But my bigger view of this, like the one possession, yes, that was not very smart. You got very, very lucky to finish the game the way that you did. The Rockets were dreadful the whole fourth quarter, though. They were dreadful. It was a 19-0 run for the Cavs in the fourth quarter. They went over 6 minutes without scoring the basketball in the fourth quarter, and they were still outscored by 10 points in the fourth quarter despite the win. This is a team, though, in the past, whenever they get hit by that run, a 19-0 run, a 6.5-minute scoring drought. This is a team that in the past would have quit. They would have rolled over. They would have died. There's no way they would have won that basketball game against good competition like Cleveland. The fact that they were able to take a 19-0 punch to the face and go 6.5 minutes without scoring, yet find a way to win the game, to me is actually a sign of growth.
Yeah, it's all been on kind of like a learning curve, right? Because I've been harping on the fact that as good as they play for 42, 43 minutes a game, in playing as good as they played all season, they've had a hard time closing teams out and putting like the final foot down on the pedal to just get to the finish line. It doesn't matter how you get there. And they got lucky last night, but it has been getting better. And what I liked most about last night was it was multiple guys. They're down 6, and Van Vliet is the guy that gets you back with the 2 threes. But then they're going to Alpe. They're making sure that they get other guys involved. And it's not just a one-man show of relying on somebody to either carry you or not in the case of like a Jalen. And and the other thing that was great is that they can now go 8 deep and get contributions off the bench from guys that are understanding their role more. I mean, while we were not doing games last weekend, you had a 10-rebound game for Cam Whitmore. That doesn't happen. That's not supposed to happen. You're getting Steven Adams with offensive rebounds. You're getting all the things you're getting. So it's a deeper team, a more experienced team with every game like this. And yeah, you would have ideally liked to close that one out a different way, but at least it's getting better.
Yeah, I don't think they win that game last year.
You're probably right. You're probably right.
I think this is a sign of growth for this team. And yes, you didn't play in the fourth quarter the way that you need to play, but you beat Cleveland at the end of the day. You hand the Cavs only their 7th loss. Yes, they're without 3 rotation guys, but then you hand them their 7th loss. You took their best punch in the fourth quarter. You did not play your best in the fourth quarter, yet you found a way to win that game. And that's what good teams do. Like, good teams find ways to win games whenever they have bad stretches, whenever they get punched in the face, and they did that. Amin Thompson, another great game. 16 points, 16. He had 9 offensive rebounds in that game. 9 offensive, 4 assists, 4 steals. I love Amin Thompson. He's my favorite player on the team. Without a doubt. Without a doubt, he's easily my favorite player on the team.
Mine as well. I mean, him and Cam. And I really like the fact that Cam is doing more. It looks like he's starting to mature more and get out of that me stuff, which I like. But with Amin Thompson, I saw Lance say, is it fair to say this is a men's coming out party? Well, you haven't been watching you haven't been watching for the last several weeks, because since he's been inserted in the starting lineup, even before that, he's a double-double waiting to happen with a chance at a triple-double if things just fall right. He has been phenomenal. He's fantastic. And he continues to do more and more for you to think the same thing that we've been harping on all year. He's the best player on the team. Like, he does so much to fill up a box score and a stat sheet, but at the same time, he's doing it unselfishly because they're not calling plays for him. They're not running the offense through him, but he's finding all these different ways to make a difference and be a positive force for his team. That's why, I mean, I don't know what the hell they're going to do when Jabari comes back, but I'm not going to worry about it because he's been kicking ass.
Probably just bring him off the bench.
Maybe. I'm sure he's not going to like it, but that's, you got Wally pipped, buddy.
Yeah. You know my feelings towards players not liking their roles. They can shut their mouth and know their roles is what they can do.
I mean, when you look at the fact that, and here's the thing. I mean, from an Udoka standpoint, I don't think he, not to the level of like a Thibodeau, but I don't think he really trusted a lot of guys on his bench in the past. Now with Tari back too, he's got guys that can turn it up on defense. He's got guys that bring energy off the bench. He's got guys that can rebound, and they are a much more well-rounded team because of the depth and the fact that he's got guys he can go to.
Yeah, it's a fun team. Do they have their weaknesses? Sure. They're not a great shooting team, but if you get a bunch of offensive rebounds, you might not have to be a great shooting team. Like, I don't really care what your shooting percentage is. I care how many points you're scoring per possession. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
no, you're right.
Yeah, I that's the point of basketball.
I think this next schedule is going to test them a little bit.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
You're on the road. You're playing some good teams. This is where, you literally have to show that you can do it at home. You've had a good run here, but this is one that's going to test them to kind of show exactly who they are going forward.
I didn't realize it was 4 straight on the road. At Cleveland, at Boston, at Atlanta, at Memphis. If they,
Memphis wants to get.
Was that the stretch you were talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so those 4 in a row. I didn't realize that they also play 8 of their next 9
on the road.
Why? Is it that little rodeo thing they're doing?
It's the quirky schedule thing. No, I think because they're done. I think the bull thing is done.
Is it already done?
Yeah.
Ackerman never got his bull.
Yeah, he still hasn't.
They talk about that a lot.
Yeah, way too much.
They talk about that a lot.
Yes, but at the same time, you look at it and say Atlanta's beat some good teams. They're actually quietly playing really good basketball. Memphis, you've kind of handed it to them to where they want to get back at you. But Cleveland and Boston, you're playing the two best teams in the East. And so with those games on the road, you come back for the Nets, and then you're back at it.
Yeah, at New York, at Brooklyn, at Minnesota, at Dallas. 8 of the next 9. That's nuts.
And aside from Brooklyn, there's going to be some real testers in that stretch.
You want to look at the 4-game stretch or the 9-game stretch?
I mean, you call it. We can do both.
Let's look at 9 because I think 8 of 9. I actually think 8 of 9 on the road is more significant than 4 in a row on the road. Both are significant, but I think that the worst of 2 evils is the 8 of 9.
You and I both know it's literally like a 9-game road trip because you come home, you wash clothes, and you're back at it.
It's almost like you're on the road,
right?
Like it's basically you're on the road. So at Cleveland, at Boston, at Atlanta, at Memphis, home for Brooklyn, at New York, at Brooklyn, at Minnesota, at Dallas. What would be bare minimum win X amount?
I'd like 5. I mean,
your bar's high.
I'd like 4 and 5.
I was going to say 3.
I was going to say I like 500 if you can go, but there's 9 games.
Yeah, it's gonna be
so if you go
impossible to do
9 games total, I think you should get both Brooklyn games. I'd like them to get 4 wins, and if they could get 5, it would be a big success.
So if they get 4, you're pleased.
Yeah.
All right, let's monitor it.
Yep.
Let's monitor this little because it is going to be a difficult run.
You're thinking 3?
I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. I think if you go 3-6 in those 9 games, it's not the worst thing in the world. Now, in a tight, congested Western Conference, you might lose some ground.
Dallas needs that. Memphis needs that. And then the Eastern Conference teams you're playing they're the top of the top.
No, for sure. But, I mean, you're not really worried about the East as much.
No, you're not.
Now,
but I mean, just say competition-wise, yeah.
Yeah, what do the Rockets need to do in that 9-game stretch? Yeah, I think if it's 3, it's not the worst thing in the world. Obviously, I feel better with more wins. I'd be crazy not to. Texter Cam was so hot. That Cam, so hot right now. Cam. I would have liked to see him in the game down the stretch when they were struggling to score. How about Cleveland going zone defense for majority? And that's not the first time that teams have thrown zones at the Rockets. I think Memphis did it.
It's not
They're going to see more of this.
Yeah, it's not just us that has said they need more shooting and notice the fact that Reed Shepherd or not, where they thought was going to be helping the situation, they're not a great outside shooting team. And teams know that because of their athleticism and the fact that they can get the rebounds on both ends and they can get out, you're going to see a lot more zone, and there are going to be a lot more challenges where the old Russell Westbrook thing of, I dare you to beat us from 3 and see if they're willing to take the bait.
I had a split thought in my mind because I watched it this morning whenever I woke up, but I had a split thought in my mind that maybe you use Reed Shepherd against the zone. And it's like, there's no way Ime's going to do that. Ime's not going to play one player against one specific defense. He's going to go with his guys, and he's so worried about the defensive side of the ball too. Rightfully so. I don't bother. It doesn't blame me at all. All right, 713-780-ESPN. So people want to weigh in on the Rockets. We'll allow you to do that. 713-780-3776. We'll get to the Gresham stuff a little bit later. The Alex Bregman stuff. A lot of stuff going on in the NFL. We'll do that as well. Bad Take Boulevard. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. We're on the Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian is scared by snow on Twitter. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Jalen Green, let's have that conversation too. Back-to-back games where he hasn't shot it great. Is the heater over? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He is Blank. I am Branham. We are the Bees. ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, 713-780-ESPN. Texter says 11-5 will get us right at 40 wins before 20 losses. If we can do that, we are an elite team. 11-5 is going to be tough over this stretch.
That is a tall order.
That is a tall order. Now, if they do that, I still would hesitate to call them elite. I would say that they're really good. I don't know if this Rockets team is elite.
No, I think we talked about it the other day. You look at this team, look, the arrow is pointing up, the future is bright, but they don't have any playoff experience, and we're still trying to figure out, like, when you look at the teams that are top of each conference, they have at least one guy that is their go-to superstar guy. It's not a slap in the face or a negative of the Rockets, but they're still trying to figure that part of it out. They are playing better team basketball. I like the fact I don't think they care who gets it as much as they did in the past. But when you look at some of the top teams on either side, they've got two guys that are just bona fide go-to get a bucket guys that you're still trying to figure out who they are on the Rockets.
Yeah, I wouldn't call them elite even if they go 11-5. They'd be really good. They'd be really good. Maybe the second best team in the Western Conference if they do that. Elite. I hold elite for very rare air. I'm not even sure I call champions elite. Like, to be elite for me is like a once.
You wouldn't call a champion elite? I mean, that's
I don't
the very
know.
definition. They're the one of one.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk myself through this. Like, what I consider elite. Like, I'm trying to brainstorm this.
It almost sounds you're talking about your own perception of overall talent versus results on the field or court.
No,
because champions one of one.
I think it's a championship pedigree where you can see it like on any given night. Whoever plays them is either going to be the underdog or they're going to have their hands full, and more complete in the fact that, like I said, you've got guys that you can just get a bucket at any time from.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm trying to define elite, though.
I can see what you're saying. Like, the year the Broncos won the Super Bowl, was it 2015, 2016? No one would call them an elite team.
Right. And like the Celtics last year.
Yeah, I was going to say,
but like the Celtics last year, are they the elite of the elite? Like, maybe I'm moving the goalpost by saying the elite of the elite.
I think it's the Celtics last year and this year. I think with a healthier, almost healthy Porzingis, when you have at least four, maybe five go-to guys on your roster that are legitimately the kind of guys I'm talking about, I think that's elite. I look at the Cavaliers and say they're having a hell of a season, but are they elite? I think that the record supposedly says they are. I think they have a lot to prove.
It's tough for me whenever you've had like dynasties, especially like in all sports, but this conversation is basketball, right? Like recently we've had the Warriors dynasty, we've had the Jordan Bulls dynasty, like the Spurs dynasty. Like, I don't even know if I would put the Spurs in that conversation.
Yeah, they won every other year for like.
No, I'm not saying it wasn't a dynasty, but I'm saying like the elite. Like, would I put the Spurs in the same category as Golden State? I don't think I would. Would I put the Spurs in the same category as the Bulls? No chance. So, like, I consider those teams elite.
Miami?
I don't consider like a one-off championship team elite.
You think the Spurs dynasty team was better than the Heat teams that had LeBron, D. Wade, Bosh, and Ray Allen?
They beat them.
The Heat beat them.
Did they have one series against each other?
They split. Yeah,
they split.
They
Yeah.
twice
Yeah.
and split.
Well, what Golden State did over the body of work was better than what the Heat did.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm saying Miami versus San Antonio. Like, from an elite standpoint, Ginobili and Parker weren't considered elite. Duncan was.
Right.
When you look at that Miami team, LeBron's elite, D. Wade's elite, Ray Allen, a lot of people thought was elite. Bosh, some people thought was elite. Yeah, I was not. I'm not in that. I'm not in that club.
Players on that. Yeah, they had two elite players on that team.
Probably Marvin says Spurs absolutely elite. Brandon, I'm out of his mind. I'm not saying the Spurs weren't elite, but I'm saying, are the Spurs equal to Golden State's run? I would say no. Are the Spurs equal to the Bulls' run? I would say no. Do I think that they're elite? Yeah.
But didn't the Spurs have more titles?
Elite than Golden State?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think they did.
I think they did.
I thought they had 6.
Did the Spurs end up with 6?
I thought the run with Duncan ended with 6 titles. I could be wrong, but I thought they've at least tied the. I would bet they at least had 4, which would tie the Warriors run with Curry and Clay. But
yeah, but do they have the regular season record?
Well,
they have 5.
They had 5. I mean, the year the Warriors set the regular season record, they didn't win the
championship.
No, I know. I didn't say that they did.
I know, but
I just asked if they had the regular season record.
I mean, no, but I don't even really care about that season.
Warriors
they
had
didn't win
4,
the title.
Spurs had 5. The thing with the Spurs, though, is spread around so many years, over 15 years.
Doesn't that make it?
So
I don't know.
5
Maybe that makes it
over
more elite. In my mind,
5 and 15 is like the longevity. I think
versus
that's what you're saying.
4 over 8. So they won more percentage, a higher percentage.
I think they both are. I think they're both going to.
Yeah, they probably
I think
are.
you're going to look at both of them as two of the better teams in the history of the league.
Yeah, but I think when you're comparing the two between San Antonio and Golden State, I think majority of people would say Golden State.
For sure.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's recency bias. I wouldn't. But
I think that's part of it.
Maybe so. And I'm not saying majority is right, but I do believe Golden State would have a higher approval rating of elite than San Antonio would.
Yeah, I think if you ask most NBA fans today who would win in a hypothetical
That's what I was
matchup,
thinking.
people would say Steph and Clay's Warriors.
Yeah, so I hold elite to very, very rare air. And I think elite's a relative term, though, right? Like somebody else's definition of elite might just be the top 5 players that currently play, right? Like I think it differs from person to person.
Yeah, we have that conversation every year when it comes around to Hall of Fame. There are levels even inside the Hall of Fame. There are the guys that either were or should have been unanimous votes, and the guys who barely squeak in on their last time on the ballot. So there's levels amongst all of these. I mean, it's really just a matter of where you draw the line.
I think the other thing that we got to think about too, because it's a really slippery slope when you start like when you say like, would the Bulls team beat the Warriors team? It's different eras where the game and the rules and the way the game was officiated changed. The Bulls era was extremely physical, and you could literally grab guys and forearm guys and do a bunch of stuff. Golden State was more of they're more of like I don't want to say finesse, but polished and more like on the shooting. You get guys that are just a lot of the guys across the board were just elite shooters, and Klay Thompson and Steph. You had Jordan, you had Pippen. They could put a stranglehold on you defensively, and they were physical as hell. And so it's tough to do those matchup type things because Golden State played in a totally different way the game was played than maybe even the Spurs were still physical, and they were more like fundamental.
Yeah, I mean, I would consider both of those teams elite.
Oh, yep.
But a one-off champion, do I consider elite? Probably not. Sidetrack there, but that's okay. Texter, a huge plus to me is the Rockets are the only team in the league to beat both OKC and Cleveland. That might be kind of scheduling or coincidence, but it is a good thing. Like, you beat the top team in the West, you beat the top team in the East. At the very least, it shows you that you're capable of beating anybody in the league.
Yeah. No, look, I think that when you look at people questioning how good are the Rockets really, that's at least one of the feathers in their cap is to look at it and say, hey, we've gone up against the best in the league. Cleveland, we beat. Oklahoma City, we've beat. Memphis is a top 4 team in the West. You've already won the season series, and I think they've won all 3 games against Memphis. So you look at it and you say, against elite competition or the better teams in the top 4 in each conference, those wins are going to mean something when people are trying to evaluate you or give you the credit that you think you deserve.
Yeah. The 713-780 ESPN, another texture, could the Rockets be the Pistons team that won in 2004? They didn't really have a star. They were just super balanced.
And, yeah, I mean, they beat the hell out of you defensively. And you're right. They were just, I mean, they had guys that knew their roles that
Shut your mouth.
I mean, Ben Wallace didn't have to touch the basketball offensively, but he was going to hold everything down defensively. Rip Hamilton was elite coming off screens and shooting the ball.
See, I think that team was underrated. I think that team was underrated offensively.
They were deep, too.
They were like the Rockets. I don't know if they have. I mean, Şengün's pretty dang good offensively.
Mm-hmm.
Green's streaky. When Green's good, he's good.
Mm-hmm.
But like Chauncey Billups could give you a tough bucket. You mentioned Hamilton coming off of screens. He was deadly there. Yep. Prince was a knockdown shooter. Rasheed Wallace was a really good low post player.
Both sides of the ball. Sheed was underrated.
You dump it into him, like you're going to get buckets. Now maybe that's Alpi. Like maybe Alpi is the Rasheed. Jalen's probably has more upside as a scorer than anything Detroit had, but his consistency is nowhere near those guys.
No, and like you said, they were elite shooters. I mean, you don't give them the credit. A lot of people don't give them the credit, not you personally, of Rip and Chauncey were just, I mean, Mr. Big Shot for Chauncey, but you need a 3, they got you. You need a mid-range, they got you. Those guys were deadly when they had the ball in their hands and you needed a bucket.
Yeah, I like that Pistons team a lot. All right, Jalen Green, speaking of Jalen Green, who's on that heater, obviously was doing really good, bunch of points, all that stuff. Last 2 games, last night against Cleveland, 4 for 16, 2 for 6 from 3, 10 points. Against Detroit, the 11-point loss on Monday, 8 for 21, 2 of 8 from 3, 19 points. Is the heater over? Is the real Jalen Green back?
I think the biggest thing is we don't know who the real Jalen Green is because it seems like there's a pattern developing here. I think I tweeted it out when he was really on fire going, is this another run like last year? And was it March or April where I think it was March where you're like, will the real Jalen Green please stand up? Because this is what you've been waiting for. Now, this year we thought, okay, he did that last year. Now he's really kind of out of the gates and he's really killing people. Maybe this is the final step where we see the real Jalen Green. Now, after the last couple of games, you're scratching your head again going, well, what is he truly going to be? We know it's not even a contractual thing anymore. It's what's he going to be for this team? What role does he play?
Yeah.
Because you got other guys that you know are going to defend every night. Tari's going to defend every night. Amen's going to defend every night.
Jalen won't get on you defensively. I think Jalen's defense is taking a step
better.
up.
It's better, right? But I'm saying, you don't look at him night in, night out going, he's one of your best defenders. You look at him for his scoring because in a lot of ways you need it.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, other guys have been stepping up, but you expect him to give you 20 a night.
Yeah, the thing is, if he's not going to have that scoring night, I rather him not shoot, which is kind of like,
good luck with that.
Well, I mean, he didn't shoot a ton yesterday. He only took 6 threes. I think he's
How many
more
total
team
shots?
oriented. 16.
Yeah, see, I mean, believe me, he's gonna get the volume of shots up. Maybe they're not as many threes, but he's still going to shoot it 15 times a night.
Yeah. I mean, when his shot's not falling, he's not the same player.
Mm-mm.
And this is ultimately what we always talk about with Jalen Green is whenever he's shooting well, he's going to look really good. And when he's not shooting well, we're going to wonder if you can win at a high level with him as your best perimeter scorer. He's streaky.
He is. And I think that's, again, part of the vulnerability of saying what they are now doesn't translate to what they're going to be in the playoffs. And if it does, it means that they're not there yet.
Yeah. I'm still a Jalen Green fan. Every player has ups and downs. There's no doubt he has ups and downs, but you can be very honest about a player too. Jalen Green is a streaky three-point shooter. Jalen Green is a streaky shooter. And with his style of play, if he's not having a good shooting night, he's going to have games where he scores 10, 12 points. And can you live with that being your best perimeter scorer if you have huge aspirations, which the Rockets are ultimately going to have?
Yeah, I think that the one thing that you when you look at Jalen is he doesn't know who he could be yet. Because I think that when he really realizes, hey, as I continue with my career, we've talked about the fact that anytime I go to the basket, I'm a plus scorer that is really, really hard to stop. But when those nights happen where he's not scoring from the outside and the shot's not falling, he hasn't figured it out yet to go, I could still help this team by just putting my head down and getting to the basket, whether I pass it or shoot it.
Yeah, last 2 games, he's combined for 2 free throws. He didn't go to the free throw line one time yesterday. Now, they did have kind of a tight whistle, or a soft whistle, rather. Like, they weren't calling a whole lot.
Yeah, it was pretty rough for a while.
But if you're going to be a guy who's a 20-point-per-game scorer, and he's still at 21.5. But when your shot's not falling, you get to the line. In the last 2 nights, he's not done that. Texter saying people overlook Jalen's defensive efforts. I agree. I think he's taken a pretty big step with his defense. Is he as good as Amen? No. Is he as... It's a little different than Tari because Tari's like kind of like a combo 3-4 type that's going to rebound a lot. Like he's not defending on the perimeter a ton, especially against like shooting guards. But I wouldn't have him ahead of Tari as your best defender. Wouldn't have him ahead of Brooks. Maybe 4th.
I was going to say the top
maybe
3
fifth
are
if you
a
put
slam.
Jabari ahead
The
of
top
him.
3, and Fred's an underrated defender for a point guard. But you look at his ratings;
Kinda
they're pretty damn
slow.
good, though.
But if you look at Alpe's ratings, his are good. And Ime subs him out in big defensive moments.
Brooks, Tari, and Amen are your 3 best defenders.
You said Brooks, Tari, and Amen?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think there's any argument. Argument. Number 4 might be where the argument's at.
Yeah,
Jabari and Jalen.
because like even again last night,
You might throw Fred in
Jalen
there.
was getting they were running high screen and roll to get Jalen onto Donovan Mitchell, and he was holding his own. I thought he was quickness. He was beating him to spots so he couldn't drive.
He's scrappy.
I thought he was doing pretty well.
Yeah, I'm probably sleeping on it a little bit. He is scrappy. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I keep reading this over and over about how the Texans got the offense figured out at the end of the year. Are we buying that? Did the Texans get the offense figured out at the end of the season? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. 713-780-ESPN. This mic is moving. It's possessed. What are you giggling back there, Brian?
Sean's talking crap behind the scenes.
Sean doesn't say anything funny.
About who?
About me. No, he's it's an inside joke from the bullpen, but
Mount Rushmore +1?
No, it's in regards to this song and something that's not flattering for me. I'd rather not dive into the details.
Sean! Get in here. We need to know. We need to know the details. Give us the tea here, Mapes. Sean's putting on the headset.
So we're talking about rookie quarterbacks in the playoffs, and I said I don't trust rookie quarterbacks in the playoffs.
Same.
Obviously, Jane Daniels has kind of proven us a little wrong. Whatever. And Brian, on the other hand, picked I think all of them to win or cover or go over their passing totals, and I said, "Hey, Brian, I heard you like them young," which is what Kendrick Lamar says in this song. And I'm of course talking about.
Did he say that too?
25-year-old rookie Bo Nix and 24-year-old rookie Jane Daniels.
Diddy was about the action.
He didn't say that too? No?
I don't think he said it.
Oh. You just thought it?
Diddy's
didn't talk about it. Don't talk about it. Be about it. That's what Diddy was.
Diddy's an actions over words kind of guy, unfortunately. Okay, I get it. Yeah. We'll grade the joke, Blankers.
Which one?
Mapes.
It's okay. I'll give it a 5.
I'll go 5-1 on the joke from Mapes. Not bad. It's above average.
Bundle up, Sean. It's cold out there.
That's not that insulting to you, Brian.
No, because it's obviously when you hear the story, it's very clearly just fun. But yeah, anyway,
not so bad.
I didn't think it was worth digging into the details, but Sean laid it out for you.
Not so bad. All right, the Texans fired Greg Grissom today. We'll get to the offensive thing in a minute, but Greg Grissom has been fired as the president.
Never quit.
That's what happens. Whenever you don't get to the conference championship, whenever your offense underperforms, whenever your offensive line is really bad, who do you fire? The team president. Everybody knows that.
Never.
Look at there.
Quit.
Cal McNair. What do you think Greg Grissom did to get fired? 713-780-3776. Wrong answers only? 713-780-3776.
Any answers only. If you didn't know, because that's not a name that's as prevalent and as out there as like.
You don't think our listeners know who Greg Grissom is?
I don't.
713-780-3776. If you've never heard who Greg Grissom is.
I'm curious because I don't think they do.
Really?
Because he wasn't.
I don't think so. I mean, Jeremy knows from our conversation before the show. Even I was like, "Wait, who's that?"
Yeah, but you're casual.
Okay, right. Of course.
I feel like everybody knows who Greg Grissom is.
I don't think so.
Up for 3 days of loss. Shots off.
My bad.
Unlike when Reed Ryan, was president of the Astros, or because who's the president of the Astros now from a business perspective? I don't even know. Well, Reed Ryan was front. That's my point. Reed Ryan was front and center. Tad Brown was front and center.
So was Jamie Roots.
And Jamie Roots was the same way. They could not. They loved the microphone. I don't think Greg Grissom was a guy that sought the interviews. He did an interview when they asked him, but he came from being a sales guy to that job where I don't think he was used to doing the media stuff.
Yeah, I don't. We don't see what a president does, right? Like we don't see the behind the scenes stuff. We don't see how competent they are at their job. All we see them on the behind a camera every now and then. Maybe some people never heard of him. Maybe I'm overestimating how many people know who he is. The popularity of Greg Grissom. So I don't know if he's did a good job or not. But this is look, the Texans all of a sudden have been firing a bunch of people. They fired Roots. They fired Easterby. They're firing Greg Grissom, who's only been on the job for 2-3 years tops.
Grissom?
Yeah.
In that top position?
Yeah, because when did Roots leave?
Jamie left right after, I think even they thought that with Bill O'Brien getting fired, it might get him to stick around. But he butted heads with Jack and with Bob, Bill O'Brien. So,
but he was around after O'Brien.
Not long.
I don't think that long.
Maybe another year
at least.
Yeah, maybe
that's a good amount of time.
Maybe another year. But for the most part, he had already made up his mind that he was going to write a book and do other things. And
February 21.
Okay.
So if
so Grissom was been with the organization for at least a
4
decade.
Years. Yeah, but as president.
Yeah, but in the president for 4 years. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder why they fired the guy.
I think that kind of in a Jack Easterby type way. I think that Hannah might be doing some more things than she just being a spokesperson and sitting next to Cal.
You think she's being a little cutthroat? Hannah is?
I don't know about cutthroat. I think that a lot of people associated Greg with the old regime. And they've kind of turned the page to thinking they've got a new regime now with D'Amico, with Nick, with the kind of from a football perspective. And then as that kind of comes back over to not letting Jack go and just clean house on the business side, that Greg was old school.
One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish.
The old regime. And I think that they're looking more for their own person to kind of take the new regime.
He ghosted Brian, by the way.
Still hasn't responded.
Who, Jack?
Yeah.
That's not surprising.
I think you're onto something, Joel, though, because I think this could be Hannah maybe trying to distance Cal from all the people she didn't like being in his ear before she got more involved. And this is kind of pushing out all those people. And this is obviously highly, just speculating on my end. But this looks like Hannah pushing out all the people that were in his ear before that she didn't like, now replacing that with only being her. Which I think is overall fairly, at least I think it's probably a positive, because obviously the results since she stepped in have been a very, very, very positive.
Yeah, I mean, I've got some, I know some people's.
Stop beating around the bush. Let us have the tea.
No, I know some people's that have said that, Hannah is looking to kind of maybe do more and put her imprint more on. I don't know if it's what you said. I don't know if it's Greg wasn't, like, having the relationship to talk to Hannah. I mean, you only knew who you reported to, but I think that Hannah is kind of liking the role she's got and looking to do some things to kind of get her kind of people in there.
Yeah. I mean, we don't know. Wrong answer only. Gresham was fired because he beat Cal in a karaoke contest. Greg got fired because he told Cal he couldn't play video games on the floor at work anymore. That'd probably be Hannah. Wrong answers only. He got fired because he liked him young. Chris and Humble. Come on, Chris. That's Brian's thing, apparently.
No.
That's
We're
what
not going
Maves
to make
told
this
us.
a running show.
Brandon T, I've never heard of him, so there you go. I don't know who he is, but he got fired for not firing the offensive line coach. There you go. Another didn't know of him. Haven't heard of him, says another texter. You know what? This is my fault. I thought that the Hive was a little smarter than this. I thought the Hive was a little more intelligent. They don't know. They're ignorant.
They're not ignorant. They don't care.
No, they are ignorant to who Greg Grissom is. Otherwise, if they weren't ignorant to who Greg Grissom was, they would know who he is.
You're factually correct in that we were ignorant to who he was, but I would also echo the sentiment of who cares?
No, sure. That both things can be true here. But yes, that is the definition of ignorance.
Yes.
Yeah, they are ignorant to who Greg Grissom is. They do not know. They're unaware. Somebody said
say
who's a fat guy in his underwear living in
Greg
his
Grissom?
mother's basement.
Or the Hive.
The people don't know who Greg Grissom is.
No, I would never say that to the Hive. The Twitchers, yes. I would say that to the Twitchers.
A fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement.
It's kind of Cal McNair.
Is that Saban?
Yeah, it's Saban.
Yes, Saban.
It's Saban when he called us to talk about the Twitchers. He saw our Twitchers talking on our Twitch. That kind of is Cal, except in his mother's basement. He's in his mother's front office. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
That's the dream. That's the dream.
Which, by the way, talking about like Hannah gaining control, which maybe is a good thing. Like, I mean,
it might be.
The trajectory
So
of the
far, so good.
organization has gone up since we think Hannah took over the reins and Wapad Cal McNair had him on on a leash. But I think this is why Kerry McNair tried to sue Cal for the rights for the team. I really do.
You think he doesn't get along with Hannah?
Yeah, I do. I mean, totally guessing here.
Sure.
But,
this is all guesswork. But
yeah.
I can see that.
Actually, you know what? I can't remember who Kerry's attorney was. Was it Busby? I don't remember.
I don't know.
But I remember in the legal, note or whatever, like they send out this legal stuff. So like, this is the reason we're doing this. I want to say that it came out that he was not happy with the power that Hannah was securing within the Texans.
I mean, if that's true, it makes a lot of sense. But he doesn't. But what everything you read was he didn't want any part of the team. I think he tried to get. He wanted to get because he wanted to get the ownership of the team because he knows the control of that team and all that money is a powerful thing to have. But I don't think that because from what I had been told about how the family operated, even when Robert was alive, that he was a guy that was doing his own thing that didn't want to do the football thing.
Yeah, but you can totally understand why somebody would want the ownership of the team.
Oh hell yes.
Yeah, and
especially when you see what Cal was doing.
And I want to say he still has ownership stake.
It would make sense.
I think it was about majority control.
And Janice is still with us, so
sure. But she's no longer the owner. She signed over that to Cal.
Yeah.
Not Kerry. Cal. He got fired for microwaving fish in the break room. That's a bad move. You can't do that. I don't microwave fish in the break room. I just bring my fish soup already warm. Grissom beat up Toro over an Uncle Ben's drink. What is an Uncle Ben's drink?
I think they're trying to think gentlemen. I think they're thinking gentlemen.
Yeah, must have been a gentleman.
He didn't throw the H's up, which good on Grissom. Like this little thing. That's so corny. Like, right? In the throw up the H's.
I don't know. It's part of the rebranding. It's worked. Throw up the H, flip some burgers. Put on the chains.
Greg beats Cal high score on Guitar Hero 3 on the song Through the Fire in the Flames on Expert. That's why he was fired. Beating him in video games.
You don't think they're playing Call of Duty?
I don't know. I don't know what their thing is. The only Grisham I know is from CSI. Never heard of him. But he probably unplugged Cal's game before he was able to save.
But he deserved to be fired.
I remember I used to hate whenever I was a little like 8 years old and people would do that. I would be so mad.
Yeah.
Or hit the reset button. I want to play. Yeah, hit the reset button.
He beat McNair badly on Xbox. He tried to hit on Hannah. I don't know if Greg Grissom has that kind of dog in him.
Nah.
I don't think Grissom has that kind of dog in him. I wanted to bring Dave Covley back. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Why did Greg Grissom get fired? Wrong answers only. And let's get to the offensive conversation. Joe Mixon, we got it all figured out. Did they really? Did the Texans really figure it out offensively? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Ocho, what's up, guys? Tuning in as I explain why Billy Wagner should be in the Hall of Very Good. Dang, Ocho's got some hot takes.
You know what? Mad Dog was on that, and then he stopped himself.
Really?
I hate that. Yeah, Mad
Why
Dog
stop
Russo's like, yeah, you know, he was like, I think CC was a horse. He deserved it. Obviously, Ichiro deserves it. He goes, Billy Wagner. He goes, well, not today, maybe for another time, but I'm not going to do that today. I'm like, why would you do it at all?
Yeah, especially if you want to say Wagner was in the Hall of Very Good, CC Sabathia
I
should
think
also
the
be
same
in the
thing.
Hall of Very Good. The only one that was elite in this group was Ichiro.
I thought the exact same thing of CC. He had good years. He was the trade deadline year. He saved Milwaukee for a year, and then he played on the Yankees teams where he had some good years. But I'm like, overall, I don't think of him as like in the same boat as like those, like we were talking about, the superstar, big time.
Yeah, like how many years in his career would you have thought of him as a top 3 to 5 pitcher in the league?
One.
Yeah, that's not elite.
I mean, there's literally Cy Young voting.
I know, but I'm saying, like, he crossed leagues with Milwaukee when he went from Cleveland to Milwaukee. He had, I think he had one big year with Cleveland and one big year with the Yankees as well.
He won the Cy Young once, which of course is just a league award. So it's just, you know,
With-
it's not the major leagues. It's American League National. He did with Cleveland.
Okay.
And then he finished third 1 year in New York. So he had 2 top 3 Cy Young years.
So those are the 2 I was thinking about. And then the year that he crossed leagues, I think he had a good start to the year with Cleveland. He finished
3.83 ERA.
And then he finished strong in Milwaukee.
Finished very strong. 11-2, 165 ERA in his final 17 starts. Did not start well though, with Cleveland. I saw what is it? I forget his Twitter handle. I think it's like the Astros Locker. Yeah, it's the Astros Locker. Just looked it up. He had this side-by-side comparison of CC Sabathia and Zach Greinke.
Oh, I saw it too.
Pretty dang similar.
Yeah, Greinke should, if this is the case, Greinke should be in the Hall at some point.
Pretty dang similar. Yeah, the side-by-side stat head allows you to put, 2 figures side by side. The it's taking forever to load. The picture's not loading.
Well, they both have one Cy Young, right?
They have one Cy Young. CC has a championship where Greinke does not. Greinke has way more Gold Gloves. Not that should matter, I think. And
got a better. Ooh, I'll tell you what would be a great one. Better batting stats. Those 2 guys both could swing the stick.
I don't remember CC a whole lot.
Oh my God, he'd homer. Oh, he loved hitting. That was when he was a free agent. One of the things he was thinking about was he wanted to stay in the National League because he loved hitting.
Oh, really?
And then the Yankees offered a big bag of cash.
And he also
So
said,
that all went
I
out the
saw a
window.
thing yesterday. He did a MLB Network interview where he said I hated the Yankees. I played in Cleveland. I never want to play for the Yankees, and I just didn't realize how great it was till I got here.
You usually don't have a great memory on pitchers hitting. So let's look this up. Let's put this to the test.
Normally, my memory is pretty damn good on stuff that I pull.
You thought that Jim Abbott hit a home run, one-arm Jim Abbott.
In college, he did.
Did he have one arm at the time?
In college, he
I think
did.
he always had one arm. I think he was born that way.
Yeah, I'm joking.
Guess CC Sabathia's batting average.
And I don't know. He was only in there for half a season, right?
Yeah, he didn't bat much. He had
Were you only looking at half a season in Milwaukee?
He had 127 plate appearances in his career. He had some. No, remember interleague.
Oh,
so
sure,
he did have some at bats whenever he was with Cleveland and when he was with New York. So 127 plate appearances. So Greinke would have way more than that.
I'll guess he hit 190.
Blankers.
210.
He hit Blankers is closer, but he went over, so he loses because of the Price is Right rule. 207.
That was pretty damn close.
Yeah, but you lose because you were over.
Yeah, I
how many
understand
homers?
that.
How many homers do you think Sabathia had in his career?
3.
Yeah, 3's a good number. But I'll play the game. I'll say 4.
Good. He had 3. He had 3 more than Jim Abbott.
Boy, I tell you what, when it doesn't matter what you call right. It's always going to be remembered.
No, good job. Good job on the 3 home run thing. Yeah, but you look at like their all-time WAR. Greinke 77.5, CC Sabathia 62. So Greinke, that's a pretty big gap. In
Greinke,
WAR.
I mean, Greinke was a stick. I mean, he loved hitting.
I'm talking about overall. So like this is like I'm comparing Greinke and Sabathia's careers now.
Oh,
Greinke had a 77.5 WAR, CC 62.3. They like their games that they appeared in, 586 for Greinke, 561 for Sabathia. Games started, 541 for Greinke, 560 for Sabathia. So they innings pitched. Greinke's right at 3,400. CC's a little under 3,600. So, like, they appeared and threw about as many innings. Like, they're very comparable. 251 wins for CC, 225 wins for Greinke. Greinke 3.49 ERA, CC Sabathia 3.74. Greinke had a better ERA plus. CC had about 100 more strikeouts, but Greinke had a higher strikeout percentage. Championships won for CC, none for Greinke. All-Stars were even at 6. Cy Youngs are even. ERA titles, 2 for Greinke, none for Sabathia. 6 Gold Gloves for Greinke, none for Sabathia. 2 Silver Sluggers for Greinke, none for Sabathia.
I would say advantage.
I think Greinke's a Hall of Famer.
There's no doubt.
Advantage
There's no doubt. When I looked at that, first thing I thought about is Greinke's a slam dunk for
And
Hall of Fame.
CC was a first ballot guy, like what, 80-something% of the vote?
Yeah, I don't get the first ballot.
I don't get 80-something% of the vote. I guarantee you Zach Greinke will not be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Oh, there's no chance.
I guarantee you. You know, the bigger take here is that this is another example of East Coast bias. This is another example because this stat line for CC Sabathia, if he played his whole career in Cleveland and Milwaukee, he would not have been a first ballot Hall of Famer. He wouldn't have been. Do you know the only baseball player ever that was a unanimous Hall of Fame selection? Because Ichiro Suzuki was one. Mariano Rivera.
Yep.
East Coast bias to a T.
We talked about it yesterday. The fact of the matter is that you they'll deny it. But because the voting is still so screwed up anyway, and it's so you could have a grudge against a player and you could hold it against him, even in a case like this where you just don't do the no-brainer that everyone's going to do and make a guy unanimous selection. The voting is completely screwed up, but they can hold grudges, and it's ridiculous. And the East Coast bias was strong because a lot of people that are hammering Billy Wagner, he played in Philadelphia, he played in Atlanta, he played with the Mets. At the end of his career, he played with some teams where you could still see that his stuff. But when you look at the numbers on Billy Wagner, how do you argue with his earned run average and his, all of his strikeout numbers and the different thing, all the different stats you pull is like, yeah, he is.
He's just it's really difficult for closers. Like, to me, it's very difficult to evaluate closers versus every other position because they at most throw 75, 80 innings a year. Like, it's tough. And they're never in the Cy Young conversations either. Like, Billy Wagner, his best Cy Young finish was 4th. He finished top 10 twice. That's it.
The only reliever that I can think of in recent memory that's won the Cy Young was Eric Gagne with the Dodgers.
Right.
I mean,
that's late 90s?
Yeah, like at least 15, maybe close to 20 years ago
right.
at this point.
He won everything that year, didn't he?
Yeah, he won reliever of the year.
Yep.
He won Cy Young. And not to mention, I mean, but to further your point, Jeremy, there about relief. Sorry?
03 is when he won.
2003?
Yeah.
But to further your point, because I think what we most look at for relievers, especially when trying to build a Hall of Fame case, is saves. But then saves is kind of a weird stat where you dig into it and it's, well, okay, would he have a 3-run lead with 7, 8, 9 coming up, or was it a 1-run lead with 2, 3, 4 coming up? I mean, it's a stat that I think has been overvalued. So even within what we value, there's a lot of uncertainty.
Yeah, I can understand how difficult it is for a closer. Billy said that he was I'm not going to go through every Hall of Famer. I believe it to be true though, because Wagner was told this by somebody else that he's the first left-handed reliever to ever make the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Really?
That's what he said. It's what he said, what he was told by somebody told him. I can't remember who he said, because I watched that interview with him and Brian. Was it Brian Kelly on MLB Network? They had like a 7-minute sit down. Which
not
is why
Kelly. What's his name?
I think it's something Kelly.
Yeah, is
I thought it was.
It's not Brian Kelly. That's the LSU coach.
Yeah, it's Brian
Kenny.
Brian
Kenny.
Kenny. Yep, there you go.
Yeah. Billy Wagner's wife was murdered too. By the way, drop that on you guys.
What?
Yeah. It's weird. I forgot.
What, recently?
I think it's been like within the last decade, maybe.
Well, because who was with him at the pool table when he got the call that was making the rounds? I don't know if he remarried.
I don't think it was his wife's dad. No, his wife's dad is the one who got murdered.
Oh, wife's dad. I thought you said wife.
No,
okay.
Wife's dad. 713-780-ESPN. Let's sneak in Rudy real quick. Rudy, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up?
Hey, guys. I enjoyed the listening to the Hall of Fame talk. I wanted to ask a couple things. One thing I was concerned about that I saw, I was glad for Billy Wagner for one thing. Congrats to him. I'm 61, so I can go back, a ways. And I just think one thing that keeps getting mentioned, I like the Greinke comparison with CC. I agree. I don't know if he'll get on the first ballot, but I think he's a Hall of Famer. But I worry that the curve might will ruin the Hall and lean a little bit too far to just changing the curve, the grading curve, so to speak. Because then because I think we need to go back and do some justice to like Dale Murphy and Vida Blue, and so there's some people that were left off in my generation as a kid watching ball. Steve Garvey's not in the Hall, and I think he absolutely should be in the Hall. I don't know what they got against him, but he was just lights out in the playoffs. I mean, and if it wasn't for him, the Padres would have never made the World Series. But anyway, I could go on about the old guys, but Dale Murphy certainly should be in the Hall. I just can't imagine growing up watching baseball and he's not in that. But I did want to mention, I want to hear your opinion on Carlos Beltran. That really concerned me. He got 70%. I am an absolute advocate for not letting cheaters into the Hall of Fame. And this is.
Would you put Altuve in, Rudy? Would you put Altuve in the Hall of Fame?
No.
No. Okay.
Wow. No, but I'm the same. I grew up in Southern Indiana and went to Riverfront Stadium, watched the Big Red Machine.
So would you put Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame?
Ooh.
No, I agree with Johnny.
Attaboy, Rudy. Yeah.
I'm serious.
I believe you.
I love Pete Rose. Everybody but I go back to the historic, I don't know if you watch Ken Burns' history on baseball. It had a great part on the decision to ban the Black Sox. And I know that's a long time ago.
Good movie.
We don't have a lot of precedent. But if you go back to the facts, Judge Landis was the commissioner of baseball. And just real quick.
We got to go, Rudy.
Come on, Rudy. We got to go.
You got 30
They
seconds.
weren't convicted in a court. He still banned them because it was right. All right. Take care, guys.
All right, Rudy. We appreciate it.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Rudy.
the conversation.
I just looked it up, and Billy was telling the truth. They said, according to baseball analysts, Wagner is considered the best left-handed reliever of all time, with Aroldis Chapman second, and all-time John Franco and Jesse Orozco in the conversation.
Where's John Rocker at? I feel like he should be in the conversation.
Not in the subway.
713-780-ESPN. Texans offense. Third time we've teased this now. Third time to try. Maybe it's the charm.
Never quit.
I keep reading how they got it all figured out in these last few games. Are you actually buying that? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees. ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Lamont says that Rudy's the top caller to the show. He says that dude was bringing it. Kind of bad word, hearing someone in the background snickering and laughing. Brian, why were you doing that? Why were you snickering and laughing?
Is that me? I don't think my microphone.
It might have been the signal. Maybe it was a different station that was interfering. I don't think anybody was snickering and laughing there, Lamont. Come on now. Rudy's welcome all the time.
Rudy can be our mad dog.
Yeah, he could be.
Yeah.
There's some similarities there.
Yeah.
See, Beltran getting in is actually good. Now, he hadn't got in, but his vote was high. Like, he's trending in that right direction. I think it's a good sign for Altuve. If Beltran gets in, it's a great sign for Altuve.
I saw a lot of people saying that he might not get in first ballot just because he's always going to be the poster child for the cheating scandal, but that he'll get in when others that care to take the time to do the deep dive realize his numbers may make him, when he's all said and done, the best offensive second baseman, or one of the, if not one of, but probably the best offensive second baseman of all time.
Yeah, I have him like top 3 offensively.
I mean, see, to the East Coast bias thing, that's where Beltran gets all the extra votes. I think that because he was a Yankee and a Met, that everybody thinks highly of Beltran. They don't want to believe that he was one of the figureheads and the bosses of all the cheating with multiple teams. He was also a stud, but when the Astros got him in Kansas City, when no one watched him play hardly, and then when the Astros got him, and he was a hell of a player. But look, I mean, he's a poster child of cheating.
Yeah. For sure. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. So Joe Mixon, a lot of things that Joe Mixon said they got him in trouble. But he said this, that the offense started to gel. Like, they figured it out offensively in these final few games, which is kind of weird because it's like, should they keep Bobby Slowick? Do you think what Joe Mixon's saying, that they figured it out? I think the line of demarcation here is the Christmas Day game, whenever they got just destroyed on Christmas on national television against the Baltimore Ravens. Because after that, they played some, I guess, good football. I guess beauty's in the eye of the beholder here. But in their last 3 games, Tennessee, the final regular season game, scored 23 points, 374 yards. Pretty good. Against the Chargers, 32 points, 429 yards. Pretty good. Against Kansas City, 14 points, not great, 336 yards. Pretty good. So when Mixon and a lot of these Texans say that they figured it out offensively, do you buy that? 713-780-ESPN. Where do you stand
my
on
first
that?
reaction is, what took you so long? If all the pieces have been in place this entire time, and we have not held back on the fact that we've pointed out over and over again their shortcomings and where they didn't perform like the numbers you just gave late in the season, why the hell did it take all year and then right on the cusp of the playoffs for you to figure it out? And that's Bobby, and that's everybody involved, because all those weapons were there. And yes, you did lose some of the receivers, but overall, what the hell took you so long to get to the point where now suddenly we're supposed to believe you figured it out?
Here was the quote. This was transcribed by Cody's Toots. Everybody, once we get to that moment, I think we really felt like everybody honed in on whatever it takes to win in the season. During the regular season, you've got guys where sometimes when it comes down to it, you're a competitor. Sometimes stats don't matter. Let's be real. You wouldn't be here if you weren't a great player. And I think sometimes stats can get in the way from taking away from the team a little bit. But I think once we came together at the right time, I think everybody started being bought in, and whatever it was taking to win, I think that everybody was starting to do that. That's the full quote from Mixon, courtesy of Cody's Toots.
And I still say, what took you so long? Like, why? I
don't see them stat chasing. I don't
really
either. See that.
No, because we knew Tank wasn't, right? Because Tank was a guy that was sacrificing maybe more than most, because you were trying to get Diggs, kind of accustomed to and acclimated to the system, and then have him get off to a good start. But I think that the receivers, for sure, I think they all kind of understood the deal going in, that their stats might be what they would have been if they were focused on more because of all the talent across the board. Mixon, look, he got his money and he was hurt, but I don't think he stays chasing stats once he gets hurt, because you're not going to get the full year and full season stats with the amount of games he missed. Dalton Schultz doesn't seem like a guy that's going to be chasing stats. He didn't play like it.
No, I never really saw it. Like, I never saw the stat chasing. I think that Mixon's just kind of talking here. Like, did their offense have an uptick over the last 3 games? Sure. But would I say it's because they were more selfless? That they weren't stat chasing? No, I don't think that's
so.
what it was.
I think it was all. I think a lot of it was all associated with the offensive line and finding the right 5 guys.
I think they blocked better,
Yeah.
Especially on the ground. Like people, they got sacked 8 times against Kansas City. Well, 4 of those came on the final drive, was in a 2-possession game, and C.J. Stroud probably ate 3 of them. I thought the offensive line did improve slightly, but I'm not buying they figured it out. Like, because you scored 23 points in a meaningless game. Like, that's not a lot. 23 points against Tennessee. Yes, you put up 374 yards, but the Titans were trying to lose that game so they could get the number 1 pick of the draft and select a generational talent, whoever that is. The Chargers, they played well offensively. Like, I'm not going to sit here and, get it twisted here. They scored 32 points, put up 429 yards against a solid defense in the NFL. That's a good week at the office. But against Kansas City, that wasn't a great day. 336 is nothing to sneeze at, but you scored 14 points. So I'm not buying we got way better in the last 3 games. Nope, I'm not falling for it.
Well, let's look at the fourth quarter. The fourth quarter, if they were clicking like they were against the Chargers, or if they finally figured it out, wouldn't they have figured out how to put points on the board in the fourth quarter when it was a 1-score game instead of those next 2 drives being extremely disappointing and falling way short of any chance of getting any points out of it? You would think so, right?
Yeah.
Not only that, but I think when we're having this conversation, we're talking about them adjusting. And what do we see in that fourth quarter where Spags just seemed to figure out, well, we can bring 6 and just line them up at the line of scrimmage and rush everybody we got, and they can't adjust to it. I would agree overall the offense did look better, but Slowick is still showing occasions where he's not adjusting to what the adjustment to him has been.
It's just the size is so small. They look good against Tennessee. Great. That means nothing to me.
It's really one game.
You know what?
One game.
It's
one game.
It's one game.
To your point, maybe it's Joe Mixon trying to save Bobby Slowick's job.
It could be.
Maybe it's Joe just trying to push the narrative so that people start jumping on board and buying it so that the guys can keep their guy. Because I think that the guys, and what you've heard from multiple people, you've heard from CJ, you heard from even guys like Dameon Pierce, who might be upset that he's not getting more touches when except for special teams, was gushing about Slowick at the end of the year and how everyone in the room during the meetings during the week and everything, that's our guy. We love him. He is prepared. He's this, he's that. Maybe that's just Joe trying to drive home the point they want Bobby back.
It could be that for sure. It's just weird that Mixon would be that pot committed to Bobby Slowick. They've known each other for a year.
But he had a good year with him, and
he was good.
Doesn't Joe Mixon think he could probably have a good year with most coordinators as long as they're not a buffoon?
And they also feel like polar opposites. Sorry to say it, but they do. Joe Mixon and Bobby Slowick don't seem like they'd be boys kicking it on the weekends. It doesn't seem like he would have this huge investment to Bobby Slowick.
I agree, but then you also hear the quotes that came out of what Ben Johnson was saying to his now former guys, and I don't see that happening a whole lot with him being real tough and dropping F-bombs, and we're going to beat the F. I don't see that either, so I don't know.
Texter says, I thought he meant the outside world was paying too much attention to the stats. See, I'm not buying that either. He says sometimes stats doesn't matter. Sometimes new stats do matter. Let's be real. You wouldn't be here if you weren't a great player. I think sometimes stats can get away from taking away from the team a little bit. He says stats taking away from the team a little bit. I don't think that's a national perspective. And then he goes on to say, I think once we came together at the right time, I think everybody started being bought in. That's not a national perspective. He's talking about the locker room. Another texture, let's read between the lines. Was it Diggs? Maybe the subtraction of Diggs cleared the way for others to feel involved. The timing of that adds up, but I never got the sense that Diggs was looking at stats.
No, I don't either. I didn't get it then, and there was quite a bit of time that passed to where I don't think at the point of the season when Diggs went down that it would be that Diggs was stat chasing, and that was a big problem.
Yeah, because if it was Diggs, there was enough time that passed from, like you said, Joel, from his injury to when they actually quote unquote started playing better. If you are to believe that narrative, that I couldn't piece those two together as the cause.
And let's not forget either that Diggs didn't have big numbers in the games when he was totally bought in and being the real rah-rah guy and really saying it didn't matter to him. He was actually even saying where in the past he wouldn't hold back and saying he needs the ball more. That he was saying that, even though he only had 6 or 7 catches and didn't have 100 and some yards, he was still the guy that was really loving everything that he was doing when he was healthy.
He was getting targeted a lot, though.
Yeah.
I never saw that in Diggs. Like, a lot of people came in with the narrative that Diggs was going to be that me first guy. I never saw that. Like, I have a tough time believing that. And then you have everybody that talks about him still to this day, talking about how much they love him, how much they want him back. Like, I think even Mixon was talking about how he wanted Diggs back.
Same interview.
Stroud was talking about how he wanted Diggs back. So I don't. The timeline does make sense. The narrative on Diggs coming to Houston would add it to that, but I just never saw it. I don't think the players saw that either.
And him coming up on his free agent year would make sense too, right?
Right, but never saw it.
No,
right?
I didn't see it.
Still couldn't protect CJ when it mattered. I don't buy that the offense got better. Yeah, I'm not buying it either. Mixon, I think, is just kind of talking a little bit. I think he's kind of talking. Maybe he is defending his guy. But yeah, I'm not seeing it. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Let's fix the Texans. How are you doing that? What are their most pressing issues? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, how are you fixing the Texans? 713-780-ESPN. What are the pressing issues, and how are you fixing them, Blankers?
I mean, it starts with the offensive line. I think as much as we've talked to and had to talk about how bad the offensive line was all year and how inconsistent it was and how many guys were either falling off what they used to be or not living up to what we thought they should be. they got to fix the offensive line. And by hell or high water, no matter what means, by all means necessary, they got to figure it out. Not just the draft, not just free agency, not just, or maybe trades. They've got to try and do whatever they need to do because we saw how vital and important it is to everything offensively they're trying to do. And I think it starts there. I don't think from a weaponry standpoint, other than the offensive line, that the skill positions need much. I think the one thing you'd look at, and he's not going anywhere, is Dalton Schultz, just because of the fact that from an effort and a result standpoint, I don't think he lived up to and gave you the return on investment you were hoping for. But for the most part, I think it's so. I think offensively, it's the offensive line. And then defensively, I think you look at safety. I think you look at linebacker. You got some free agents that are going to be tough to bring back, like Foley and like Edwards, that were so good for you on the interior defensive line that I think become very important for you. But I think it's mostly going to be offensive line and then defensively interior between the line, linebackers, and the back of the safeties.
I'm not that worried about the linebacker and safety. Aziz
I hate
is under
Jimmy
contract.
Ward's coming
Harris
back.
is there. Yeah, but he's. It depends on what you do with Eric Murray, but he's your second or third safety. So that one, like, it doesn't drive me that crazy. Like, I feel like you can live with Jimmy Ward as that, second, third safety, backup nickel, somewhere there. I don't feel like I like where the defense is at. You actually bring back a lot of the defense. There are some guys on the defensive line that helped you a lot that are going to be free and probably going to look for more money than you're willing to give them or capable of giving them because they don't have a whole lot on the cap. So you mentioned the offensive line. Where do you fix that? Like, how do you think that, what are the steps to get there?
We talked about it. I think that I'd be looking for a veteran center that's still got something left in the tank that can help you kind of solidify from CJ and getting in and out of the huddle quicker and getting into the play calls and reading the defenses and helping CJ so he doesn't have to do that or worry about that. I think that it starts there. I think you've got a big decision to make as it relates to Titus, and you've got to figure out, is he going to be back? And if he is he going to play guard? Is he going to play right tackle? I think from the Shaq Mason perspective, he was awful at the end of the year. And you can say he was hurt, but even before he was hurt, he was not great. And I think that's something you got to look at long and hard. And then when you got the two guys that you drafted, yeah, versatility helps and it's great, but are they really good at either one of the positions that they play? And can you do better? I think that's where you have to be hyper-focused. I don't think Laramie's going anywhere. I think Laramie's going to be your left tackle no matter what. So I would look at everything else on the table, and then you got to figure out what you're going to do with Fisher. Is Fisher ready to play? If he's ready to play, he's going to play tackle, because then it's either easier to either say I'm getting rid of Howard, or whether he likes it or not, he's going to be left guard.
Yeah, I don't think you need to make a whole lot of personnel change to the offensive line. I think that if you get a good offensive line coach, which should be priority number one, because my top two things are protect CJ Stroud at all costs. Whatever you got to do to get that offensive line above average, you do it. Whatever it takes. If it means simply just getting rid of Strouser, who might retire, according to Aaron Wilson, or it's complete overhaul, I'm here for it. Whatever it takes to get that offensive line to be playing above average standards in the NFL. I'll get to my second one in a minute. So I don't think that you need a ton of personnel change. I think you can live with Laramie Tunsil at left tackle. The Titus Howard contract is difficult to get out of because the savings, I'm not sure you're going to save enough to be able to sign a good free agent that could start on the offensive line. So I'm here for Titus Howard returning. Blake Fisher, is he a starting right tackle? That depends with whether or not the offensive line coach that you hire says he is or not. If he can get coached up, I think he has talent. I don't think you're drafting a guy in the second round so he sits the bench for multiple years. And then also, maybe you have a battle at that other guard position, and you have some contenders there, like Kenyon Green. No one wants to hear that name. He's on the roster. Juice Scruggs on the roster. Jarrett Patterson on the roster. The thing that I want the most on the offensive line is a really good offensive line coach. Go find him by any means necessary. And then I really want a veteran center. That way he can call out the coverage calls. He can help out CJ Stroud, can be a quarterback's best friend. Peyton Manning had Jeff Saturday for years. I want a really good starting center. If that's the only move they make, that's fine by me.
Here's my thing. I saw what you saw with Aaron Wilson, and I'm expecting that whether he retires or not, he's not going to be back. But are you going to hire internally? Because I saw that the leading candidate was going to be the assistant offensive line coach. I think you got to go externally. What
if he's a savant though? I understand your point because it's you're just hiring from within a coaching staff that was the problem. I totally get it. But what if he's the best guy and he actually is really, really good, and he was just being held back because he didn't have the position, he didn't have the title?
I hope so, and I hope that D'Amico can separate loyalties and buddies from the best guy for the job to realize that, hey, at the end of the day, the friends are going to be your friends probably for the rest of your life, but it's not going to help you keep your job by doing what's right for this team. And what's right for this team, in my mind, is getting a completely clean slate with a guy that has fresh ideas, that has a different approach, because whatever they were doing wasn't working. And maybe, hopefully, that you're right. He was sitting there watching what was being done and saying, nah, And maybe it's like you make a coaching change, and the guy that was watching going, if this was me, I'd have done this and this and this, and maybe that is it. But for me, I would feel more comfortable them going and getting a veteran offensive line coach from somewhere else that can come in and say, hey, look, there is some talent here, but this is what we got to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I get that perspective, but that's kind of where I'm at with D'Amico. Like, hey, if you want to keep Slowick, it's your prerogative. You're the coach. You know best. If it fails, it's going to blast you. Yeah. Exactly. I kind of have the same thing with the offensive line coach where, yeah, you can hire from within, but you have to understand how this looks. All the points that you brought up, which are good points. If it works, great move. If it doesn't, well, we told you. Like, these are the things that we were talking about before you did that. The Dalton Schultz thing, to me, you're pot committed. Like, his contract is his contract. To me, that's where you have to put him in position to succeed. / don't ever allow him to block. Like, he's only going to line up as a tight end that's going to run routes. That's it.
Well, I hear you, but at the same time, you have to have a couple hard conversations with him too, and go, I need more effort from you. I need you to kind of give me more than what you gave us, because whether you thought you were or not, what we saw on tape and what we saw during games, even as it relates to blocking, but that's secondary, even after catches and the way he went after when he was being targeted for passes, just seemed like that he just wasn't giving it everything. And you got to get everything out of your starting tight end.
Yeah. The second thing for me is I want explosive playmakers. Like, everybody's talking about bringing Diggs back, and I understand financially how that makes sense. I want burners. I want speed. I want quickness. I want guys who can get open. It doesn't just need to be a wide receiver spot. Hey, running back. Could you find a Bucky Irving in the middle rounds that can just completely change a game? Can you find a burner that's going to take the top off a defense? Because the Texans didn't have that. Love Tank Dell. Tank Dell is not a point A to point B guy. He's not going to take the top off of a defense. He's shifty. He's going to get open. He's quicker than he is fast. They need a guy, I think, that can take the top off a defense. That maybe he only catches 2 passes a game, but you have to respect his speed, which means you have to play a little bit deeper, opens up some stuff in the middle. I really want explosion on this offense. So really, it all comes back to helping C.J. Stroud and trying to make this offense better.
Yeah, and I think that, you still have a really good chance to improve the team with the draft, and they proved in a lot of ways they did that last year, and they had a good draft. You have to look at every angle possible. That's why I think, I want to see I'm nitpicking a little bit more. The defense was great. And the internal defensive line really worries me, because you found guys that literally the return on investment was amazing.
Yeah. But that gives me encouragement that they can do it again. Like, they have an eye
exactly.
for it.
I don't want them drafting offensive linemen. I just don't, because I don't trust them. I don't believe in that. That's one of their strong points. Defensive backs, yes. Finding defensive linemen, yes. So, From an explosive receiver, I thought they already needed to go out and get another number 2. I don't know that when Diggs is going to be ready. I don't know. Yeah, you could probably catch some help on how much he's going to cost. But at the same time, I don't care if the guys like him or not. I need a guy for the entire season that's going to be able to take some of the heat off of Nico and be able to do the things you need him to do, because Tank's certainly not going to be ready. So I think that they definitely need at least one more wide receiver, and maybe 2, because the guys are going to get hurt. And because the guys behind him, like Hutchinson and Mechie, just didn't live up to what you thought they were going to be.
I want them to draft athletes, though. Like, I don't want it to be the free agent route. And plus, they don't have tons of money to spend. This isn't last year. Where do you think they're going to get better, Brian? Where do they need to get better?
I mean, obviously, I back up what you guys have said about the offensive line. I know, their wiggle room there could be debatable, but there's obviously need for improvement there. I would add to that, though, I agree with your take, Jeremy, about the possible receiver or running back that would take the top off the defense. But I also think when you talk about what Tank Dell meant to this team, maybe more so in his rookie year, he was a guy that got open quickly. Like, I mean, you talked about he was more quick than fast. Like, and I think they need somebody like Robert Woods used to be for the Rams, someone who was underneath, quick, and just got open super quickly. Because you would hope your tight end could be that, that safety valve, that dump off. If CJ doesn't see what he wants to see from Nico, he has the underneath option who gets open quickly and makes the job on the quarterback easy. And he doesn't really have that right now, assuming Tank misses the rest or next season. So I'd like to see that. I would like to see another running back added to Mixon. They just have nothing behind Joe Mixon at this point. Whenever Dare or Dameon Pierce comes in, it feels like it's a complete nothing if they get the ball. So I'd like to see that. And the defense overall, I feel good about, but I would add to it maybe your nickel corner, a safety that plays in the box that can also, because I like Jalen Petrie, but we all know the problem with Jalen Petrie. He was great when he was able to tack downfield, play behind the line of scrimmage, stop the run. But whenever he got put into a situation where he had to cover in man, especially on like a drag or a crosser with the speedy wide receiver, he couldn't stay with them. So I think they should look at some sort of nickel corner who's a little bit better in man coverage. It could be. I mean, and maybe that's the move. Maybe because that was the story on Lassiter coming out was he was a nickel corner, but they'd obviously have to address.
Yeah,
they could like you said that that's what they're good at. Yeah,
I did.
Draft a corner that's on the outside and then move Lassiter inside.
I think he'd be an all-pro at nickel. I think he'd be unbelievable.
At least the one thing that you know for sure that you don't have to worry about is, and it's tough to find with defensive backs, he loves to hit.
Yeah, he's physical.
I mean, Petrie is top of the line in terms of how he loves to hit. But what I learned that I didn't know that I liked is the fact that Lassiter likes to hit.
Oh, yeah. Like, I think Lassiter and Petrie have a lot of similarities in their game when it comes to tackling. Coverage is the difference.
Correct.
Coverage is the great separator. Like, Petrie worries me in coverage. Lassiter does not.
Indeed.
Yes, that's where I'm at there. 713-780-ESPN. How are you fixing the Texans? 713-780-3776. It is the Beast, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
There's some baseball things that are happening. Jurickson Profar off the board. He's going to Atlanta, which I'm okay. That's too much money.
What did he sign for?
The AAV is not bad, actually, but it was a 3-year deal. I think it was $48 million total.
Ooh.
It was like good or bad?
That was a lot more. That was a lot more than that was 42, a bad
42. It was 42, not 48. It's 3-year, 42, $12 million next year, 15 and 26, 15 and 27.
No
That's
thanks.
not crazy though.
Yeah, but no thanks.
No, I'm with you. No thanks. I'm out. I think that Jurickson Profar is a 1-year guy. I think last year was an anomaly. I think that will be his best year of his entire career. I was looking at his baseball savant this morning, actually. Nerd. This past season was like unlike anything he's ever done in his life. Like he went from squaring up baseballs at a high clip, and he's never been that guy. So I'm good with not signing him.
He is the hitting equivalent of Rafael Montero. Had his career year, and he's going to cash in on a 3-year deal.
I feel like I'll push back a little bit.
I feel like that's disrespectful to Profar.
I do too, because Profar's had some okay years. Like
he's
been
supposed
okay.
to be when he got drafted. No, he was supposed to be a lot better.
He's supposed to be great.
Yes.
Yeah. But he's had some okay years. Like he's a capable big leaguer. He is a starter. Like he's a starting level big leaguer. Not a good one. And then all of a sudden he turns in like an all-star level. I think he's going to regress to being like an okay starter.
Don't we think that Montero was an okay big leaguer?
No, I don't.
No, his years at Seattle were awful.
He had like
but over the course of his career with his arm and everything else, whether he was a starter or reliever, teams were going to take him and put him on their roster.
That's different than him being productive, though.
Yeah.
Like he was never really productive
outside of 2022.
You're right that he was like somebody who was coveted because he did have like an electric arm, but he was never someone who was really coveted. Or maybe coveted, but not produced.
Right.
Profar's produced some. Whereas Montero's like always bounced around team after team, hoping to catch lightning in a bottle, and then he catches lightning in a bottle in Houston, and Jeff Bagwell goes, "Let's pay that guy the most middle relief money in all of baseball."
Hi, this is Jeff
Or
Bagwell.
Jim Crane. Because Jim Crane was big about being very outspoken at that time about his love for Montero.
So that happened, and then also Bob Nightingale minutes ago reported.
I'm waiting. I'm listening. I'm hoping it's not the other guy.
What do you mean?
There's one guy left that I would take.
No, he's not a free agent. The Bob Nightingale 4 minutes ago, and we'll address all this stuff later. The Chicago Cubs are on the verge of acquiring closer Ryan Presley from the Astros.
Oh.
So we'll keep our ears open. Like we'll see if it actually happens first off, and then we'll try to find out because I don't think you're going to get much for him, and I think that the Astros
will get a bat.
A bat?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
I don't think it'd be a good one.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a good one. Maybe
so it's just better to just free up the money.
I don't even think they're going to free up all the money. I think the Astros are going to retain a good percentage of the contract. So let's see. Let's wait. To see what happens. Like, there's no sense of like, hey, the Astros are going to get this, they're going to get that, because we don't know. But maybe he is traded before we go off the air.
We'll give it to Bregman.
Okay,
we'll wait till he signs or the deal is done to figure out if it was, then we'll grade it.
Which Nightingale talked about that today too. He said that the Astros are keeping the door open on Alex Bregman. 713-780-ESPN. But right now, how do you fix the Texans? Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Pena, what's your way to fix the Texans?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So obviously there's a handful of positions that the Texans need help on. I'm gonna go with just one of them, and that's the most obvious is a receiver. Nick Casario, he's landed. He's 3 out of 4 in the first round with Stroud, Will Anderson, and Stingley, and we know who the fourth one he didn't strike on. And he's done pretty good on the second and third rounds also. So for the second and third round, I told y'all this probably like a week or two ago. I would like Matthew Golden. Keep him in like Tank Dell. Keep him in Texas. He's done pretty decent with a lousy quarterback in U of A, and with a decent quarterback with Quinn Ewing.
That's enough, Pena.
So
that's enough.
I like
enough.
that.
Hey, hang up on Pena. Hang up on Pena. We're not gonna have U of A slander. Call back tomorrow, Pena. You lost your privileges for today. But I hear where you're at, Matthew Golden. We understand what you're saying there. Matthew Golden's NFL prospects are way better than I thought. Way better than I thought. We came up the other day. I was like a mid-round pick.
Yeah.
I'm seeing him late first, early second.
First, I can't
late
see
first. Early. I have a hard time seeing it myself. I saw a mock today that had him going late first.
I could see him being a late second. I know that still would be earlier than what you thought, but I just watching him this year and the little bit that I watched him in years prior, he seems like a guy in a bad wide receiver class, if you want to call this one, that could be a second-round pick. Certainly not an explosive down the field guy, but quick, shifty, gets open against man coverage really easily, and very good in the red zone, which you wouldn't expect from someone who's not a huge wide receiver, but he was very good in the red zone.
A huge white receiver?
Wide receiver.
Gotcha.
He's definitely not a white receiver.
Somebody texted in 713-780 ESPN. How do you fix the text? And someone texted in and said draft the next Lad McConkey.
Sure, that's ideal.
Easy, snap your fingers.
Dude, no, you have to understand what they're saying. McConkey.
Oh, McConkey. Okay, grade the joke.
I give it an 8.4. I don't think it's bad. I think it's
not
pretty
bad.
good.
I'll go 7.2.
Do you think it was original though, or do you think you heard it somewhere else?
He definitely heard that from Barstool or somewhere.
I shouldn't say he
recycled it.
Give it a 7.
It's not bad. I feel like at the beginning of the year, CJ was trying to get everyone the ball and then threw up the offense. That's talking about the offense being all messed up. Tank Dell experiment is over. He's a gadget guy, not a solid 3 or 4. A complete revamp of the offensive line. Also, that's how he's fixing it. Look, I am not anticipating Tank Dell to play football next year. I am not counting on it.
No, that's the biggest thing. Like, you can't say what you've said because the biggest thing is you don't know what he's going to be and what his future holds until you figure out if he can be healthy and get close to where he was prior to these the injuries that happened with this knee.
Yeah, you can't. To me, you can't. It's like counting on Lance McCullers to come back. You can't do it. It's too severe of a knee injury. How much can we trade Kenyon Green for?
I mean,
a late round draft swap at all?
For him?
Maybe you can
maybe
trade
a 7.
Kenyon Green in a 7th
swap,
for a
maybe?
6th. Maybe you can trade him for a 7th because he is cheap and he is a former first rounder. So you could probably get a late.
There's going to be
7th,
some
like a
offensive
7th.
line coach that could say I could fix him.
I'd rather just keep him at that point, though. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Instead of trading him for a 7th, let's see what a new offensive line coach is going to do with him. Like, he
go
has
find
promise.
the offensive line coach that thinks he can fix him,
Yeah.
and then hire that guy.
Yeah,
and then work all off season on his pass block.
I'm not going to trade a former first for a 7th round pick. I'm
No,
just
I'd
not
rather
going to
let
do
him
it.
walk.
No, well,
I'm saying at the end of his contract.
facts.
Yeah.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah, at this point, let's just say, hey, he knows this is it for him, regardless, and let's just see if he can do something to try to turn this thing around with the last ditch effort of his last year here.
Can we get a tight end that can block, that gives effort blocking? Can we trade him as a possible? I don't think they can trade Schultz. Brevin's an okay blocker.
Well, Brevin and the kid from Ohio State,
Stover.
Stover. I think Stover could be that guy.
I thought he was a little overrated as a blocker.
I think he was an overachiever that I didn't expect as a receiver.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he's a rookie.
But I think he could. I mean, I think he's physical enough to block.
Maybe
you just got to work with him.
Too harsh on Country Gronk. I'd rather see Andrew Beck be the fullback, though. Like, I thought they ran it better with Andrew Beck, right? They did.
I thought Country Gronk was Kraft.
No, I think Country. Well, maybe they all have this nickname.
Yeah,
but I've heard Stover be called Country Gronk. Get CJ in the film room, become a student of the game, so he can call the protection better.
How do you know he's not?
Well, he's not called the protection.
No, he's not called the protection, but he's a student of the game. I mean, everybody tells you that he's not constantly watching film.
We hear him watching other quarterbacks.
No, we've heard because he was texting guys during the middle of the night and everything on offensive things.
Yeah, I believe that he is. I believe
he said he's filmed, but DJ Bieniemy has told us multiple times on this show and other shows that it's just simply not what they do in the San Francisco Kubiak whatever tree offense. They don't let their quarterbacks call protection.
That's why I want a veteran center. Let that guy call protection. Let him be really good at it. Or maybe they don't have the San Francisco scheme anymore. We'll see. What about a running back in the draft in the first 3 rounds? You here for that?
I think to Brian, you said right they need more running back help.
They do.
Yeah, I completely agree with that.
I'm okay.
If JT fell to you in the late first, I would consider it.
I think you can get value though in the 3rd, 4th. I don't really want a running back in the first 2 rounds. Genty would be scintillating.
Lance was in the lab today breaking down Genty.
It's his job.
Yeah,
he does that. He doesn't posture
I'm
like
aware.
me. He actually gets paid to do that. Although I do get paid to do that.
He whines about it.
Well, it's tough.
But it's a second job.
It is a tough job
that he's taking care of for.
I think he likes the radio job more than the film job.
Takes less effort.
I don't think so.
I think he does, man. Like, that's a tough job. He sits in that cave for hours and lets his body go to waste.
I think he likes being known as the draft expert more than the radio guy, but radio takes less effort. So it's kind of it's a given.
Speak for yourself there, Brian. Takes less effort. What are you talking about? Key from LA, just trade Dalton Schultz to the Browns for like a pick or something. I don't think you can trade Dalton Schultz. The Rams might have to trade Kupp. See, I just don't know how much money that the Texans can spend and do all this stuff. Casario doesn't ever draft skill guys in the first 2 rounds. I guess that's true. He traded up for Tank in the 3rd, traded up for Nico in the 3rd. He drafted a few running backs or a couple running backs.
Mechie
in
was
the
a second-round pick.
Drafted Mechie in the 2nd, and traded up for him too.
He did.
Yes.
I think that's absolutely right. Yep.
That would be the only one.
That's the only one I could think of off the top of my head. Yeah.
You said Nico. He traded up for Nico, right?
3rd
Yeah,
round.
but that was the 3rd. Yeah.
3rd round. Somebody said he stole it from Phillip Rivers on a mobile. The Lad McConkey. Somebody says it's not Lad McConkey. It's Ladorius McConkey. That's funny. Chandler Rome says Presley has not waived his no trade clause. So there's the hang up there. That's interesting.
Think he wants more money?
No.
To waive it? A lot of guys do that.
I have a tough
Or an
time
extension?
seeing a team giving Ryan Presley an extension beyond next year, though.
But you know how that works in a lot of cases. I mean, I'll waive the extension.
I don't know if
there's
I've
something in
ever
it for
seen
me.
that in baseball.
Maybe not in baseball.
I don't know if I've ever seen it in baseball. Add another running back 1 in the 2nd round is death. Look, that's adding to the offensive skill. Like get a separator in here. I'm all for that. I'm here for that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. The Cowboys are on the cusp of a coaching hire. I'm not sure why Cowboy fans are surprised at this. This is Jerry Jones' MO, who is a generational talent in this draft, and Shad Khan is getting buried by NFL folks. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You might be a business owner that's getting buried in all of your stress, buried in all of your hassle that you have to handle your business. Well, seek some help, get some help. And if you're going to do that, you got to get it from the very best. And that's HR&P, Human Resources and Payroll. People over there are great. Mike Holly, Goku, Chris Fisher, and Aggie. You're going to love the people over at HR&P. Customer service elite. It is at the very top. They've been protecting interests of businesses for 25 years now. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll. Let 2025 be the year you get everything in order with your business. HRP is going to work with you, customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HRP. You're not reading off a menu. You need some help. You need a lot of help. You need to transform things completely. Well, HRP is going to be there to create a plan for you and what your business needs. They'll sit down with you, and they'll figure it all out. The customer service, we mentioned, it's elite. You never talk to a stranger. You'll always call someone that's familiar with you, familiar with your company. We, of course, use HRP here at Gal. I can attest to that customer service. It's fantastic. I'm an email guy. It's still fantastic. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources. Eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
So for Nightingale, Ryan Presley's on the cusp of being traded. Chandler Rome says, Ryan Presley's not accepted a trade. So we'll see what happens. Astros are saying, we don't want you. Ryan Presley, I refuse to leave.
Yeah, if you're Presley and you know the team doesn't want you and you're going to a team that not only does, but you're probably going to be the role that you want as a closer. I mean, come on, man.
It's pretty crazy. It's a weird thing, man. Like, we don't want you. We don't want you. Well, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying right here. It's a weird deal. But it's where the situation's at, I guess. We'll discuss that in greater detail in a little bit. So the Cowboys, maybe they hire Schottenheimer. Maybe they're apparently Pete Carroll is now like in the mix
I'm hearing
here.
Pete Carroll Raiders.
Yeah, Pete Carroll Raiders rumors were heating up.
I just read that they've had informal conversations with Pete Carroll. So that's not a formal conversation with Pete Carroll.
What would be an informal conversation? Jerry just texted Pete. He's like, hey, what's up? And then Pete responded or didn't respond. I don't even know what an
so that would be like
conversation would be.
Yeah, Jerry and Dion, that was informal.
Yeah, no interview.
That was attention grabbing for headlines.
But that was informal, right? Yes, both can be true.
I'm not even sure that's informal. That might be a grade below informal. That might be like checking in on an old friend.
Yeah, but you're going to label it.
That might be a help me, I'll help you. Scratch my back and I'll scratch yours type of deal. But I don't know why Cowboy fans are mad at the whole Schottenheimer thing, which, I mean, I get. He was the offense coordinator of your team. He's not buzzy. He's not anybody. He wasn't on anybody's articles of like coaching candidates, all of that stuff. And I can understand why you're upset, but I don't know why you'd be surprised. Like, this is the Jerry Jones MO. Fire Jimmy Johnson after he wins you a couple of Super Bowls. Hire Chan Gailey. Hire Dave Campo. Hire Jason Garrett, who wasn't a bad hire at the time, but probably kept him 2 to 3 years too long. Move on from him and you hire Mike McCarthy when no one wanted Mike McCarthy. Nope. Then you don't re-sign him. And look how many teams are lined up for Mike McCarthy right now. None of them. So, look, I understand frustration, Cowboy fans, but you should not be surprised. This is Jerry Jones' MO whenever he hires coaches more times
that was
than not.
The deep dive we did a week or so back. Because
I'm kidding.
About the fact that, like, as much as I was even thinking he was looking, I think the ideal pick for him the last time he picked a coach was when he got the guy that he just let go or let walk away, or they agreed to not go any further. In McCarthy had carried a big enough name that he could intrigue a lot of Cowboys fans to see if because he had Super Bowl pedigree. But the guys that he's looking at now, Brian Schottenheimer, if you're a Cowboys fan, there's no need to be. I can understand why you're not fired up because your offense wasn't great. Yeah, Dak was hurt. But for the names that you thought might be possibilities for this team, and because of, again, Jerry's expectations for where this team is going, I don't think a lot of people believe that Brian Schottenheimer is the guy that's going to take him to the next level.
No. And then, look, maybe he's the next Jimmy Johnson. Like, who knows, right?
Mm-hmm.
He just doesn't have that buzz that you would want whenever your team is hiring a head coach. And look, he's Cowboys OC. Prior to that, he was with Jacksonville as a passing game coordinator, Seattle OC.
Jets.
Like, he was the Jets OC from 06 to 11. I want to say under Rick Ryan.
I believe that's right.
So he had like his day in the sun.
Because
like,
he was on Hard Knocks.
Was he?
Yeah.
I think that's right. I think I do remember that now. Uncle Barney says you forgot Barry Switzer. I glossed over Switzer because I think that he at least had some cachet. Like, he had some name value.
He had name value in the college game, but I think there was the question marks of could that translate to the NFL when the guys don't need scholarships and you've got to control the locker room and be a leader. And I think that he also had a team ready to win too. So I think from Jerry's perspective, he needed at least name recognition. Whereas he found out real quick that the one thing he really doesn't like, and doesn't ever want to see again is someone that's going to push back.
Yeah, that's to me the classic thing of what he's looking for.
It's another puppet right now.
And maybe Switzer was that guy, to Uncle Barney's point, that he was going to be a guy. Yes, sir. I'll do whatever you want, but I'm coaching in the NFL. I'm making tons of money, and I have a really good team.
Yeah,
and you won a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
he did win a Super Bowl with Jimmy's players, but it just feels like this is like you guys were talking about, classic Jerry post Jimmy Johnson, where he's not really looking at resume or who deserves it or who's the guy that's innovating and that could take his team to the next step. He's just looking for a yes man who won't push back and cause waves. Because you look at the offensive rankings for Brian Schottenheimer's time as just as an OC, not even obviously passing game coordinator or any of that, but he's got 14 years as an OC. He's had a top 10 offense in yards 3 times out of 14 years.
He's not hiring him to be an OC, though. And I know he's currently employed as the OC. But you're hiring him to be the head coach. Two different jobs.
It is, but I mean, I know we're dealing in an alternate reality where Jerry does things differently than every other basically owner in the league. But generally, you hire a head coach or someone as your head coach in part because they show an expertise on one side of the ball or the other, and they're going to bring that to your team. Schottenheimer's shown no expertise above and beyond other candidates in this cycle.
Well, he's Marty's son, though.
I was going to say, the one thing he's got going for him in terms of being a head coach is his dad was a really good one for a long time in the NFL. Other than that, like if there's any other team in the league that has an opening, are they even interviewing Brian Schottenheimer? I don't think so.
Okay, remove the last name. Like, just look at his resume. What screams?
He's a leader of men, Brian. He's going to bring that locker room together. He's going to build the culture there in Dallas.
He's still. I think part of the problem is he's still running Marty's offense from the 1980s. I mean, that was part of the criticism when he was in Seattle. Certainly, just the offense was archaic at times.
He's going to say yes, sir, to Jimmy. He's going to put Jason Witten on the staff. That's what he can do. He checks all of Jerry Jones' boxes. Is what he does.
2 boxes. Say yes, hire Witten.
Yeah, let me be the face of the franchise. I'll continue to be, and I'll sign your paycheck and pay you handsomely. Shad Khan getting a lot of heat, of course, for firing Trent Baalke, keeping him too late, which it was too late. There's no arguing that. But I give him credit for firing him. Now. He knows that it's going to be a really bad look of hanging on to him a month too late. He gets passed over. Maybe Benny Johnson was never interested in Jacksonville, but Benny Johnson says no to Jacksonville. Liam Cohen says no to Jacksonville. Aaron Glenn never even takes an interview with Jacksonville. So, yes, he did it far too late, but I give him credit for even knowing how embarrassing it was going to look and how bad it was going to look for doing it now before he hires his next coach.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing that you can at least give him credit for, because we all kind of raised an eyebrow and ran the soundbite going, you're on a Zoom press conference with your general manager to basically admit that if you're interviewing a candidate and that candidate says, I'm not feeling the vibe of this GM, that I'm going to ask him why. And if he tells me why and gives me a good reason, then I'd be willing to move on from him. And we were like, okay. I hope he's renting, he doesn't have a house, because Baalke's days are numbered. And then when you find out that 2 candidates specifically, from what you hear, weren't feeling the whole Baalke, working with Baalke as part of this job and didn't want the job, and he knows he's got to find a good head coach because he's got Trevor Lawrence and he's got a decent roster. Yeah, credit to him for making me be a little too late to get the kind of guys that if Johnson was truly interested, because a lot of guys thought until this all started shaking out that Baalke was going to be a problem. A lot of guys thought Jacksonville was the best job on the market.
What's going to make this very interesting is if they get Liam Cohen back on their.
Oh yeah, that would be big
on their radar, because if he turns you down and is like, okay, we understand, fire Baalke and then bring him back in, then I will give Shad Khan a ton of flowers. And I don't necessarily love Cohen, but it's like, okay, well, we the head coach didn't want us because of Baalke. We're going to go ahead and fire that guy for you. That would be a gangster move, really.
Yeah, I don't see it. I just don't see a guy that said no once. But you're right. If that happens and he was able to salvage one of the 2 guys that, if you believe what you hear and read and the rumors that are out there, that they weren't taking the job because of Baalke and he could get one back, that would be huge.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Bad Take Boulevard. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard this week? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. We would never say that. Ignorant, maybe. Idiot, no. 713-780-ESPN. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard? 713-780-3776. Josh from Seabrook. Maybe Jerry's considering Brian Schottenheimer thinking it's Marty. Rest in peace, Marty. I mean, Brian was on his staff. Most famous Marty that you know. Mine's Marty Bird.
That you know, or
I got mine.
I guess
Marty McFly?
Watch on a show.
That's a good one.
That's pretty good.
I'm going to go with Marty Blake.
Never heard of him.
Who's Marty Blake?
The legend. Marty Blake is the legendary NBA like guru, the guy that did all the draft previews. And Marty Blake.
That sounds like this is not a slam or anything, but that sounds like the opinion of someone who spent a lifetime in the NBA.
No, it's an NBA take for sure.
Yeah.
Wasn't there?
He died in 2013.
His son took over for him as the big scouting guru, and then everybody started doing it, and they phased him out.
Huh. I've never heard of Marty Blake. On the road with Marty Blake. Maintain a blog. A blog.
That sounds very 2013.
Yeah. Okay. All right. 713-780-ESPN. Bad Take Boulevard. Who belongs on Bad Take Boulevard? The very first one are the idiots of the NFL who hand out these fines. Joe Mixon got fined for saying something that TJ Hujamama said. TJ Hujamama said something that SI then misquoted, actually quoted it correctly, but then attributed it to Joe Mixon. The NFL fined Joe Mixon for TJ Hujamama's quote.
Just a complete ridiculous action. And then you don't correct it.
They did correct it.
No, they corrected it by still fining Joe Mixon. And if you look at the quote that they supposedly are fining Joe Mixon for, he didn't criticize the officials. He just said we can't leave it in the referee's hands. That's not ripping them. I just think that
they're ripping them adjacent.
Their ego would never let them do this as a league, but they should have just said our mistake.
I agree that's probably what happened, but he still had a quote that was borderline. Not that would offend me, but we've seen the NFL fine people for very similar quotes.
I think Mixon would have been fined here, even if they didn't attribute a quote incorrectly to him. I still think he would have been fined for what he said.
I just think $25K too. That's a lot in terms of the fines.
I don't know if they hand out the monetary value or if it's just a percentage of the
contract?
Salary, like first time, second time, third time offenders. I don't think that they weighted based on what was said.
I hope not.
Maybe they do, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that one. I don't think they do. But
I don't think that was egregious enough to say that's $25,000 worth of offensiveness towards officials.
Yeah, it was borderline. And then getting the wrong quote is just such a bad look. That's amateur hour.
It is.
Roger Goodell and all of these people on the commission that are fining players. Y'all made the list.
You just made the list.
Marcus Freeman kicking a field goal in the national title game. 9 minutes left to play.
Hated it.
Down by 15. 4th and goal to go situation inside the 10. You kick a field goal at that spot?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
It was so funny because the announcers in the lead up to that, they're even talking about, well, they can't settle for a field goal here. A field goal does nothing for them. I mean, you're down 14 with that amount of time left. You kick the field goal, it goes from 2 possessions to 2 possessions. Okay, now you kick the field goal, the second touchdown takes the lead instead of ties it, but you cannot kick the field goal in that situation. That was cowardly.
It was bad.
Yeah, we talked about it. That was bad.
First thing that Marcus Freeman has done that I've disliked. Not a good look, Marcus Freeman. You made the list.
You just made the list.
Chad Forbes, who does NFL stuff for people who pay him to do NFL stuff, he had this tweet about Ben Johnson. I think it was like the last day of December, right before the calendar turned over. He goes, Ben Johnson to the Jaguars is the worst kept secret in the NFL. It's a done deal. It'll be one of the Lions executives or Ben's pick for GM. 7 years, $80 million.
You need to hook him up with Aaron Wilson.
Aaron Wilson only misses once or twice.
Well, but it's the same kind of miss on a coach.
This was worse.
This feels like
this is
John
worse,
Heyman
yes,
special.
but still, it's similar.
This is, I mean, he's guaranteeing where a guy's going to go. He said that D'Amico was not interested in the Texans. It's a little different, I feel.
That's why I would say it was John Heyman, right? The arson judge to the Giants. Yeah, this feels like a John Heyman.
That feels more like
move.
that.
Yeah.
Feels more like that. I mean, Aaron, he was a coach and a team kind of, but I mean, he's predicting where he's going to go. Say it's a done deal. Yeah. Chad, you missed on this one. And because of that, You made the list.
You just made the list.
There are reports last year, Ben Johnson, who was, coveted last year as well. There was a story by Brian Manning. This looks like Yahoo, maybe. He said that Ben Johnson was turned off by Commanders owners, remember their new owners, calling them, quote, basketball guys.
Because Magic's on the.
Is he?
Magic's one of the owners.
I think they had history with the Warriors maybe too, or owning NBA teams.
Oh, they brought in for their search.
Yeah, I think it's the owners.
Yeah, they brought in what's his name that's on ESPN now? Bob Myers.
Bob Myers.
They brought Bob Myers in, and Magic's one of the owners. So maybe that's what got him to believe that.
Anyways, so he said that about the Commanders, and here the Commanders are in the NFC Championship. And do you know who they beat to get to the NFC Championship?
Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson's Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
So Ben Johnson, I hope you like it in Chicago. You could have been there in Washington, maybe a first-year head coach in the NFC Championship game. You're desperately hoping that Caleb Williams is going to pan out under your tutelage. Could have had Jaden Daniels if it all worked out. So Ben Johnson, you made the list.
You just made the list. Did you see, too, that the rumors are out there now that whether Ben Johnson got a job or not, that he and Dan Campbell were butting heads, and there was a good chance that he wouldn't be back next year?
I didn't see this.
Yeah, one of the Detroit radio stations had a guy saying he had sources that had called him to say that. He kind of made reference to the fact they might have been in the building, but they were, and one was an NFL national guy.
So from a radio station to a guy, to the guy who told us, feels so many levels that remove us from the actual source. This feels fishy.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but a random radio station with a random
I think it was
caller.
one of the Detroit sports radio stations. And the guy said, I just got a call or a text or something from one of the NFL national guys that told me that Ben Johnson.
Who's the guy that's saying he got it from the ESPN national guy? Do we know who that
I'm not
guy
saying
is?
you're wrong.
He didn't say ESPN. He just said an NFL national.
Apparently, Ben Johnson was asked about this in an interview. That I guess he joined Carton, Parkins, and Schlereth. That's the new FS1 show.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. I have no idea.
Quote, no, Ben Johnson on any rumor of friction with Dan Campbell. No, I've never heard of that before in my life. That guy is one of my best friends. He's a mentor of mine, and I view him like family. So that's his, people, coach speak. We know how coach speak is, but it was at least asked. So, it circulated.
Yeah. No, it was a story that had been making the rounds this morning for sure.
Yeah, but he said no to that. He put that in. It could be coach speak though. We know how that works out. But Ben Johnson make the list. Mike
just
Hargrove,
made the list.
Former manager in baseball, coached or managed the Cleveland now Guardians from 91 through 99. He managed the Orioles from 2000 to 2003, and then he managed the Mariners from 05 to 07.
Okay.
He said that Ichiro Suzuki would be a fourth outfielder.
Oh,
called him a fourth outfielder, Mike Hargrove. Mike Hargrove, you made the list.
You just made the list.
All Ichiro Suzuki did was collect over 3,000 hits, mostly in his 30s. It's
what he
amazing
didn't say is who the other three outfielders were.
Okay.
So there's the out for.
I'm not sure.
Mike Hargrove.
No, it's not an out. I'm not sure Seattle has had three outfielders in the history of their franchise that you would put ahead of Ichiro. You have one that I can think of, Griffey.
KGJ.
Ichiro's probably number two.
It's Griffey, two Griffey clones, and then Ichiro's the fourth outfielder.
King Griffey Sr. was the Mariner.
There you go.
He was, yeah. They homered in the same game, didn't they?
So Mike Hargrove,
was that with Cincinnati or Seattle?
I don't think they played together in Cincinnati. No way.
No, they didn't play together in Cincinnati. That was
they definitely played together in Seattle.
Career.
King Griffey Sr. would have been like 55.
Yeah. Unless he's Julio Franco, he was out of baseball.
Yeah. No, I think they did homer in the same game, though. I think that's right.
Yeah. Who's the third outfielder for Seattle? Jay Buhner?
Probably not.
I'm saying the third outfielder. It's Ichiro, Ken Griffey Jr., and who's the third Mariners outfielder?
Mitch Haniger? I don't know.
Wasn't there a power hitting outfielder there?
I think it was Buhner.
Where did no, I'm not thinking of him.
Because Griffey Jr. actually called out Buhner, and they were crying, and it's
Buhner wasn't that good. He wasn't that good, Buhner.
I think he was good when they were
got
playing
roasted
together.
For trading him to Seattle, though. Remember that episode of Seinfeld? They would like it to be Julio Rodriguez.
Eventually, yeah. Time is now, Julio.
Who else did they have? Griffey, Ichiro. Who's the third best outfielder in
the old
history of Seattle?
Yeah,
Mariner
with
baseball?
Randy Johnson. There was an A-Rod and Randy Johnson. Did they have another?
I'm thinking of. They've had other Hall of Famers like Edgar Martinez, but he wasn't an outfielder.
This article lists Jay Buhner is the third greatest Mariner outfielder ever.
Maybe that's just an indictment on Seattle.
Man, my bad. Yeah, that's not a good look. If Jay Buhner's your third best outfielder in the history of the franchise, ain't great. Ichiro Suzuki, hot take. If he would have came to America early 20s, say 21, 22, he would be the all-time hit king in Major League Baseball history.
I think it's pretty legit. I think it's pretty legit.
What happened? He didn't get here till he was 27. Won the MVP in his first year.
Rookie of the year and MVP. Yeah, he would have.
Yes, Brian. If he wins the MVP, he's going to win Rookie of the Year.
Yes, most likely. But yeah, I don't remember what Pete Rose's actual record was. I know it was north of 4,000, but I definitely think Ichiro would have cracked 4,000 and broken Pete Rose's record.
I looked it up earlier. It was taking like 190 hits a year, something like that, for Ichiro, which he averaged 189. But this also accounts like the twilight of his career. I think he would have done it.
Yeah, because I think he would have been better earlier in his career than he already put up those numbers. Yeah, I completely agree.
His first 10 years in the bigs, from age 27 through age 36 season, he had at least 206 hits in each of those years.
Yeah,
each of those years he had he led baseball in hits for 7 straight years. Not 7 straight years, 7 years in that span. He would have done it. I think he would have done it.
Yep.
Unless you would have had a catastrophic injury. Pete Rose would be the all-time hit king in Major League Baseball history. And I don't think that he bet. He's not Shohei.
He's got an interpreter, right?
Probably.
I think he still does.
All interpreters don't gamble, though.
We don't know.
I have a pretty good idea.
You were close to Yale's
Colin
interpreter.
Pine
Colin Pine did a lot of things.
Did he gamble?
I'm not sure if he gambled or
What's
not.
the worst thing that Colin Pine did?
I can't say that.
Yes, you can.
No, I can't.
Why not?
Because I
Be a
know.
part of that
Because
movie.
one came to my mind like instantly that I can't say on the air, and I'm not going to do.
You gonna tell us off the air?
Yeah.
Did you say yes? Did he say
No,
yes?
No.
I think he said yes.
I said you got.
Colin Pine.
I said you got.
Was
and it
that
had nothing to do with that.
He was doing coke.
I
No,
can't
it was
believe
not.
Colin Pine would do that.
Where did he do the coke off of?
Now I'm not going to tell you in the break.
I'm really not that interested in Colin Pine. I promise you.
Cool.
Others that called Ichiro a slap hitter, which also kinda.
Yeah, I mean, would he have 115 home runs, 114 home runs in his career?
117, which is 117 more than Jim Abbott.
Jesus.
Well, Ichiro had use of both arms, so that helps.
Man.
I mean, I can see why people called him that, but he was more than that. He was more than that.
Yeah, I mean, people wanted to knock him for not being a power hitter, but I mean, he was a hitting machine.
He was a hitting machine. People would say that he would win a home run derby if he would do it because he could hit a home run on command in batting practice.
And also the fact that he kept his speed later in his career.
Yeah, and now he's blonde.
He had a good arm too,
for
right?
some reason. Oh, a cannon.
Yeah,
had a cannon. All right, 713-780 ESPN. The Astros are making waves today. Are they on the cusp of trading Presley? If they do trade Presley, is he going to waive his no-trade clause? Is the desire to trade Presley to bring Bregman back in the fold? Lots to get to with the Stros today. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from our good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at helping you get your hair back. If you've experienced pattern baldness, hair loss, you don't think there's anything you can do about it. You know you've seen the late-night commercials and everybody running ads for all the gimmicky foams and sprays and creams that don't get the job done by getting your hair back. It just masks and covers the problem. Then you need to talk to Doc Linville and his staff. That's what I did. I had a consultation with them. They explained to me what they do. I was in, and boy, am I glad I did, because they got me my hair back in front. My forehead had become an 8 head. My hair was quickly going, and I thought it was going to be gone. They got my hair back, and I couldn't be happier. You can get a consultation just like I did for free. People off the street pay $150. You listen to us, and you're listening to me, and you want to talk to him, all you got to do is go to 975hair.com. You get that consultation for free. Sign up right there online, make an appointment, go in, talk to them, let them explain what they do and how they do it, and see if it might be right for you. There's nothing to sign on the dotted line for, no commitments to be made, no money out of pocket, just a great Q&A session after they explain to you how it can work. They'll show you some befores and afters, and maybe even mine, and then they're going to tell you exactly how this process is going to get it done for you too. And here's the spoiler alert. It does. You get your hair back because they're taking it from a place you never lose it. You never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head. He takes some of that hair, puts it where you need it most, and the results speak for themselves. Check him out today. Tell him I sent you by. Make that free consultation appointment. Go to 975hair.com.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
I don't want to be mean.
What's going to stop you now?
I mean, Wagner made the Hall of Fame. I don't want to be critical of Wagner.
You're not going to repeat what you said in the break?
No, I mean, I think Wagner should be a Hall of Famer, considering the standards that they use for closers. No, I mean, Wagner's had a difficult life. Yeah, he's had a difficult life. I'll buzzkill the era, though. 3 Hall of Famers. No World Series titles.
CC won one, didn't he?
I'm talking about Wagner, Bagwell, Biggio.
Oh.
The namesake of this show. Bunch of losers like us.
I mean, you could say that for the 90s Bills team. Jim Kelly, Thurman Thomas.
Different sport.
Bruce Smith.
Different sport. Like, I wonder, and I'm not going to do this research. I'm lazy bones. Maybe somebody else can on the Hive, 713-780-3776. I'm sure it's happened a lot in Major League Baseball history where you've had 3 Hall of Famers in the prime of their career. Like, I think we need to throw in that caveat because you get some, like, like the Lakers, cross-sport reference, like Gary Payton, Karl Malone chasing a title. Not the same thing. How many times have we seen 3 Hall of Famers in the prime of their career fail to win a championship? World Series title specifically. I imagine.
Yeah, it would take some thought.
I'm sure
thinking,
it's happened.
I'm thinking, like, did the Cleveland teams that didn't win that had Tomei, and I'm trying to think of whether from a pitching perspective or who else was on that team.
Well, if I know two of these guys, I think won World Series later. At least definitely one of them did. But I mean, we mentioned the Mariners. A-Rod, Ken Griffey, Randy Johnson didn't win a World Series
They would
with
count
Seattle
because because they would need to be within that team.
Yeah,
So that would count. Although was A-Rod traded before his prime or signed in free agency before his prime?
he was having 40
Ooh,
seasons
I got one.
before.
Who?
He got
82,
traded.
the Brewers that had Molitor, Yount, and Raleigh Fingers, and they didn't win one.
Was Raleigh like?
Oh, he
them?
won the Cy Young. No, but he won the Cy Young and the relief pitcher of the year and all that other stuff. And he won the Cy Young and MVP 1 year with them.
Yeah, that would probably count.
Yeah, so those three guys are all in the Hall of Fame.
Crane Dog, early 2010 Tigers, Cabrera, Verlander, Scherzer. They will be in that conversation because Verlander and Scherzer will be Hall of Famers. So that would count. Although Cabrera came up with Florida.
Tigers.
But he was in the prime.
He was in the prime of his career when he got to Detroit.
I would say that it probably
did the
overlapped
Tigers
both
team
teams.
that had Whitaker, Trammell, Kirk Gibson, Jack Morris ever win it?
I don't know. I wasn't born yet.
Because
we're talking what, mid 80s?
I think it was probably mid.
I think
80s.
that's 80s.
Yeah, I know the Tigers won a World Series with Sparky Anderson in the 80s. I couldn't tell you the exact year and who was on the team though.
Yeah, if Gibby was on that team, then they all were.
I don't know if he had moved on to the Dodgers by that
They
point.
won in 84.
I was
Okay. Yeah, so then
84?
that
I was
had
1 years
three.
old.
Trammell won.
Yeah, they had those three guys on it, I think.
Yeah, so that would disqualify them.
Yeah.
Disqualify them. I mean, sure, it's been done in multiple times in history, but it's kind of a buzzkill. That team had 3 Hall of Famers in the prime of their career.
Tip your cap.
Well, until the
cap to the Braves,
until the Cubs
Kevin
won it
Brown.
with Rizzo and that whole bunch, there were Cubs teams that were really good that had because they spent a lot of money, but they were the losers.
I don't think those best Cubs teams had Mark Pryor's not a Hall of Famer. Kerry Wood, I don't think is going to be a Hall of Famer. Sammy Sosa's not in for other reasons.
Like prior to that, they had, but yeah, Jeremy's point is if they're in the prime of their career, some of those guys were free agents that probably had their best years elsewhere.
Like the Cubs didn't have multiple Hall of Famers when they had Ryan Sandberg. Like I can only think of Ryan Sandberg. Like Mark Grace was their first baseman. He's not a Hall of Famer.
No, I mean Maddox was there at one point.
Ernie Banks, did he have 2 Hall of Famers with him?
I have no idea. That was what, 60s, 70s? I have no idea.
What's the guy that actually passed away that was waiting to get in, but they said he should have? Ron Santos was with Ernie Banks.
I don't remember.
He was a broadcaster forever. They was always ticked off every year he didn't get in.
Yeah. Somebody look that up for us because I'm sure there has been several, but it's disappointing. Still disappointing. So lots going on in Astroland today. We heard that Joe Espada on Monday, whenever Nate Griffin got him, he's like, yeah, we're still talking to Bregman. We're not shutting the door. Never say never. We're like, what? That doesn't make any sense because you have Isak at third. You got Christian Walker at first. How are you going to make this all happen? Then you had the report today. Was it Nightingale that reported this?
I believe so.
Bob Nightingale reported that the Astros are keeping the door open on Alex Bregman. Also mentioned that there were 2 others, like he had 2 real offers and that the chances were small. So it's like, okay, well, who's giving him this information? Is this the Astros? Is it Scott Boras trying to drive up Bregman's price or to try to get a contract done with Bregman? Then just recently, John Heyman talked about how the Astros are trying to get rid of Presley and that it could provide money flexibility and enhance their chances to bring back star third baseman Alex Bregman, people involved say. Bob Nightingale, Cubs are on the verge of acquiring closer Ryan Presley from the Astros. And then Chandler Rome saying that he's not close to, Ryan Presley's not close to waiving his no-trade clause. So there's a lot going on with the Astros today.
Now, where did Nightingale, or was it just because of the rumors, was the assumptions then made who was going to play left field?
He made the assumption that it'd be Altuve.
Yeah, and I just can't see that. I think
it makes sense.
BMAC and I were talking about it. I just was like, you're not making your outfield defense any better.
I mean, what are your options, though? Because if you were to bring Bregman in, which, again, we don't think that there's a very realistic – I don't think there's a very realistic chance of this. But if you bring Bregman in, he's playing third. He's your third baseman.
Absolutely.
So you have a surplus of now second baseman between Isak and Altuve. You could, I guess, DH one of those guys, let Jordan play left, but Joe Espada has been on record this offseason saying that they want to reduce the amount of times that Jordan plays left field. So that would lead you to believe that either Isak or Jose Altuve are playing left field.
I just think that, and obviously you can change your opinions or your thoughts based on how your roster construction is going. But I think that they should feel a hell of a lot more comfortable, especially if Jordan likes playing the outfield, of playing. And I know you cringe at this, but I would, of the two, Jordan should be your left fielder then.
Of the two between
him and Altuve.
And you're making Altuve
the
your
DH.
full-time DH?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would play Altuve in left field in this situation. Jordan's capable left fielder. He's a below average left fielder. We've never seen what Jose Altuve looks like in left field. I know he doesn't look very good at second base anymore. That's why he's no longer in the prime of his career. Yes, he can still do things offensively that he used to do, but his defense has taken a dip. It's taken a dive. You can get away with a bad arm at second, and you can get away with a bad arm in left, quite frankly. Altuve's rangier than Jordan. Look, I've never seen Altuve play left field. So, like, I'm guessing what his skill set that is I currently see, what it would look like in left field. I think it would look a lot like Biggio moving to left field in his late 30s. I mean, Biggio moved to center field in his late 30s.
Yeah.
And we played left too.
Did he?
Yeah.
I don't think I was here then, but I don't remember that.
You were here.
For Biggio playing left field?
Absolutely. You got here in the early 90s.
Biggio played center, though. Like, he may have
he played
both,
center.
That's
what I said. I didn't remember him playing left. I think, has Altuve ever played outfield?
Not
in
to
his
my
whole
knowledge.
life? Like, that's why I just don't see it.
That was an era of bad defense in center field for the Astros. They also experimented with Berkman in center field as well for
They
a
did.
while.
Remember, he got the highlights always
He
him
did, up
climbing
on the hill.
Tal's Hill.
Yeah, Biggio did not do well on the hill.
Let's see. Biggio in 2004 played 83 games in left. In 2004, he played 66 games in center. The original move was he was going to center field when they signed Jeff Kent, and then they moved him from center to left field the following year.
I don't remember that. And I was here, so
Yeah, it was 2004. I want to say that was who was the center fielder on that team?
Well, second half of the year would be Beltran.
Willie Tavares?
No, this was after Beltran.
Well, 2004 is Beltran.
So they moved Biggio to left when they traded for Beltran.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they signed Kent, moved Biggio to center, then traded for Beltran. It was early July, maybe even late June.
Yeah, it was like
deadline. And then they moved. It was well before the deadline. This is why Hunsaker did it. Hunsaker did it early because he wanted them for more games. It was like very early July. It might have even been late.
It was like
late June.
I think it was like July 1st.
Well,
it was like right at the start
It was
of
about
July.
a month away from the
He was
deadline.
a stud.
He was so good.
I mean, he literally was carrying them in the playoffs.
Okay, so that's what it was. Kent signed, moved him to center, traded for Beltran, moved him to left.
Right.
Moved Biggio to left. So I think it would be pretty similar to Biggio in left field. Because, like, Biggio's athleticism on par with Altuve's athleticism? Like, would you put Altuve in the same tier athletically as
physically
Biggio?
stronger. I think Altuve's quicker.
Biggio's a pretty dang good athlete.
Oh, I'm not saying he's not a bad. I don't think saying he's a bad athlete.
No,
but
no, I'm not either. That's why I'm saying I'm torn. Like, I don't know. I would probably put Biggio ahead of Altuve athletically.
over like all things, like all probably.
Yeah, speed. Played,
Much stronger.
Caught. Like, he was a
Yeah.
catcher. Like, did play outfield. Altuve's kind of like, if it has to happen, he might. I don't know. Yeah, I would say Biggio's a better athlete than Altuve.
What if they put Altuve in center and put
No chance.
Jordan in left?
That'd be the worst defense ever.
Yeah, hell of an offensive team.
Yeah, see, I still don't think that the chances of them signing Bregman are very high.
I don't either.
I think that this is a lot of, I don't know. Like,
I mean,
This
it
is
says
trying
that
to get the fan base like even more backup that we did everything we could.
like, who is telling this to Nightingale, though?
someone within the Astros.
Do you think this is somebody within the Astros, or do you think it's Boris, though?
100%.
Because Nightingale's tweet, I don't know. Nightingale's tweet. The Astros are keeping the door ajar for free agent third baseman Alex Bregman to return, but are not optimistic. Bregman has serious offers from at least 2 teams. Like, that to me reads agent.
I think that's Boris. I think it's Boris. I think Boris, because he uses the media as pawns. They love it. They eat it up because they're going to get attention no matter what. I could see. I think it's more Boris than someone inside the Astros.
I guess I'm mostly basing this upon Nightingale's track record over the last few years, because he's been a guy that's been more clued in to the Astros than I think other national writers. So, I mean, look, it could be both. It could be, information he's heard from Boris, information he's heard from the Astros. But this feels like the Astros using Nightingale in a way to say, hey, Bregman, don't forget about us. We can actually make this work if you want to come back. You're not getting the offer you want. We'll move Altuve's 5'5", out to the left field, and we'll still make room for you.
See, I think it's more, and who knows? Like, we're not going to know. We're totally guessing. I think it's more Boris telling these other teams that are on the 1 yard line, hey, you better act fast, or this other team known as the Houston Astros that have a long history with Alex Bregman could swoop him away.
But
I think it's Boris
leverage.
trying to nudge these. I don't even think it's leverage, but I think it's also trying to push them across the finish line soon.
How do you reconcile that though with what Joe Espada said earlier in the week?
That's the big,
and even the
big black cloud
Reggie,
over this.
even the Reggie. That we were like at the time, we're like, what the hell is he talking about?
That's the big hang up here. That would be the counterpoint to my take for sure. Is that Joe Espada telling Nate Griffin, we're still talking to Bregman, never say never.
It's not word for word, but the sentiment is very, very similar.
You're right. It is. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Well, what are the chances of Bregman being an Astro? Presley, what if he doesn't waive his no-trade clause? How do you align your defense if this what a bizarre offseason. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We got some drama in the NFL. This Rick Stroud, who covers the Buccaneers.
Stroud.
Different Stroud. Rick Stroud, different Stroud, who covers the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for somebody who pays him to cover the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Liam Cohen has not spoken to the Bucs since yesterday afternoon. They tried to reach him and have been unable to. He's ghosting them. Instead of signing his contract, which was a formality, he secretly traveled to Jacksonville to meet with Jags owner Shad Khan. It seems it's adding up. We're putting two and two together. We'll see where Liam Cohen ends up. But it looks like Shad Khan fired Trent Baalke for Liam Cohen.
Wow.
It looks like that is what happened. Which is Liam Cohen. Like, you're moving mountains for Liam Cohen?
I mean, second year in a row, if you can do something with Baker, because Canales got the job because of what he did with Baker, and now Liam Cohen has a good year with Baker, and he's going to be head coach.
Yeah. I mean, he did make Will Levis look really good at Kentucky, so there is also that. Texture, at this point, I'd rather the Astros try to sign I'd rather the Astros sign Verdugo over Bregman.
That's when you were saying about things going on in the Major League Baseball after you hit the Profar thing. I'm like, well, the last guy left that could salvage bad in the outfield for me would be Verdugo.
Yeah, I think there's still some outfielders that would make some sense. Like, I wouldn't hate the Jason Hayward, Randall Grichuk. I wouldn't mind that. You add some depth there. I don't think that was signed to. That's kind of a pipe dream for me, but I would really like it because I think there's a chance that Randall Grichuk is just better than what you have already. He could instantly be your best outfielder, and then Hayward gives you an actual real-life right fielder. The Astros don't have a real-life right fielder right now. This whole idea of Chas McCormick playing right, I'm telling you right now, that Major League base runners are going to go first to third on Chas McCormick like it's Brian in right field throwing the baseball.
And I just don't believe that his offense is going to return to 2 years ago. It's going to be more like what it was last year, hopefully a little better. And so I don't want him playing all the time in the outfield regardless. I'm curious if the Presley trade happens some way, somehow, and the money they get there allows you to get the two you're talking about.
I don't think that it would because I think they're going to draw the line at one, but I really hope. That's my wish. Bregman doesn't feel like he fits the roster construct of this team currently. Texture with a pretty good question. Why would the Astros revive the Astro fans' hope unless they were serious? I would push back and say it's Boris giving the information, and then Brian would push back at me and say, well, Joe Espada said the same thing word for word. So, yeah, it's weird. Like, this is a weird deal because it doesn't make any sense from a roster construction point of view to bring back Alex Bregman. But Jim Crane likes his shiny things.
Mm-hmm.
And Alex Bregman is a shiny thing. And like when all hope was lost, the Astros are still going to get him. Like that screams a Jim Crane type of move. And then he tells everybody else, hey, y'all go figure it out now that we have the piece that I wanted.
Yeah. I mean, it again, I think it's now I was going to ask you when we were talking about all this, it's been the outlandish suggestion of a lot of listeners, but would you ever consider that the other option that we're not considering is Payton in the outfield?
That means Bregman's at short.
No, or Paredes is at short.
I think Bregman would be better than Paredes.
Do you?
Of course. Yes. Bregman has really good range. Paredes does not.
Does he have the arm for it?
I mean, if you can play third with that arm, you can play short with that arm. Like, he doesn't have a good arm. You're right.
But I guess my question about does he have the arm for it is more so, I guess in third, he's more often to come, and this is maybe just my own thoughts and not actual reality, but it feels like at third, he's more often be able to come forward versus running across his body and having to throw across his body.
The only time it would really hurt him,
factored in more.
The only time that I think it'd be a difference in terms of like distance would be the play in the hole.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about.
The play in the hole. But I mean, Bregman has plenty of plays where he has his heels on the outfield grass whenever you have, a slugging right-hander up that he's playing at deep third base.
Pena's got, I don't think he wants to do it, but Pena's got at least the speed and some size, and his bat, if that you get the numbers that he gave you in center field, is that better than what he gave? Because he didn't give to you, the numbers weren't great for a shortstop offensively.
I mean, shortstops are having like a come up right now, and their offense is really good, but really both positions aren't positions traditionally that you're getting great offensive numbers. Like those are, defensive positions. You're willing to play a guy there who doesn't have great offensive numbers.
He just body type, physical skill set seems to me like if we're trying to put a square peg in a round hole and make it work, maybe he would be the guy that goes to the outfield.
I just don't know what you're fixing there, though. Like, what are you fixing? Like,
it feels like the numbers of Jake Myers would just be replaced with the same numbers, but with a different body.
Wouldn't both guys start?
Who?
Pena,
with Myers?
Yeah, where are you moving Pena?
Center field.
And Myers is going where?
Away. as far away possible.
So who's playing left?
Probably Jordan.
Why would you move Pena then? You can play Jordan in left without moving Pena.
I'm just okay. That's why I was asking. Do you think that Pena's numbers are better as a center fielder than they were offensively as a shortstop?
I think it's pretty equal.
They're both
premium defensive positions.
Yeah, I think you'd be getting below average numbers either way from your center fielder.
Because it just, to me,
Pena.
it just solidifies. I just think it's a lot of smoke being blown to try and show that we did everything we could to bring back Bregman and we never gave up hope. But it just doesn't work.
I'm with you. To me, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. A texture, he actually says the Pena thing. Move Bregman into short, move Pena to the outfield.
He said Bregman is short?
Yeah. Bregman, if gun to my head, you had to pick Bregman or Paredes to be a shortstop. To me, it's Bregman. Like, Bregman was a good defensive shortstop in college. He was drafted as a shortstop.
Mm-hmm.
He played some shortstop as recently as 5 years ago. I know Paredes has,
he's played more recent,
there.
right? Yeah.
He's cameoed there, but he's not a good he's not a good defender. Like, Isaac Paredes is not known for his defense. He's got negative range. He's got negative arm strength. He's not known to be a defensive player. Okay. He's probably a first baseman that is capable of playing third. I looked up shortstop stats. Bregman, and he's -6 OAA, which isn't good. Branham has as much chance of being the next president, Miss America, as Bregman does coming back. Some strays at me. I don't think I have a chance to be president. I think I have a better chance to be Miss America. It is 2025. So think I'd keep the much younger and faster Pena at short, put heavier Paredes or aging Bregman in left. I'd put Altuve there. If you're telling me I can't use Jordan in the field, I'm just moving Altuve there. Like, it's the same as Biggio. Biggio, you're going to the outfield, aging second baseman. Altuve, you're going to the outfield.
I would put Paredes there.
Okay. Any chance Paredes just fills in a DH and Jordan in left more? Yes, that's possible. I just don't want Jordan to play the field. And Espada has said they don't want Jordan to play the field. But maybe that changes things. Yard trying to stick a gold glove shortstop in the outfield. Don't say y'all.
I just asked a question.
Don't say y'all.
Yeah, that's the report directly from Nightingale about what the Astros are considering. This wasn't our idea.
Well, he's not talking.
No, because I asked the question:
okay.
Would you move Pena out there?
All right, 713-780-ESPN. It doesn't look like anything's going to break before we go off the air, which is boring. All right, car wreck of the day, 713-780-3776. What is your car wreck of the day? It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
Stocks continued to rally today with the Dow jumping 408 points to 44,565, while the S&P added to record gains, up 32 1/3 to 6118, first time over 6,100. NASDAQ lagging a bit, up 44 points, but holding above 20,000 at 20,053. President Trump today calling for interest rates to be lowered by the Fed. Rather ironically, long-term interest rates moved up to 4.64% on the 10-year note. He also suggested that corporate tax rates would be cut to 15% from 21% and called on OPEC to push oil prices lower, which did fall today by $1.20 to $74.24 a barrel. Gold also declined by nearly $9 to $27.62 the ounce, while we saw cryptocurrencies move around quite a bit in the last several days. And indeed, with respect to today's action, we saw Bitcoin, which is the most closely followed cryptocurrency, finish the day right at $103,075. It was down on the day despite more talk of deregulation.
713-780-ESPN. What is your car wreck of the day? Soccer Matters, Glenn Davis coming up at 6. U.S. men's national team showed that they have big cojones. Athletically Declined coming up at 7 after that. I think they have big cojones too, some would say. All right, Blankers, what are you nominating for car wreck of the day?
I'm going to nominate the latest additions to the NBA dunk contest. If they're trying to save it and make it more exciting, do the names Andre Jackson Jr., Matas Buzelis, and Stefan Castle move your needle, as well as a return of two-time champion Mac McClung, who's not in the league?
Is he going to be in it again?
The rumor is that he's won it last 2 times, so they have to have him back. And on top of it,
they have to.
Well, they feel like they have to. They feel like they're obligated because he's won it the last 2 years.
It's not like a.
But then rookie Stefan Castle and Matas Buzelis, along with Andre Jackson Jr., are already in.
Buzelis and Castle intrigue me.
Buzelis doesn't. He's like He's like a rail 7 foot. I'm like, what? Bigger guys have a hard time really showing out in the dunk contest.
Is it because he's white?
No, it has nothing to do with it. So is Mac McClung.
Yeah, but he's two-time champ. Two-time.
Right, but he can fly.
You don't know? You don't think Matias Buzelis can't
I was
fly?
a big fan of his, as you know, coming out in the draft as a talented player. I don't think he's a dunker.
Yeah, I mean, I'll watch.
Andre Jackson Jr. can fly, but I watch him too much. I don't think
he's lost so much luster.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I used to defend it for a long time, but it's hard to when this is the list.
The game itself, they're screwing with again. It's like, just do away with the whole weekend then.
I'll watch it. No, I don't want him to do away with it.
The three-point contest is the only thing I like watching.
I like to watch the dunk contest. I like to watch it and then ridicule how bad it is later.
Yeah, same. Like if I've got nothing going on that night, I'll watch it. But it's not appointment television.
I don't want him to get rid of it though. I want him to keep.
It's not a game anymore though. It's like a series of mini games.
No, I don't care about the game. I care about I like the skill competition night. I like the three-point contest,
but not the skill competition itself. When they got to do that little.
That's fine. I like that.
Oh my god,
that's not too bad. I like them doing that. Little bounce passes.
So stupid.
Better
I like
than the game
fundamentals
on Sunday.
I like the fundamentals.
Or
they
the
do the little
WNBA player, the legend, and the NBA players trying to make half-court shots.
The shooting stars.
That was fine too.
Stupid.
Rookie sophomore game's fine. Do you watch it?
I like the rookie sophomore game because it's more competitive. They actually play defense.
Do you watch All-Star Weekend?
Last year, I don't think I watched
really?
more than. I think I watched the three-point contest.
That's shocking to me.
Yeah, and I love basketball.
Someone said put Cam in the dunk contest. I would love to see that. That'd be
cool.
cool.
Boy, that one he had last night.
He got up there.
Yep.
You want me to start with? You want my car wreck to be? You want Jabril Peppers or you want Barack Obama?
Oh, I heard the Obama.
Let's go with Obama first.
There's a rumor out there. I didn't start this.
I've heard it.
Don't shoot the messenger. There's a rumor that Barack Obama is having an affair with Jennifer Aniston.
And that also may be why Michelle didn't go to
America's
the inauguration.
And Jimmy Carter's funeral. 2. Not just
feels
one.
Like a Mad Lib.
Happens once, it's an accident. Happens twice, it's a coincidence. Happens a third time, it's a habit.
Feels like a Mad Lib. Insert president name with insert star that was really popular in the 90s having an affair together.
That's just a rumor. I didn't start this rumor. I'm not suggesting it is happening. Don't sue me, Mr. President, Mrs. America Sweetheart.
I mean, no knock on Jennifer Aniston, but God, if Obama was going to step out, doesn't it feel like he could have done better?
Brian.
I'm
Brian?
just saying, like, I mean,
Brian, you're no GQ model here.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm thinking about, like, if I'm Obama, I'm the former leader of the world. I'm thinking, like, I mean, Jennifer Aniston's. I mean, she's not bad looking, but I feel like I could have done a little better.
Who you think that Barack should be barking up the tree?
I'm not calling out every woman that's attractive in Hollywood, but man, it feels like I don't know. It feels like Obama.
I mean, no offense to Mr. President Obama, but I think Jennifer Aniston's the looker of the two.
Pretty much.
Right? Like, I feel like Barack Obama's winning. Well, I mean, no one should cheat on their wife.
No,
but
yes,
who is the better looking human, Barack Obama or Jennifer Aniston?
Power and money.
Jennifer
Aniston. Power and money sways.
I'm not sure Barack has more money than Jennifer Aniston.
Sure.
She's got friends' money.
Power. I mean, we've seen this throughout time in history where attractive women date men.
You might be heading a bad take, my friend.
This might be your worst one.
Far less attractive to them because they have power or money.
This is a Great Lake take. That's what this is. Barack's 63, Jennifer Aniston's 55. I really like the morning show.
Yeah, you told me
The
that.
show, The Morning Show, is very good.
Joel, have you watched it?
No.
He won't watch anything for us.
No.
To be fair, he didn't watch the movie his wife's in either.
I did not.
Your wife's in a movie?
Surrogates.
So
With,
I feel
who was it? Bruce Willis?
Bruce Willis.
Your wife's in a movie and you won't watch it?
So,
I won't. It's never.
Wow.
But the fact that he hasn't makes me feel better that he won't watch our shows.
No, we have no chance.
Yeah,
Jeremy.
like I feel like better
we have
now.
no chance.
Like,
I'm just going to give up now.
Like him not doing
Please?
that makes me
That'd be
feel
great.
better.
With that bit of information, yeah, Joel's not going to
I haven't tried since.
No, it's not worth it.
I haven't tried
I'm going
since.
to take a knee on this one.
I'll give you the Jabril Peppers one anyways. That way all of our listeners aren't sitting on the edge of their
Who's
seat.
he dating that he could do better with?
It's not who he's dating, it's what he's doing.
Oh, okay.
Well, we know Jabril Peppers is, domestic abuse. He's on trial for that.
Right.
So during the jury selection for the case, he admitted to possessing cocaine on the night of the alleged incident, which was this season in the NFL.
While he was on a roster, right?
While he was team captain.
There you go. There was the rest of the sentence. Thank you for finishing that for me, Brian.
You're welcome.
Yes. Jabril Peppers admitted to possessing cocaine ahead of jury selection for a trial on domestic abuse charges. He was a captain of the New England Patriots. I need to go back and rewatch Playmakers on ESPN. Everything that happened on Playmakers happens in the NFL. Everything.
You know, it's funny because for a while there too, they were saying that what's the one crime show in New York? With
all of them, I think.
Mariska Hargitay.
I don't know.
Law and Order, probably.
I don't know. SVU. They always had to put the episode and the depictions of characters does not emulate real life, because a lot of them, every single time it was like something happened in the news, it was going to be on the next season of SVU.
Yeah. What are you nominating, Brian?
I'll quickly nominate Darius Garland for missing way too many free throws. And then obviously Jerry Jones for even considering hiring Brian Schottenheimer.
It's going to happen, I think. It's going to happen.
I think so, too.
What wins?
We got a lot of good ones.
We do.
Garland?
That's pretty good.
90% free throw shooter.
He was like 3 for 8, too. He missed 5.
And it was significant. He choked, and he was laughing all giggly. I'd be mad if I was a Cavs fan with him acting all laughy.
Tari was good to take his happy ass off the court as quick as he could.
Darius Garland, you
That's
win.
fine. Yep.
Car rake of the day. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. Welcome back, too, by the way, slacker. He was blank. I am Branham. Talk to you tomorrow. Coming up next, Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
All right, 498 days away from the World Cup. It will come to Houston with 7 matches in 2026. The United States, Canada, and Mexico hosting. Most of the majority of the games will be in the U.S. And 30 days away from the opening of Major League Soccer for you Houston Dynamo fans out there. It never stops, and we love it. On the heels of the Killer Bees, Joel and Jeremy, and, of course, Brian McDonald. Welcome into Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm. All right, here's who we got on the docket here tonight. Josh Holland will join me tonight. We go across the pond to Manchester in the UK, Manchester Evening News. Interview I did this morning, so it will not contain any information around the dramatic 2-1 win in the Europa League today by Manchester United over Rangers, at Rangers. Bruno Fernandes scoring late in that one. Very entertaining match. John-Luc Blackburn of Team Houston and Batiri the artist will join me as well here tonight. This is all about networking, collaboration, awareness of World Cup 2026 and what small and mid-level businesses can do and how you can activate. I think you'll find this pretty interesting. Also talks about Goal Park downtown, which is a linear park that there's a lot of buzz around. So you'll be interested in that. That has a little bit of a Houston flair here tonight. We stream at ESPN975.com. The call-in number 713-780-3776. All right, let's this segment, let's really break down and talk U.S. national team. Now, normally they call this Camp Cupcake in January. I don't think it has been. I think there's been a lot of really good that has come out of this. So tonight, 713-780-3776. I want to hear from you. Who stood out to you in this U.S.-Costa Rica match? Are there any interesting potentials for you? I'm going to give you mine. And then let's talk about the influence Mauricio Pochettino has had and where we can go with that here tonight. Okay, let's start it off, though, with just a little bit of a recap of this game. 21st minute, it's Brian White from Diego Luna.
Jones, Columbus man finding Luna, who has space to carry the ball forward. Movement ahead of him as Luna slides it through. It's Brian White, and he scores!
Game's on TNT. Caden Clark in the second half makes it 2-0 in the 77th. He came off the bench.
Well one back here as Anelli plays it in towards the edge of the area. Clark! Caden Clark makes it 2. A powerful strike, flying into the top corner.
Hit that with his left foot, and Nelly getting the assist, who had an outstanding game as well. Patrick Agyemang in the 90th to make it 3-0.
Agyemang here around the back of the defense. Agyemang! Goals in back-to-back games for Patrick Agyemang. He is on the rise.
All right, so 6 goals in 2 games during this January camp. All MLS team. 3-1 victory over Venezuela. 3-0 over Costa Rica. This is, for me, and again, I want to get your opinion tonight. 713-780-3776. Don't be afraid. This is the most engaged January camp I've seen. In the past, we've had former national team players say it doesn't mean anything. They call it Camp Cupcake. This is the most engaged January camp that I can remember in some time, if at all. 2 games, 2 results, 6 goals, expanding the roster, but most importantly, expanding a newfound attitude, application, and a recognition to MLS players that there is real opportunity under this manager, Mauricio Pochettino. And he's made it clear that Major League Soccer players are coveted, in contention. And, of course, this really is what should have been the case always. It should never have been demeaned. MLS should never have been demeaned. And it's open to players that are playing overseas in Europe and Major League Soccer. But Pochettino has pushed the nationalistic angle of playing pridefully for your country, which, by the way, Argentines know pretty well, right? And it's people playing for your countrymen. Pride in the shirt and the badge. He's spoken that this group of players needs more confidence. Now it's early, but I do believe leadership, intensity, experience of Pochettino, it's paying off currently. I don't think there's any question. I think this was a very engaged team on both sides of the ball. I think it was positive. I think we go away feeling pretty good. Now, we have to temper this with competition, time of the year, all these other things. But no matter who you're playing, the energy, the intensity, the pressing style of play, the serious business attitude that's come from them. I've called some of these January sort of camp games, and I'm telling you, I've remember calling games that were, one, boring as could be, two, walking away shaking my head that players who were under the microscope for the national team seemed to lack motivation. And as you recall, in recent times, Copa America, after Greg Berhalter lost his job, many former U.S. players were coming out, and they were talking about the lack of pride. And believe me, these guys were all fighters. Alexi Lalas, Marcelo Balboa, Tab Ramos, Eric Winaldo, all of these guys were critical of the lack of fight and determination. All MLS roster. And for me, the star man in this was Diego Luna. And I'll tell you why. The RSL guy. What a night for him. He was powered by fight and desire. I think his nose was broken, but it was smashed in. He had to have gauze jammed up into each nasal passage, which, by the way, having had to do that, that is not an easy way to play a soccer game. But his play and his edge and his energy and the fact that that happened just brought and amplified what he did in this game. And he showed an amazing spirit. Did not want to come off the field. Mauricio Pochettino talked about it. He basically referenced him as having big balls, right? Which in soccer means you play with it. And here's what it sounded like.
I said, the doctor said, yeah, okay, you go in. And the first action, assist, and we score. I say, big balls.
They had a lot of fun on the broadcast. I thought that was really fun. The other guy who says it all the time, but he uses the word huevos, is Diego Simeone at Atletico Madrid. But that's kind of a South American thing. You have to play with this. There's no game you don't play with this. So his nose is jammed up, and, you know, I'm becoming a bigger fan of him and how competitive he is. And we saw him score against the Dynamo down here in Houston. More U.S. soccer fans, though, just got on the Diego Luna train due to his effort, commitment, and not to mention ability on the ball. Laid on a beautifully weighted pass for the opening goal, the Brian White goal. Zach Steffen is another one I'm going to bring up. 2 sparkling saves. One of them, I think, occurred at 1-0. Last year in Major League Soccer, some of the games I saw him in, I thought he was checking out. And I was saying to myself, come on, you got snubbed for the World Cup the last time. It's here in 2026. You're in this. And I think he's realizing there's a World Cup ticket at stake. And the other thing is Matt Turner's not playing currently. And some of this will come straight down to form. Emeka Eneli in midfield, another Real Salt Lake player. Great shift for him. Impressive, covered ground, broke up plays, possession, got an assist. All-around night for him as well. But these MLS players now, they're going to go back to Major League Soccer. They're going to go back to their clubs. They're going to go back brimming with confidence coming into the year. And they're going to need to produce in the year because Pochettino is on top of this, and he's giving opportunity to Major League Soccer players. And I think they see it. They realize it. This is not kumbaya anymore. This is not a manager who wants to be friends with people. He wants their respect, and he wants them to perform because he's got to take the U.S. to great heights here as a host nation in 2026. And I think it's exciting for the time. But we have to temper it all. Here's Pochettino on pushing to be a team.
And it's a good thing because the people is pushing, no, to be in the national team. They care for that, and I think so pleased about that.
Yeah, so these guys are being pushed and showing him that they are pushing to be on the team. Here he is on players showing quality.
I think we were showing great mentality and the quality there because that is why we scored 3 goals and we create too many chances into games. I think it's about to believe. It's about that they have the chances to show their quality.
So this game was in Orlando, Florida. Costa Rica being coached now by Miguel Herrera, Piojo. I mean, this guy's had more jobs than Arnold Palmer, but he's an emotional guy and he gets them. So again, Luna for me, great opportunity, lived up to it. Brian White scores a goal, took it well. By the way, he's got 71 goals in Major League Soccer. That's pretty crazy. Stefan in goal, Jones, Ream, Zimmerman, Robinson were the starters. Anelli, Vasilev, Kramashi, Luna, Brian Gutierrez of the Chicago Fire, and then White up front. So we're going to give you a little country here, but tonight you're going to see a theme of Manchester music in 2 out of the next 3 songs to go along with our interview, because we're going to have Josh Holland on of the Manchester Evening News coming up here. One other thing on the Houston Dynamo, not a lot going on in the transfer market. They got until April 1st. Kieran Sargent will be loaned to Lexington FC. Now, these are the players you want to be moving through to the first team now a little bit more, that have been in your system. But he's off to the USL, and we'll see how that goes with him, left-footed. All right, we'll take a break. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm. DaspitLaw.com, 713-CALL now, the best in personal injury attorneys.
Wouldn't still cry sometimes.